Bang! Puff! Crimson blood splattered across the sky, and Mu Lien was sent soaring like a paper kite caught in the wind. Lien! A heart-wrenching cry echoed through the heavens, erupting from Wan Dong's lips. In a frenzy, Wan Dong leapt forward, tightly embracing Mu Lien's lifeless body. At that moment, she had completely lost her vitality, her pale face devoid of any semblance of life. Time seemed to freeze in. That instant, as Wan Dong gazed blankly at Mu Lien, his eyes unblinking, as if he had turned to stone. No tears were shed, no laughter rang out, and immeasurable sorrow surged and flowed through the air, enveloping the entire world. His heart felt no pain, for it had already shattered completely. No tears remained to express his grief, as they were inadequate to convey the depth of his sorrow. The entire Hidden Dragon Peak suddenly fell into a silence as profound as death. Not only Wan Haoxiong and Wan Youqi, but even the father and daughter of the Shangwan family remained mute. Even the relentless mountain winds that usually ravaged the peak seemed to have ceased, and the birds and beasts in the forest no longer cried out. Wan Haoxiong stared blankly at his own hands, feeling the overwhelming grief radiating from Wan Dong. Slowly, he closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Silent tears traced down Wan Yuqi's face. She longed to approach Wan Dong, to embrace him as she had in his childhood, to offer him comfort, but suddenly realized that an insurmountable chasm now lay between them, preventing her from drawing near. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the sky in hues of red. On Hidden Dragon Peak, several figures stood motionless, allowing time to pass in silence. "I'm sorry, I never intended to kill her," Wan Haoxiong suddenly spoke, although his voice was somewhat hoarse. It was undoubtedly the first apology he had ever offered in his life, and it was directed at his own son. "Sorry?" Wan Dong, holding Mu Lien, slowly turned to face Wan Haoxiong. That gaze sent a tremor through Wan Haoxiong, causing him to involuntarily step back 3 paces, as if his heart had been pierced by something, leaving him gasping for breath. "Donger, he is your father." Wan Dong's eyes brimmed with hatred and fury, as if Wan Haoxiong were his greatest enemy. This look startled Wan Haoxiong and terrified Wan Youqi. "I know." Wan Dong gritted his teeth, his words dripping with anguish. "Yet he killed Lianer, and I cannot avenge her." As he uttered these words, blood seeped through the clenched fists he held. "Donger, we truly wish to separate you from Mu Lien, but we never intended to harm her." "Perhaps this is fate," Shangwan Feiyue sighed, shaking his head. "If this is fate, then the heavens are to blame. Why must they tear me apart from Lianer? Why?" Wan Dong bellowed, and in that moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted around him, leaving numerous craters in the ground. "Xiao Dong, calm down." Seeing Wan Dong in such a frenzy, Wan Youqi hurriedly urged him. "Calm down? Ha ha ha, Lianer is dead, and you want me to remain calm? Better to kill me." Wan Dong roared, blood-like tears streaming from his eyes. Shangwan Yunju appeared terrified, her face pale as she hid behind Shangwan Feiyue, lacking the courage to even glance at Wan Dong again. "Aunt." Wan Dong suddenly directed his gaze towards Wan Youqi. "You have always cared for me the most. No matter what I asked, you always complied. Now I beg you in my life." Wan Youqi trembled, staring at Wan Dong in disbelief. "What did you say? Kill me. Let me go find Liana, will you?" Wan Dong's voice had become hoarse. "No, no, no." Wan Youqi cried out 3 times, leaning against a tree as she wept softly. Wan Dong turned his gaze back to Wan Haoxiong. "Perhaps you should do it. You are so heartless, so cold-blooded, it should be no challenge for you to kill your own son. I have always obeyed you now, I beg you. Listen to me just this once and in my life." "Child," Wan Haoxiong, a man of unwavering strength, could not hold back the tears as he trembled. "I truly did not mean it, I swear. Your Majesty, you once bestowed upon me the honor of the world's greatest prodigy. Now, having disappointed you so greatly, why not in my life? To die by the hand of my sovereign would still bring me glory in the underworld. Donger, you are a man of great stature. How can you be so despondent over a woman? Gather yourself, for you have a bright future ahead." Wan Dong shook his head, slowly retreating to Mu Lien's side, his face a mask of fury. "Why? Why are you able to kill Lianer yet refuse to kill me? I remember now your true intention was to separate me from Lianer. Of course, you would not kill me, you wish for us to be eternally apart. No, that is not it, Donger. Please calm down, we all love you. Wan Yochi cried out desperately. Love? Ha ha ha, you are unworthy of that word. You have destroyed the true love between Leander and me, and yet you shamelessly claim to love me? How absurd! Must I truly die before you can forgive me? Wan Haoxiong shouted vehemently. No need. I cannot bear the name of patricide. However, a father like you is something I cannot endure. Let us bring this to a final conclusion. A final conclusion? Wan Haoxiong was bewildered by Wan Dong's intentions, his heart racing. Donger, what do you intend to do? Wan Yuki's voice trembled with tension and fear. All that I have learned, you have imparted to me. Today, I shall return it all to you. Do not, Wan Haoxiong exclaimed, rushing towards Wan Dong in a panic. But before he could reach him, a blood arrow erupted from Wan Dong's mouth, accompanied by a thunderous explosion from his abdomen, shattering his dantian. On Hidden Dragon Peak, Wan Dong had utterly crippled himself. Wan Yochi felt darkness envelop her, nearly fainting from shock. Shangwan Yinzhu was stunned, appearing utterly dazed. Shangwan Feiyue wore an expression of regret and sorrow. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have tried to prevent Wan Dong from being with Mu Lian. Now, the world's greatest prodigy had fallen, a loss that words could scarcely describe. Wan Haoxiong rushed to support the swaying Wan Dong, his heart breaking. Donger, why must you do this? Even if you wish to punish me, you cannot harm yourself. I realize my mistakes, I regret it. What must I do for you to forgive me? Just tell me. The once indomitable Wan Haoxiong had finally crumbled completely. Wan Dong forcefully pushed Wan Haoxiong away and staggered to Mu Lian's side. He tore off his belt and bound Mu Lian to his back. Donger, Wan Haoxiong watched in helpless horror, desperate to intervene, but afraid of what Wan Dong might do to himself. You Yochi, think of a way. Think of something. Wan Haoxiong cried out, resembling a lost child, pleading with Wan Yochi at that moment. Wan Yochi was engulfed in confusion. She could not even recall where she was, let alone devise a plan. Leander, no one shall ever part us again. I promise you, we will always be together from now on. With a final kiss upon Mu Lian's lips, Wan Dong cast aside all lingering attachments and leaped off the Hidden Dragon Peak, plunging into the abyss below. Donger, a cry filled with anguish erupted from Wan Haoxiong, who seemed to lose his sanity as he lunged forward. Haoxiong. Just as Wan Haoxiong was about to follow Wan Dong into the depths, Shangwan Feiyue swiftly soared up, gripping him tightly. Let me go. I must save Donger. I must save him. Wan Haoxiong struggled relentlessly, nearly overpowering Shangwan Feiyue despite her formidable cultivation. In a moment of desperation, he hastily retrieved a signaling arrow from his bosom and sent it soaring into the sky. Yuqing Ant, no? At that moment, a startled exclamation from Shangwan Yinzhu reached their ears. Shangwan Feiyue quickly turned her head, realizing that in her focus on saving Wan Haoxiong, she had overlooked that Wan Yuqing had also approached the cliff's edge. Fortunately, Shangwan Yinzhu reacted swiftly, catching her mid-fall. The guard stationed on the mountainside, upon receiving the signal from the arrow, rushed up to join Shangwan Feiyue and Shangwan Yinzhu, pulling the siblings Wan Haoxiong and Wan Yuqing back from the precipice point. 3 days later, atop Hidden Dragon Peak, the air was filled with mournful melodies and soul banners obscured the sun. Wan Haoxiong and Wan Yuqing stood before the spirit tablets of Wan Dong and Mu Lian, tears streaming down their faces. Yuqing, today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, the wedding day of Donger and Miss Mu Lian. We should not weep, Wan Haoxiong uttered, yet the tears in his eyes showed no sign of abating. Elder brother, has Donger truly departed? Wan Yuqing's sorrow pierced the air. Wan Haoxiong shook his head silently, turning to gaze at the towering cliff beside them. Below, a shroud of mist enveloped the abyss, obscuring its depths. Yet the sound of tumultuous rushing waters echoed faintly. Under Hidden Dragon Peak flows the Shenglong River, renowned for its tumultuous winds and rains. This ancient adage was known not only in Tiandu Kingdom, but throughout the entire Dongshin continent. This age-old saying, long cherished, coincidentally aligned with the destiny of certain individual. Thus began the first step of an emperor destined to one day resound throughout the Dongshin continent. Dong, awaken. A gentle voice whispers, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Despite his reluctance, Wan Dong is compelled to open his eyes. Lianu? As the exquisite face before him gradually comes into focus, Wan Dong's heart races, and he jolts upright as if electrified. He seizes her familiar, soft hands, trembling with emotion. Lianer, am I dreaming? Please, even if it's a dream, let it linger, let it last. Upon hearing Wandong's words, tears well up in Mulian's eyes. And large, crystalline drops, like pearls, fall onto Wandong's hands. The coldness of the tears sends a shiver through Wandong. Gazing at the weeping beauty before him, Wandong's heart aches, yet he is also filled with elation. The frigid tears assure him that this is no dream. Lianer, why do you weep? See, even the heavens favor us. From now on, we shall never be apart again. You should rejoice. Wandong gently reaches out, intending to wipe away the tears from Mulian's face, just as he had done before. Withdraw your hand, or I'll sever it. A thunderous roar suddenly erupts, shaking Wandong to his core, making him feel as though his soul might dissipate. Wandong turns his head in a daze, and his gaze falls upon a tall, handsome young man with a cold and stern expression, clad in immaculate white robes. The man's beauty evokes envy even in Wandong. Wandong has never encountered anyone like him, ethereal, refined, noble, and proud, as if he embodies all of heaven's blessings. Wherever he stands becomes the epicenter of the world, the focus of all beings. Even the ubiquitous dust seems to deliberately avoid him. He is a man capable of making any mortal man feel inferior. Li Bai, you promised me you wouldn't harm him. Upon seeing the man, Mu Lian becomes anxious and swiftly spreads her arms, shielding Wandong behind her. Wandong is taken aback. Lianer, do you know this person? Mu Lian merely shakes her head, remaining silent, but Wandong perceives infinite sorrow in her expression, causing his heart to clench. Unaccustomed to hiding behind a woman, Wandong gently pushes Mu Lian aside, facing Li Bai directly. The aura emanating from Li Bai is akin to the most bitter winter wind, making Wandong feel as though he is standing naked in the frigid snow. Such an aura surpasses even that of his father, Wan Haoxiong. No matter who you are, you shall not separate Lianer and me. Though Wandong's body trembles and his teeth chatter, he perseveres, his face filled with anguish but devoid of fear, not even a trace. Humph. Faced with Wandong's unprecedented determination, Li Bai scoffs dismissively, his gaze passing directly over him, settling on Mu Lian. He regards Wandong as if he were no more than an ant. Lianer, did you seal your Daorude and flee to this mundane world for the sake of such a waste? Li Bai, this is none of your concern. Gazing at Wandong, who is struggling under Li Bai's oppressive aura, Mu Lian's face is filled with heartache. Li Bai's handsome face turns ashen, like a tempestuous ice storm sweeping across the heavens, causing one to tremble. Preposterous. You, Mu Lian, are my betrothed. How is it none of my concern? That was a decision made by our families. It has nothing to do with me. Mu Lian, you. Li Bai's countenance contorts, and waves of murderous intent emanate from his body. The pressure on Wandong intensifies to the point of agony, and he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Dongji. Mu Lian cries out in alarm, rushing forward to support Wandong. Leaning against Mu Lian's embrace, Wandong disregards the excruciating pain coursing through his body and urgently asks, Lianer, what is this about sealing a Daorude and a betrothal? This. Before Wandong can finish speaking, Mu Lian raises a slender finger, pressing it against his lips. Her eyes brimming with affection, she softly says, you needn't concern yourself with such things. Lianer will always be yours alone. Hearing Mu Lian's words, Wandong experiences an unprecedented sense of security and contentment, and he refrains from asking further questions. Despicable wretch, lowly mortal. What right do you have to contend with me, Li Bai, for a woman? Mu Lian's words bring solace to Wandong, but they enrage Li Bai with a roar. The surroundings within several miles transform into a scene of apocalyptic chaos, with darkened skies, swirling sand, and flying rocks. Wandong stares in astonishment at the surroundings. Such formidable power is beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial artists. Li Bai, what are you doing? Seeing Li Bai's frenzied actions, Mu Lian cries out in horror. What am I doing? Haraha. I will tear this lowly cur apart. Tear him to shreds. You wouldn't dare. Mu Lian panics, clutching Wandong tightly. Mu Lian seeks to protect Wandong, but this only provokes Li Bai further. Li Bai extends his right hand, and a deafening crack echoes through the sky. As a seemingly solid, ghastly claw appears. Condensed spirit manifestation. Upon witnessing this, Wandong's heart nearly leaps out of his throat. Legend has it that when a martial artist cultivates to the 10th level of true qi, the pinnacle of the acquired realm, possessing the power of myriad phenomena, they can achieve condensed spirit manifestation, using true qi to create a tangible form, capable of killing from hundreds of feet away. However, reaching the 10th level of true qi is virtually impossible. Even Wan Haoxiong, the acclaimed foremost expert of the heavenly capital kingdom, is only at the 6th level of true qi. Before forfeiting his dantian, Wan Dong only possessed the 2nd level of true qi. Yet he still earned the reputation of foremost prodigy. But what is Li Bai? Judging by his age, he is only 2 or 3 years older than Wan Dong. How can his cultivation have reached the 10th level of true qi? Is Li Bai a monster? Before Wan Dong can ponder further, the colossal claw hurtles toward him. As the claw draws closer, Wan Dong's hair stands on end. This is an attack he cannot withstand. Wan Dong has no doubt that this claw can reduce him to dust. Liener, flee. Wan Dong instinctively tries to push Mu Lian away, but Mu Lian is quicker. She spins around, positioning herself in front of him. Li Bai, are you going to break your promise? Mu Lian glares at Li Bai, roaring hysterically. You forced my hand. Don't blame me. Li Bai's long hair billows wildly, his face as cold as iron. Very well. Then kill me along with him. Mu Lian closes her eyes, resigning herself to death alongside Wan Dong. Haha. I can't do that. You are my betrothed. I haven't married you yet. How could I kill you? Come here. Li Bai laughs maniacally, extending his left hand from behind his back, aiming it at Mu Lian. With a wave, a gust of wind seizes Mu Lian. As Mu Lian is about to be drawn away by Li Bai, Wan Dong cries out in alarm, desperately trying to pull Mu Lian back. However, Li Bai's power is far too great. In less than a breath, Mu Lian is lifted into the air, flying toward Li Bai. Despicable. Wan Dong roars, attempting to pursue. But suddenly, darkness descends. The colossal claw looms over his head. Nay, Li Bai, thou shalt not slay him. Mulan's form ascended into the firmament, her corporeal self beyond her command. Despair etched upon her countenance, she beheld the gargantuan claw poised to engulf Wan Dong, her voice rending the air with harrowing cries. Only in his demise shall my presence in your heart, Mulan, be acknowledged. Therefore, he must perish. Bereft of all compassion, Li Bai clenched his right hand into a formidable fist. Lo, the colossal claw descended with swiftness, seizing Wan Dong in its unyielding grasp. Ensnared within the clutches of the behemoth, Wan Dong perceived that the claw was not wrought of mere true qi, but of a force tenfold more potent and savage. Resistance proved futile. Within a fleeting breath, Wan Dong's bones and meridians shattered, his lifeblood gushing forth from every pore, transforming him into a crimson effigy. Nay, nay, Mulan's heart writhed, as though transfixed by a myriad of silver needles. Agony suffocated her, and tears of blood welled in her eyes. Yet, she remained powerless, unable to break free from Li Bai's dominion. Li Bai, I shall slay thee. I shall slay thee. Ha ha, ha ha. Only Li Bai's maniacal laughter echoed in response to Mulan's frantic lamentations. Is this to be my end? What shall become of Liener? Who shall safeguard her? Nay, never. None shall sunder Liener and I, not even the heavens themselves. Li Bai, in his hubris, could scarcely conceive that Wan Dong, whom he deemed an insignificant insect, would refuse to yield even in the face of death. Such indomitable will and fortitude of spirit would have astounded even Li Bai himself. As Li Bai's laughter reverberated, a resplendent beam of golden light erupted from the core of the claw he had conjured, soaring skyward towards the celestial expanse. With the advent of this golden radiance, Li Bai's claw crumbled into dust, dissipating into nothingness. What transpires? Li Bai's countenance underwent a dramatic alteration. His piercing gaze fixated upon the golden ray ascending towards the heavens. Separation of spirit from the corporeal form. How can this be? He is but a mortal. Li Bai exclaimed in astonishment, his countenance, once as sharp as a blade, veiled in disbelief. Thou seekest to flee? I shall obliterate thy very soul. Having destroyed Wan Dong's physical form, Li Bai remained unappeased. With a thunderous roar, he thrust his palm towards the heavens, unleashing a torrent of purple azure light, akin to a colossal spear hurtling towards the firmament, pursuing the golden ray with astonishing velocity. Li Bai, thou art too venomous. Witnessing Li Bai's actions, Mulan shrieked, her palm striking towards Li Bai's face. Li Bai scoffed, seizing Mulan's wrist with a flick of his own, his expression fierce as he declared, Thou hast forced my hand. Place blame upon thyself. Thou. Mulan trembled with indignation, rendered speechless. Li Bai's palm strike was not only imbued with immense power, but also executed with remarkable celerity. Overtaking the golden ray, it was poised to obliterate Wan Dong's spirit. Li Bai's countenance bore a chilling smile, anticipating the dissipation of Wan Dong's soul into ethereal fragments. Nay, Mulan succumbed to utter despair, collapsing onto the ground, her face streaked with tears. However, as Li Bai's palm strike neared the golden ray. A glimmer of white jade suddenly emanated from within, akin to a distant star, radiant and captivating. This white radiance collided directly with Li Bai's palm strike, resulting in a deafening explosion. Li Bai's palm strike dissipated instantaneously, while a surge of immense force recoiled, compelling Li Bai to stagger backward 3 paces. What? Li Bai suppressed the burgeoning terror within, his once handsome face now slick with cold sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could only watch helplessly as the golden ray, carrying Wandong's spirit, pierced the clouds and vanished. This scene was equally unexpected for Mulan, her delicate face etched with bewilderment. How can a mortal spirit possess such formidable power? Nay, this power does not originate from that wretch. After a moment of contemplation, Li Bai's gaze sharpened, directing a malevolent glare towards Mulan as he demanded, "When thou departed, didst thou abscond with the Mulan family's treasure, the bright soul jade? Didst thou bestow it upon that wretch?" A mocking smile graced Mulan's lips as she gazed upon the enraged Li Bai, retorting serenely, "What? Hast thou also surmised? Thou truly gavest it to him." Li Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, his fury escalating with the swiftness of a thunderclap. Mulan did not conceal the truth, proclaiming, "Indeed, the bright soul jade was my token of affection, bestowed upon Dongji. Thou vile woman!" Li Bai raged, raising his palm to strike Mulan. Mulan scoffed, undaunted, her lucid eyes fixed upon Li Bai, filled with derision. Confronted with such a gaze, Li Bai's raised palm faltered, unable to descend. In his fury, Li Bai pulverized a colossal boulder hundreds of feet away into dust. "Thou gavest the bright soul jade to that wretch. How wilt thou explain this to thy father?" Mulan chuckled, replying, "There is naught to explain. I shall accept my punishment. Dost thou comprehend the nature of the punishment thou shalt endure? Thou shalt be cast into the glacial prison of annihilation, enduring eternal darkness and solitude, yearning for life yet unable to attain it, longing for death yet denied its embrace. Would that not be ideal? I shall no longer be subjected to thy presence." Mulan did not exhibit fear but instead smiled radiantly. Thou art willing to endure such torment rather than behold me? I have sought thee for so many years, and had I not arrived in time, thou and that wretch would have been reduced to ashes. Why dost thou not reciprocate my affections? Why?" Overwhelmed by jealousy, Li Bai verged on madness. However, Mulan remained indifferent to his rage, gazing towards the point where Wandong's spirit had vanished, murmuring, "I retain within my mind all the cherished memories I shared with Dongji. Even if I were the sole survivor in this world, I would not succumb to darkness or solitude as long as these memories persist." Li Bai, individuals such as thyself shall never truly comprehend the essence of love. Thou art beyond redemption. Li Bai's countenance darkened ominously. Mulan smiled, her spirit soaring, declaring, "Moreover, I believe that one day my beloved shall come to rescue me. Thou speakest of that wretch. Haraha, cease thy jesting. He is now but a remnant of a soul, his physical form destroyed by my hand. How shall he rescue thee? Hast thou forgotten that within the bright soul jade lies the accumulated wisdom of the foremost expert of the ancient Taoist sect, the Xiantian great bright god? This is a treasure of immeasurable value, as thou art aware." Li Bai's handsome features twitched as he retorted, "That is merely a legend. None have ever truly unlocked the bright soul jade or ventured within. Who knows what lies within? Perhaps there is nothing at all. If that be the case, why art thou so agitated?" Mulan's gaze, as sharp as a blade, pierced through Li Bai's facade. "Humph. Even if the bright soul jade truly contains the martial essence of the Xiantian great bright god, that wretch may not be able to access it. I advise thee to abandon this futile hope." Mu Lian merely cast a fleeting glance at him, devoid of any interest to retort. Li Bai, feeling a sense of ennui, clenched his teeth and seized Mu Lian's wrist, transforming into a streak of lightning and vanishing into the horizon. "Where's this place?" The heart-wrenching agony abruptly dissipated. When Wandong regained his senses, he found himself in an unusual realm. Surrounding him was an expanse of darkness and silence. Yet an instinctive feeling told him that the space he occupied was vast, akin to the boundless universe, without limits. He felt as though he stood upon nothingness. Yet his form did not plummet downward. Instead, it floated as if liberated from gravity. "Li Bai, show yourself." Wandong attempted to shout, his voice echoing far and wide. Yet there was no response whatsoever. "Lianu? Lianer." He called out Mu Lian's name, only to be met with an oppressive silence. Had he perished? An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. It was not death he feared, but rather the thought that in death, he would never again see Lianer. Just as this fear began to swell within him, a radiant light suddenly illuminated before his eyes. Though the light seemed distant, It shone brilliantly against the backdrop of darkness. For one ensconced in shadow, light signifies hope. Wandong's spirit soared as he recklessly charged toward the radiance. Upon reaching the source of the light, he was taken aback. The luminous orb emanated from an ancient jade piece, one he recognized all too well. It was the token of affection gifted to him by Heir, a memento he had cherished countless times. But why was this ancient jade here? Confusion swirled within him as he instinctively reached for the jade. Just as his fingers were about to graze its surface, the jade erupted with a resounding explosion, shattering into countless fragments, each glimmering with its own light. In an instant, the previously silent darkness transformed into a dazzling spectacle. Countless shards of jade scattered like pearls strewn across a black cloth, illuminating every corner they touched. Within the blink of an eye, the once desolate void became a resplendent night sky, sparkling with stars. Wandong was momentarily entranced by the sudden beauty when a particular shard of jade, about the size of a fingernail, caught his eye, radiating an alluring glow. Unable to resist its temptation, he slowly extended his hand, enclosing the shard in his palm, feeling its coolness. Just as he prepared to examine it closely, the shard abruptly shot upward with astonishing speed, penetrating his forehead and burrowing into his mind. A deafening explosion resounded within his consciousness as the tiny shard once again shattered, unleashing an unknown force that surged forth like a torrential flood, wreaking havoc in his mind. An intense pain engulfed Wandong once more. Despite his iron will, he could not help but let out a mournful wail. The agony was beyond description, akin to someone wielding a blunt knife, frantically scraping at his brain, or a person hammering a nail into his skull. It was a torment so profound it felt as though death would be a blessing. Wandong soon succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, the celestial shards of jade had vanished, leaving behind the prior darkness and silence, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the dull ache in his head reminded him that something extraordinary had indeed occurred. Terms like the great world of Tao, the Xiantian divine spirit, the soul jade of the divine S in his youth, he traversed lands, conquering and slaying. The vast expanse of the Qingyan Empire today owes its existence largely to the formidable accomplishments of King Su Wenchuan. In his middle age, with the territories pacified, he laid aside his armor, residing within the halls of power, guiding state affairs and shaping the destiny of the empire, thereby establishing an enduring legacy of prosperity for the Qingyan Empire. In his twilight years, having resigned from official duties and embraced a leisurely life, he remained an indispensable figure within the empire, capable of influencing the tides of power with a mere gesture. Among the nobility and military officials within the court, who would dare to disregard King Su? Yet, at this moment, the king found himself akin to an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing, utterly disoriented, not for any trivial matter, but for his beloved grandson, Su Yaoting, who now faced a life-and-death crisis. Father, is there no hope left for Yaoting? A graceful woman, exuding elegance and nobility, sat by Su Yaoting's bedside, clutching his hand tightly while gazing at his increasingly pallid visage, occasionally breaking into soft sobs. Her eyes were already swollen from weeping. Alas, my dear daughter-in-law, cannot you utter a few comforting words? My grandson Su Yaoting is not one to perish so easily. King Su glared at her, raising his voice. However, this proclamation seemed to serve a dual purpose, half directed at his daughter-in-law and half meant to reassure himself. Su Yaoting's injuries were far from ordinary. His internal organs were nearly displaced, and his meridians were in utter disarray. Were it not for King Su's extraordinary prowess, which safeguarded the vital pathways, Su Yaoting would have surely succumbed to death by now. The more he expressed confidence, the more the woman wept bitterly. Father, should we not summon Tianlong back from the northern border? Perhaps he could see Yaoting one last time. Foolishness. Tianlong is the Marquis of Ningbei. Entrusted with the defense of the northern border, how could he abandon his post and return to the capital? Such an act would warrant a death sentence. King Su furrowed his brow and rebuked her sternly. Yet the woman gazed at him through tear-streaked eyes, sorrow etched upon her face. Faced with his daughter-in-law's despair, King Su found himself at a loss for words. He sighed deeply and suddenly bellowed, "Bring me someone." The servants of the manor, who had been waiting outside, rushed in without delay. "Is Sundaobai here yet?" King Su demanded, his voice rising once more. A few servants exchanged anxious glances and shook their heads in unison. King Su's fury escalated as he shouted that Sundaobai is truly useless. When not needed, he flits about before you. Yet, when called upon, he invariably disappoints. What kind of saint of medicine is he? A worthless old fool. At that moment, an aged man, with white hair and a kindly visage, supported by a dragon-headed staff, entered. It was none other than Sundaobai. Accompanying him was a lively young woman clad in red, about 17 or 18, her bright features contrasting sharply with her dark, expressive eyes, currently narrowed in irritation at Su Wenchuan. "Old Su, after a few days, your beard has taken quite the shape," the girl remarked, her gaze fixed on Su Wenchuan's beard. Instantly, he retreated 3 steps, alert. "Xiaoya, do not jest today. My heart is not in the mood for your antics." Su Wenchuan waved his hands dismissively, displaying a demeanor of unease as he evidently feared this spirited girl who had caused him no small amount of trouble in the past. Sun Xiaoya, the granddaughter of Sun Daobai, frequently visited the residence of King Su, and he had a soft spot for the mischievous girl, often indulging her. Yet, her antics had grown increasingly audacious, causing the esteemed king quite a headache. Sun Xiaoya rolled her eyes and scoffed, "Of course. Your worthless grandson is about to meet his end." "Xiaoya," Sun Daobai interjected, scolding her swiftly. Su Wenchuan's expression darkened, unable to refute her claim. His grandson had indeed become a disappointment under his indulgence. While Sun Xiaoya was merely mischievous, Su Yaoting had crossed into the realm of recklessness, and her words rang true. Realizing she may have gone too far, Sun Xiaoya fell silent. "Old Su, let me examine Yaoting's injuries," Sun Daobai said, clearing his throat to dispel the awkward tension. Yes, Daobai, my grandson's fate rests entirely in your hands." Su Wenchuan nodded fervently, forgetting any banter with Sun Xiaoya as he ushered Sun Daobai to Su Yaoting's bedside. Upon seeing Su Yaoting, Sun Daobai's expression grew serious as he swiftly took the young man's pulse, diagnosing him with utmost care. Su Wenchuan and Ning Shan stood by, holding their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Sun Daobai's face, desperate not to miss any sign of hope. Yet, as time passed, Sun Daobai's countenance darkened, revealing an increasingly grim outlook, causing beads of sweat to form on Su Wenchuan and Ning Shan's foreheads. After what felt like an eternity, Sun Daobai finally released Su Yaoting's hand, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. "Sunday, brother Sun, my grandson, his injuries." Even the stoic Su Wenchuan found himself faltering, words escaping him in a stammer. "Brother Su, I am powerless. I cannot save your grandson." "What? How can this be? You are the saint of medicine. How could this happen?" Su Wenchuan grasped Sun Daobai's hand, panic and helplessness flooding his features. Meanwhile, Ning Shan fainted at the news. Sun Xiaoya, understanding Su Wenchuan's deep affection for Su Yaoting, fell silent, standing alongside in somber solidarity. Sun Daobai's expression mirrored the sorrow of a man who had healed countless lives but found himself unable to save the sole descendant of his best friend, leaving him with a heavy heart. "Daobai, is there truly nothing you can do?" With great effort, Sun Daobai nodded slightly, his heart weighed down with guilt. Suddenly, Su Wenchuan felt a sharp pain in his chest, and blood surged forth from his mouth. "Grandfather Su, Wenchuan," Sun Xiaoya and Sun Daobai cried out in unison, rushing to support the staggering Su Wenchuan. "Wenchuan, you must hold on," Sun Daobai urged, his face etched with concern. Su Wenchuan shook his head, his voice hoarse, "Yaoting, how many days does he have left?" Sun Daobai sighed heavily, his voice low. "His vitality is almost extinguished. He may not see the dawn of tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Tomorrow, very well," Su Wenchuan muttered, his brow furrowing fiercely, his expression darkening as he declared, "Tang Sini, I will see to it that you accompany my grandson into the afterlife." "Ah, no." At Su Wenchuan's words, Sun Xiaoya gasped in shock, and Sun Daobai's countenance shifted dramatically. "Grandfather Su, you are my dear grandfather. I beg you, spare Tangjie. She is a good person. She did not intend to harm Su Yaoting." Sun Xiaoya, genuinely frightened, clung to Su Wenchuan's arm, pleading earnestly. Su Wenchuan shot her a fierce glare, his voice booming. "Tang Sini is a good person, while my grandson is a rogue. Is that it? Even if my grandson is a rogue, it is for my family to deal with him. Anyone else who intervenes is merely courting death." Su Wenchuan was truly enraged. The might of the Dingshan king was formidable, and how could a mere young girl like Sun Xiaoya withstand it? She staggered backward several steps. Sun Daobai furrowed his brow and said, "Wenchuan, after all, Tang's girl is a princess's person. You must give her some respect. Furthermore, the reason Tang's girl acted against Yaoting is because..." "Enough. I do not wish to hear such nonsense. My grandson, even if he is a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, should not harbor any improper thoughts towards that Tang girl. She could have simply informed me, and I would have broken Yaoting's legs, extinguishing his desires. Why resort to such heavy-handedness, severing the roots of the Su family? Well, Tang's girl may have acted a bit too harshly." Sun Daobai hesitated, struggling for words. A bit too harshly? Dao Bai, my only grandson, may not survive until tomorrow. Su Wenchuan's expression was one of deep sorrow, rendering son Dao Bai speechless. Only able to sigh repeatedly. Dao Bai, today, forgive me for my inadequate hospitality. Someone, escort our guest out. Grandfather. Son Xiaoya was unwilling to give up, wanting to persuade once more, but son Dao Bai forcibly pulled her away from the Dingshan king's residence. Once the pair departed, Su Wenchuan felt as though all strength had been drained from his body, slowly collapsing to the ground, tears streaming silently down his face. As night fell, the Dingshan king's residence was enveloped in a deathly silence. The servants within were acutely aware of what was about to unfold, and none dared to make a mistake at this moment. Inviting the wrath of the Dingshan king would be tantamount to a disaster. Ningxuan, overwhelmed with grief, fainted multiple times, and the Dingshan king, fearing for her well-being, had to press a point on her sleep acupoint, ordering someone to take her back to her room to rest. The Dingshan king himself went to the Su family ancestral hall, where the spirits of the Su family ancestors were enshrined, praying throughout the night for their protection and for a miracle to occur. Amidst the atmosphere of sorrow and tension, no one noticed a golden light, akin to a shooting star, streaking across the sky and descending rapidly. Within Su Yaoting's closed chamber, a sudden burst of golden light erupted. But it lasted only an instant before vanishing without a trace, causing no disturbance within the royal residence. Had there been anyone with Su Yaoting at that moment, they would have likely been frightened into unconsciousness. The one still figure lying on the bed, awaiting the arrival of death, suddenly sat up with his hands clutching his head. His face contorted in agony, transforming his once handsome features into a ghastly visage. If I, Wan Dong, cannot endure this little pain, how can I defeat Li Bai and rescue Lianer? Su Yaoting muttered through gritted teeth, tossing and turning on the bed. Large beads of cold sweat poured from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he was drenched as if he had just emerged from water. His complexion was equally bizarre, alternating between shades of green, purple, white, and red, as if he might bleed at any moment. If Su Wenchuan were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. No one knew what Su Yaoting was enduring at that moment, yet the pain he displayed was palpable to all. This continued for what felt like an eternity, until suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst forth from the top of Su Yaoting's head, swirling rapidly around his body, gradually taking the form of a true dragon. Though small in size, it was remarkably lifelike and exuded an aura that inspired reverence. After circling Su Yaoting once, the true dragon swiftly dove into his body, and the golden light suddenly dimmed, disappearing without a trace. At that moment, the anguish on Su Yaoting's face receded like the tide, and his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. A glimmer of strange golden light flashed in his eyes, and it is likely that Su Wenchuan could never have imagined that his beloved grandson had now transformed into another being. The method of borrowing a corpse to return to life existed solely in legends within the mundane world. Who would believe it was truly possible? Even as Wan Dong entered Su Yaoting's body, he still felt an incredulous sensation, just as he lamented the destruction of his former body. The Mingshan Hanyu selected the soon-to-expire Su Yaoting and infused its soul into him, whether in the pursuit of martial prowess or the path of the Tao. Formidable economic strength is essential as a foundation. Remaining in the Ding Mountain Wangfu is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Furthermore, Wan Dong's adversary is Li Bai, a formidable figure within the vast realm of Taoism. Wan Dong must cultivate his own power, for solitary endeavors will only lead to hardship and suffering. Additionally, Wan Dong has vowed to splendidly bring Mu Lian back from the Taoist world. Without sufficient strength, how could he possibly achieve this? Where's the Mingshan Hanyu? Wan Dong shivered, suddenly recalling it, his expression turning urgent. This Mingshan Hanyu harbors the memories of the Xiantian great deity's life. Even a minuscule shard of consciousness, no larger than a fingernail, has granted Wan Dong immeasurable benefits. If he could entirely devour the shard of the Xiantian great deity's soul, he would undoubtedly become a great power akin to him, perhaps even surpassing him. This represents an immense and indispensable treasure for Wan Dong, the only support he has to vanquish Li Bai and win Mu Lian's hand. Should he lose it, he would be overwhelmed with regret. Just as Wan Dong was frantically searching his entire being, a golden light suddenly surged from his chest. Instinctively, he reached out, and the golden light landed in his palm, transforming into an ancient jade. Was it not the Mingshan Hanyu? What is happening? How did the Mingshan Hanyu end up within my body? Wan Dong momentarily froze, subconsciously murmuring, "Return." Before his words could settle, The Ming Shun Hun Yu swiftly transformed back into golden light, burrowing into his body and vanishing. Wan Dong's spirit jolted, as if he had grasped something, and he called out again. As expected, the Ming Shun Hun Yu transformed once more into golden light, reappearing in his palm. After several trials of come out and return, all met with success, Wan Dong was filled with uncontainable joy. Such a precious and peculiar treasure as the Ming Shun Hun Yu, hidden within his own body, was indeed a foolproof safeguard. However, Wan Dong's attempts to enter the space of the Ming Shun Hun Yu repeatedly ended in failure. It seemed that the opening of this space was beyond his control, and he had yet to find the key to accessing it. Wan Dong did not linger on this dilemma for long, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. He was eager to ascertain whether the Xiantian Wuxinju truly possessed the marvels it was said to. Casting a glance outside, he noted that dawn had arrived, the moment when the essence of heaven and earth is most abundant. According to the Xiantian Wuxinju, this is the optimal time for cultivation. Within the confines of the room, the wooden barriers hindered the absorption of heavenly and earthly essence. Wan Dong gently pushed open the door and stepped outside. The Ding Mountain Wangfu sprawled across a vast expanse, resembling a grand estate. Finding a secluded spot for cultivation was hardly a challenge. The Xiantian Wuxinju consists of 9 tiers. The first 3 tiers focus on body refinement, the next 3 on qi refinement, and the final 3 on spirit refinement. According to the teachings of the Xiantian Wuxinju, even achieving the first 3 tiers grants one the strength of 100,000 elephants. This left Wan Dong in awe. A strength of 100,000 elephants signifies reaching the 10th level of true qi. Even if he were to cease cultivation at this point, he would be invincible in the world. Naturally, Wan Dong would never halt his progress, for his enemy is Li Bai, not some insignificant martial artist from a mundane realm. He set aside the latter 6 tiers and focused solely on the first 3. Though he was burning with urgency, tormented by longing, he understood that haste leads to stagnation. Thus, he diligently pondered over the first 3 tiers. The primary distinction between martial artists and Dao practitioners lies in the nature of their cultivation. Martial artists cultivate true qi, while Dao practitioners cultivate Dao qi. This subtle difference in terminology belies a profound divergence. The power and destructive capacity of Dao qi far exceed that of true qi, at least 100-fold. Dao practitioners can reshape mountains and fill seas with the power of Dao qi, while even a martial artist at the 10th level of true qi cannot hope to achieve such feats. Yet, whether cultivating true qi or Dao qi, both require the absorption of the essence of heaven and earth. This essence is the primordial energy, the source of all power in the world. However, martial artists typically only comprehend the rudiments of breathing techniques, allowing them to absorb only a meager amount of the heavenly and earthly essence at a sluggish pace. In contrast, Dao practitioners understand the art of transporting this essence, enabling them to absorb it at a speed 1,000-fold greater than that of ordinary martial artists. In critical moments, they can wield the essence as a weapon, transforming it into myriad offensive strategies to vanquish their foes. Ultimately, the difference lies in the practitioner's understanding of the heavenly Dao. The first 3 tiers of the Xiantian Wuxinju focus on drawing the essence of heaven and earth into the body, refining impurities within, and preparing for the subsequent cultivation of qi and spirit. Naturally, the faster and more abundant the absorption of this essence, the more swiftly this process unfolds. After contemplating sufficiently, Wan Dong could no longer contain his eagerness and began to experiment. He knelt, positioning himself with his knees crossed and palms facing heaven. His heart and spirit coalesced, his intent extending outward. He drifted into a state where form and stillness became irrelevant, allowing his thoughts to flow freely. The essence from all directions converged, tracing back to his original heart. As he softly recited these thoughts, Wan Dong entered a mysterious realm. In this realm, it seemed as if all things had vanished, yet the surroundings were anything but tranquil. Countless spheres of energy surged and coalesced, akin to a tempestuous sea. The essence of heaven and earth swirling around him. Since the age of 5, Wan Dong had embarked on the path of martial cultivation, and prior to leaping off the cliff with Mu Lian, he had already attained the 2nd level of true qi. However, he had never been so close to the essence of heaven and earth, nor had he realized how rich and abundant it truly was. In the past, during his cultivation, he could only absorb a trickle of essence as thin as a writing brush in an hour. Yet even then, he had been hailed as the greatest prodigy of Tiandu Nation. Immersed in the ocean of accumulated essence, Wan Dong's heart surged with tumultuous waves. No wonder Dao practitioners are so much more powerful than martial artists. Not wishing to waste a moment, Wan Dong immediately aligned himself with the essence of heaven and earth. connecting with it as if clearing a long-blocked channel. Waves of essence surged forth, akin to a torrent, flooding into Wan Dong's body and relentlessly cleansing his meridians. With each wave, a faint yet tangible golden stream flowed into his bones, disappearing from sight. Each infusion of this golden essence allowed Wan Dong to distinctly feel his body growing stronger, which is precisely the goal of the first 3 tiers of the Xiantian Wushenju body refinement. First, the bones, then the organs, and finally the blood and marrow, comprising 3 stages in total. Once every cell in his body was filled with this golden essence, the first 3 tiers of the Xiantian Wushenju would reach completion. At that moment, his Yuanfu might be utterly devoid of true qi, yet with a single punch, he could shatter a powerhouse at the 10th level of true qi. His physical strength would undoubtedly reach a terrifying and tremor-inducing level. In the family ancestral hall, Su Wenchuan knelt for an entire night, emerging only at dawn, his face haggard. The mere thought of Sun Daobai's words twisted his heart with anxiety. Heaven above! Is our Su family's only hope truly unable to survive this day? Su Wenchuan gazed skyward, tears streaming down his face once more. The tears he had shed in recent days far surpassed those of his entire life combined. Father! Father! Just as Su Wenchuan was engulfed in despair, Ning Shan's urgent voice suddenly echoed from afar. His expression stiffened. From the urgency in Ning Shan's tone, he feared the worst. Unable to entertain further thoughts, Su Wenchuan propelled himself into the air like a tempest, racing towards Ning Shan at lightning speed. Ning Shan, is it Yao Ting? Before he could land, he anxiously inquired. Father. At this moment, Ning Shan appeared to be on the brink of madness. Her distress stemming not only from sorrow, but also from anxiety and confusion. Father, what about Yao Ting? How is he? Please, say something. Su Wenchuan shouted in desperation. Ning Shan stamped her foot heavily, exclaiming, Yao Ting is missing. What do you mean, missing? How can he be missing? Su Wenchuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression blank. Ning Shan explained, this morning, as soon as I woke up, I went to check on Yao Ting. But when I opened his door, I found that he was not in bed. Not in bed? Impossible. He was gravely injured. His life hanging by a thread. He couldn't possibly get out of bed. Where could he be? Su Wenchuan shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the absurdity of the situation. Ning Shan knew he would be skeptical, so she took him to Su Yao Ting's room. Upon seeing the empty room, Su Wenchuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, what should we do? Where could Yao Ting have gone? Ning Shan asked anxiously. Search. Quickly. Send people to find him. Su Wenchuan commanded, and chaos erupted in the entire Ding Shan Wangfu. Many were bewildered, wondering how the young master, who was supposed to be on the brink of death, could simply vanish. Had he been taken by the Grim Reapers? However, no one dared to inquire further. Su Wenchuan, in that moment, resembled a raging lion. Anyone who dared question him would face dire consequences. Father, Yao Ting was so severely injured, how could he possibly be gone? Do you think he has suddenly recovered? Ning Shan's voice faltered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Perhaps even she found the notion fantastical and unrealistic. Su Wenchuan shook his head. He wished it were as Ning Shan suggested, but he understood the improbability of such a scenario. Those whom the divine doctor had sentenced to death had never returned to life. Su Wenchuan feared that Su Yao Ting had been abducted. Over the years, he had built a formidable reputation, but he also had numerous enemies. Many were waiting to see him humiliated. It was not impossible that someone audacious had kidnapped Su Yao Ting, delivering yet another blow to Su Wenchuan's already battered heart, preventing him from even seeing his beloved grandson one last time. If that were the case, Su Wenchuan would not hesitate to unleash a storm of bloodshed. His increasingly cold demeanor betrayed his thoughts. My lord, my lady, the entire residence has searched, but we have yet to find the young master, the butler approached, his expression anxious and tense. Not found? Ning Shan's face turned pale. She staggered slightly. Su Wenchuan clenched his teeth tightly and said gravely, it seems someone truly has abducted Yao Ting, eager to witness my humiliation. Father, what did you say? Ning Shan asked, her voice trembling. Not far from Su Yao Ting's room, there was a large lotus pond, where the flowers were in full bloom, creating a breathtaking scene. Through the window of Su Yao Ting's room, one could see it all. Unfortunately, Su Wenchuan had no interest in its beauty at that moment. It is my fault that my grandson is in danger. If he falls into the hands of my enemies, they may leave him in pieces. What? Upon hearing Su Wenchuan's words, Ning Shan's expression was one of shock, and after a brief moment of disbelief, she let out a series of heart-wrenching cries. If that were true, then I shall not live either. My poor Yao Ting, mother will join you. With that, Ningshan dashed out the door, heading straight for the lotus pond. "Shauna, what are you doing?" Su Wenchuan exclaimed in alarm, rushing after her. However, by the time he exited Su Yaoting's room, Ningshan had already reached the edge of the pond and, without a moment's hesitation, leaped into the water. Even if Su Wenchuan possessed the strength of a seasoned warrior, he could only watch helplessly. With a splash, Ningshan plunged into the pond, showing no struggle as she sank deeper. Su Wenchuan's head spun. The pain of losing his grandson already felt like a knife to the heart. If he were to lose his daughter-in-law as well, what would be left for him? Don't just stand there. Save her. Someone save her. Having faced countless storms throughout his life, Su Wenchuan found himself in a state of chaos, shouting frantically. In such a tumultuous moment, even he lost his composure, and the servants of the residence were equally flustered, with Su Wenchuan's thunderous roar echoing around them. They were left disoriented, running about in a frenzy, seemingly busy with rescue efforts, yet utterly unaware of their actions. As they helplessly watched Ningshan slowly sink beneath the surface, Su Wenchuan felt he might vomit blood from anxiety. Unfortunately, he was like a landlubber, full of martial prowess, yet unable to utilize it effectively. Just then, a figure resembling a dragon leaped into the lotus pond, swiftly swimming towards Ningshan. Just as her head was about to be submerged, he grasped her tightly. Good, good. Su Wenchuan, witnessing this scene, felt his heart surge with relief. Unable to contain his exclamations of approval, grabbing the dazed butler beside him, he demanded, "What is the name of that person?" "He saved my wife. I shall reward him handsomely." He is," the butler stammered, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Su Wenchuan, exasperated, kicked him to the ground and barked, "You useless fool, unable to even name a servant. What good are you as a butler? Pack your things and get out." Ignoring the trembling, pale-faced butler, Su Wenchuan strode to the pond's edge, approaching the figure that was swimming with Ningshan in tow. "You lot, what are you still doing there? Hurry and help," Su Wenchuan shouted, and several servants rushed forward, frantically pulling both individuals from the water. "Young man, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Su Wenchuan glanced at Ningshan, relieved to see that she was merely shaken and not seriously harmed, before turning his gaze to the one who had rescued her. At that moment, the rescuer had his back to Su Wenchuan, staring intently at Ningshan, seemingly oblivious to Su Wenchuan's words. His hair and clothes were soaked, and his body trembled slightly, appearing fatigued. This sight stirred Su Wenchuan's heart. Such loyalty and willingness to risk one's life for their master were increasingly rare. Little did he know, Su Wenchuan had completely misjudged the situation. The trembling of the rescuer was not merely due to exhaustion, it could also stem from overwhelming emotion. At this moment, Wan Dong felt an intense surge of emotion as he gazed at Ningshan. Since the young age of his mother's untimely passing, he had been raised primarily by his father, Wan Haoxiang, and his aunt, Wan Youqi. Though his aunt showered him with love and care, it could never replace the bond of a mother. Seeing Ningshan's desperate act of self-sacrifice for Su Yaoting shook Wan Dong to his core. Was this what maternal love looked like? Such greatness that could compel one to forsake life itself? Never before had Wan Dong yearned for such love as he did in that moment. When his mother had left him, Wan Dong was too young to comprehend. Many years had passed, and he had long forgotten her face. Yet, the moment he leaped into the water and rescued Ningshan, upon seeing her for the first time, he felt an undeniable connection, as if she were his true mother. Ningshan's features bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the mother who had haunted his dreams countless times. Perhaps influenced by Su Yaoting, in that fleeting moment, Wan Dong forged a bond of profound intimacy with Ningshan, a connection both remarkable and intoxicating. "Hey, the master is speaking to you. Why do you not respond?" Wan Dong gazed at Ningshan, lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to Su Wenchuan's words. A nearby servant, growing impatient, gently tugged at Wan Dong, rousing him from his reverie. Su Wenchuan initially assumed that Wan Dong's silence was due to exhaustion or shock, just as he was about to reprimand the meddlesome servant. Wan Dong slowly turned his head. This turn was akin to casting a spell on Su Wenchuan, who stared wide-eyed, momentarily frozen in disbelief. His mouth agape, he trembled, even more violently than Wan Dong had before. The servants from the Wang residence could not contain their shock, retreating as if they had encountered a specter. Wan Dong let out a bitter smile, for he had anticipated this reaction. Su Yaoting had spied on Tang Xini while she bathed, only to be severely punished. And just yesterday, the revered healer Sun Daobai had condemned him to death. Yet, after a mere night, the Su family's heir not only survived but thrived, leaping from the lotus pond to save his biological mother, a tale that seemed utterly fantastical. Wang Dong found himself at a loss for words. To reveal the truth about the Mingshan Han, you would transcend mere fantasy. His approach to the situation was simple: offer no explanations and let them speculate. Eventually, they would craft their own narratives, for such is human nature. Grandfather. Wang Dong naturally could not address Su Wenchuan with the same familiarity as he did Ning Shan. At least not so swiftly. However, he had often heard the name Su Wenchuan mentioned by Wan Haoxiong in his youth, which had fostered a budding respect over time. Thus, calling out grandfather felt neither awkward nor contrived. This utterance electrified Su Wenchuan, causing him to tremble. You truly are my Yaoding? Su Wenchuan's voice quivered, more so than his frame, as he struggled to articulate these words. Observing the frail elder, whose white hair seemed to rise in excitement, Wang Dong reflected on the fortune of Su Yaoting, who, despite having a mother willing to sacrifice for him and a grandfather who adored him, failed to reciprocate their love. Instead, he took their affection for granted, causing them endless distress and suffering, truly a grave fault. You truly are Yaoding, indeed Yaoding. I am not dreaming. Heaven has opened its eyes. After a brief stupor, Su Wenchuan erupted in a frenzy of joy, alternating between tears and laughter, bouncing about like a child. Yaoding, Yaoding. Ning Shan, having only briefly lost consciousness, soon opened her eyes. Su Wenchuan rushed to her side, his voice trembling. Shaner, you were right, Yaoding. He is well. Before Su Wenchuan could finish, tears streamed down Ning Shan's face as she whispered, Father, please do not comfort me. I have been foolish once, and I shall never again abandon you and Tianlong to leave on my own. Silly girl, what nonsense are you speaking? I am not comforting you. Look, who is this? Su Wenchuan shook his head repeatedly, pulling Wang Dong before Ning Shan. Ning Shan's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with life, the sorrow and fatigue on her face vanishing as if swept away. With newfound strength, she rose from the ground, grasping Wang Dong's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Am I dreaming? Or have I already died? Regardless of whether this is a dream or death, as long as I am with my Yaoding, I am willing. I am willing. Upon hearing Ning Shan's words, Su Wenchuan could not help but weep. Wang Dong, equally overwhelmed, felt tears well up in his eyes as he grasped Ning Shan's hand tightly, exclaiming, Mother. After so many years, Wang Dong thought he would never again have the chance to utter this warm word outside of dreams. Yet at that moment, as he called out Mother, he felt that even if he were to die then and there, it would be worth it. That one word, Mother, resonated deeply within Ning Shan, shattering her heart. Tears cascaded like a torrential flood, unstoppable and overwhelming. She embraced Wang Dong tightly, crying out, This is not a dream. I am not dead. You are my Yaoding. My real, flesh and blood Yaoding. With that, the mother and son clung to each other, both weeping profusely. Su Wenchuan stood nearby, nodding with joy while wiping away his tears, endlessly grateful to the heavens and their ancestors for returning Su Yaoding to him. Master, the revered healer's son has arrived. A servant announced, approaching Su Wenchuan. Sun Daobai. Excellent. Old son, your timing is impeccable. Su Wenchuan called out, rushing toward the reception hall. In the reception hall of the Su family, Sun Daobai appeared grave, while Sun Xiaoya stood quietly beside him, lacking her usual vivacity. Xiaoya, today is unlike any other. Your grandfather has but one precious grandson. Losing him today would surely cause him great anguish. Do not behave as you usually do, understand? Sun Daobai cautioned his granddaughter. Sun Xiaoya pouted, saying, I know, grandfather. You have repeated it 1,000 times. I am not foolish. I can discern the gravity of this situation, though I detest that scoundrel Su Yaoding. I genuinely regard grandfather Su as my own. Seeing him distressed pains me as well. Sun Daobai sighed, filled with remorse. It is all my ineptitude. In this lifetime, Wenchuan has only sought my help once, and I have failed him. Bah, what a healer I am. Grandfather, do not. Sun Xiaoya began to console him when a sudden gust of wind swept into the hall. Startled, she steadied herself and realized it was Su Wenchuan entering. As Su Wenchuan stepped into the reception hall, his gaze locked on his son Daobai, his eyes swollen and red from weeping. This was roughly the time frame Sun Daobai had anticipated. And a tremor coursed through him as he spoke softly, Yaoting has. Bring me wine. Su Wenchuan bellowed before Sun Daobai could finish. As soon as he spoke, 6 servants hurried in, each carrying a wine jar capable of holding 20 pounds. Wenchuan, what are you doing? Sun Daobai was taken aback by Su Wenchuan's sudden outburst. With a swift motion, Su Wenchuan summoned a jar, which flew from a servant's grasp, spinning in the air before landing steadily in Sun Daobai's arms. Su Wenchuan took another jar for himself, breaking the clay seal and calling out, "Brother, drink with me." Drink? Is he drowning his sorrows in alcohol? It seems Su Yaoting has truly departed. Sun Daobai lamented inwardly, nodding solemnly at Su Wenchuan, declaring, "Very well. Wenchuan, we have known each other for half a lifetime. Forged a bond over decades. We are not brothers by blood, but closer than kin. If you wish to drink, I shall accompany you. Today, we shall not depart until we are inebriated." Sun Daobai's spirited response delighted Su Wenchuan, who heartily exclaimed, "Excellent." Raising the wine jar with spontaneity, he tilted his head back, and a stream of emerald liquid cascaded forth, flowing continuously into Su Wenchuan's mouth, reminiscent of a waterfall descending from the heavens. Is this truly the act of drinking? Such extravagance is beyond comprehension. If he doesn't get drunk, he might choke instead. Witnessing Su Wenchuan's fervor for alcohol, Sun Xiaoya and her grandfather Sun Daobai exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stunned. Sun Xiaoya cast a worried look at Sun Daobai, fully aware of his drinking capacity. Such consumption could surely lead to disaster. Sun Daobai could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. At this juncture, whether he fell or succumbed to intoxication, he felt compelled to drink. After all, a brotherly bond forged over half a lifetime could not be disregarded. The silent exchange between Sun Xiaoya and Sun Daobai, along with his bittersweet smile, did not escape Su Wenchuan's notice, filling his heart with delight, as if it might blossom like a flower. "Goodness, you, Sun Daobai, have been spreading wild tales, claiming my treasured grandson is doomed, causing me to kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire night. Shouldn't I ensure you drink a few more jars of wine?" Sun Daobai closed his eyes, his thoughts consumed by deep camaraderie, oblivious to the mischief Su Wenchuan was plotting. After downing an entire jar of wine, even with his profound cultivation, he felt dizzy. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, Su Wenchuan boomed, "Well done. Truly. You are my brother. Come, let us finish another jar." Another jar? Sun Daobai's complexion paled slightly, his speech faltering. However, Su Wenchuan paid him no heed and waved dismissively, sending a second jar hurtling towards him. "Old Su." Sun Daobai attempted to speak, but as he looked up, he was met with yet another unending stream of emerald liquid pouring into Su Wenchuan's mouth, forcing him to swallow his words. "Grandpa." Sun Xiaoya's concern deepened. With a resigned shake of his head, Sun Daobai lifted the jar once more. The second jar proved far more challenging than the first. He paused several times before finally swallowing the last drop. His stomach churned violently, akin to 1,000 horses galloping within him. A most unpleasant sensation evident on his strained features. "Grandpa." Sun Daobai swayed, nearly losing his balance, prompting Sun Xiaoya to rush forward to steady him. Sun Daobai waved her away, insisting through slurred speech, "No need to support me. Grandpa can still stand. Still stand." Su Wenchuan glanced at him, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips, and declared, "Finish this jar, and there shall be another." With a loud thud, as Su Wenchuan's words echoed, the once resolute Sun Daobai suddenly slumped to the ground, his expression one of impending tears as he pointed at Su Wenchuan, muttering, Well, you old Su, do you intend for me to accompany your precious grandson to the grave?" "Nonsense. My grandson is thriving. Why would I have you, this old coot?" "Accompany him to the grave? Ah, Wenchuan, a true man must first accept reality, no matter how brutal it may be. I'll have your head for this. You, old fool, who claims to be my brother, yet you set me up like this. If I do not bring you to your knees today, I am not Su Wenchuan. Bring forth the wine." Su Wenchuan roared, his voice resounding, leaving Sun Daobai momentarily stunned. Seeing the servants of the manor approach with a third jar, Sun Daobai shivered and shouted, "Wait, old Su, when have I ever wronged you?" "Humph, how dare you ask? Yesterday, you boldly proclaimed that my grandson would not see the light of day, causing me to kneel before our ancestors for an entire night. Yet this very morning, I found my precious grandson alive and well, as if nothing were amiss. Is this not a betrayal? Alive and well? Yaoting? No, this cannot be." Sun Daobai had personally checked Su Yaoting's pulse yesterday. He was well aware of his condition. Even a momentary revival could not lead to such vitality. Sensing Sun Daobai's disbelief, Su Wenchuan stepped forward, seizing his wrist, and exclaimed, "Do you still wish to deny it? Come, I shall take you to see my grandson. But mark my words, if my grandson is indeed well, you shall drink this jar, even if it kills you." "Very well, I shall drink not one, but 10 jars if need be." Sun Daobai was confident in his medical skills, though not in his drinking capacity. The title of medicinal saint was not bestowed lightly. Hearing this, Su Wenchuan's spirits soared as he pulled Sun Daobai along. Sun Xiaoya, too, was incredulous. Her grandfather had declared a death sentence the night before. Yet now he seemed to be alive and kicking, and she hurried to follow. As the trio entered the inner hall of the Wang residence, they were greeted by peals of delightful laughter emanating from Ning Shan's room. The sound warmed Su Wenchuan's heart. It had been long since he had heard such joy from Ning Shan. The oppressive cloud hanging over the Wang residence had finally dissipated. Sun Daobai and Sun Xiaoya exchanged glances, realizing that if Su Yaoting were truly dead, Ning Shan would not be laughing so heartily. Instinctively, they quickened their pace. Without regard for formalities, Sun Daobai burst through Ning Shan's door, and upon entering, he beheld Ning Shan and Su Yaoting seated at the table, hand in hand, engaged in conversation, with smiles illuminating their faces. "Uncle Sun, you've come," Ning Shan exclaimed, rising to greet him with a graceful bow. However, Sun Daobai was too preoccupied to acknowledge her, his gaze fixed intently on Wan Dong, as if magnetized, unable to shift away. Sun Xiaoya, following closely behind, gasped in shock. Her expression one of disbelief. Observing the captivating expressions on the faces of the grandfather and grandson, Su Wenchuan erupted into hearty laughter. "Old son, take a good look. Is my precious grandson not alive and thriving?" The sight of Sun Daobai sent Wan Dong into a silent panic. This was the renowned medicinal saint of the eastern Xuandu continent, his piercing gaze capable of uncovering any flaw. He must not reveal any weakness. Noticing Sun Daobai's prolonged silence, Su Wenchuan chuckled and nudged Wan Dong. "Yao Ting, aren't you going to bow to your grandfather?" With a reluctant Wan Dong stepped forward, only to be met with a sudden gust of energy that made him instinctively retreat. A powerful hand, swift as lightning, seized his wrist. Sun Daobai's cultivation was as profound as his medical prowess, likely rivaling Su Wenchuan's strength. "This cannot be. This is impossible," Sun Daobai muttered incessantly while examining Wan Dong's pulse. After what felt like an eternity, Su Wenchuan grew impatient, on the verge of urging him. At last, Sun Daobai slowly released Wan Dong's wrist, his face inexplicably flushed, trembling slightly. "Heh, old son, do share your thoughts." Noting Sun Daobai's continuous trembling and silence, Su Wenchuan recognized the depth of his excitement and teasingly remarked, "Old Su, tell me, what miraculous elixir did you give Yao Ting?" As soon as Su Wenchuan finished speaking, Sun Daobai sprang to his feet as if struck by a bolt of lightning, grasping Su Wenchuan's arm with a quivering voice. What did you say?" A hint of desperation flickered in his eyes. Seeing the intensity of Sun Daobai's expression, Su Wenchuan understood that he was genuinely worried. Su Wenchuan initially intended to jest with him, but in light of Sun Daobai's current emotional state, it seemed rather inappropriate. Thus, he replied earnestly, "You and I are lifelong brothers. How can you not know me? What miraculous remedy could I possibly possess? Then, what about Yao Ting?" Su Wenchuan shrugged and said, "I am uncertain. In any case, after a night, he has recovered. By the way, old son, you just examined my grandson's pulse. Is he fully recovered now? Or does he still harbor any hidden ailments?" Sun Daobai shook his head, his expression somewhat dazed, and replied, "None. His internal organs have restored, and even his meridians have been restructured. He is no different from an ordinary person." "Ha ha ha, that's splendid." Upon hearing Sun Daobai's words, Su Wenchuan felt utterly relieved and laughed heartily. "Yao Ting, tell me, what on earth transpired last night?" Seeing that he could not extract any information from Su Wenchuan, Sun Daobai promptly turned his attention to Wan Dong. Wan Dong feigned confusion, saying, "I too am unaware. It's just what? Speak quickly." Observing Sun Daobai's anxious demeanor, as if he might ignite with worry, Wan Dong understood that if he could not provide an explanation today, he would face grave consequences. Thus, he cleared his throat and said, "Last night, at midnight, I suddenly felt an intense heat coursing through my entire body, as if a fire were raging within me. I could not endure it and gradually lost consciousness. When I awoke in the morning, I found myself able to move." Once Wan Dong finished speaking, both Sun Daobai and Su Wenchuan were left in stunned silence. Such an occurrence, even for the well-versed, was beyond their comprehension. Wan Dong deliberately spoke in an enigmatic manner, believing that the more mysterious he sounded, the more likely Sun Daobai would accept it. After all, the miraculous recovery of Su Yaoting, who should have perished, was indeed an extraordinary event. "Old son, have you ever heard of such a thing?" Su Wenchuan murmured. Sun Daobai foolishly shook his head, appearing as if bewitched, continuously muttering, "What could this possibly be? How could this happen? It shouldn't be. Old son, You needn't strain your mind over this. In my view, this must be heaven-esque grace, favoring our Yaoting. Su Wenchuan laughed heartily while patting Sun Daobai on the shoulder. However, that pat caused Sun Daobai to suddenly stiffen, and he spat out a jet of dark blood, stunning Su Wenchuan. Grandfather. Sun Xiaya panicked, rushing to support the wobbling Sun Daobai. Xiaya, do not panic. Let me take a look. Su Wenchuan, with a furrowed brow, approached and placed his palm against Sun Daobai's back, channeling a thread of true energy into him. After a while, Sun Daobai slowly opened his eyes. Although his expression remained weary and pained, the unusual redness on his face had significantly diminished. All right, Su Xiong, I am fine. Sun Daobai inhaled deeply and managed to wave his hand, albeit with some difficulty. Daobai, why did you not tell me that the fire poison within you has not been completely eliminated? Su Wenchuan asked with a serious expression. Sun Daobai forced a smile and shook his head, saying, even I cannot resolve it. What use is it to inform you, only to cause you unnecessary worry? You old fool. Su Wenchuan was momentarily at a loss for words, tears glistening in his eyes, which alarmed Sun Xiaoya, causing her heart to race in distress. This undoubtedly indicated that Sun Daobai's condition was quite dire. Grandfather, how could you vomit blood? You have never done so before. How could this happen? Sun Xiaoya clutched Sun Daobai's arm, her voice filled with panic as she repeatedly questioned him. Su Wenchuan, filled with guilt, lamented, this is all my fault. I should not have pressured him to drink so much. The alcohol, combined with the excitement, exacerbated the fire poison's eruption. Su, old man, if anything happens to my grandfather, I will not let you off easily. Sun Xiaoya, having been raised alongside Sun Daobai, felt a deep emotional bond, making her understandably agitated as she glared at Su Wenchuan with reddened eyes. Su Wenchuan sighed heavily, the weight of guilt pressing down on him, making it difficult to face Sun Xiaoya. Sun Daobai pulled Sun Xiaoya gently, saying, Xiaoya, do not blame your grandpa Su. Alas, I am growing old. Over the years, suppressing the fire poison has become increasingly taxing. To put it bluntly, I have reached the end of my tether. Even if your grandfather did not force me to drink, my time is limited. That cannot be. Grandfather, you will not die. Sun Xiaoya, heartbroken, began to weep openly. Su Wenchuan, unable to bear it, implored, Daobai, you are a revered physician. Surely you have a way to suppress the fire poison. Whatever it takes, I will assist you. Sun Xiaoya, hearing this, eagerly nodded toward Sun Daobai, her eyes brimming with hope. Sun Daobai furrowed his brow, contemplating, unless we can find the divine sun herb, perhaps I could once again suppress the fire poison. The divine sun herb? Upon hearing these words, both Su Wenchuan and Sun Xiaoya gasped in unison. The divine sun herb is extraordinarily rare, nearly impossible to find, and on the eastern Xin continent, its very existence is a subject of heated debate among many. Locating a single divine sun herb is akin to plucking a star from the heavens. Noticing the expressions on Su Wenchuan and Sun Xiaoya's faces, Sun Daobai chuckled softly, saying, do not trouble yourselves. I have searched for the divine sun herb for 30 years. Perhaps that old hag Yang Tong is right. Such a thing may not even exist in this world. Daobai, you must not lose hope. I will order a thorough search, even if it means scouring every inch of the eastern Xin continent for the divine sun herb. But I fear I may not have that much time left. Sun Daobai said, shaking his head with a bitter smile. That, Su Wenchuan's brows knitted tightly at his words. In my view, the divine sun herb may not necessarily cure Grandpa Sun's fire poison. Wan Dong, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Hey, you little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Xiaoya, already fraught with anxiety, was taken aback by Wan Dong's interruption. Given her temperament, she would not let this slide. Her eyes narrowed as she scolded him. Wan Dong paid no heed to Sun Xiaoya's furious glare, asserting that it was indeed the case. The fire poison that plagued Grandfather Sun was evidently a toxic substance of utmost rigidity and yang, although I have never encountered the divine yang herb. Its name implies that it must also be an embodiment of pure yang. To employ the divine yang herb in the treatment of fire poison would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. As Wan Dong spoke eloquently, Sun Xiaoya was rendered speechless, pondering how this young man seemed utterly unafraid of her. The image of Su Yaoting, trembling before her, surfaced in her mind, making it impossible to reconcile that with the current demeanor of Su Yaoting standing before her. Yet, the more she considered this, the more infuriated she became. With a huff, she retorted, Fool, have you not heard of using poison to counteract poison? Using poison to counteract poison? Wan Dong shot her a sidelong glance and scoffed. I think it's merely adding fuel to the fire. Yao Ting, refrain from pretending to know what you do not. Your grandfather's son is a medical sage. If he claims the divine yang herb can cure fire poison, it undoubtedly can. Su Wenchuan interjected, furrowing his brows. Wenchuan, Yao Ting's perspective is not entirely without merit. Sun Daobai waved his hand dismissively but suddenly added, Indeed, I too am gambling, and it is a gamble with life as the wager, devoid of certainty. Relying solely on luck. If I lose this wager, as Yao Ting said, not only will I fail to suppress the fire poison, but I may also exacerbate it. At that point, my life will surely be forfeit. Upon hearing Sun Daobai's words, Sun Xiaoya and Su Wenchuan exchanged glances, genuinely believing that as long as the divine yang herb was found, Sun Daobai would be saved. Little did they realize that they were not as astute as Su Yaoting, who grasped the situation more thoroughly. For the first time in many years, Sun Daobai gazed at Su Yaoting with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, nodding as he remarked, After all, he is Su Wenchuan's grandson. He possesses an innate brilliance. Yaoting, you are indeed clever. If you can channel this intelligence towards a righteous cause in the future, you will undoubtedly achieve great things, alleviating your grandfather and parents of worry. Upon receiving Sun Daobai's praise, Wan Dong remained unfazed, while Ning Shan was overwhelmed with excitement, tears glistening in her eyes. What mother does not wish to take pride in her son? Regrettably, that rascal Su Yaoting possessed extraordinary talent yet refused to harness it properly. After a few compliments, Sun Daobai shifted his gaze away from Wan Dong. He was not naive enough to believe that Wan Dong had a solution to the fire poison afflicting him. However, Wan Dong perceived this as a golden opportunity to alter the prevailing opinions of Su Yaoting among the others, a chance he desperately needed. If the collective view of Su Yaoting remained unchanged, regarding him merely as a good-for-nothing who leveraged his connections to bully others, many of his future plans would be rendered unfeasible. How could one aspire to achieve greatness without earning the trust of others? Grandfather's son, I have a method that may temporarily subdue the fire poison within you. Wan Dong stepped forward earnestly, addressing Sun Daobai. The moment these words left his lips, the room was enveloped in an almost eerie silence. Sun Daobai, Sun Xiaoya, Ning Shan, and Su Wenchuan exchanged glances, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. Su Yaoting, do you believe that merely guessing correctly makes you remarkable? Who do you think you are? Even my grandfather cannot manage it. How could you? Sun Xiaoya expressed her disdain for Su Yaoting without reservation, her tone icy. Wan Dong remained unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor. A healer cannot heal himself. This ancient adage holds truth. I suspect that grandfather's son has reached an impasse, which is why he has not considered this. Yaoting, do not speak recklessly. Su Wenchuan coughed. Disconcerted by Wan Dong's increasingly audacious remarks, Wan Dong shook his head, falling silent, yet his gaze remained fixed intently on Sun Daobai. Intriguing. Sun Daobai chuckled at Wan Dong's unwavering stare, saying, Perhaps this child Yaoting truly can save my life. Upon hearing Sun Daobai's affirmation, Wan Dong sighed in relief. It was evident that Sun Daobai's status as a medical sage was well-deserved. His willingness to offer Wan Dong a chance spoke volumes. Less pressure is better than more. Wan Dong gazed into Sun Daobai's eyes and slowly articulated those 4 words. As Su Wenchuan and Sun Xiaoya pondered the implications of Wan Dong's words, Sun Daobai's eyes suddenly brightened, shining more brilliantly than the stars above, piercing through one's heart. After years of camaraderie with Sun Daobai, if Su Wenchuan could not comprehend this subtle change, he would not be Su Wenchuan. Daobai, could it be? Could it be that my Yaoting has indeed guessed correctly? Haraha. As soon as Su Wenchuan's words fell, Sun Daobai erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, If that is the case, your precious grandson's fortune is truly extraordinary. After the laughter subsided, disregarding the still-dazed Su Wenchuan, Sun Daobai turned to Wan Dong and declared, Yaoting, today, consider yourself to have earned an immense favor from your grandfather. Wenchuan, I bid you farewell. With that, Sun Daobai did not linger a moment longer, soaring into the air like a great bird, departing with such speed that Su Wenchuan barely had time to react. You little rascal, just wait. I will settle the score with you later. Sun Xiaoya snapped back to reality, shouting a few words at Wan Dong before hastily pursuing Sun Daobai. Wan Dong understood that Sun Daobai had taken his suggestion to heart, and his spirits soared. Su Wenchuan, still bewildered, inquired of Wan Dong, Yaoting, what do your words mean? What does less pressure is better than more signify? Wan Dong chuckled, all the fire poison within grandfather's son concentrates in his chest, assaulting his heart meridian. Over time, If the heart meridian succumbs, his life will inevitably come to an end. For years, Grandfather Sun has solely sought ways to suppress the fire poison, preventing it from attacking the heart meridian, which is truly the worst course of action. My suggestion is for Grandfather Sun to find a way to disperse the concentrated fire poison in his chest to his limbs, distancing the poison from the heart meridian. This way, the pressure on his heart meridian will be significantly alleviated. As long as the heart meridian remains intact, Grandfather Sun's life will be secure. Upon finishing his explanation, Su Wenchuan was left in a state of shock. He finally comprehended why Sun Daobai had reacted so passionately. Wandong's proposal was nothing short of brilliant, a stroke of genius. The dilemma that had troubled Sun Daobai for decades, nearly costing him his life, was effortlessly resolved by Wandong. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, Su Wenchuan would not have dared to believe it. Yao Ting did. Did you truly come up with this? Su Wenchuan shook his head vigorously, asking in disbelief. Wandong smiled wryly. Grandfather, I may have been a bit muddled before, but I am not an idiot. Is it so strange that I could think of this solution? Not strange at all. Haraha. My grandson Su Wenchuan is undoubtedly exceptional. Su Wenchuan was genuinely elated, feeling a sense of vindication. His laughter had not ceased since it began. Ning Shan was equally ecstatic, tightly embracing Wandong, reluctant to release him for quite some time. Gazing upon the exhilarated Su Wenchuan and Ning Shan, Wandong felt a deep sense of emotion within him. This was likely the first time they were not feeling shame for their grandson and son, but rather pride. Alas, even if the poison had been dispersed to his limbs, it could not be entirely eradicated from Daobai's body. My dear grandson, why not utilize your extraordinary intelligence to directly eliminate the root of the illness? How satisfying that would be. Observing the glimmer of hope in Su Wenchuan's eyes, Wandong couldn't help but smile wryly. He had only just begun to show some promise. Yet all of Su Wenchuan's hopes were now resting squarely upon his shoulders, a truly monumental pressure. Seeing Wandong's silence and furrowed brow, Su Wenchuan waved his hand and laughed heartily. It's all right. I was merely jesting with you. The poison is not so easily dispelled. And if you could offer some guidance to my grandson Daobai, allowing him to live an additional 10 or 20 years, that would already be a remarkable feat. In truth, Wandong did possess a method to completely rid Daobai of the poison, by diligently cultivating the Xiantian Wushan technique to the third level of body refinement. The amount of Dao energy within him could eradicate and even refine the poison within Daobai. However, he had only just begun, and it would take a considerable amount of time to reach that level. By the way, my dear grandson, I still have control over Tang Xini. Tang Xini? Wandong paused slightly, then recalled that she was the girl who had struck Su Yaoting dead with a single blow. Indeed. Wandong felt a sense of gratitude towards Tang Xini. If it were not for her strike, how could he have successfully seized control? Transforming from Wandong into Su Yaoting? Yes. My dear grandson, how do you wish to deal with this girl? Before Wandong could reply, Ning Shan interjected. Father, I believe we should release Miss Tang. After all, our Yaoting is well and truly fine now, and moreover, it was he who was at fault to begin with. That won't do. Su Wenchuan interrupted, not allowing Ning Shan to finish her words. Even if Yaoting merely glanced at her a few times, so what? She hasn't lost anything. But my dear grandson has suffered immensely because of her. If I do not seek justice, how can I face Yaoting? Guards, bring that girl Tang here. Su Wenchuan's words caused Ning Shan to shake her head in disbelief. When he was protective of his kin, he would not listen to reason. Tang Xini was bound to face some hardship. In a short while, a restrained Tang Xini was pushed into the room by several guards. Previously, Wandong had only seen Tang Xini through Su Yaoting's memories, but now, facing her directly, he was struck by the undeniable aura of bravery she exuded, especially in her exquisitely tailored crimson leather armor. Adorned with golden cloud patterns, she appeared both striking and graceful, accentuating her enchanting figure. Not to mention her delicate features and slender neck. From a distance, the phrase "a portrait of beauty" seemed to be crafted specifically for her. No wonder Su Yaoting was so infatuated with her. Tang Xini not only possessed extraordinary beauty, but also remarkable skills. At merely 25 or 26 years of age, she had already reached the pinnacle of the third level of true energy and served as the captain of the Xiangfeng Guard under the princess. Revered as a goddess among countless young nobles in the capital, as Tang Xini stepped into the room, her phoenix-like eyes darted around, filled with astonishment and confusion. Wandong understood her thoughts and smiled without revealing anything. Kneel. The guards shouted in unison. Tang Xini, however, was resolute. Not only did she refuse to kneel, but she also straightened her posture defiantly. I Tang Sini, only kneel to those deserving. Impudent. The guards, upon hearing this, were ready to take action against Tang Sini. But Su Wenchuan raised his hand to halt them. Looking at Tang Sini, Su Wenchuan chuckled lightly. Do you mean to say that I, Su Wenchuan, the Duke of Dingshan, am not worthy of your kneeling? Tang Sini turned to Su Wenchuan, her eyes showing no fear as she replied, Your grace truly deserves my kneeling. For in this vast realm, this grand dynasty, your hard work is evident everywhere. Yet, I am disappointed to find that you are an old fool who cannot discern right from wrong. What a stubborn girl. Su Wenchuan's expression changed dramatically, his eyes flashing with cold light directed at Tang Sini. Who was Su Wenchuan? A renowned Duke of Dingshan, unmatched in both status and power. His anger was overwhelming. And Tang Sini, at the third level of true energy, could not withstand it. She staggered, cold sweat trickling down her smooth forehead. Father, Dingshan, witnessing this, felt compelled to intervene, but Su Wenchuan abruptly waved her off. With fierce eyes fixed on Tang Sini, Su Wenchuan pronounced, Tang Sini, that strike of yours nearly caused the Su family to be severed from existence. For this alone, I ought to kill you. Tang Sini glanced at Wandong, gritting her teeth. If he is the root of the Su family, then perhaps it is better for it to be severed, lest it tarnishes your honor, your grace. Upon hearing Tang Sini's words, Wandong could not help but applaud inwardly. This was indeed a bold statement. If only Tang Sini were a man, she could achieve great things. Su Wenchuan was taken aback. It had been a long time since someone had dared to confront him so boldly. The audacity of Tang Sini exceeded even his expectations. A man of his straightforward and rugged nature had always despised sycophants. Yet he found himself particularly fond of Tang Sini's forthrightness. A hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Very well. You are indeed a tough one. Yao Ding. Did you not claim to have feelings for this girl? Today, grandfather shall take charge and decree that she becomes your wife. What? I refuse. Both Wandong and Tang Sini exclaimed in unison. Tang Sini was fully aware of Su Yaoding's misdeeds, which filled her with disgust. Otherwise, she would not have struck him so fiercely in the past. Now that Su Wenchuan intended to marry her to Su Yaoding, she naturally objected. However, to Tang Sini's surprise, Su Yaoding also opposed this arrangement, and his stance appeared even more resolute than hers, which left her perplexed and somewhat displeased. In her confusion and irritation, Tang Sini momentarily forgot to voice her objection, instead casting a curious and questioning glance at Wandong, her expression tinged with subdued anger, as if to say, Who are you to decide this matter? If it were Su Yaoding in charge, he would have undoubtedly relished the idea, but now that it was Wandong, the situation was entirely different. In Wandong's heart, there was only Mu Lian, and with her currently in dire straits, the thought of marrying Tang Sini ignited a fiery anger within him. Thus, he firmly refused. Tang Sini was bewildered, and Su Wenchuan wore a puzzled expression as he asked, Yao Ding, did you not always express your fondness for this girl? Why else would you have spied on her? Wandong found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate an explanation. He could not simply state the truth, perhaps pressed by Su Wenchuan's gaze. Wandong blurted out, I refuse. What is there to explain? We have already spied on each other. It is not as significant as it seems. At that moment, Wandong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that he had spoken too hastily. However, words once spoken could not be taken back easily. Tang Sini's reaction was instant. She exploded with indignation. What do you mean, not significant? This is precisely an indictment of Tang Sini's physique. Criticizing a woman's body can be even more infuriating than disparaging her appearance, especially for someone like Tang Sini, who has always exuded confidence in her figure. It is utterly unacceptable. Su, if you have the audacity, repeat those words to me. Tang Sini was truly incensed, glaring fiercely at Wandong, resembling an enraged bulldog. Fierce yet endearing, particularly with her glistening little tiger teeth biting down on her crimson lips, a sight that could drive any man wild. Dingshan shook her head in bemusement, feeling both exasperated and helpless toward her son. Su Wenchuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, utterly at a loss for words. Wandong, feeling the awkwardness, coughed several times and raised his hands. Miss Tang, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way, then what do you mean? If you don't clarify today, I swear I will drag you down with me. Wandong's heart skipped a beat, grateful that Tang Sini was restrained. Otherwise, she would have lunged at him in rage. Her thoughts were as elusive as needles in a haystack, and it was unfathomable that a mere misstep in words could lead to such extremes of outrage. All right. You are remarkable, truly impressive. Is that sufficient? I misspoke. I apologize. I sincerely apologize. Is that enough? Wang Dong adopted a demeanor of fear toward Tang Xinyi, repeating his apologies. When Mu Lian was with Wang Dong, she was always compliant and gentle. She had never driven him to such frenzy. Thus, Wang Dong lacked experience in dealing with a furious woman, which resulted in his sincere apology being perceived by Tang Xinyi as blatant provocation. Particularly, the tone of helplessness in his apology was interpreted by her as extreme impatience. It was akin to pouring gasoline onto a roaring fire, prompting Tang Xinyi to unleash a fierce kick towards Wang Dong. The force behind that kick was no less potent than the one aimed at Su Yaoting. If Wang Dong were to take that kick, it would surely spell disaster for him. Fortunately, Su Wenchuan reacted swiftly, pulling Wang Dong out of harm's way just in time, though the gust of wind from Tang Xinyi's kick still left Wang Dong gasping for air. "I will kill you. I will kill you," Tang Xinyi shouted furiously, resembling a frenzied lioness. Su Wenchuan couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that his beloved grandson had deeply offended Tang Xinyi, and any hope of reconciling them had vanished. How outrageous. At that moment, Wang Dong's temper flared as well. "What, is your entire body adorned with diamonds, making you the only precious one in the world? Someone glanced at you and uttered a few words that displeased you, and you seek to take their life? Who isn't born of a mother? Why should you be so tyrannical?" With a loud shout, Wang Dong strode forward, taking advantage of her outburst to slap her forcefully across the face. His slap bore no tenderness, resonating sharply and leaving Tang Xinyi's fair cheek instantly reddened and swollen. The impact left Su Wenchuan and Ning Shan stunned, while Tang Xinyi was momentarily rendered speechless, gazing blankly at Wang Dong, still processing what had occurred. "Yaoting, how could you be so excessive? How can you strike a woman?" Ning Shan, unable to bear it any longer, turned to reproach Wang Dong. It was only upon Ning Shan's reprimand that Tang Xinyi snapped back to reality. Tears streaming down her face like pearls slipped should her actions lead to a rift between Su Wenchuan and Bai Dai, ultimately jeopardizing Bai Dai's grand plans. Would she not become an eternal sinner? Su Wenchuan chuckled softly and remarked, "Tang girl, spare me your theatrics. Have I truly lost my sense of reason? You nearly took Yaoting's life. Surely, there must be consequences for such actions? I am merely considering the princess's reputation. Otherwise, who would dare to harm my Yaoting? I would have dealt with them long ago." "Very well. If the prince is indeed at ease, then I shall comply," Tang Xinyi replied bitterly. "Ha ha ha, splendid. As long as I can rest assured, I am certain the princess will feel the same." Upon hearing Su Wenchuan's words, Tang Xinyi's eyes sparkled with determination. If this was Su Wenchuan's promise to the princess, then no matter how aggrieved she felt, she would fight to ensure everything was secure. Wang Dong sincerely wished to be rid of Tang Xinyi as his personal bodyguard. Her presence was akin to a persistent plaster, sure to cause him countless inconveniences. However, witnessing Su Wenchuan and Tang Xinyi elevate the seriousness of the situation to the level of national succession left him with little room to refuse. "Bring forth Tang General and release her bindings." Upon Tang Xinyi's agreement, Su Wenchuan spoke with satisfaction. A few guards swiftly untied Tang Xinyi, who flexed her stiff wrists and shot a glare at Wang Dong, coldly huffing, "You had better not cause me any trouble." Seeing Tang Xinyi's fierce demeanor, Wang Dong inwardly lamented. It was uncertain who would end up causing trouble for whom in the future. Without waiting for Wang Dong to respond, Tang Xinyi turned to Su Wenchuan, saying, "Your Highness, I must enter the palace to meet the princess and discuss matters regarding the Xiangfeng guards." "That is only right." At this moment, Su Wenchuan was agreeable and nodded in consent. Tang Xinyi shot Wang Dong another fierce glare before dramatically tossing her crimson cloak and leaving with poise. Once she departed, Wang Dong's expression fell, and he pitifully beseeched Su Wenchuan, "Grandfather, must you do this?" Su Wenchuan stifled a laugh, adopting a stern expression. "Consider this a lesson for you. If you continue on your reckless path, your life will truly be at stake." Placing Tang Xinyi by your side serves two purposes: safeguarding your safety and keeping an eye on you to prevent further foolishness. Moreover, it allows the two of you to cultivate your relationship. Tang Xinyi is quite a remarkable girl. Wang Dong opened his mouth to protest further, but Su Wenchuan waved his hand, saying, "Enough. You are weary. Go and rest." "Yes, grandfather, mother." Yaoting takes his leave. Wang Dong bowed to Su Wenchuan and Ning Shan before slowly exiting. Ning Shan smiled as she watched Wang Dong's retreating figure, saying, "Father, who says our Yaoting lacks manners? Look how considerate he is." Su Wenchuan sighed. "I was indeed puzzled. Could it be that this brush with death has truly transformed our Yaoting?" Ning Shan laughed even more brightly. "That would be splendid. Let us see if those noble women dare to ridicule Yaoting again." Her words seemed to resonate with Su Wenchuan. invigorating his spirit as he emphatically nodded, exclaiming, "Well said. Should anyone dare to speak ill of Yaoting in my presence, they shall face my wrath. Father, your decision to appoint Tang Sini as Yaoting's personal bodyguard is not solely to unite them, is it? There must be deeper intentions behind it," Ning Shan inquired. Su Wenchuan smiled at Ning Shan. "It appears nothing escapes my astute daughter-in-law. You are quite correct. In recent days, Xiao Wanli has grown increasingly bold. Rather than allow the kingdom to fall into his hands, it is better to entrust it to Bai Dai. Although she is a woman, she possesses a natural talent for governance. With capable advisors by her side, the citizens of Qingyan Kingdom shall surely lead comfortable lives." Ningxia nodded, gazing at Su Wenchuan with a hint of concern. "However, if that is the case, Father, your leisurely days may be coming to an end." Su Wenchuan chuckled wryly. "It seems I am destined to toil. I cannot escape my fate." Tang Sini indeed kept her word. After meeting with the princess, she returned to the Ding Mountain Prince's residence by evening. The news of her becoming Su Yaoting's personal bodyguard had already spread throughout the entire residence, granting her free access within the walls of Ding Mountain Prince's estate, with no one daring to question her presence. As for Su Yaoting, Tang Sini completed a quick tour of the residence, but failed to locate the man who incited her ire. She abruptly seized a nearby servant and coldly inquired, "Su Yaoting? Where is he?" The servant, taken aback, quickly responded, "You mean our young master? He is currently in the kitchen." "In the kitchen? What is he doing there?" Tang Sini was momentarily stunned, her face reflecting her disbelief. It was no wonder she was so astonished. One could hardly associate the esteemed prince with the filthy chaos of a kitchen. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Tang Sini swiftly made her way toward the kitchen. Before she could even approach, she noticed a large crowd of various servants gathered outside the kitchen, craning their necks to peek inside, occasionally hearing desperate pleas. "Young master, please come out. This work is beneath you." "Indeed, young master, if the prince and madam find out, we shall surely face dire consequences." The more Tang Sini listened, the more she sensed something was amiss. Could it be that Su Yaoting was actually cooking? The thought struck her as utterly absurd. Upon reaching the kitchen, she pushed through the throng and looked up, nearly dropping her jaw in disbelief. What did she see? Su Yaoting was genuinely cooking, dressed in an apron, sleeves rolled up. One hand expertly wielding a frying pan, while the other stirred with a spatula, he moved rhythmically, as if performing an art rather than merely cooking. "Su Yaoting," Tang Sini called out hesitantly. Wang Dong, who was engrossed in frying, paused for a moment, then turned to see Tang Sini and broke into a bright smile. "You're back. What a fortunate timing for you." In the dim haze of the kitchen, Wang Dong's charming smile transformed him, causing Tang Sini's heart to ripple as if struck by a stone upon a calm lake. How charming. In that instant, those two words flashed through Tang Sini's mind like a thunderclap, startling her into a daze. How could I find this rascal endearing? I must be losing my mind. Tang Sini hastily shook her head, determined to banish the notion of charming from her thoughts. "What's wrong?" Wang Dong, observing her odd behavior, approached with concern. As the mixed scent of oil and smoke from Wang Dong wafted into her nostrils, Tang Sini suddenly gasped and stumbled back, shouting, "Don't come near me. Keep your distance." After her outburst, Tang Sini's face flushed crimson, and she gasped for breath, appearing increasingly unwell. "What is it? I won't bite. Why are you so tense?" Wang Dong shook his head in confusion. Tang Sini was unsure of the source of her unease. She simply felt an impending danger that eluded her ability to articulate. Furthermore, the scent emanating from Wang Dong did not repel her. Rather, she found herself inexplicably drawn to it. The thought sent a flush of color to her delicate cheeks. At last, the final dish was ready, and the call to dine was made. Only when Wang Dong shifted his focus from Tang Sini to the pot did she finally relax, exhaling a long breath of relief. "Son, am I dreaming? Did you really prepare all these dishes?" Ning Shan's voice trembled with disbelief as she gazed upon the table laden with 8 exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses. Since stepping out of the kitchen, Tang Sini felt as if her spirit had drifted away, lost in a haze of confusion. Until Ning Shan's words jolted her back to reality, leaving her utterly astonished. The 8 culinary masterpieces on the table, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, were so meticulously crafted that they resembled exquisite works of art, almost too beautiful to disturb with chopsticks. Having resided in the palace, Tang Sini had savored numerous delicacies prepared by royal chefs, yet these dishes rivaled even those creations. In that moment, her gaze towards Wang Dong brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. Could the rumors be unfounded? Was Su Yaoting not merely a tyrant devoid of merit? Previously, Tang Xini had only regarded Su Yaoting with disdain, but now she recognized his hidden talents. Huh, I never anticipated that my grandson Su Wenchuan would possess such remarkable skills. Splendid. I must indulge in a few hearty drinks today. Su Wenchuan's delight was palpable, his grin nearly splitting his face. Wan Dong had indeed invested considerable effort into preparing this feast, driven by two intentions: to counteract the negative impression Su Yaoting had left on everyone and gradually restore his reputation, and to fulfill a long-held desire buried deep within his heart. From a young age, Wan Dong had exhibited a profound interest and exceptional talent in martial arts, as well as a penchant for culinary arts. Each royal chef within the imperial palace had served as his mentor. After honing his skills, he would often delight his father, Wan Haoxiong, and his aunt, Wan Youqi, with splendid meals. Witnessing their joy would only deepen his longing for the mother he had lost too soon. He often mused how wonderful it would be to prepare such a feast for her. Over time, this yearning had become a seemingly unattainable wish. Yet now, transformed into Su Yaoting and having encountered Ning Shan, he was once again enveloped in the warmth of maternal love. This long-cherished desire of Wan Dong's was finally realized. Mother, I was so thoughtless in the past, causing trouble for you and grandfather without ever showing proper filial piety. This brush with death has not only awakened me, but has also made me acutely aware of the importance of family and kinship. I have disappointed you both too many times. It is time for you to feel proud of me. Though these heartfelt words were spoken on behalf of Su Yaoting, they resonated deeply, evoking strong emotions. Su Wenchuan drank 3 large cups in quick succession, while Ning Shan was moved to tears. Even Tang Xini, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but steal several glances at Wan Dong. Shan our Yaoting has grown up and become more considerate. This is a cause for celebration. So why are you crying? Su Wenchuan exclaimed, oblivious to the glimmer of moisture in his own eyes as he spoke. Ning Shan wiped her tears. Her voice choked with emotion. I was just thinking, how wonderful it would be if Tianlong were here. She gently caressed Wan Dong's hair, her eyes radiating maternal affection. Su Wenchuan sighed. Shan Tianlong and Yaoting are connected at heart. Even if Tianlong cannot see the changes in Yaoting, he can surely feel them. Father, please don't comfort me. I am not a child, Ning Shan replied, shaking her head, clearly skeptical of Su Wenchuan's reassurances. Tianlong has been gone for over a year. It is time to visit home and reconnect with family, isn't it? Su Tianlong, the father of Su Yaoting, was someone Wan Dong had to engage with in the future, so he listened intently to Ning Shan's inquiry. Su Wenchuan's brow furrowed slightly, his tone growing serious. The northern frontier is currently unstable. Tianlong may not return anytime soon. Unstable? Wan Dong's heart raced, unable to suppress a gasp. Is the Iron War dynasty stirring again? Concern gripped Wan Dong, for Tiandu Kingdom lay to the north of Qingyun Kingdom, sharing borders with both the Qingyun Empire and the Iron War dynasty. The Iron War dynasty was the only superpower on the eastern Xuandu continent that could rival the Qingyun Empire, exhibiting a military prowess that was not to be underestimated. The royal family of the Iron War dynasty had grown increasingly belligerent over generations, and as the commander-in-chief of Tiandu Kingdom, Wan Haoxiong's greatest adversary was none other than the Iron War dynasty. Wan Dong recognized that Su Wenchuan's mention of instability in the northern frontier implied that the Iron War dynasty was once again plotting something. If the Iron War dynasty sought to invade the Qingyun Empire, they would first need to conquer Tiandu Kingdom. Although Wan Dong had nearly severed ties with Wan Haoxiong, he was still a citizen of Tiandu Kingdom, and his beloved aunt, Wan Youqi, lived there. How could he remain indifferent while his homeland faced peril? Su Wenchuan scrutinized Wan Dong, puzzled, and asked, why are you so anxious? Are you worried about your father? Don't fret. While the Iron War dynasty's army is fierce, our Qingyun Empire is no pushover. Your father, my son, is not easily trifled with. Just as Su Wenchuan finished speaking, Tang Xini sighed. I believe the Iron War dynasty's choice to act at this juncture is a calculated one. The Qingyun Empire is currently beset by internal strife and challenges, making it a time of great vulnerability. As the saying goes, one must stabilize the internal situation before addressing external threats. If we do not resolve our internal troubles, the Qingyun Empire may indeed face grave danger. Su Wenchuan turned to glare at her, his voice low and stern. You, young lady, should refrain from lecturing me. I, Su Wenchuan, have navigated many storms in my life. It won't be so easy to deceive an old fox like me. Tang Xini rolled her eyes, feeling an inner frustration. While she sensed Su Wenchuan's inclination to support the princess, she could not feel reassured until he explicitly stated his position. However, deciphering Su Wenchuan's true sentiments proved to be a formidable challenge. Enough. Let the matters of state be discussed by the ministers. Let us eat and drink. Heh. We must not waste this splendid feast. With that, Su Wenchuan began to indulge heartily, while Tang Xini and Wan Dong found their appetites diminished. One preoccupied with concern for the princess, and the other worried for the safety of Tiandu Kingdom, rendering the finest dishes taste like wax in their mouths. Su Wenchuan, however, feasted joyously, savoring every bite until he finally set down his chopsticks, a satisfied smile on his face. Yaoting, are you planning to head to Qingyun Martial Academy soon? Or will you rest at home for a while longer? Qingyun Martial Academy? Wan Dong paused momentarily, then recalled that Su Yaoting was still studying there. In his third year, and nearing graduation in about a year. The martial spirit of the Eastern Xian continent is fervently prevalent. Almost every nation has established a martial academy, and the kingdom of Tiandu is no exception. However, due to its diminutive size and scarce resources, the scale of the Tiandu Martial Academy is simply incomparable to that of the Qingyun Martial Academy. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Qingyun Martial Academy ranks among the top 3 martial academies across the vast expanse of the Eastern Xian continent. Not only does it welcome the talented youth from the Qingyun Empire, but also offers opportunities for exceptional individuals from other nations to study there, provided they can successfully pass the rigorous entrance examination set by the academy. The entrance test for Qingyun Martial Academy is notoriously challenging, reportedly selecting 1 in 1,000. It is understandable. Without such high barriers, the academy would be inundated with the continent's youth, leading to overwhelming congestion. Each year, the Kingdom of Tiandu organizes its promising youth to collectively participate in the entrance examination of the Qingyun Martial Academy. Out of thousands, only 3 to 5 individuals manage to miraculously succeed and gain admission, subsequently becoming valuable assets within the kingdom's court and military. Had it not been for the insistence of Wan Haoxiong and Shangwan Feiyun to personally mentor Wan Dong, he would likely have already graduated from the Qingyun Martial Academy by now. Wan Dong has long held aspirations to attend the academy, and upon hearing about the opportunity to study there, he is profoundly excited. Moreover, he imagines that several students from Tiandu are already present at the Qingyun Martial Academy, further fueling his eagerness. I have rested long enough. I cannot afford to waste more time. Grandpa, what do you say? What do I say? I say yes. Ha. My precious grandson has finally come to his senses. Excellent. With Su Yaoting's contrasting demeanor, Wan Dong's enthusiasm naturally delighted Su Wenchuan, who could hardly contain his joy. And what about her? Is she to accompany me to the Qingyun Martial Academy? Wan Dong turned to glance at Tang Xini, inquiring. Of course. Since she is to provide personal protection, she should never leave your side. Let's have Tang Girl take on the role of an instructor at the Qingyun Martial Academy, specifically responsible for your class of students, so that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, she can be by your side immediately. To become an instructor at the Qingyun Martial Academy? Tang Xini inhaled sharply, astonished at the extent of Su Wenchuan's influence. The Qingyun Martial Academy is a pivotal institution for nurturing the elite of the Qingyun Empire. One can only imagine the difficulty of securing a position there. Yet, with just a few words, Su Wenchuan has facilitated Tang Xini's appointment as an instructor. Such power is undeniably remarkable. It is no exaggeration to say that even Princess Bai Dai might not possess such capability. This is undoubtedly due to the current unique circumstances. Those seeking to thwart Bai Dai's ascension to the throne will resort to myriad schemes against her. Thus, even as a princess, every command she issues faces significant resistance at this juncture. Su Wenchuan's unparalleled status and his unyielding integrity make him a figure everyone wishes to befriend, enabling him to accomplish feats that even the princess cannot. The Qingyun Martial Academy is a veritable treasure trove, brimming with the most exceptional talents of the Qingyun Empire. For both Tang Xini and Bai Dai, the prospect of having a foothold in such an esteemed institution is nothing short of a tremendous stroke of fortune. This is evident from the ever-expanding smile on Tang Xini's face. Since childhood, Wan Dong has received the meticulous guidance of Wan Haoxiong and Shangwan Feiyun, endowing him with a keen understanding of political strategy far surpassing that of his peers. At this moment, he subtly perceives that Su Wenchuan is intentionally aiding Tang Xini, or rather, supporting Princess Bai Dai. Had this been before today, Wan Dong would have had no interest in the matter. However, With the Iron War dynasty stirring restlessly and the state of Tiandu precariously balanced, it is highly likely that any escape from this predicament will hinge upon the Qingyan Empire. This compels Wang Dong to pay close attention to the power dynamics within the Qingyan Empire. Wang Dong knows little about Princess Bai Dai. The Qingyan Empire is a grand and illustrious realm for Tiandu, and as a princess, Bai Dai holds immense dignity. Perhaps even Shang Wanfeiyan seldom has the chance to engage with her. General Tang, what do you say? Being my personal bodyguard will not be to your disadvantage, will it? Observing Tang Xinyi attempting to conceal her emotions yet unable to mask the faint delight upon her face, Wang Dong feels a stirring in his heart, wishing to learn more about Bai Dai. The present Tang Xinyi serves as a perfect conduit for this knowledge. However, upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Tang Xinyi's expression abruptly shifts, as if she had inadvertently swallowed a fly, her brows knitting in vexation. It seems that even with Su Wenchuan's substantial backing, Tang Xinyi's disdain for Su Yaoting remains unshaken. For Wang Dong to win her favor and gain further access to Bai Dai, a long road lies ahead. As a bodyguard, Tang Xinyi naturally resides in the Ding Mountain Prince's mansion, with her room merely a wall away from Wang Dong's. This arrangement, personally orchestrated by Su Wenchuan, demonstrates the old man's earnest intentions to bring the two closer together. After dining, Tang Xinyi and Wang Dong walk back to their rooms, with Tang Xinyi striding ahead, exuding an icy demeanor reminiscent of a human-shaped ice block. Wang Dong cannot help but chuckle inwardly at the absurdity of their roles. Who has ever seen a bodyguard more arrogant than their charge? Should a bodyguard behave as Tang Xinyi does, it is likely that Wang Dong would be torn apart without her even glancing back. To have such a bodyguard would be an utter misfortune. Lost in thought, Wang Dong is taken by surprise when Tang Xinyi abruptly halts. He nearly collides with her, and as his heart races, she turns with a frosty glare. Listen well. If you dare to harbor any nefarious intentions and sneak into my room at midnight, I shall make you regret it. Taken aback by her fierce tone, Wang Dong is left speechless. This girl possesses not only a fierce spirit but also an overinflated sense of self-importance. Fear not, for I harbor no interest in you. In the depths of his thoughts, Wang Dong mused, even if my swordsmanship pales in comparison to yours, it would be utterly shameful not to discern your sword techniques. With this contemplation, his eyes widened in astonishment, striving to follow the agile movements of Tang Xinyi as she danced through the air. Yet, it seemed as though Tang Xinyi was deliberately challenging him. The more intently Wang Dong watched, the faster her swordplay became. By the end, tears streamed down his cheeks from straining to see, yet he still could not grasp even a fragment of her techniques. Just as Wang Dong was enveloped in disappointment, the subtle energy that had been coursing through his bones unexpectedly reversed direction, flowing back into him. This phenomenon took him by surprise. Could it be that the Xiantian enlightenment technique not only strengthened his bones, but also transformed them into a vessel akin to a Yuan mansion, capable of storing true energy and Tao energy? If this were indeed the case, it would signify a monumental breakthrough. Before Wang Dong could fully comprehend this, the returning energy surged into his eyes. Initially startled, he wondered how his delicate eyes could withstand such overwhelming force. However, when the energy flooded into his gaze, instead of pain, he experienced a refreshing sensation that dispelled the discomfort caused by overexertion. What astonished him further was when he lifted his gaze to Tang Xinyi. Her figure suddenly appeared to slow down significantly. The once lightning-fast sword techniques now unfolded before him in slow motion, each subtle movement laid bare. What is happening? Wang Dong's mind raced, grappling with this extraordinary sight that exceeded his understanding, something he had never even heard of. Was this an extraordinary application of Tao energy? Thoughts whirled in his mind, yet he could not decipher the marvel unfolding before him. Despite being an exceptional talent, Wang Dong's perspective was limited by his mundane surroundings, leaving him awestruck and bewildered by the wonders of Tao energy. If only Li Bai were present, he would undoubtedly mock Wang Dong mercilessly, branding him a provincial bumpkin in the city. The energy continued to pour into his eyes without any discomfort, allowing his anxious heart to finally settle. Having felt a sense of awe from Tang Xinyi's swordplay, he now had the chance to observe it clearly and was determined not to miss it. However, upon closer inspection, Wang Dong found himself sorely disappointed. It turned out that Tang Xinyi's sword techniques were not particularly sophisticated. Instead, they struck him as overly convoluted and outdated. Some moves, which could have delivered maximum impact with a direct thrust, required unnecessary circular motions, missing opportunities to strike while leaving ample openings for her opponent. In other instances, when a more evasive upward thrust was warranted, she opted for a direct stab, foolishly walking into traps laid by her adversary. It resembled the folly of a moth drawn to a flame. With such a style, Dong was confident that once he reached the second level of true energy, he could easily dismantle her techniques, even if Tang Xinyi possessed the pinnacle of the third level. After observing a few more moves, Dong's interest waned entirely. With a sigh, he prepared to slip away unnoticed, but in a moment of carelessness, he stepped on a dry twig, producing a sharp crack. Before the sound even faded, Tang Xinyi's voice rang out, "Who is it?" In an instant, her graceful figure leapt into the air, resembling a spinning red top, and she lunged at Dong with her sword. Watching her rapid, spinning approach was indeed a sight to behold, yet it struck him as absurd. If she intended to attack, why not simply approach and strike? Was she trying to flaunt her physical prowess or the abundance of her Tao energy? As he observed, Dong couldn't help but scoff internally, relieved that his cultivation was only at the first level of true energy. Had he been even slightly stronger, he would have lashed out, treating her as a spinning top, relishing the thought of it. Nevertheless, even though he perceived countless flaws in Tang Xinyi's swordplay, his own cultivation level prevented him from countering her techniques. Fortunately, upon recognizing Dong, Tang Xinyi swiftly redirected her sword's momentum, creating a shallow pit in the ground just an arm's length away from him, leaving him unscathed. "You fool, what are you doing here?" Tang Xinyi fumed as she approached him, finger pointed accusingly. Dong casually touched his nose and replied with a chuckle, "You might want to get your facts straight. This is the Dingshanwang mansion, my home. I can go wherever I please, and who are you to dictate that? But you were spying on me practicing." Dong laughed dismissively. "Please, don't flatter yourself. Even if you were practicing naked, I wouldn't spare you a glance, let alone spy on you." "What did you say? Repeat that if you dare." Tang Xinyi's fury was palpable, her eyes seemingly ablaze. "Whether I say it or not, I'm a man of courage. I won't waste my breath on you." Dong's heart raced as he made a hasty retreat. Sensing her genuine anger, he feared for his safety at the hands of his own bodyguard. "Su Yaoding, one day, I will see you torn to shreds." Even from a distance, Dong could still hear Tang Xinyi's furious shouts, prompting a bitter smile from him as he realized he had forged an enmity with General Tang. After breakfast, Dong did not accompany Tang Xinyi to the Qingyan Martial Academy, although her position as an instructor was merely a matter of Su Wenchuan's word. That word had to come from him. Early in the morning, Su Wenchuan had taken Tang Xinyi out of the Dingshanwang mansion, heading off who knows where. This suited Dong just fine. He had little desire to see Tang Xinyi's displeased expression, which would only dampen his spirits. As for any danger, this was Yinchong City, where no one dared to act against Su's heir. Excluding the palace, the Qingyan Martial Academy was the largest structure in Yinchong City, sprawling over a vast expanse of 100,000 acres, with various ancient buildings rising and falling, both exquisite and imposing. Its layout conveyed a sense of solemnity that compelled one to adopt a serious demeanor upon entering. The carriage from the Dingshanwang mansion sped along. Soon arriving at the gates of the Qingyan Martial Academy, Dong leapt from the carriage, gazing at the long-cherished institution before him, his heart racing with excitement, blood boiling in his veins. Just as he was swept away by his emotions, an ominous dark purple sphere suddenly appeared before him. Startled, he instinctively swung a punch, only to hear a piercing scream echo through the air. It was only after striking that Dong realized the dark purple sphere was, in fact, a person's head. "Boss, do you still think I'm not miserable enough?" A pitiful voice accompanied a figure with a bloodied face, blackened eyes, and a bruised head, clutching a nose that was profusely bleeding and approaching him with a woeful expression. No wonder Dong mistook him. The poor fellow had been so soundly beaten that his features were nearly unrecognizable, his visage dominated by the hues of black and purple. Dong wished to laugh but restrained himself. This fellow, named Wu Yang, was a close friend of Su Yaoding. Anyone who could befriend Su Yaoding certainly did not come from a humble background. Wu Yang's father, Wu Jinhun, was a renowned general in the Qingyan Empire, commanding an army of 100,000 to protect the capital, wielding extraordinary power. Su Wenchuan held Wu Jinhun in high regard and supported the friendship between Su Yaoding and Wu Yang, which was one of the reasons the two became such close friends. The primary reason for their camaraderie lay in their shared mischievous nature. Both possessed a knack for mischief and often sparked creative ideas during their pranks. However, like Su Yaoding, Wu Yang was merely a minor trickster and had not committed any serious misdeeds, largely due to his upbringing. Although Wu Jinhun was often preoccupied with military affairs and seldom involved himself in Wu Yang's life, he had a fierce sister, Wu Yu, who was exceptionally strict with him. If Wu Yang misbehaved and she caught him, a severe beating was inevitable. The dark bruises adorning Wu Yang's body today were undoubtedly a result of her discipline. Wan Dong glanced at Wu Yang and asked, "So, did your sister give you a beating again?" Wu Yang chuckled and replied, "Boss, I'm in quite a predicament. But this time, I didn't embarrass you. That nasty woman didn't have an easy time either." He dared to call her a nasty woman only in front of Wan Dong. He would never have the audacity to do so in her presence. Curiosity piqued. Wan Dong inquired about what Wu Yang had done to provoke her. With pride swelling in his chest, Wu Yang exclaimed, "That nasty woman had to put some muscle into it to hurt me. If she didn't I wouldn't even feel it. After the beating, I wore her out. By the end, she was nearly collapsing to the ground." Observing Wu Yang's triumphant demeanor, Wan Dong couldn't help but marvel at his talent. Gently patting Wu Yang on the shoulder, Wan Dong said earnestly, "Well done, my brother. Keep it up, and one day, you might exhaust her before she beats you to a pulp." "All right. With your encouragement, my confidence has soared," Wu Yang declared. Just as he attempted to thump his chest in determination, a sharp pain shot through him, causing him to wince. Wan Dong frowned. Wu Yu's strikes were indeed quite fierce. Even if she was tough on her brother, did she really need to be so brutal? "However, boss, you should be cautious," Wu Yang suddenly said, drawing in a few breaths. "What should I be wary of?" Wan Dong asked. Wu Yang leaned closer, glancing around to ensure privacy, and whispered, "That nasty woman said that I've turned bad because of you. She wants to settle the score with you." "Settle the score with me?" Wan Dong's brows furrowed at the thought. According to Su Yaoting's memories, Wu Yu was indeed fierce and difficult to deal with. Thankfully, she was a woman. Had she been a man, she would have been a formidable fighter. If she set her sights on him, it would indeed be troublesome. "Fear not, boss. With me around, that nasty woman won't be able to touch a hair on your head," Wu Yang declared, puffing up his chest with bravado. Wan Dong looked at him with a wry smile and suggested, "Shall I send you to wear her out instead?" Wu Yang's eyes widened in shock, his expression frozen, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Wan Dong shook his head with a sigh, wrapping an arm around Wu Yang's shoulders. "Come now. As your leader, I can't be that ruthless. I was merely jesting." Feeling guilty, Wu Yang replied, "Boss, it's my fault for not training properly. That nasty woman is only slightly older than me, yet her cultivation is a whole level above mine, which leaves me no choice but to endure the beatings." Wan Dong gave Wu Yang an appraising look and noted that his cultivation level was merely at the peak of the first stage of true qi. This was somewhat embarrassing for someone who had been at the Qingyun Martial Academy for 2 years and was about to graduate in a year. However, recalling Su Yaoting's memories, he realized that Wu Yang spent most of his time playing pranks and had little opportunity for training. Achieving the peak of the first stage was commendable under the circumstances. In this regard, if Wu Yu wanted to blame Su Yaoting, it would not be unjust. "Well then, we shall face whatever comes our way. I'm not afraid of her," Wan Dong asserted. "Indeed, you are my leader, and how could that nasty woman bully you?" Wu Yang responded cheerfully. Suddenly, Wan Dong recognized the reason behind Su Yaoting's fondness for Wu Yang. The latter genuinely admired Su Yaoting, as was evident in his gaze. It was indeed curious, as one wondered what qualities Su Yaoting possessed that warranted such admiration. "By the way, boss, where have you been these past few days?" Wu Yang casually asked. Wan Dong frowned and countered, "You don't know?" "Know what?" Wu Yang looked perplexed. After pondering for a moment, Wan Dong realized that the incident where Tang Sini nearly killed Su Yaoting must have been suppressed by Princess Bai Dai and Su Wenchuan, preventing it from spreading. In the current political climate of the Qingyun Empire, rife with power struggles, news of such an event could easily be exploited, leading to turmoil or even a political storm. "Nothing much. I just haven't been feeling well and didn't want to move around," Wan Dong replied, dismissing the matter. Wu Yang, being quite naive, accepted Wan Dong's words without question, nodding in agreement. "But boss, you should be careful. You've skipped class for several days in a row. And that old scholar can be quite a stickler. I fear he might come after you." "Old scholar?" Wan Dong carefully sifted through Su Yaoting's memories to understand whom Wu Yang referred to. Wu Daozi, a grumpy old man in his 70s or 80s. This was Su Yaoting's assessment, but in Wan Dong's eyes, Wu Daozi was undoubtedly a master of the contemporary art of formations. Even in Tiandu, Wan Dong had heard of him and had benefited greatly from his numerous treatises on formations. To have the chance to meet Wu Daozi in person was a significant stroke of luck for Wan Dong. "What are you thinking about, boss?" Wu Yang asked. Wan Dong smiled and replied, "Nothing. Let us go." Standing outside the Qingyun Martial Academy, Wan Dong felt a sense of insignificance wash over him as he stepped inside. akin to a small fish swimming into the vast ocean, suddenly aware of his own diminutive stature, much like an ant beneath a towering tree. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, he immediately noticed a colossal stone tablet towering several meters away. This monument truly deserved the epithet of colossal. Measuring 3 meters in width, 10 meters in height, and a meter in thickness, weighing hundreds of tons. Erecting such a massive stone tablet would be a feat difficult to achieve without the prowess of someone at the peak of the 10th stage of true Qi. Atop the stone tablet, the words Qingyun list were emblazoned in enormous golden characters, dazzling and eye-catching, visible even from 100 meters away. Beneath these golden characters, a myriad of names was densely inscribed. Wang Dong was instantly captivated by the imposing tablet and hurried over. Wu Yang rushed to catch up, noticing Wang Dong's focused expression, and asked, "Boss, what are you looking at?" Without turning his head, Wang Dong replied, "I'm checking where I rank on the Qingyun list." Wu Yang burst into laughter. "Boss, you can't be serious. This is the Qingyun list, not the list of villains. How could our names possibly be on it?" Wang Dong couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of his own words. The Qingyun Academy boasts the illustrious Qingyun ranking, a list renowned throughout the Eastern Xian continent. Those who manage to secure a place on this esteemed list are universally acknowledged as prodigies, remarkable youths with immense potential for the future. With over 100,000 students enrolled at the academy, only the top 100 exceptional talents earn the right to be featured. Once a name appears on this list, regardless of the duration of its stay, that individual is guaranteed to be valued by their nation and may ascend to a position of power. Should Su Yaoting's name grace this ranking, it would indeed be as improbable as a sow climbing a tree. Observing Wu Yang's barely suppressed mirth, Wang Dong scoffed, asserting that while it may not be the case now, it does not preclude future possibilities. "Wu Yang, do you believe that before I leave the academy, I will ensure my name is inscribed at the pinnacle of this ranking?" Following Wang Dong's gesture, Wu Yang's gaze fell upon a name, Wang Yangda, the current leader of the Qingyun ranking, prompting an involuntary shiver. "Boss, please, you jest. It's not that simple." Noting Wang Dong's nonchalant demeanor, Wu Yang, the reluctant, felt compelled to douse Wang Dong's enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality, fearing he might overreach. What difficulty lies therein? If I can best Wang Yangda, my name shall undoubtedly adorn that list. Is this not the very essence of the Qingyun ranking? While the principle held true, Wu Yang reminded Wang Dong of Wang Yangda's remarkable prowess, currently at the peak of the 4th level of true Qi, and likely on the cusp of breaking through to the 5th level. Not only we, but even numerous martial arts instructors within the academy are no match for him. The peak of the 4th level of true Qi, Wang Dong's expression grew serious, not out of fear, but astonishment. Though Wang Yangda was a year senior to Su Yaoting, the age difference was minimal. Before the fateful leap, Wang Dong himself had barely reached the peak of the 2nd level of true Qi, and he harbored no illusions about reaching the 4th level within 3 years. In essence, Wang Yangda might indeed be the greater genius. "Boss, it's really not that extraordinary. If we can't make it onto the Qingyun ranking, we could always aim for the evildoer list, right? Hee, our ranking there is quite commendable. Would you care to hear about it?" "Not interested." Wang Dong shot Wu Yang a glare, dismissing the notion. Redirecting his attention back to the Qingyun ranking, he frowned, astonished to find that the 2nd position was occupied by a woman. How is it that the 2nd rank belongs to a female? Wu Yang, with a hint of disinterest, replied, "Boss, what's your point? Can Lukuer even be associated with the term woman?" Immediately, a striking yet aloof visage crossed Wang Dong's mind, a woman whose beauty was as formidable as her demeanor, rendering her unapproachable. Lukuer, despite her name, was anything but gentle. She exuded an icy demeanor, fierce and unyielding. To date, she had shown no inclination toward any man, nor had she ever smiled, presenting herself as a frigid entity that repelled others. Her obsession with martial arts surpassed even that of her male counterparts, and her relentless dedication to training had earned her the 2nd spot on the Qingyun ranking. Wang Dong, however, felt little intrigue towards such a cold and somewhat fanatical woman. He continued to scan the list, hoping to discover any young talents from the Tiandu Kingdom. He was met with disappointment, though it was within his expectations. Among his contemporaries, he was the most gifted, yet alas, even he lacked the qualifications to claim a place among the top 100. To his surprise, he spotted Wu Yu's name, seated exactly at the 100th position, the lowest on the Qingyun ranking. Wang Dong glanced at Wu Yang, who, despite his habitual disdain for Wu Yu, now seemed to harbor a hint of collective pride as he muttered, "It appears that wretched woman has succeeded in her challenge." Wang Dong nodded in acknowledgement. understanding that entry into the Qingyun ranking required one to challenge those already listed. A successful challenge would allow one to assume the position of the defeated, while the latter's name would vanish from the list. However, such challenges could only be initiated through proper channels, requiring authorization from instructors specialized in this area. Wuyong, your sister must only be at the peak of the second level of true qi, correct? Wan Dong inquired, furrowing his brow. Though Wuyong often appeared comically oblivious, he was astute enough to grasp Wan Dong's intent. Wuyu's abilities were merely on par with Wan Dong's pre-elite prowess. Yet all 100 individuals on the Qingyun ranking possessed at least the third level of true qi. Wu Yu's standing was indeed conspicuous, a source of Wan Dong's concern. Wuyong chuckled. That wretched woman must have convinced my father somehow. He actually taught her the chaotic sword technique. It is surely this formidable skill that enabled her to ascend the Qingyun ranking. The chaotic sword technique? Wan Dong recalled snippets of information from Su Yaoting's memories about this technique, which was reputed to be a pinnacle martial art of the Wu family, acclaimed throughout the Qingyun Empire. When unleashed, it resembled a frenzied melee, unstoppable and devastating. If Wu had mastered this technique, it could indeed compensate for her lack of cultivation and allow her to challenge those at the third level of true qi. Yet, Wan Dong was puzzled by Wu Yang's previous comments, indicating that Wu had gone to great lengths to learn the chaotic sword technique. Given that your father has only you and your sister as heirs, the Wu family's secret technique should naturally be passed down to you. Did Wu really need to persuade him? Wu Yang raised his thumb in admiration, grinning. Boss, you are indeed astute. You always hit the nail on the head. Wan Dong shot him a look of annoyance. Enough flattery. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Clearing his throat, Wu Yang cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning in to whisper, Boss, you should know that while the chaotic sword technique is powerful, it harbors a significant risk. The deeper one practices, the more susceptible one becomes to losing control and succumbing to madness. That's why my father has been reluctant to impart this technique to us. Ah, I see. Wan Dong realized the gravity of the situation. His appreciation for Wu Yang surged. The young man was sincere and unwavering in his loyalties. The secret surrounding the chaotic sword technique was likely the Wu family's most closely guarded secret, and Wu Yang had disclosed it without hesitation, a testament to his character. Wan Dong resolved to nurture Wu Yang, recognizing that individuals like him should not languish in obscurity. The Qingyun Academy is not solely a martial arts institution but also encompasses a literary academy. While the martial arts division focuses on cultivating combat skills, the literary academy offers a diverse array of studies, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, each housed within its own specialized department. In addition, there are various branches such as the Array Academy, Military Arts Academy, Scholars Academy, and Weapons Manufacturing Academy, among others, offering a complete array of disciplines. However, even when consolidating the students from all these literary academies, their numbers pale in comparison to those from the Martial Academy, indicating the overwhelming prevalence of martialism in the Eastern Xin continent. Su Yaoting chose to enroll in the Array Academy, a choice that aligns perfectly with his character, being the least troublesome and providing ample time for him to indulge in idleness. The Array Academy is indeed considered a niche within the Qingyun Martial Academy, with the fewest students among the numerous branches of both literary and martial academies. Over the past 2 years, under Su Yaoting's management, a significant portion of the students have obediently complied with him. Upon entering the Array Academy, Wan Dong felt as though he had returned to the Ding Mountain Wangfu, surrounded by servants eagerly greeting him. Observing Wu Yang's smug demeanor, it was evident that he had long grown accustomed to such attention. Nonetheless, there remained a few dissenters in the Array Academy who resisted Su Yaoting's authority. Just as Wan Dong was randomly nodding in response to greetings, a fragrant breeze accompanied by a sharp rebuke suddenly pierced the air. Good dogs don't block the way. Get lost. Wan Dong was momentarily taken aback and turned to see a slender figure standing before him. Unlike Tang Sini's mature allure, this girl exuded a freshness reminiscent of dewdrops on lotus leaves, though her expression, marred by a frown, diminished her charm. Cold Moon Shui. In an instant, this name sprang forth from Su Yaoting's memory, revealing his deep impression of her. Indeed, within the Array Academy, Su Yaoting had established an iron-fisted rule, and the only one bold enough to provoke him was Cold Moon Shui. Su Yaoting found her to be quite a headache. This girl disregarded his lineage and publicly humiliated him, often resorting to slaps and kicks. Despite Su Yaoting's attempts to complain to Su Wenchuan, he was met with unexpected reprimands instead of support, with Su Wenchuan sternly warning him to avoid Cold Moon Shui at all costs, even if it meant taking a detour. This left Su Yaoting immensely curious about her background, a mystery that remained unsolved until he nearly faced Tang Xinyi's wrath. Cold classmate, the bond of camaraderie is hard-earned. We should be courteous to one another, don't you think? Wandong's voice was calm and composed, neither too loud nor too soft. Was this something Su Yaoting could say? Not only was Wandong surprised, but even Wu Yang widened his eyes in astonishment. According to the norm, he and Su Yaoting would either have to retreat in disgrace or hurl insults at Cold Moon Shui, only to receive a thrashing in return, which aligned with Su Yaoting's usual temperament. Cold Moon Shui was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure, her face a mask of fury as she retorted. Who are you calling a classmate? You are the disgrace of our Array Academy. Wandong's eyes widened with indignation. While he knew Cold Moon Shui was referring to Su Yaoting, her public humiliation of him angered him nonetheless. Su Yaoting may not have been a virtuous person, but Cold Moon Shui's brazen insults were hardly commendable behavior either. Are you looking for a fight? Cold Moon Shui's face was alight with a provocative smirk, her pent-up anger seeking an outlet. Wu Yang. Wandong shouted furiously at Cold Moon Shui, causing Wu Yang to shudder involuntarily, realizing that a beating was inevitable today. However, just as Wu Yang lamented his fate, Wandong commanded, "Make way." What? Wu Yang was momentarily bewildered, doubting his hearing, but Wandong promptly stepped aside, clearing the path. "Humph. I knew you were a coward, someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong." Cold Moon Shui was not pleased. Instead of feeling triumphant, she felt even more frustrated as she scolded him. Wandong let out a light snort and calmly stated, "Cold classmate, the path is clear. You may proceed." You. Gazing at Wandong's unflappable demeanor, Cold Moon Shui suddenly felt akin to a shrew. Indeed, in contrast to his grace and tolerance, she appeared aggressive and unyielding. Though she held the upper hand, a sense of defeat and mockery began to settle over her. Looking around at the audience who occasionally pointed at her, her heart sank deeper into insecurity. You. Wait for me. Cold Moon Shui, increasingly uncomfortable, realized she could no longer remain. Otherwise, her reputation would be tarnished. With a furious glare at Wandong and a muttered curse, she hastily departed. As Cold Moon Shui stormed away, Wu Yang finally grasped the situation and gave Wandong a thumbs up, his face shining with admiration. This time, it was sincere. In truth, Wandong had wanted to confront Cold Moon Shui properly, but he lacked the ability to do so. A glance revealed that Cold Moon Shui, despite her youth, had already reached the 3rd level of true Qi cultivation. Upon arriving at Qingyun Martial Academy, Wandong discovered that his status as the top genius of Tiandu Nation was not as valuable as he had presumed. At present, he was merely at the peak of the 1st level of true Qi, and engaging Cold Moon Shui would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Reluctantly, he opted for this course of action, allowing Cold Moon Shui to silence herself. Although the outcome was satisfactory, Wandong's frustration remained unresolved. What do you want? Just as Wandong and Wu Yang were about to move forward, Cold Moon Shui's sharp and angry voice reverberated behind them. Wandong was curious about whom this young lady had clashed with now. Before he could turn around, Wu Yang exclaimed, "Boss, this is bad. It's that foul woman." Wandong's brow furrowed, and upon looking back, he found Wu Yang's sister, Wu Yu, confronting Cold Moon Shui, wielding a 3-foot-long sword concealed in an ancient scabbard. Although he could not clearly see the blade, Wandong sensed a chilling aura emanating from the scabbard, indicating it was no ordinary sword. How did these two cross paths? Wandong pondered, knowing Wu Yu had come to the Array Academy to find him, yet the expressions on both Wu Yu and Cold Moon Shui indicated a palpable tension. Oh, I remember now. Cold Moon Shui was initially ranked 100 on the Qingyun list. My sister must have defeated her to ascend the ranks. I'm doomed. If she discovers I'm Wu Yu's brother, I'm as good as dead. Haha, no wonder Cold Moon Shui is so furious. It turns out she lost her ranking. Ignoring Wu Yang's impending tears, Wandong chuckled. Who allowed you to come to the Array Academy? Cold Moon Shui glared at Wu Yu, her eyes burning with rage. Wu Yu, of a similar age and beauty as Cold Moon Shui, possessed a more approachable demeanor, lacking the latter's chilliness and exuding a fiery charm. Her delicate brows twitched slightly, radiating an enchanting allure that hinted at her potential to become a stunning beauty. Holding her sword, she smiled at Cold Moon Shui and replied, "This Array Academy is not yours. Why shouldn't I come? You simply cannot come. I forbid you." Cold Moon Shui, seemingly at her wit's end, placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed at Wu Yu, visibly furious. Cough. I apologize. I have a habit of disregarding the words of those I have bested. Wu Yu is rather ruthless, thrusting a dagger into the wound of Lung Yu Chui without hesitation. Who do you claim is your defeated foe? If you dare, say it again. Given Lung Yu Chui's temperament, it is only natural for her to explode in anger. Her delicate fingers pointed angrily at Wu Yu, her entire being trembling with rage. In stark contrast to Lung Yu Chui's uncontrollable fury, Wu Yu wore a radiant smile that grew increasingly brilliant. Lung Yu Chui, you are no longer a child. You must learn to accept reality. Do you understand? Spare me the lectures. You lack the qualifications. If it weren't for my momentary carelessness, how could you, merely at the second level of true qi, possibly defeat me? Who is at the third level? Wu Yu's smile vanished as she retorted. So, you are unconvinced? Of course, I am unconvinced. If you have the ability, let us engage in another match. Wu Yu scoffed. Very well. I shall crush your hopes entirely, so you won't annoy the instructors any longer. With that, Wu Yu flicked her wrist slightly, and the scabbard enveloping her long sword flew out with remarkable elegance, revealing a frost-like sword that sparkled in the sunlight. Blinding to the eye, indeed, it was no ordinary blade. Lung Yu Chui, are you still unarmed? Lung Yu Chui let out a cold laugh, declaring, your bare hands are sufficient. Arrogant. Observe my sword. Wu Yu snapped coldly, and the sword's edge surged forth like a silver flash, darting towards Lung Yu Chui with lightning speed. Lung Yu Chui's use of her palms against a sword was not mere arrogance. Her expertise lay in palm techniques. Upon seeing Wu Yu's sword thrust, she let out a delicate cry, her exquisite palms gracefully dancing, accompanied by her alluring form. Truly a sight to behold. In nature, the most beautiful things often harbor the most perilous toxins. This adage applies perfectly to Lung Yu Chui's palm techniques. As her strikingly beautiful movements unfolded, a chilling aura of murderous intent permeated the air. The offensive force unleashed by Lung Yu Chui at the third level of true qi surprised Wan Dong slightly. In terms of cultivation, Wu Yu was indeed weaker than Lung Yu Chui. However, Wu Yu practiced the renowned chaotic sword technique, which, once unleashed, stirred up a tempest of sand and stone, the sword's song resonating through the heavens. With overwhelming sword moves and intense scattering in all directions like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, before Lung Yu Chui's palm strikes could advance, they were already blown away by the raging winds. Observing her sister surrounded by flying sword lights, impervious to water, Wu Yang's eyes brimmed with envy as she turned to Wan Dong, saying, how about it? Our family's chaotic sword technique is no mere boast, is it? From the perspective of a mundane world, this chaotic sword technique could indeed be deemed a superior sword art. Yet within the vast realm of Tao, it might struggle to find its place, especially when Wan Dong infused his gaze with Tao energy. The so-called essence of the chaotic sword technique vanished, leaving only chaos and flaws. Noticing Wu Yang's eyes filled with pride and arrogance, Wan Dong felt reluctant to dampen her spirits, merely nodding ambiguously. Chaos can also embody a certain momentum, closely resembling madness to some extent, albeit less extreme. The chaotic sword technique is all about creating disorder, rendering the enemy unable to grasp its essence, befuddled by the erratic sword moves, leading to mistakes amidst the chaos, allowing the practitioner to seize opportunities and emerge victorious. Thus, the sword techniques of the chaotic sword technique are exceedingly complex and intricate, excessively flamboyant, emphasizing countless transformations within a single move, concealing change within change, proliferating infinitely, chaotic blades severing tangled threads. Once unleashed, such techniques can indeed leave one dazzled and at a loss. When facing opponents of comparable cultivation, or even those 2 to 3 levels stronger, there remains a considerable chance of victory. Therefore, it is not surprising that Wu Yu, relying on the chaotic sword technique, managed to bring down Lung Yu Chui. However, the chaotic sword technique's overemphasis on variability struck Wan Dong as somewhat misguided. Within a single move lies an abundance of transformations, 90 of which may be utterly meaningless distractions. When facing a seasoned expert, the chaotic sword technique risks becoming a double-edged sword. Moreover, harboring such an array of changes within a single move poses a tremendous challenge to the practitioner's spirit. Even the meaningless feints demand a considerable allocation of mental energy to sustain. Over time, the mental strain can lead to an increased likelihood of falling into madness. Based on these 2 points, Wan Dong found Wu Jinhan's reluctance to easily impart the chaotic sword technique to Wu Yang and her brother to be a sagacious decision. Despite Wan Dong's reservations regarding the chaotic sword technique, it sufficed against Lung Yu Chui. Observing Lung Yu Chui's increasingly flustered and bewildered expression, It was evident she had fallen into the chaos created by the chaotic sword technique, unable to extricate herself. Caught in its grip, Lang Yuchui not only lost her composure but also her methodical approach faltered. In the midst of chaos, flaws began to emerge. Wu Yu's scattered sword moves suddenly coalesced into a lightning-like white line, swiftly piercing toward Lang Yuchui's heart. Realizing the peril, Lang Yuchui hurriedly retreated. But it was too late. With a sharp sound of the sword cutting through the wind, the glimmering tip of the blade firmly pressed against Lang Yuchui's ample bosom. With a mere slight exertion, Wu Yu could easily pierce Lang Yuchui through. Lang Yuchui, despite her displeasure, had to concede defeat. Her lovely face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Wu Yu, however, broke into a peal of laughter, retracting her sword and cheerfully declaring, "How about it, Miss Lang? You must be convinced now, right? In truth, losing to my sword is not shameful at all." Wu Yu's laughter and words fell upon Lang Yuchui's ears like oil poured over a blazing fire, intensifying her simmering rage. At that moment, Lang Yuchui resembled a furious, red-eyed fighting cock, her anger gradually consuming her reason. Vile girl as Wan Dong's kindness was met with ingratitude. Wu Yang could no longer tolerate the situation. Fueled by rage, Lang Yuchui lost her composure, and Wu Yang's words only served to intensify her fury. The wrathful woman, indeed fearsome, unleashed a powerful strike towards Wu Yang with a single palm. With her cultivation at the third level of true qi, Lang Yuchui's furious blow was beyond the capacity of Wu Yang, a mere novice at the first level, to withstand. As the scorching force of her palm approached, Wu Yang was left in a daze, unable to even think of evading or countering. If that strike landed, though he might survive, his life would be irrevocably altered. At a distance, Wu Yu, caught off guard by Lang Yuchui's sudden attack, could only watch in horror, her face a mask of shock. Wan Dong, witnessing this unfolding drama, felt a pang of despair but acted without hesitation, swiftly stepping forward to shield Wu Yang from the impending blow. Although he had prepared himself by gathering his true qi, the meager amount within him proved insufficient to absorb Lang Yuchui's force entirely. He spat out blood and staggered backward, losing his balance. Wu Yang, stunned by Wan Dong's injury, stood frozen like a pole, while Lang Yuchui, momentarily taken aback, felt her anger dissipate, replaced by astonishment. "Have you had enough of your antics?" Wan Dong, clutching his chest as if it had been struck by a searing hammer, managed a wry smile towards Lang Yuchui. After a prolonged moment of silence, she regained her composure, her gaze towards Wan Dong now tinged with a rare respect. "I didn't expect you, Su Yaoding, to possess such courage. To risk your life for a brother is indeed commendable." Wan Dong found no surprise in her words. He recalled that despite being a woman, Lang Yuchui embodied a spirited disposition akin to that of a man, bold, sincere, and uncompromising in her affections and aversions. She favored true heroes, albeit with a fiery temperament reminiscent of a tempestuous heroine. If one could navigate her moods, all would be well. Overall, Lang Yuchui was an unconventional yet endearing individual. "Thank you for your praise, Miss Lang, but have you calmed down?" Wan Dong's exaggerated grimaces and rueful smiles elicited a spontaneous laugh from Lang Yuchui. Her laughter was like the thawing of early spring, melting away the winter's snow to reveal tender green grass, brightening the eyes of those who beheld it. While Wan Dong appreciated her charming smile, Wu Yang and the onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Lang Yuchui smiling, particularly at Su Yaoding, was a rarity akin to a miraculous event. Many instinctively looked to the sky, questioning if the sun had risen from the east as usual. Soon, however, Lang Yuchui seemed to realize that such a smile was inappropriate in Su Yaoding's presence. Her radiant expression swiftly faded, replaced by a heavy huff as she declared, "My anger does not dissipate so easily. Let us call it a day for now. I shall settle accounts with you another time." Though her words suggested a retreat, Wan Dong perceived the genuine calmness in her eyes. Indeed, she turned to Wu Yu, her brows furrowing as she warned, "You shan't revel for long, Wu Yu. I will devise a means to counter your chaotic swordplay and reclaim my position on the Qingyun list." Wu Yu, with a sardonic smile, sheathed her sword and replied coolly, "You ought to be grateful to Su Yaoding today. Otherwise, you would have been lying on the ground." Though Lang Yuchui's face was filled with indignation, she recognized the truth in Wu Yu's words and had no retort. "Enough. I shall set aside my matters with you for now. Today, I came to find Su Yaoding." Having lost face, Lang Yuchui initially intended to leave, but upon learning that Wu Yu sought Su Yaoding, an unexpected curiosity stirred within her, halting her departing steps. Wu Yu's icy gaze shifted to Wan Dong, and Wu Yang, Sensing trouble, interjected, "Sister, don't act recklessly. He is my boss if you harm him. Do not blame me for being unkind." "Your boss? Impressive, isn't it? Do not forget, I am your sister, your real sister." Wu Yang, intending to help Wan Dong, inadvertently intensified Wu Yu's ire. Her look towards Wan Dong grew increasingly hostile. "Sis, you. Do not call me sister. I cannot bear such disgrace. You, a descendant of the Wu family, have tarnished our family's reputation. You could have chosen anyone to follow, yet you chose this rogue. What capabilities does he possess to merit the title of boss among the Wu family?" When Wu Yu spoke of Su Yaoting, her expression was filled with disdain, as if she were referring to something vile. Despite knowing she was not truly targeting him, Wan Dong felt a deep discomfort. "Sis, you may scold or strike me, but I will not allow you to humiliate my boss. You saw for yourself that he risked his life for me. That alone is more than enough for me." Wu Yang, usually playful and carefree, Wu Yang now exuded a resolute demeanor, speaking with conviction that contrasted starkly with her usual self. If not for her genuine feelings for Su Yaoting, she would never have dared to confront Wu Yu so boldly. At that moment, Wan Dong felt a swell of emotion. "Have you lost your mind? How do you speak to me this way? Are you itching for punishment?" Wu Yu, taken aback by this sudden change in Wu Yang, paused before adopting a fierce demeanor and demanding an explanation. With gritted teeth, Wu Yang declared, "I have made my position clear. You can hurt me, but do not touch my boss." "Wu Yang, do you still consider yourself a member of the Wu family? Are you truly willing to destroy our family's reputation?" Surprised by Wu Yang's steadfastness, Wu Yu realized she was struggling to rein in her obstinate sister. "Hey, Wu Yu, how does my brotherhood with Wu Yang tarnish the Wu family's name?" Wan Dong could not help but interject, prompting a cold laugh from Wu Yu. "Are you truly ignorant? Were it not for your grandfather's status, you would have long since met your end." This statement struck a chord, and Leng Yuchui nodded solemnly. "You." Wan Dong glared at Leng Yuchui in frustration. Unfazed, she merely smirked. "What? You have done what you have done, and now you wish to silence others? Boss, do not listen to their nonsense. Their accusations stem from ignorance of your talents and charm." Wu Yang earnestly reassured Wan Dong. Though he struggled to comprehend what talents or charm Su Yaoting possessed, a subordinate like Wu Yang, fiercely loyal, was indeed a rare find. "Very well. Since you hold your boss in such high regard, I now formally challenge him. You won't interfere, will you?" Caught off guard by Wu Yu's unexpected challenge, Wu Yang found herself cornered. With a cold smile, Wu Yu turned to Wan Dong and said, "As the leader, surely you wouldn't back down in front of your subordinate?" Wan Dong could hardly tolerate Wu Yu's condescending attitude, treating Wu Yang like a mere child. It was crucial to remember that Wu Yu was only born a few minutes before Wu Yang, despite her exceptional talent and diligent nature. Achieving remarkable accomplishments at such a young age, she relentlessly belittled Wu Yang, a so-called underachiever, flaunting her superiority at every turn. It was no wonder Wu Yang secretly called her a wretched sister who could endure such a sibling. When Wu Yu challenged him, Wan Dong felt no trepidation. Wu Yu was merely at the pinnacle of the second level of qi, and with a keen understanding of the chaotic swordplay, he was confident he could defeat her. Over the years, Wu Yu had tormented Wu Yang, who had been plagued by dark circles under his eyes. Wan Dong genuinely considered giving Wu Yang a chance to vent his frustrations. Just as Wan Dong was about to accept Wu Yu's challenge, Wu Yang, quicker on the draw, glared at Wu Yu and declared, "Do you think our leader is someone you can challenge at will? If you truly wish to challenge him, you must first defeat me." "What did you say?" Wu Yu could hardly believe her ears, her face a mask of astonishment as she looked at Wu Yang. Wan Dong was equally taken aback. Could it be true, as Wu Yu suggested, that this boy had lost his mind? Even the usually disdainful Leng Yuchui regarded Wu Yang with newfound curiosity. "I say, if you want to challenge our leader, you must first get past me," Wu Yang declared, his voice resonant and unwavering. "Don't think just because I'm your sister I will show you mercy," Wu Yu responded coldly, her tone laced with menace. "Not necessary. I, Wu Yang, am a true man and have not fallen to the level of needing a woman's leniency. You can unleash your strongest moves. I will face them head on." To everyone's surprise, Wu Yang exhibited a commendable spirit, causing many to take notice. Seeing Wu Yang's resolute determination, Wu Yu shot an accusatory glare at Wan Dong and asked, "What do you say?" "I." Wan Dong was about to speak when Wu Yang interjected. "What else can our leader say? Of course, it's the same. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, right, leader?" As he spoke, Wu Yang exchanged several knowing glances with Wan Dong. Wan Dong could not help but chuckle inwardly. Wu Yu often labeled Wu Yang a foolish simpleton, unaware that he was quite clever. His eagerness to speak up was to spare Wan Dong from discomfort. and his remark about not using excessive force was designed to provoke Wu Yu, compelling her to accept his proposal. Such thoughtfulness and quick wit were indeed rare. While Wu Yu worried that Wu Yang would tarnish the family's reputation, Wan Dong thought that perhaps one day, the Wu family might rise to greatness because of Wu Yang. Wu Yang's strategy proved effective, and Wu Yu, incensed, retorted, "You treacherous ingrate. You're utterly ridiculous. Fine. As you say, I will give you 3 moves. Wait." Just as Wu Yang was about to engage Wu Yu in battle, Wan Dong hurriedly called out, "Leader, you." Wu Yang began, but Wan Dong waved him off, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Wu Yang, are you truly resolved?" Wu Yang pounded his chest in feigned nonchalance, replying, "Of course. A man of his word. Leader, just sit back and watch my performance." "Performance of being beaten? That should be quite a spectacle." Lung Yuchui interjected dryly. Silence. At that moment, Wan Dong regarded Wu Yak as a brother, and he would not tolerate Lung Yuchui's sarcasm. With a sharp command, he startled her into silence. What? What did you say?" Lang Yuchui was taken aback, her expression a mix of anger and disbelief. Wan Dong, undeterred, shot her a piercing look, refusing to engage further. Unlike Su Yaoting, who often appeared carefree and lackadaisical, Wan Dong had cultivated a formidable presence under the guidance of Wan Haoxiong and Shang Wanfeiyan. Though it was merely a glance, it weighed heavily on Lung Yuchui, causing her heart to race and her composure to falter. This guy, Lung Yuchui thought to herself, feeling as though she barely recognized Wan Dong now. "All right, since you are determined, I will support you." When Wan Dong's gaze returned to Wu Yang, it softened considerably, leading Lung Yuchui to wonder if she had merely imagined the previous intensity. Wan Dong continued, "Thanks to you, Wu Yang is injured. It would be clearly unfair to duel now. How about we postpone the challenge to 3 days from now?" Wu Yu was fully aware that Wu Yang's injuries were superficial, inflicted by her own hand. However, a wound was a wound, and Wan Dong's insistence on delaying the challenge left her with no choice. 3 days it is. But if you think this will allow you to escape, you are sorely mistaken." Wu Yu glared fiercely at Wan Dong, and then addressed Wu Yang. "Wu Yang, as your sister, I will not be accused of bullying you. In 3 days, if you can withstand 10 of my moves without falling, then this challenge will count as your victory." With that declaration, Wu Yu turned elegantly and left without a trace of hesitation. As soon as she departed, Wu Yang seemed to deflate, collapsing onto the ground and exhaling a long sigh of resignation. Wan Dong, noticing this, jested, "What happened? Just a moment ago, you were so brave. Why the sudden cowardice?" Wu Yang grimaced, "Leader, you don't understand. That wretched sister's fists are no ordinary matter. After years of her beatings, I have suffered immensely." Seeing the glimmer of fear hidden in Wu Yang's eyes, Wan Dong understood that his bold words to Wu Yu had constituted a significant challenge for Wu Yang. With a smile, Wan Dong remarked, "Since you're so afraid, perhaps I should tell her that your challenge has been cancelled." Before Wan Dong could finish, Wu Yang leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "No way. As I said, if you wish to challenge the leader, you must first get past me." "Well, good brother. I knew I had not misjudged you." Wan Dong was thoroughly pleased with Wu Yang's spirited response. Thankfully, it was merely 10 moves. If they trained diligently over the next 3 days, there remained a glimmer of hope. Lung Yuchui approached, her brow furrowed. "Are you going to deliver more sarcastic remarks? If that is the case, let us keep it simple. Be silent." "You." Lung Yuchui was about to erupt, but suddenly restrained herself, clearing her throat. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Wu Yu is a common adversary. Don't you think we ought to collaborate?" "Collaborate how?" Wan Dong asked, intrigued. Lung Yuchui pointed at Wu Yang and said, "Hand him over to me. I will train him. If it's only 10 moves, I believe 3 days will suffice." "Humph. Let us see if Wu Yu can remain so proud after being defeated by her own brother." "Leader." Wu Yang furrowed his brow, feeling skeptical. It was clear to anyone that Lung Yuchui intended to use him to embarrass Wu Yu and regain her pride. One could easily predict that if he fell into her hands, the next 3 days would be nothing short of a spectacle. Wu Yuchui's temper was notorious, and Wu Yang couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Lung Yuetsue was overly confident. The chaotic sword technique was far more intricate than she had anticipated. Unless she could identify the flaws in this technique, the only way for her to elevate Wu Yang's cultivation to her level within 3 days was to empower Wu Yang to withstand 10 strikes from Wu Yu through sheer brute force. Just as she did. Clearly, Lung Yuetsue lacked the ability to achieve this. Otherwise, she would not be lingering at the 3rd level of her true qi. Long Yuetsue had no viable solutions, and her intent was merely to have Wu Yang endure 10 strikes, which was entirely different from Wan Dong's desires. Wan Dong sought for Wu Yang to decisively defeat Wu Yu, for that would be truly satisfying. What are you hesitating for? I am merely trying to assist you. Long Yuetsue exclaimed impatiently as she noticed Wan Dong frowning in silence. Just then, a furious shout rang out. Su Yaoting, where have you been these past few days? Wan Dong was startled and looked up to see a tall, imposing elder, his hair as white as snow yet filled with vigor, striding toward him with an aura of authority that suggested he might devour Wan Dong whole. Upon seeing the elder, Long Yuetsue fell silent and cast Wan Dong a gloating smile, whispering, Su Yaoting, you're in trouble. May you seek your own fortune. With that, she retreated to the side, assuming a posture of waiting for the drama to unfold. Wu Yang also wore a tense expression filled with concern. She leaned toward Wan Dong and whispered, Boss, the old scholar despises absentees in his class. He surely won't let you off lightly this time. When the moment comes, speak sweetly. While it may be impossible to deceive him, at least it might mitigate his wrath and spare you some suffering. Despite Wu Yang's anxiety, Wan Dong was filled with excitement. The renowned Wu Daozi stood before him, a figure he had never dared to dream of encountering. Wu Daozi was undoubtedly Wan Dong's idol. He had meticulously studied the intricate formations that Wu Daozi had created. The deeper he delved, the more he admired Wu Daozi's wisdom and profound insights into the essence of formations. Not only Wan Dong, but even Wan Haoxiang and Shang Wanfeiyan held him in the highest regard. Shang Wanfeiyan had often remarked that Wu Daozi alone could rival 100,000 troops. Disciple Su Yaoting pays respects to the master. Overwhelmed with respect for Wu Daozi, Wan Dong bowed deeply, adhering to the customs of a disciple before the master. Upon witnessing this, Lang Yuetsue's face immediately contorted into a sneer, believing Wan Dong was merely trying to play tricks at this moment. A last-minute appeal for mercy that would undoubtedly bear no fruit. Everyone knew Wu Daozi's temperament. It was absurd to think he would be swayed by Wan Dong's antics. Yet, the situation proved peculiar. Wan Dong's bow surprisingly diminished Wu Daozi's anger, replacing it with a look of astonished bewilderment. Witnessing this strange occurrence, Lang Yuetsue's eyes widened. What was happening? Today, Su Yaoting was not the first to astonish her. Wu Daozi, possessing unparalleled intelligence and life experience, coupled with his keen, eagle-like gaze, could see through the truth and deception. The respect emanating from Wan Dong was genuine and devoid of pretense. Wu Daozi could discern it instantly. When someone is sincerely respected, even the greatest anger must first be tempered. However, Wan Dong's current demeanor was entirely different from the Su Yaoting he remembered. Even with Wu Daozi's sharp perception, he could not fathom that the soul contained within this guise belonged to another. Wu Daozi stared at Wan Dong, his pent-up fury trapped within, momentarily at a loss for words. Master, I have not sought your leave these past few days and have neglected my studies, even with countless justifications. It is a grave offense, and I am willing to accept punishment. Before Wu Daozi could speak, Wan Dong preemptively requested to be punished, catching the elder utterly off guard, who had come prepared to reprimand him. Your attitude is commendable, Wu Daozi finally managed to say. As for punishment, a disciple displaying such a positive attitude is difficult for any master to chastise. As he spoke, Wu Daozi began to contemplate whether he should indeed let Wan Dong off the hook. Witnessing Wu Daozi's wrath dissipate due to Wan Dong's few words left Lang Yuetsue dumbfounded, her mind racing to comprehend how the situation had unfolded in this manner. Before Wu Daozi could finish, Wan Dong declared, a disciple who has erred must naturally accept punishment. Otherwise, where lies the master's authority? Boss, Wu Yang, delighted that Wan Dong had quelled Wu Daozi's ire and appeared to be on the verge of evading punishment, grew anxious upon hearing Wan Dong insist on facing his penalty. Wan Dong disregarded Wu Yang's concern. The reason he had calmed Wu Daozi's anger and even prompted him to reconsider punishment was due to his heartfelt respect, something Wu Daozi had sensed. It was not, as Lang Yuetsue supposed, a result of cunning words. Wu Daozi, as a master of formations and a revered scholar, could hardly be so easily deceived. Wu Daozi, growing more astute with age, quickly grasped Wan Dong's intentions. Previously, he had only felt disdain for Su Yaoting. Yet he now found himself questioning whether this Su Yaoting might be an uncut gem, previously misjudged. His disdain began to shift towards appreciation. Su Yaoting, do you truly wish to accept punishment? You must understand that your unexcused absences will incur a severe penalty. Wu Daozi intentionally intensified his tone, attempting to caution him. Without hesitation, Wan Dong replied, "If I have erred, I must face punishment. Otherwise, what use are the rules?" However, before bearing his punishment, he expressed a desire to consult his master on a matter. Upon hearing this, Long Yuetsue internally scoffed. Indeed, Su Yaoting would not voluntarily admit to his faults and accept penalties. All of this was but a ruse. Though it appeared effective for the moment, any trick would eventually reveal its flaws. Wu Daozi's expression turned serious, his gaze sharpening as he inquired, "What matter?" Unperturbed by Wu Daozi's stern demeanor, Wan Dong confidently stated, "In recent days, I have diligently researched a formation and wish to seek your guidance, Master. Is it true that you have been studying formations during your absence from class?" Upon hearing Wan Dong's assertion, Wu Daozi's eyes lit up with interest. Long Yuetse nearly choked. Inwardly, she lamented the audacity of this fellow. Everyone knew his reputation. If he could hide away for days studying formations, pigs would fly. Indeed. However, I believe there are many aspects that require further refinement, hence my request for your instruction. Excellent. Have you drawn the formation diagram? Wan Dong nodded. I have the diagram, but it is at home. Humph. Long Yuetsue could not help but scoff at this. Wu Daozi's brows furrowed slightly, uncertain whether Wan Dong's claims were true. Wan Dong glanced back at Long Yuetsue and declared, "The formation resides in my mind. I can draw the diagram right now." "Good. Who will fetch me paper and ink?" Seeing Wan Dong's earnestness, Wu Daozi became quite intrigued. "I will go." On a cold moonlit night, Lang Yuchui stepped forward with unwavering determination, eager to witness Wan Dong's embarrassment more than anyone else. "Then I shall trouble you, Miss Lang." Wan Dong replied with a nonchalant smile. "Humph. Go ahead and pretend. Let us see how you meet your demise." After uttering these words, Lang Yuchui swiftly departed. Before long, she returned with pen and paper, displaying a mocking smile directed at Wan Dong before retreating to the side. Wan Dong, unfazed, laid the paper before him, dipped his brush into thick ink, steadied himself for a moment, and then began to skillfully etch with fluid strokes. In the blink of an eye, the pristine white paper was adorned with lines of varying thickness and length, intertwining and forming a unique composition that gradually emanated a palpable sense of menace. The art of diagramming formations was a compulsory course for the students of the Formation Academy. Thus, it was not surprising that Su Yaoting could create intricate diagrams. What astonished everyone was the remarkable proficiency he displayed in doing so, which exceeded all expectations. This was particularly true for Lang Yuchui, who had always underestimated Su Yaoting. Viewing him as a frivolous character devoid of substantial skills, aside from his knack for bullying others through his connections, she had even gone so far as to label him the disgrace of the Formation Academy. However, witnessing Su Yaoting expertly laying out the paper and crafting the formation with such finesse was a bitter pill for her to swallow. What further infuriated Lang Yuchui was the sight of Su Yaoting, who appeared poised and graceful, absorbed in his task. His eyes sparkling like stars, an unexpectedly charming sight that threatened to upend her perception of reality. Not only Lang Yuchui, but even Wu Daozi nodded in approval. Regardless of the power of Wan Dong's formation, the sheer skill demonstrated in its creation was no trivial matter. As a mentor, Wu Daozi felt a swell of pride in having such a talented disciple. As for Wu Yong, he was practically drooling with pride, as if he himself wielded the brush. Wan Dong's mastery of formation diagrams had little to do with Mingshan Hanyu or Su Yaoting. It was the result of nearly 2 decades of arduous practice. In the small nation of Tiandu, with its sparse population, the military could not afford to be vast. Competing in terms of sheer numbers was a futile endeavor. To maximize the effectiveness of their small army, Wan Haoxiong and Shang Wanfeiyun devoted significant effort to the study of formations. In Wan Dong's training, the study of formations was prioritized, often taking precedence over martial cultivation. The formation diagram Wan Dong was currently drawing was indeed a product of his own insights. One he had yet to present to Wan Haoxiong or Shang Wanfeiyun before plunging off the cliff with Mu Lian. Now, with the opportunity to seek guidance from Wu Daozi, Wan Dong cherished this moment immensely. With unyielding momentum, he moved without hesitation. Even Wu Yang could see that Wan Dong's claim of originality was likely not mere bravado, as his familiarity and fluidity in drawing the diagram were evident. Within a matter of breaths, Wan Dong suddenly thrust his wrist upward, causing a droplet of ink to fly forth and land precisely on the tip of Lang Yuchui's nose. Seeing Wan Dong's mischievous grin, Lang Yuchui understood his intentions all too well. Just as she was about to explode with anger, Wan Dong cleverly presented the completed formation diagram to Wu Daozi, exclaiming, "Master, The diagram is finished. Please take a look. Initially skeptical of Su Yaoting's ability to create a valuable formation, Wu Daozi's doubts began to dissipate as he observed Wandong's exceptional drawing skills, which sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. Upon hearing that the diagram was ready, Wu Daozi eagerly reached out to accept it. At first glance, before he could delve into the intricacies of the formation, Wu Daozi was captivated by the diagram's perfection and precision, showering Wandong with praise. Su Yaoting, it seems you have always been hiding your talents. Without a doubt, your prowess in crafting formation diagrams surpasses all others in the Formation Academy. Master, you exaggerate, Wandong replied, his confidence contrasting with the disbelief of Leng Yuchui, who found it hard to accept such high praise for him. Wu Daozi turned to glance at the fuming Leng Yuchui, his eyes filled with fondness. She was, after all, his most cherished disciple, akin to a beloved granddaughter. Yuchui, do you contest this? Then come and take a look. Eager to examine the diagram, Leng Yuchui approached. Initially, she had only noted Wandong's fluidity and skill, but now, as she scrutinized the entire formation, her heart raced uncontrollably. The words she had prepared to belittle Wandong were lodged in her throat, leaving her face flushed and undeniably charming. Wandong chuckled softly and said to Wu Daozi, Master, the diagram is not the essence. It is the intent behind the formation that matters. I seek your guidance. Wu Daozi nodded in acknowledgement, his previous skepticism replaced with unreserved admiration. This formation. I cannot comprehend it, Leng Yuchui admitted, sensing an overwhelming aura of lethality emanating from the diagram. Instinctively, she recognized it to be a formidable formation, yet upon closer inspection, its intricacies eluded her. The more she concentrated, the more disoriented she became, almost as if she were about to be engulfed by its depths, leaving her in a cold sweat. Cannot comprehend? Wu Daozi was momentarily taken aback. Leng Yuchui was his finest disciple, having absorbed a significant portion of his teachings. If even she could not decipher the diagram, then it truly possessed an extraordinary depth. With focused determination, Wu Daozi examined the diagram closely. As he scrutinized it, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes radiating an intensity rivaling that of a powerful light in the night. Whether from excitement or something else, his hands trembled slightly as he held the diagram. After a lengthy moment, Wu Daozi suddenly looked up at Wandong, his eyes reflecting disbelief and wonder. Just as Wandong was about to speak, Wu Daozi lowered his head again, remaining engrossed in the diagram for an extended period, leaving Wandong anxiously awaiting his response. This formation was indeed the result of considerable effort on Wandong's part, and he hoped it would one day serve him well in battle. Thus, receiving Wu Daozi's evaluation and guidance held immense significance for him. Su Yaoting, this formation comprises a total of 8 armies, does it not? Wu Daozi finally inquired after a prolonged silence. The question seemed disjointed to Leng Yuchui, who could not grasp its meaning. Generally, armies are divided into 3 divisions, the left, the right, and the center. Correspondingly, formations are typically composed of 3 armies working in concert, providing mutual cover and interspersing their forces to create localized advantages against the enemy. What then would a formation composed of 8 armies entail? The mere thought left Leng Yuchui perplexed. As she wrestled with her confusion, Wandong nodded earnestly, proclaiming, Indeed, in my formation, I have stationed 1 main troop in each of the 4 cardinal directions, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Between these 4 main troops, I have dispatched an additional 4 agile troops, thus creating an 8-fold formation. Indeed, it is as such. Wandong elaborated while Wu Daozi nodded repeatedly, his face increasingly adorned with admiration and astonishment. Master, what do you mean by main troops and agile troops? And what is this 8-fold formation? What exactly are you talking about? Leng Yuchui was thoroughly perplexed and asked foolishly. Unfortunately, at this moment, Wu Daozi was exceedingly excited, entirely focused on Wandong and ignoring her completely. Deaf to her queries. Yao Ting, such a combination of main and agile troops must surely harbor further transformations, right? Wu Daozi was genuinely delighted. Unconsciously, he became more intimate in addressing Wandong, even omitting his surname. Wandong, with a slight hum of acknowledgement, felt immense respect. After all, Wu Daozi's understanding of formations had reached unfathomable depths, able to discern hidden variations in the formation simply by glancing at the diagram, an ability beyond that of ordinary individuals. Master is correct. The 4 main and 4 agile troops combine to form 8 formations. These 8 formations are dispersed yet unified, capable of transforming and reorganizing into 64 formations. each with its own variations. Wonderful, truly wonderful, Wu Daozi exclaimed, not waiting for Wan Dong to finish speaking, and excitedly clapped his legs, startling Leng Yuchui in the process. Yao Ting, did you truly conceive this formation? Wu Daozi eagerly gazed at Wan Dong. Wan Dong smiled and replied, indeed. There are still many deficiencies within it. I humbly asked for Master S guidance. I had no idea that among my disciples there existed such a prodigious talent. Such an intricate and marvelous formation could not have been conceived without extraordinary genius and boundless imagination. Prodigious talent? Wu Daozi's words left Leng Yuchui momentarily stunned. How could those 4 words be associated with Su Yaoting? Wu Daozi cherished the diagram in his hands, examining it closely before stating, Yaoting, I must study this formation meticulously before providing you with feedback. However, I assure you that if you refine this formation, it shall undoubtedly become a national treasure. A national treasure? Such a lofty appraisal left not only Leng Yuchui in shock but also Wan Dong, who found it to be the highest commendation bestowed upon his formation by Wu Daozi. Beside them, Wu Yang was so thrilled he hardly knew how to contain himself. His fists clenched tightly. Yao Ting, heed my advice. Upon returning, immediately destroy the diagram you previously sketched. It must not be shown to anyone. Wu Daozi suddenly grew serious, intently instructing Wan Dong. Master, why is that? Leng Yuchui inquired, bewildered. Wu Daozi cast her a glance and replied, silly girl, are you not aware that the Iron War dynasty is currently restless, openly yearning for dominance? If this diagram falls into their hands, the soldiers of our Qingyan Empire will be in grave danger. Master, is this formation truly so formidable as to warrant such caution? Leng Yuchui remained somewhat skeptical. Wu Daozi, however, paid her no mind and addressed Wan Dong. I will memorize this diagram and then destroy it. You can rest assured. Wan Dong replied with a smile. Master, how could I not trust your words? Wu Daozi nodded, his gaze towards Wan Dong growing increasingly affectionate as he cheerfully said, Yao Ting, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. The fact that Wu Daozi used the term discuss left Leng Yuchui in disbelief. Had she not heard it herself, she would have found it hard to accept. Wan Dong, feeling anxious, quickly replied, Master, you are too kind. Please, command me as you see fit. I shall not dare to disobey. Haraha. So, anything I say will meet your agreement? Wu Daozi asked with delight. Naturally. Not to mention Wan Dong's high regard for Wu Daozi. He is well aware of Wu Daozi's integrity. Anything he requests will surely not be ill-intentioned. Good. Then this matter shall be temporarily unrelated to you. I will personally speak with your grandfather. Wu Daozi stated with a composed expression, smiling brightly. Wan Dong felt a wave of confusion, unable to fathom what Wu Daozi wished to discuss with Su Wenchuan. Master, what about the matter of punishment? Wu Daozi, in his happiness, had completely forgotten about it. At Wan Dong's mention, he immediately waved his hand and declared loudly, What punishment? I am more inclined to reward you. I believe, with your understanding of formations, your attendance at the Formation Academy is now of little consequence. If you desire, simply come to my residence, and we can explore these concepts together. Upon hearing Wu Daozi's words, Wan Dong was, of course, overjoyed and hurriedly agreed, saying, in that case, I fear I may intrude upon Master S time. I hope you will not mind. Ha. Mind? How could I? I fear you may not come. Wu Daozi's joy escalated, and he could not help but burst into laughter. Leng Yuchui felt a twinge of jealousy. She had never experienced such treatment. Moreover, she understood that Wu Daozi's impending conversation with Su Wenchuan was likely about taking Wan Dong as his formal disciple. For Wu Daozi had once confided in her, expressing his desire to find a disciple in his twilight years to whom he could impart his mastery of formations so as not to take it to his grave. This opportunity was something Leng Yuchui had long dreamed of. Yet Wu Daozi was steadfast in his belief that a woman should focus on nurturing a family and arranging formations, tasks meant for men, thus consistently refusing her. Little did she expect that such a splendid opportunity would ultimately fall to Su Yaoting, the very person she despised the most. Was this truly just a fate? Senior Wu. A melodious call echoed sweetly in the air. Wan Dong turned to see Tang Sini approaching. Tang Sini was beaming with joy, her demeanor radiating respect, naturally directed towards Wu Daozi. However, Wu Daozi's expression did not brighten at Tang Sini's respectful attitude. Instead, his brows furrowed, revealing signs of impatience. It seemed that Wu Daozi had developed some aversion towards Tang Sini, a sentiment Wan Dong discerned from his expression. Yet, how could this be? Tang Xini possessed an appearance that appealed to all ages, and her respectful demeanor towards Wu Daozi was enough to spark envy in Wan Dong. How could such a graceful and gifted girl inspire annoyance? Wu Lao, so this is where you are? I have been searching for you. Tang Xini approached, her smile blooming like a flower. Wu Daozi, however, refused to even glance at her, merely nodding vaguely before addressing Wan Dong and Lang Yuchui. This is our Formation Academy's newly appointed assistant instructor. If you have any inquiries in the future, feel free to consult her. After introducing Tang Xini somewhat casually, Wu Daozi showed no inclination to linger further. He nodded slightly at Wan Dong and turned to leave. Tang Xini hurriedly interjected, Wu Lao, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Daozi waved his hand and shook his head, saying, I have no time now, we can discuss it later. But Wu Lao Tang Xini was quite persistent, seemingly intent on conveying something critical to Wu Daozi. At last, Wu Daozi's patience waned. His expression hardened and his voice lowered sternly. Assistant Instructor Tang, I have made myself very clear. There are matters I do not wish to discuss or manage. Should you continue to pester me, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave Qingyun Martial Academy. What a turn of events. Wu Daozi's refusal left Tang Xini utterly taken aback. Her fair countenance flushed crimson in an instant, her brow furrowed with profound despair and dejection. Gazing upon Wu Daozi's resolute departure, tears glistened in Tang Xini's phoenix eyes. Wan Dong felt a pang of sympathy. Not only Wan Dong, but Wu Yang also felt indignant, unable to resist complaining. That old pedant is truly devoid of human kindness. Hold your tongue, or I'll pluck your teeth out one by one. Before Wu Yang could finish his words, Tang Xini's piercing gaze landed upon his face, her fierce demeanor sending shivers down his spine. Wan Dong frowned, saying, Tang Xini, what's wrong with you? Wu Yang is speaking up for you. Your attitude is atrocious. Humph. Criticizing my esteemed teacher behind his back, considering his behavior, my attitude is already lenient. The moment she faced Wan Dong, Tang Xini's gentleness and amiability vanished without a trace. Wan Dong shook his head, saying, You've come at the right time. I need your help with something. Tang Xini, still fuming, retorted with a sneer before Wan Dong could finish. Help you? This lady has no interest. Hey, this is a matter of life and death. Don't forget your identity and your promise. Thanks to Wan Dong's reminder, Tang Xini recalled that she was Wan Dong's personal bodyguard, if not for the monk's sake, then for Su Wenchuan's sake. Tang Xini had to listen to what help Wan Dong wanted from her. Seeing that Tang Xini had calmed down, Wan Dong cleared his throat, saying, A girl named Wu wants to cause me trouble. Go and take care of her for me. Upon hearing Wan Dong's words, Long Yuetsue immediately revealed a face full of contempt. Is it appropriate for a man to ask a woman to stand up for him? Wu Yu? The daughter of General Wu Jinhun of the Black Gold Soul? Tang Xini's expression changed in surprise. You know her? That's perfect. We are all students of the Azure Cloud Martial Academy. There's no need to make things so tense over some trivial grudges. Go and talk to her. And ask her to be lenient. Hiki, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. What do you mean? Wu Yu only has a true Chi second-level cultivation, far inferior to you. Even if you can't reason with her, you can beat her into submission. How can you not help? Tang Xini snorted softly, thinking to herself, Wu Jinhun is precisely the person Princess White Butterfly has been striving to win over in recent years. What a joke. The general responsible for guarding the capital is of immense importance. How could she bear the responsibility if helping Wan Dong affected the relationship between the princess and Wu Jinhun? Besides, Su Yaoding is so detestable. It would be a great pleasure if you could teach him a good lesson. Can't help is can't help. What's there to say? You're clearly being negligent. I'm telling you, if I suffer any harm at Wu Yu's hands, you'll be in deep trouble. Wan Dong hadn't initially intended to ask Tang Xini for help, but Tang Xini's indifferent attitude infuriated him. Don't worry, I know the girl Wu Yu. She knows how to restrain herself. At most, she'll beat you into a pig's head, but she'll never take your life. Hiki. As if already seeing Wan Dong's bruised and swollen face, Tang Xini couldn't help but laugh out loud. This girl was clearly gloating over his misfortune. Wan Dong gritted his teeth, saying, Fine. Tang Xini, I hope you have smooth sailing in the future and never need to ask for my help. Rest assured. Even if I, Tang Xini, am useless, I'm at least 1,000 times stronger than you. If I can't handle something, what can you do? Fine. Remember your words. We'll see. Tang Xini snorted, too lazy to say more to Wan Dong. Thanks to Su Wenchuan, Tang Xini was able to become a deputy instructor at the Formation Academy. Originally, Tang Xini was quite displeased. In her opinion, entering the Martial Academy was the best choice. Almost all of the Azure Cloud Martial Academy's elites were concentrated there. If she could go to the Martial Academy, Tang Xinyi was confident that she could recruit a large number of young talents for Princess White Butterfly, and also replenish the ranks of the Soaring Phoenix Guards. Unfortunately, Su Yaoding was too disappointing, because he was afraid of the hardships of martial cultivation. He went to the unpopular Formation Academy, causing Tang Xinyi's hopes to be mostly dashed. It wasn't until she discovered Wu Daozi that she became invigorated again. Wu Daozi had been teaching at the Formation Academy for many years, and his students were scattered all over the world, many of whom were now holding important positions in the military. If she could win over Wu Daozi, then Tang Xinyi's year as a personal bodyguard wouldn't be in vain. But what frustrated Tang Xinyi was that Wu Daozi had no interest in politics at all, and his temper was stubborn. Tang Xinyi had only said a few words before he gave her a cold look. Now, Wu Daozi had directly rejected her, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. With a frustrated heart, not knowing how to approach Wu Daozi, Tang Xinyi naturally wouldn't have a good attitude towards Wan Dong and Wu Yang. Boss, this is unreliable. It seems we still have to rely on ourselves. Watching the departing Tang Xinyi, Wu Yang shook his head, sighing. You should stop wasting your energy and follow my method. Long Yuezde interjected with a sneer. Wan Dong frowned, looking at her and asking, why are you still here? Wan Dong's question stunned Long Yuezde. Indeed, in the past, Long Yuezde had avoided Su Yaoding like the plague. Never before had they been able to stay together peacefully for so long. Even Long Yuezde found it a bit unbelievable. By the time Long Yuezde recovered from her astonishment, Wan Dong and Wu Yang had already walked away with their arms around each other's shoulders. Strange, Long Yuezde muttered, before leaving with a face full of bewilderment. Wu Yang, in the Azure Cloud Martial Academy, do you know any students from the Heavenly Capital Kingdom? Since birth, Wan Dong had been branded with the mark of the Heavenly Capital Kingdom. This was something that could never be erased. Cloud City was tens of thousands of miles away from the Heavenly Capital Kingdom. He couldn't go back. But if he could get to know a few students from the Heavenly Capital Kingdom, it would alleviate his homesickness. Wu Yang shook his head, saying, the Heavenly Capital Kingdom is very small and far from Cloud City. Only a handful of people pass the selection to enter the Azure Cloud Martial Academy each year. So there are very few of them, and most of them are concentrated in the Martial Academy. There isn't even one in our Formation Academy. Boss, why are you suddenly asking about this? Wu Yang's answer was within Wan Dong's expectations. It was very difficult for people from the Heavenly Capital Kingdom to enter the Azure Cloud Martial Academy. Once they entered, they would naturally go to the best academy in the Azure Cloud Martial Academy to train. Wouldn't it be a waste to run to an unpopular academy like the Formation Academy? Wan Dong couldn't help but sigh. Although it was within his expectations, he was still somewhat disappointed. He shook his head and casually said, it's nothing. I was just asking. Wu Yang said, oh, and then said, although I don't know any. It seems like Little Hu knows some. Little Hu? Wan Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. The Little Hu that Wu Yang mentioned was named Hu Yu. He was another close friend of Su Yaoding. Their relationship was very good. However, Hu Yu was in the Martial Academy and didn't often come to the Formation Academy on weekdays. Su Yaoding spent less time with him than with Wu Yang. Hu Yu's father, Hu Jingqi, was a censor. His official position wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. Although the Hu family couldn't be considered a powerful family in Cloud City, it wasn't a small family either. Another thing worth mentioning was that Hu Yu was much more promising than Su Yaoding and Wu Yang. He was only a few months younger than Su Yaoding, but he had already reached the 3rd level of True Qi and was on the Azure Cloud ranking, occupying the 68th position. On weekdays, if Wan Dong and Wu Yang were bullied by others and didn't want to ask their families for help, Hu Yu would take care of everything. Hu Yu was straightforward and had no ulterior motives. The schemes in his belly were less than a tenth of Su Yaoding's. Perhaps it was for this reason that Hu Yu was so close to Su Yaoding and obeyed him. In Wan Dong's view, Wu Yang is a promising individual, while Hu Yu possesses the qualities of a general and is indeed worthy of cultivation. With a smile and a nod, Wan Dong suggested that after their studies today, they should seek out Xiaohu. Wu Yang was overjoyed and exclaimed, great. It has been some time since I last saw Xiaohu. His cultivation must have advanced significantly. Perhaps he can teach me a few moves, which might come in handy for dealing with my troublesome mother. The Array Academy is not like the Martial Academy. It predominantly involves reading, which is monotonous, yet considerably more comfortable. At least spending a day here is 1,000 times easier than in the Martial Academy, as Wu Yang has often noted. However, today seemed to be quite different. The usual carefree and playful leader had suddenly vanished, replaced by a diligent and studious individual. Not only was Wu Yang left astonished, But even the instructors at the Array Academy displayed an unmistakable surprise and confusion in their expressions. Initially, Wu Yang thought that Wan Dong had received praise from Wu Daozi, which would understandably inspire a sudden fervor for study, likely to be fleeting. However, by the end of the final class, Wan Dong still appeared as devoted and industrious as ever, leading Wu Yang to realize that this was probably not a mere passing enthusiasm. The adage one becomes red by being close to vermilion, and black by being close to ink held true. Under Wan Dong's influence, Wu Yang actually read a considerable amount today. When the bell signaling the end of class rang, Wan Dong stretched languidly, his face reflecting satisfaction. Although Wan Haoxiang and Shang Wanfeiyan had imparted much knowledge to him regarding formations, they were not professional instructors, and their own understanding of formations was limited. A day of systematic study at the Array Academy provided Wan Dong with far greater insights. "Shall we go find Xiao now?" Wu Yang asked, feeling that this was perhaps the most fulfilling day of his life. With a diminished sense of guilt for wasting time, his spirits were high. Wan Dong nodded, equally eager. Yet, just as they were about to depart, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted towards them. Wan Dong looked up to find it was Lung Yuchui. Though they were in the same department, they were not in the same class and usually did not attend lessons together. Now, standing before Wan Dong, her face was filled with astonishment, her sparkling eyes darting around him as if she wished to see through him entirely. "What do you want?" Wan Dong asked with a wry smile, feeling uncomfortable under her scrutinizing gaze. "Do you know that nearly everyone in the Array Academy is talking about you?" she exclaimed. "And what of it?" Wan Dong replied nonchalantly. "What do you think they're discussing? They are marveling at how diligently Su Yaoting has been studying, how focused you are. Not only do you respond fluently to the instructor's questions, but you even pose profound questions that leave them astounded. You have no idea how close to madness those instructors seem." This was precisely what Wan Dong had anticipated. To meet Mu Lian in the shortest time possible, he needed to shatter the preconceived notions others held about Su Yaoting, ensuring they understood he was not truly worthless. This way, when he eventually exhibited growth, it would not come as a shock. "Is that so?" Wan Dong's demeanor remained indifferent, showing little interest in Lang Yuchui's words. "There must be something amiss. If you weren't deliberately hiding your abilities, then something extraordinary must have occurred during your recent absence." Lang Yuchui's assertion caused Wan Dong's expression to tighten. Sometimes, a woman's intuition can be astonishing. "Haha, did I guess right?" The change in Wan Dong's expression did not escape Lang Yuchui's notice, further heightening her excitement. "Feel free to speculate. That is your prerogative. However, I ask you to keep your distance and refrain from meddling in my affairs." If Su Yaoting had spoken to Lung Yuchui this way previously, she would have been furious. Yet, surprisingly, she showed no sign of anger now. Instead, she laughed and, unabashedly staring at Wan Dong, declared, "I must tell you. I find myself quite intrigued by you. Regardless of the secrets you harbor, I shall uncover them all." Having unburdened herself of the thoughts she had been holding onto for nearly an entire day, Lung Yuchui felt liberated, but Wan Dong's heart tightened. His intuition warned him that this woman might cause him greater trouble than Tang Xinyi. "All right, let us go and give this fellow some special training." Lung Yuchui pointed at Wu Yang, cheerfully asserting her intention. "Special training? We never agreed to that." Upon hearing the term special training from Lung Yuchui, Wu Yang shivered involuntarily, hastily interjecting, "What nonsense! Without special training, how can you defeat Wu Yu and make her lose face? Do you find it enjoyable to be bested by Wu Yu?" Lang Yuchui shot back, her eyes wide with indignation. Wan Dong and Wu Yang exchanged glances and chuckled. "Whether being bested by Wu Yu is enjoyable or not, you certainly have more authority to speak on that matter. Su Yaoting, you scoundrel." Wan Dong felt the sting of Lang Yuchui's mockery, and he could hardly blame her for being irate. All right, I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? I know you are genuinely trying to help, but today we truly have other matters to attend to." "What matters?" Lang Yuchui inquired with curiosity. "We are going to the Martial Academy to find friends." Wu Yang. Before Wan Dong could stop him, Wu Yang blurted out, confirming his suspicions. As anticipated, Lang Yuchui's eyes instantly brightened. "You are going to the Martial Academy? Wonderful. I shall accompany you." Wan Dong frowned. "Miss Lang, what do you intend to do at the Martial Academy? Is it only you who has friends there?" "I also have friends at the Martial Academy. It has been a while since I visited her, so I wish to see her. Is that not permissible?" Lung Yuchui looked at Wan Dong, perplexed, as she had never noticed before how distinctive his expression could be when he frowned. "Very well, by all means, go ahead. We shall visit another day." "Su Yaoting, what do you mean by that?" This was likely the first time Lang Yuchui had witnessed such disdain on someone else's face. She felt both angered and somewhat wronged. Seeing Wan Dong provoke Lang Yuchui so thoroughly made Wu Yong uneasy. If she became enraged, he would certainly face a beating. Boss. If Miss Lung wishes to join us, let us all go together. The people at the Martial Academy are all insufferably arrogant. With the presence of Miss Lung, a former elite of the Qingyan ranking, they would surely be quelled. Logically, Wu Yong was speaking in favor of Lang Yuchui, which should have elicited gratitude from her. However, Wu Yang's clumsy wording, particularly the word former, earned him an eye roll from Lang Yuchui. Wan Dong shook his head, feeling a sense of despair. Wu Yong had no inkling of the depth of Lang Yuchui's background, nor did he realize that someone like her was inherently a source of trouble. Lang Yuchui, you can accompany us, but you must follow my instructions, Wan Dong stated firmly. Lang Yuchui merely tilted her head, snorting dismissively. Why should I? Am I in your service? With that, she turned away, taking 3 steps before halting again, declaring, Now, you are the ones following me, so you must heed my commands. Wan Dong shook his head, torn between laughter and tears, feeling as though he had been bested by Lang Yuchui. The Martial Arts Academy is the largest branch of the Qingyan Martial Academy, sprawling over a vast area with grandiose architecture that exudes an air of magnificence. In stark contrast to the more confined and modest Formation Academy, it is no wonder that the students of the Formation Academy are reluctant to visit the Martial Arts Academy, as it would be a loss of face for them. Wan Dong has long harbored a yearning for the Qingyan Martial Academy, and now that he has set foot here, his heart swells with excitement and infinite sentiment. Fortunately, Wan Dong conceals his emotions well, otherwise he would surely be caught by Lang Yuecui. Brother, do you know why I enjoy coming to the Martial Arts Academy? Wu Yang asked, his eyes narrowed in delight as he turned to Wan Dong. Wan Dong shook his head, and Wu Yang couldn't help but laugh. It's always bustling here. No matter when you come, there's always something lively to see. As he spoke, Wu Yang pointed to the side. Wan Dong followed his gesture and saw 2 figures engaged in a fierce duel, surrounded by a crowd cheering them on. Indeed, it was quite a spectacle. Can you two be any more tedious? Watching others fight is pointless. You should join in if you want to feel the thrill, Lang Yuecui said disdainfully. Glancing at the 2 of them, Wan Dong paid no heed to the violent girl, his attention entirely captured by the combatants. It was not due to boredom, rather. One of them was none other than Tang Xini. Having not seen her all day, he was surprised to find her engaged in a brawl at the Martial Arts Academy, seemingly without her usual bodyguard. Without further thought, Wan Dong hastened over, realizing that Tang Xini had indeed met her match. Isn't that the new, beautiful vice instructor from our Formation Academy? Wu Yang remarked, recognizing her as well. Upon hearing this, Lang Yuecui fell silent and followed Wan Dong. Tang Xini had truly encountered a formidable opponent. The young man she was battling appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old. At such an age, he was unlikely to be a student of the Qingyan Martial Academy. Dressed in soft armor, he resembled a young general from the military, exuding a gallant demeanor. Although he was of a similar age to Tang Xini, his cultivation surpassed hers by a full level, having reached the 4th stage of true qi. A long sword gleamed in his hand, radiating with an impressive aura that kept Tang Xini firmly at a disadvantage. However, it seemed that the young man was not intent on injuring her, as his every move was measured and restrained. Tang Xini, haven't you always been quite impressive? Why are you faltering now? Heh. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be able to quell this rage within me. A sharp voice suddenly cut through the air, drawing Wan Dong's attention. He turned to see a flamboyantly dressed young man, surrounded by a group of followers, calling out to Tang Xini with a smug expression. Quickly, Wan Dong recalled the identity of this dandy from Su Yaoting's memories. Xiao Wei, a second-year student at the Martial Academy, had entered a year later than Su Yaoting. His father, Xiao Sheng, had been honored as the Marquis of Wenjin for his exceptional literary talents. In the martial-centric Qingnan Empire, a civil official's title did not hold much weight. But Xiao Sheng was adept at gaining favor and had earned the trust of the national master, Xiao Wanli, which elevated his status significantly. Allowing this young master in the chilling moonlight, a sense of despair enveloped Lang Yuecui, as she had evidently underestimated Xiao Wei. This beauty, she thought, belonged to me. Everyone, tread carefully. Should you harm her, do not blame me for my ungraciousness. Upon hearing these words, Lang Yuecui felt her teeth clench in fury, wishing she could strike down her foes with a single blow. Yet, while her aspirations were noble, reality was starkly unforgiving. Although her attacks were fierce, they bore the essence of a cornered beast struggling in vain. Her predicament was likely more perilous than that of Tang Xini. Lo Xiao, I had always held you in high regard, yet here you are, a fool aiding the wicked. Tang Xini, having made several attempts to break through Lo Xiao's defenses, found herself gradually cornered, her heart a tumult of urgency and anger. Lo Xiao's handsome visage shifted slightly as he solemnly declared, "The Grand Master has bestowed upon me an immeasurable favor. Whatever task he assigns, be it virtuous or vile, I must fulfill. Do not call me Xini. You are unworthy." Tang Xini retorted, her voice laced with fury. Lo Xiao sighed, "Captain Tang, I do not wish to harm you. It would be best if you ceased your involvement and departed." "Depart? And what of that girl? Shall I simply watch as she is desecrated by that beast, Xiao Wei?" "Lo Xiao, where is your sense of justice? Are you even a man?" Lo Xiao shook his head, a hint of helplessness etched upon his features. Yet his stance remained resolute, unyielding. "Impudent girl, did you hear me? Smile for me. Laugh." As Tang Xini conversed with Lo Xiao, Xiao Wei's furious shouts erupted anew. Tang Xini turned her gaze, witnessing the girl in Xiao Wei's grasp, treated like a mere puppet. Enough. Tang Xini could no longer contain her rage. Brandishing her sword and charging toward Xiao Wei, Lo Xiao positioned his sword, its cold edge forming an insurmountable barrier before Tang Xini. "Lo Xiao, I see now that I was blind to your true nature." Tang Xini, filled with disappointment and wrath, lunged at Lo Xiao as if driven mad. While Lo Xiao spared her feelings, Lang Yuezue was not afforded such leniency. Xiao Wei's henchmen, not only skilled but also employing underhanded tactics, overwhelmed Lang Yuezue, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. "Boss, can we just stand by while that beast Xiao Wei wreaks havoc?" Wu Yang, his face a mask of indignation, turned to Wan Dong. Wan Dong's anger had long since ignited. Confronting a scoundrel like Xiao Wei without taking action would leave him restless for a lifetime. However, his current abilities paled in comparison to those of Tang Xini and Lung Yuezue, and charging in recklessly would merely serve to offer himself as fodder for Xiao Wei's cruelty. Noticing Wu Yang's righteous fury, Wan Dong inquired, "Do you have any clever schemes to deal with that villain?" Wu Yang was taken aback by the question, stammering, "What schemes? With your status as the young Master Su, do you truly require a plan to handle this third-rate official's offspring?" Wu Yang's words struck a chord, stirring a shiver within Wan Dong. Despite having merged with Su Yaoting's persona, he had yet to fully embody that role. As Wu Yang suggested, Su Yaoting could easily handle Xiao Wei without the need for elaborate strategies. In the empire of Qingyuan, even a minor elevation in rank could prove overwhelming. At that moment, as Lung Yuezue succumbed to the relentless onslaught of Xiao Wei's lackeys, desperation clawed at her. "Xiao Wei, Yimei is not of our Qingyuan empire. She hails from Tiandu Nation. If you harm her, it will undoubtedly strain the relations between our two nations, and you will face dire consequences." "That girl is from Tiandu Nation." Wan Dong's mind exploded with fury, his indignation reaching volcanic levels. The humiliation inflicted upon his compatriot was intolerable. Even as an ordinary citizen of Tiandu Nation, he could not swallow such disgrace. A palpable aura of lethal intent radiated from Wan Dong, startling Wu Yang. "Haraha. You need not remind me, I am well aware. I have had my fill of Qingyuan women. It is time to indulge in foreign delights. What can a mere speck of Tiandu Nation possibly contend against Qingyuan Empire? Do you think I would be intimidated? You underestimate me gravely." Xiao Wei's arrogance escalated, his demeanor increasingly insufferable. "Xiao Wei, you are quite the imposing figure," Wan Dong remarked coldly as he stepped forward. "Who dares to speak?" Xiao Wei turned to see Wan Dong, his expression immediately freezing, the words he had intended to utter vanishing on his lips. "What did you just say?" "I did not catch that." Wan Dong's icy gaze sent Xiao Wei as heart racing. "Ah, it is you, young Master Su. I was unaware. Please disregard my nonsense." Treat it as a mere slip of the tongue. Xiao Wei, realizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively lowered his posture. "You insolent brat. Why do you only now choose to show yourself?" Lung Yuezue, feeling a mix of frustration and relief, began to shout at Wan Dong. But upon noticing the chilling expression on his face, she hesitated, her words dying in her throat. Xiao Wei, sensing something amiss, noticed that his usual sycophantic remarks had failed to alleviate Wan Dong's demeanor. Instead, it had grown even colder and more foreboding. Feeling an unsettling premonition, he nervously suggested, "Young Master Su, what do you think of this woman? Consider it my tribute to you. Take her for your enjoyment." Xiao Wei, displaying a modicum of discernment, recognized Wan Dong's interest in Yimei and hastily pushed her forward. Yet, Wan Dong merely snorted, beckoning Xiao Wei closer with a finger. "Ah, what is your command?" "Young master?" Xiao Wei, anxious yet obedient, approached Wan Dong. As soon as Xiao Wei drew near, Wan Dong swung his massive hand, channeling all his might into his strike aimed squarely at Xiao Wei. Yet, Xiao Wei, quick-witted, caught sight of the impending blow, instinctively sidestepping just in time to evade Wan Dong's seemingly inevitable attack. You coward! I am here to strike you, and you dare to dodge? You must have quite the audacity. Wan Dong's fury erupted, echoing like thunder, causing those present to tremble in fear. Tang Xini and Lung Yuezue were left dumbstruck. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed that such a person as Su Yaoding could exude such formidable presence. Terrified by Wan Dong's roaring outburst, Xiao Wei nearly soiled himself. The arrogance that had previously adorned his face instantly morphed into stark terror, rendering him nearly speechless with trepidation. Young Master Su, what offense have I committed? What is the meaning of this? His demeanor suggested he was on the verge of tears, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Why do you prattle on with such inanities? I intend to strike you today. Will you permit it? Young Master Su, even if you were to strike me, surely there must be a reason? Bah, do I require a reason to strike you? Give me a single word. Will you allow me to strike you today? Xiao Wei shuddered, his face a mask of despair. Young Master Su, if you must strike, how could I possibly refuse? But please, be gentle. Do not be too severe. Upon hearing Xiao Wei's words, many nearly burst with suppressed laughter. It was a rare sight to see Xiao Wei so humiliated, and many felt a sense of cathartic relief. Enough with the superfluous verbiage. Stand properly. Amidst Wan Dong's furious reprimands, Xiao Wei, despite his vehement reluctance, obediently stood before Wan Dong. Wan Dong sneered, raising his arm high, tracing a wide arc in the air, and then, with unerring precision, delivered a resounding blow to Xiao Wei's face. The slap reverberated with earth-shattering force, a crisp, resounding crack. At least half of the onlookers involuntarily winced, as if Wan Dong's blow had landed on their own cheeks. Under the force of Wan Dong's slap, Xiao Wei spun a full circle, his mouth instantly splitting, blood gushing forth, and 2 or 3 teeth dislodged. His eyes darted wildly, undoubtedly seeing a multitude of golden stars. Pain. It was agonizing to witness. Before Xiao Wei could regain his senses, tears and mucus streamed down his face. It was no exaggeration to say that Wan Dong's slap was more effective than any cosmetic surgery. How was that? A delightful sensation, wouldn't you agree? Frankly, Wan Dong's hand stung slightly after delivering the slap, but it was immensely gratifying, invigorating. Moreover, it was somewhat addictive. Not bad. How could Xiao Wei dare to disagree? Truly not bad. Wan Dong inquired menacingly. Xiao Wei nodded, forcing a grimace through his pain. Since it was not bad, perhaps you could offer me a smile. What? Xiao Wei's face was as bitter as if he had swallowed 2 pounds of Coptis chinensis. At that moment, he could not even muster a cry, let alone a smile. Xiao Wei was perplexed, reflecting on his usual respect and deference towards Su Yaoding, never daring to offend him, treating him with the reverence usually reserved for his ancestors. How had he incurred such animosity from Su Yaoding? That single slap had nearly extinguished half of his life. You bastard! What is the meaning of that mournful expression? Are you deliberately trying to spoil my enjoyment? As Xiao Wei remained dazed, Wan Dong's second slap landed like a whirlwind. Another heart-stopping crack echoed through the air, and this time, Xiao Wei lost his footing, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Before Xiao Wei could count all the stars in the sky, Wan Dong yanked him up, roaring, "Did you hear me? Give me a smile." At that moment, Wan Dong resembled a malevolent deity, his eyes bloodshot, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Xiao Wei's henchmen, recognizing Su Yaoding and aware of his illustrious family background, dared not intervene. They retreated silently to the side, each one anxiously sweating for their young master. Young Master Su, please stop striking me. Whatever I have done, I admit my fault. Xiao Wei, accustomed to flaunting his power, had never been subjected to such treatment. After 2 slaps, he finally broke down, wailing aloud. I told you to smile, yet you dare to cry? It seems you have no intention of letting me enjoy myself today, is that it? After only 2 slaps from Wan Dong, Xiao Wei's face had already swollen into a pig's head. Seeing Wan Dong raise his hand for the 3rd time, the onlookers felt a tightening in their own cheeks. No, young Master Su, young master, I will smile, won't I? Seeing Wan Dong's relentless assault, Xiao Wei panicked and cried out hastily. Wan Dong sneered. Then smile. I am waiting. He. The corner of Xiao Wei's mouth had been split open by Wan Dong's slap. and even a slight upturn caused him excruciating pain. The resulting smile was more ghastly than any cry. Slap. Without warning, with clean precision, Wandong's third slap landed squarely on Xiao Wei's face. Are you smiling or crying? Are you toying with me? Smile properly. Hee hee. Slap. Smiling so hideously. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Hee hee. Hee hee. Slap. Dare you be any more insincere? Show some sincerity. Ha ha. Slap. Knowing that I am displeased, yet you smile so gleefully? Woo woo. Hee hee. Slap. Do not look at me like that. Although your smile is passable, your expression is simply begging for a beating. I cannot resist. Hee hee. Hee hee. Slap. I have become addicted to slapping you. What are you going to do about it? For many students of the Azure Cloud Martial Academy, that day would undoubtedly be unforgettable. For on that day, an utterly bizarre drama unfolded. One man swung his arm wildly, delivering slaps, while another, nearly unrecognizable, was forced to smile incessantly. The smile was truly remarkable, haunting enough to trigger nightmares for years to come. Witnessing the once arrogant young Master Xiao being reduced to a pig-headed mess, the onlookers felt a sense of vindication. At the same time, their gazes towards Wandong shifted, filled with envy, jealousy, and a touch of fear. The mere thought of slapping Xiao Wei so thoroughly was immensely satisfying. Moreover, Xiao Wei, pampered and well-maintained, possessed skin smoother than that of a maiden, making the sensation of striking him undoubtedly exquisite. How could one not feel envious, even jealous? Wandong's unbridled assault on Xiao Wei, who dared not retaliate and was forced to smile and appease him, made it clear that Wandong's background was hundreds, even thousands of times more formidable than Xiao Wei's. Such an illustrious identity could not help but inspire awe. Witnessing Wandong's relentless barrage of slaps, Weiyang also felt a twinge of envy. However, while Wandong could strike Xiao Wei, he could not. The Wu family's influence, while considerable, did not extend to disregarding the Marquis of Wenjin or the National Preceptor. Wandong's relentless assault on Xiao Wei was, of course, intended to punish the wicked and promote the virtuous, but more importantly, it was motivated by Yimei's identity as a citizen of the Heavenly Capital. It was already difficult for students from the Heavenly Capital to gain admission to the Azure Cloud Martial Academy, and even more difficult to establish themselves and survive there. If he had not intervened, Yimei would undoubtedly have been subjected to Xiao Wei's abuse and humiliation. That would have not only ruined Yimei's life, but also tarnished the reputation of the Heavenly Capital. Moreover, Xiao Wei's disdainful and contemptuous remarks towards the Heavenly Capital had deeply wounded Wandong. He could not tolerate anyone defiling his homeland. Absolutely not. Seeing Wandong's relentless assault on Xiao Wei, Tang Xinyi felt a surge of satisfaction, but she remained unimpressed. In her perspective, Wandong's ability to punish Xiao Wei was not a testament to his own capabilities, but rather a display of his authority. In truth, his approach mirrored that of Xiao Wei, both relying on their respective positions to bully others. However, as Tang Xinyi observed Wandong's expression, she began to suspect that the situation was not entirely as it seemed, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Go ahead, strike me as hard as you can. Lung Yuezue found it much simpler. Wandong had avenged her and rescued her friend, which filled her with joy, as she cheered loudly. Her animosity towards Su Yaoting diminished considerably. Enough. That's enough. Just as Wandong raised his hand again, Luo Xiao suddenly stepped forward and pulled Xiao Wei aside. At that moment, even if Xiao Wei was not foolish, he was undoubtedly dazed, his lips twitching even as he collapsed into Luo Xiao's embrace. What did you say? Wandong glared at Luo Xiao, his expression stern. It appeared that Luo Xiao was not a bad person as he showed mercy towards Tang Xinyi, and his intervention on behalf of Xiao Wei might have been for another reason. Yet, in Wandong's eyes, regardless of the motive, one could not distinguish right from wrong while aiding the oppressor. Otherwise, it would be nothing but foolish loyalty, unworthy of sympathy. Moreover, given that the one being bullied was from Tiandu Nation, this further irked Wandong. Consequently, he regarded Luo Xiao with disdain, his demeanor far from courteous. Confronted with Wandong's fury, Luo Xiao felt no fear, though he was somewhat anxious. With his status, he had yet to earn the right to confront Su Yaoting. Young Master Su, regardless of the circumstances, young Master Xiao is a favored individual of the National Master. Even if you refuse to show him respect, you must at least consider the National Master as standing, correct? Luo Xiao was aware that Xiao Wei's father, Lord Xiaosheng, held little weight in front of Su Yaoting. Thus, he directly brought up the name of Qiu Wanli. Are you trying to intimidate me? Him? A favored individual of the National Master? Do you take me for a fool? Luo Xiao assumed that mentioning Qiu Wanli would compel Wandong to temper his tone, but to his surprise, Wandong's emotions seemed to escalate even further. With a furious roar, even Luo Xiao could not help but frown, feeling an immense pressure envelop him. Although Luo Xiao was young, he was quite accomplished and had faced numerous challenges to achieve his current status. The fact that a brash and unruly young master could exert such pressure on him left him astonished, leading him to reconsider the various rumors he had heard regarding Su Yaoting, suspecting they might be unfounded. With a heavy snort, Wandong disregarded Luo Xiao's slight change in countenance and continued, "Not only is Xiu Wei a mere dog under Qiu Wanli, but so is his father. I am not a fool. You think you can intimidate me?" Luo Xiao replied solemnly, "Young Master Su, such words seem rather excessive. Spare me the flowery nonsense. Today, I, Su Yaoting, intend to cripple him. What can you do about it?" Wandong abruptly waved his hand, cutting Luo Xiao off, his domineering demeanor prompting both Tang Xini and Long Yuezue to regard him with astonishment. Su Yaoting is indeed making quite a name for himself. In an instant, Wandong had Luo Xiao pinned against the wall. After a moment of silence, Luo Xiao slowly spoke, "The National Master has tasked me with ensuring young Master Xiu's safety. It is my duty. If young Master Su insists on harming young Master Xiu, I, Luo Xiao, can only do my utmost to prevent it." Wandong chuckled coldly. "Are you implying that you would oppose me, Su Yaoting, for the sake of Xiu Wei?" Luo Xiao's voice rose suddenly. "I am aware of your esteemed position. Young Master Su, if I were to act against you, the old prince would undoubtedly not spare me. However, who has not faced death in life? Although I, Luo Xiao, may not be a paragon of virtue, I am certainly not a coward afraid of death. At that point, I won't even require the old prince to intervene. I shall willingly seek forgiveness, and whether I live or die shall be determined by him." Luo Xiao's words were imbued with a certain bravado, his declarations resolute and unyielding. This elicited both admiration and frustration from Tang Xini, who respected Luo Xiao's bravery and loyalty but lamented his misplaced devotion. If the Princess Bai Dai's subordinates were all as valiant and unyielding as Luo Xiao, what claim would Qiu Wanli have to the dragon throne? Wandong's eyes narrowed, and he replied coldly, "So it seems you are quite loyal to the National Master." Luo Xiao affirmed, "It was the National Master who avenged my blood feud. A debt I owe profoundly. Long ago, I vowed that my life is not my own but belongs to the National Master." "Oh, so your defense of Xiu Wei is merely a means of repaying the National Master." "Precisely. I hope young Master Su will not make things difficult for me, Luo Xiao." "Humph." Wandong scoffed before rubbing his nose, muttering, "Your method of showing gratitude is rather unique." "What do you mean by that, young Master Su?" Luo Xiao asked, momentarily taken aback. Wandong raised his voice, "Is it not true? Others express their gratitude by alleviating their benefactor's troubles, yet you, in contrast, seem to create difficulties for your benefactor as a means of repayment. Is that not peculiar?" Luo Xiao's eyes narrowed, his face a mask of astonishment and confusion. Wandong chuckled lightly. "Do you truly believe that injuring me and then seeking forgiveness from my grandfather, or even taking your own life, will quell his wrath? What nonsense! I, Su Yaoting, am the sole heir of the Su family. The entire lineage hinges upon me. What are you in comparison? Can your life be equated with mine? Should you dare to lay a finger on me, both you and Xiu Wei, along with his father, will perish. Even the National Master Qiu Wanli will not escape unscathed. Do you honestly think that your demise will absolve the National Master of responsibility? You are naive, foolishly so." As Wandong's tone grew increasingly severe, it culminated in a furious roar. Each word he uttered bore considerable weight, akin to invisible hammers striking Luo Xiao. By the time Wandong finished, Luo Xiao could not help but take a step back, his complexion paling. Unquestionably, Luo Xiao was thoroughly intimidated by Wandong's imposing presence, if not witnessed firsthand. Tang Xini would never have believed that the typically proud Luo Xiao, a master of the fourth stage of true energy, could be so subdued by a frivolous young master like Su Yaoting, leaving her utterly astonished. Long Yuetsue's eyes sparkled with admiration, a heartfelt exclamation escaping her breasts. She sighed inwardly, recognizing that this debauched young master, Su Yaoting, was indeed remarkable. Young Master Su, faced with Wandong's piercing gaze, Luo Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Wandong sneered, "What are you? Just get out of my sight. Today, I shall only cripple Xiu Wei. If you shamelessly continue to flaunt your loyalty, I may just end him right here." Imagine the expressions on Xiu Sheng's and Xiu Wanli's faces. Young Master Su indeed. Young Master Xiu has been in the wrong today, and I should not have disrespected you. However, young Master Xiu has already faced punishment. I implore you to show mercy and spare He Mei was utterly terrified today, still unable to regain her composure. Noticing Wan Dong approaching her, she instinctively took a step back, her large eyes and delicate face filled with fear and wariness. Wan Dong felt a pang of heartache. Had he intervened sooner, perhaps He Mei would have suffered less. Do not be afraid, I shall not harm you, he reassured her, his gaze warm and his tone gentle, reminiscent of a caring older brother comforting a hurt younger sister. The warmth and concern radiating from him starkly contrasted with his earlier fierce demeanor. Tang Xini and Long Yuetsue exchanged glances, questioning whether the person before them was indeed Su Yaoting, perhaps sensing the tenderness and concern emanating from Wan Dong. The terror on Yi Mei's face began to ease slightly. She nodded faintly in his direction, her voice barely above a whisper, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Yi Mei. Are you all right? Long Yuetsue, filled with concern, hurried to her side, grasping her hand and inquiring gently. Sister Yuetsue. Upon seeing Long Yuetsue, Yi Mei's defenses crumbled completely. Overwhelmed by her grievances, she cried out and collapsed into Long Yuetsue's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Long Yuetsue held her tightly, soothing her with gentle strokes on her back, murmuring, It's all right now, no one can hurt you anymore. Witnessing the depth of their bond, Wan Dong realized that Long Yuetsue genuinely regarded Yi Mei as a sister, reflecting on the lengths Long Yuetsue had gone to in order to save Yi Mei. Wan Dong's gaze softened towards her, shedding the previous coldness and even hinting at a semblance of respect. Regardless of the circumstances, Wan Dong had at least begun to consider Long Yuetsue a friend. However, seeing Yi Mei in such a state of despair reignited the anger that had just begun to simmer down within Wan Dong. Suddenly, he turned sharply, pointing at Xiao Wei and commanding, Get over here. Luo Xiao opened his mouth as if to protest but ultimately refrained, letting out a sigh and turning his head aside. Young Master Su, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, show mercy and spare me. Xiao Wei, genuinely frightened of Wan Dong, cried out, resembling a helpless child. If you utter another word, I will come over there. Wan Dong's fierce expression left Xiao Wei no room for defiance. Reluctantly, he shuffled closer. Wan Dong, growing impatient, charged forward, lifting Xiao Wei as one would a small chick and thrusting him before Yi Mei. He delivered such a gentle demeanor left Long Yuetsue momentarily entranced, as if she were somewhat unaccustomed to it. Yet, it also brought her waves of joy and clarity, improving her mood significantly. Are you here at the Martial Academy to find a friend, specifically this Miss Yi? The fact that Long Yuetsue cared for someone from Tiandu and shared such a profound bond with Yi Mei, who trusted her implicitly, made Wan Dong regard Long Yuetsue with newfound respect. With an affectionate embrace around Yi Mei, Long Yuetsue giggled. Of course, Yi Mei is not just my friend. She is my dear sister. Yi Mei smiled shyly at Long Yuetsue, lifting her gaze to Wan Dong and murmured, Thank you so much for today, young Master Su. Wan Dong waved his hand dismissively. Please, don't call me young Master Su. I find it unappealing. I am slightly older than you, so if you wish, you may call me Brother Yaoting. Yi Mei looked at Wan Dong, her heart filled with doubts. Although she had always been at the Martial Academy, she had heard much about Su Yaoting's notorious reputation. Yet, she now perceived that the real Su Yaoting was entirely different from the tales. He exuded warmth and kindness, making it impossible to associate him with the notion of evil. Noticing the warm gaze Wan Dong cast upon Yi Mei, akin to sunlight, a sudden wave of alarm surged within Long Yuetsue. She swiftly pulled Yi Mei behind her and sternly glared at Wan Dong, declaring, Su Yaoting, do not think that saving Yi Mei today allows you to harbor ulterior motives. I have heard numerous tales of your flirtations. If you dare to entertain any thoughts towards Yi Mei, I shall not hesitate to end you. Long Yuetsue was indeed a competent sister. Her few words rendered Wan Dong exceedingly awkward, while Yi Mei's charming face blushed crimson. Her hands fidgeting aimlessly, her demeanor incredibly bashful. Wan Dong shook his head with a wry smile, scratching his nose. It seems I, Su Yaoting, shall forever remain the villain in your eyes. Yi Mei quickly interjected, Sister Yuetsue, please do not say such things. I believe Brother Yaoting is not a bad person. Long Yuetsue, filled with tenderness, squeezed Yi Mei's hand and said, Silly girl, you are still young and may not understand certain matters. Wan Dong pondered for a moment and proposed, How about this? My Su family has always had only one heir, and I am exceedingly lonely. If Miss Yi Mei is willing, I would like to adopt you as my sister. This way, surely no one will misjudge my intentions. Seeing Wan Dong's gaze darting towards her, Lang Yuetsue frowned and lightly huffed. You little rascal, who are you referring to? Ha ha ha, who knows? Looking at Su Yaoting, who laughed heartily, Lung Yuezue felt no anger at being teased. Instead, a peculiar and complex sensation washed over her. I am willing. Brother Yaoting. Yimei responded almost without hesitation, nodding joyfully. The name Brother Yaoting rang clear and resonant. Wandong, elated, suddenly turned, hands on his hips, and declared loudly to the surrounding crowd. Listen well, from this day forth, Yimei shall be my sister. Anyone who bullies her or causes her distress shall have to contend with me. Su Yaoting. The authority of young Master Su was formidable. Among the talented youth of the martial academy, any one of them could surpass him in prowess. Yet, at this moment, as he spoke, no one dared to voice dissent. They all listened attentively, memorizing his words. Could it be that Su Yaoting could command the respect of these martial academy elites solely through his imposing presence? Both Tang Xinyi and Lung Yuezue shook their heads, sensing it was far more complicated than that. Naturally, the happiest was Yimei. Since arriving at the Qingyun Martial Academy, she had never felt as at ease as she did today. Having been looked down upon and bullied, she had endured countless cold words and disdainful glances. But today she felt uplifted. The shadows that had loomed over her dissipated in an instant, and her heart, once bound by invisible cords, finally soared freely. How wonderful! With you, this young master, looking after her, I shall have far fewer worries, Long Yuezue remarked, finally feeling relieved. Yimei nodded and turned to Tang Xinyi, saying, Thank you, elder sister, for your timely intervention. Yimei was indeed a likable girl, courteous, gentle, and with a heart of gold. Had it not been for these qualities, Tang Xinyi would not have risked so much to save her. Do not say that. Actually, I did not do much to help you, Tang Xinyi replied, somewhat embarrassed. Had Wandong not intervened in time, she would have been powerless against Xiao Wei, let alone save Yimei. How could that be? Had it not been for you, my sister Yimei might not have endured until we arrived, Wandong interjected, previously indifferent to Tang Xinyi and even harboring some aversion. He now recognized her courageous spirit in saving Yimei, leading to a complete shift in his perception of her. Indeed, Brother Yaoting is correct. Yimei shall always remember your kindness. Yimei earnestly nodded. As Tang Xinyi felt a bit awkward, Wandong continued, regardless, you risked yourself to save my sister. And for that, I owe you a favor. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall never turn you away. Tang Xinyi scoffed lightly, curling her lips. Do not flatter yourself. With your meager capabilities, do you think I am unaware? Wandong chuckled wryly. Miss Tang, your words are rather harsh, are they not? In this unpredictable world, who can guarantee they will never need help? Tang Xinyi snorted. Even if there comes a day when I require assistance, I would never seek it from you. Rest assured. With that, she turned away, taking Yimei's hand and softly said, Good sister, though we are strangers, I feel an inexplicable connection with you. If you do not mind, allow me to be your sister. I am willing, I absolutely am. As soon as Tang Xinyi finished speaking, Yimei joyfully exclaimed, Today I have truly turned misfortune into fortune. I have gained both a brother and a sister. How wonderful. Yimei's innocent and joyous expression warmed Wandong's heart, and he nodded with a smile. Yet Tang Xinyi frowned, looking displeased. Sister, do not associate me with this scoundrel. I cannot afford such disgrace. Tang Xinyi, what do you mean by that? Do you truly see me, Su Yaoting, as so unworthy? Wandong's temper flared, his voice rising. Because Tang Xinyi had saved Yimei, Wandong had hoped to improve their relationship, but he was taken aback by her disdain and ridicule, making it difficult for him to swallow his frustration. You are quite right. I indeed look down upon you. Do not think that your rescue of my sister Yimei today is due to your own skills. It merely stems from your status and presence. Does that even count as an ability? Tang Xinyi's words were somewhat contradictory. In truth, she had found Wandong's earlier performance commendable, and like everyone else, she had felt a sense of satisfaction. To claim she had no admiration for him would be a falsehood. Yet, every time Tang Xinyi recalls the resounding slap that Wandong dealt her, an overwhelming anger surges within her. Perhaps their deep-seated grievances have conditioned her to despise any sign of Wandong's triumph. From Wandong's own lips, Yimei learned Tang Xinyi's name, and observing their antagonistic exchanges, she swiftly grasped the situation. Sister Tang, I believe Yao Ting is a good person. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? A good person? Sister Yimei, you must keep your eyes wide open and not be deceived by someone's facade. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in tears. With that, Tang Xinyi provocatively raised an eyebrow at Wandong, igniting a flicker of annoyance within him. Fine, Tang Xinyi. As I've said before, I hope all goes well for you, and may you never need anything from me. Rest assured, That day shall never come. But I must remind you not to stir up trouble for me everywhere. Being a bodyguard can be quite exhausting. Wandong scoffed and turned to Yi Mei, saying, Sister, you seem to have endured quite a scare today. You must be tired. Go home and rest. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal to ease your worries. All right. Yi Mei, completely unguarded around Wandong, nodded eagerly without a second thought. And what about me? Su Yaoting. Surely you wouldn't be so stingy as to leave me out? Cold Yu Chui's eyes narrowed slightly, her smile forming crescent shapes, her long, even lashes fluttering adorably. Wandong smiled and replied, Of course not. Miss Ling, it would be my utmost pleasure to have you join us. When Wandong donned a serious expression, he resembled a fierce blizzard, instilling fear. Yet now, his smile radiated warmth, dispelling the heaviest of gloom and warming the heart, leaving Cold Yu Chui both delighted and incredulous. Despite her reluctance to admit it, her subconscious repeatedly reminded her that her fondness for Su Yaoting was escalating at an alarming rate. Just as Cold Yu Chui was lost in Wandong's smile, he said, Miss Lang, please stay and keep Yu Mei company. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Oh, understood. Cold Yu Chui responded, slightly flustered. Wandong nodded, adding, By the way, come early tomorrow morning. We will train Yu Yang together. Upon hearing this, Cold Yu Chui smirked and said, I thought you were so skilled that you wouldn't need my help. Wandong chuckled softly, saying nothing further. He had invited Cold Yu Chui to train Yu Yang not to seek her assistance, but rather to aid her. After the incident with Yi Mei, Wandong's attitude towards Cold Yu Chui had completely transformed, considering her a friend. He could not bear to see his friends bullied. Cold Yu Chui's embarrassment at Wu Yu's place needed to be rectified. Sister Mei, we are leaving now. See you tomorrow. Wandong spoke tenderly, as if concerned about frightening Yi Mei. Yi Mei nodded enthusiastically, her face alight with excitement, seemingly looking forward to their date the next day. Having met such a delightful companion as Yi Mei, Wandong felt particularly elated, but turning to see Tang Xinyi's frosty demeanor shattered his good mood like fragile glass. Let us go. You've neglected your duties all day and still haven't shown remorse? Seeing Tang Xinyi standing motionless beside Yi Mei, Wandong feared she might continue disparaging him to Yi Mei. Although he was exceedingly reluctant for her to accompany him, he had to choose the lesser of two evils. Despite Wandong's loud reprimand, Tang Xinyi was displeased. However, upon reflection, she realized that on her first day at Qinyan Martial Academy, she had been preoccupied with networking talent for Princess Bai Dai, neglecting Wandong's safety. Even though he was safer than in a vault within the academy, her attitude was rather disrespectful to Su Wenchuan. After a moment of contemplation, though begrudgingly, she followed him. Yu Yang guided Wandong around the entire academy, yet they found no trace of Hu Yu. After inquiring, they learned that Hu Yu had not attended the academy for several days, reportedly enamored with a new girlfriend. Wandong and Yu Yang exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Su Yaoting had been teetering on the brink of danger, and it was understandable that Hu Yu could not inform him about his new relationship. Yet Hu Yu's silence towards Yu Yang seemed suspicious. Do you know Hu Yu? Just as Wandong and Yu Yang pondered this mystery, Tang Xinyi approached excitedly, her voice inquisitive. Of course, Hu Yu is our good brother. Yu Yang eagerly replied. Is he the one on the Qinyan rankings? The son of the minister Hu Jingqi? Tang Xinyi asked, growing even more animated. As Yu Yang prepared to answer, Wandong placed a hand on his shoulder, scrutinizing Tang Xinyi with a penetrating gaze. You seem quite familiar with Hu Yu. What are your intentions? Under Wandong's sharp scrutiny, Tang Xinyi felt a twinge of unease, her eyes darting as she muttered, Hu Yu is a formidable talent on the Qinyan rankings, renowned throughout the Qinyan Empire. Who doesn't know his name and background? Wandong let out a dismissive hum, saying, Tang Xinyi, do not think I am oblivious to your schemes. Today, you flitted about the academy, clearly aiming to recruit more talent for the princess. I have no objections to others, but you shall not set your sights on Hu Yu. Wandong's serious demeanor made Tang Xinyi's heart race, a hint of fear mingling with her resolve. The commanding leader of the Xiangfeng Guard was intimidated by a dandy. Tang Xinyi was indignant. Taking a deep breath, she stifled her unease and replied, If Hu Yu is indeed a young talent, he should serve the empire. Otherwise, what significance does his prowess hold? Wandong chuckled lightly, responding, Understand this. Serving the country and serving the princess are not one and the same. What do you mean by that? One day, Princess Bai Dai will ascend to the throne. Serving her is tantamount to serving the nation. Wandong shook his head, saying, I beg to differ. Throughout history, those of virtue have held power. If Princess Bai Dai relies solely on her status and lineage to rule, She is merely indulging in fanciful delusions. Tang Xinyi's brows furrowed, her expression turning icy. Xiao Ting, do you realize that with what you just said, I could accuse you of treason and have you detained, even executed on the spot? Wan Dong smirked, retorting, oh, then come and kill me. You. Faced with Wan Dong's derision, Tang Xinyi seethed with rage, wishing fervently to strike him down. Yet, she dared not act on such impulses. What do you mean by that? If I were Princess Bai Dai, the first thing I would do is dismiss you from your position as the leader of the Xiangfen Guard. You need not glare at me. I know you are dissatisfied. Yet, you are undoubtedly more of a hindrance than a help. Su Yaoting, on what grounds do you make such Tang Xinyi yearn to defend herself, yet Wan Dong would not grant her the opportunity to speak? He interjected. I understand that you witnessed Princess Bai Dai being gradually cornered by Qiu Wanli, which filled you with anxiety, prompting such a reaction. It was rare for Wan Dong to comprehend her so well, and Tang Xinyi nodded in acknowledgement. Wan Dong cast her a sidelong glance and coldly remarked, but do you realize that the more dire the situation, the more composed one must remain? Only by maintaining composure can one avoid making mistakes. In such a precarious predicament, a single error could utterly ruin Princess Bai Dai. Do you understand? I. Tang Xinyi repeatedly opened her mouth, yet no words emerged, as beads of cold sweat continually rolled down her forehead. Despite her evident distress, Wan Dong showed no intention of relenting. While Tang Xinyi was indeed talented, her temperament was excessively impulsive and rash. If she was not properly admonished, Princess Bai Dai's grand plans could truly be jeopardized by her actions. Do you grasp the principle that haste makes waste? At this moment, Tang Xinyi's thoughts were entirely ensnared by Wan Dong, and she vacantly nodded in agreement. Do you understand why you would engage in such foolishness? It is akin to Wu Daozi, had you not pressed him so urgently. I believe that even if he refused to support the princess, he would not have spoken so resolutely. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinyi found herself at a loss for words. In truth, she had reflected on her actions. Although she was reluctant, she had to admit that Wan Dong's observations were not only reasonable but factual. She bore full responsibility for the incident involving Wu Daozi. What troubled her most was the realization that she had been chastised by Su Yaoding. Furthermore, she increasingly perceived that Su Yaoding, whom she had always regarded with disdain, seemed to possess greater understanding than she had previously imagined. In her mind, Su Yaoding had always been synonymous with ineptitude, yet now she wondered, if he was indeed inept, then what did that make her? I have said all that I need to say. I hope you will act wisely. With that, Wan Dong shook his head at the dazed expression on Tang Xinyi's face and turned to leave with Wu Yang. Meanwhile, within the Ding Mountain Wangfu, the new butler led an elderly man and a young woman before Su Wenchuan. The elder, of a similar age to Su Wenchuan, had graying hair and thick black brows. His expression stern and resolute, radiating an intimidating aura. The young woman, in her early 20s, was in the bloom of youth, possessing a striking beauty devoid of makeup. Her long ponytail, fastened with a ribbon, flowed gracefully behind her, appearing both neat and unencumbered, giving her a polished and capable demeanor, unmistakably a figure not to be underestimated. Under normal circumstances, Su Wenchuan should have been pleased by the arrival of guests, yet at that moment, he wore a cold and austere expression, especially evident in his gaze directed at the elder, which hinted at underlying hostility. Ha! Senior brother, your junior brother has come to visit you. Even if you do not come to welcome me from 10 miles away, you should at least show a cordial reception, the elder boomed from a distance. Su Wenchuan, however, remained unamused, scoffing coldly. I fear you may not be able to bear it. Wu Qiujuan, many years ago, we severed our brotherly ties. Why have you come here instead of remaining in the Iron War dynasty to pursue your wealth? Senior brother, can the bond of brotherhood be so easily severed? Although you may no longer acknowledge me as your junior brother, not a day passes that I do not think of you as my senior. Wu Qiujuan replied with a light chuckle. Su Wenchuan sneered. What is it that you think of? I am well aware of your intentions. We made a 20-year pact. With more than a year left, your impatience is unwarranted. Wu Qiujuan chuckled lightly. Senior brother, why be so obstinate? Though I am far from the Iron War dynasty, I am fully aware of your precious grandson's situation. To speak plainly, your grandson is already rendered ineffective, whether in a year or 10. He will never be a match for my disciple. I see no need to wait a year. You should hand over the Qingfeng Ju to me now. Rubbish. Who are you calling ineffective? Su Wenchuan thundered, his anger palpable. Wu Qiujuan smiled nonchalantly. There is no need for such fury, senior brother. I speak only the truth. Allow me to introduce you. This is my disciple, Duan Lingyan. Wu Qiujuan gestured to the girl beside him, smiling broadly. Su Wenchuan merely glanced at Duan Lingyan before shifting his gaze away, ignoring her presence. Wan Lingyan, upon seeing your elder, shouldn't you pay your respects? Wu Qiujuan urged. Duan Lingyan, ever obedient to Wu Qiujuan's words, stepped forward and gracefully bowed to Su Wenchuan, saying, Lingyan pays her respects to the elder. Before her words had fully faded, an invisible force surged towards Su Wenchuan, accompanied by a humming sound. Su Wenchuan's brow furrowed deeply as his robe fluttered slightly, dissipating the unseen force. Duan Lingyan trembled slightly, taking a small step back. Fourth stage of true qi? Su Wenchuan's gaze towards Duan Lingyan shifted significantly, filled with astonishment. Though she was merely a girl, her innate talent and martial prowess were on par with Wang Yangda, the top ranked on the Qingyun list. And she had been trained by Wu Qiujuan, which left Su Wenchuan profoundly impressed. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Duan Lingyan, unfazed by her retreat, maintained her decorum and greeted Su Wenchuan with a graceful bow, further stirring a sense of seriousness within him. When had the Iron War dynasty produced such an extraordinary young talent? In terms of both talent and cunning, she was indeed exceptional. Wu Qiujuan appeared to anticipate Su Wenchuan's reaction, chuckling softly. Senior brother, what do you think of my disciple's training? Is it satisfactory? Su Wenchuan could discern the teasing undertone in Wu Qiujuan's words, yet he maintained a grave demeanor, responding earnestly, she is indeed a promising talent. How does she compare to your precious grandson? Wu Qiujuan clearly intended to provoke Su Wenchuan, shifting the conversation to Su Yaoting. Su Wenchuan's expression darkened immediately. His gaze piercing as he glared at Wu Qiujuan, stating solemnly, the 20-year pact still has over a year remaining. There is ample time for possibilities to unfold. Senior brother, do you know what I most admire about you? It is your optimistic disposition towards all matters. Heh. I suspect that had you not possessed such optimism, you might have been driven to despair by your precious grandson long ago. What did you say? Su Wenchuan's expression grew more severe, his eyes wide with intensity. Radiating fury. Senior brother, there is no need for anger. I am merely stating facts. Your precious grandson may excel in indulgence, but his martial skills are severely lacking. If I claim that my disciple Lingyan could easily subdue your useless grandson with one hand, you would surely agree, wouldn't you? At that moment, Su Wenchuan's expression darkened to the point of being nearly indistinguishable, for Duan Lingyan was at the fourth stage of true qi, while Su Yaoting was merely at the first stage, and that was before his injury. Now, Su Yaoting was utterly depleted, lacking even the basic true qi. One hand. Even if Duan Lingyan were to bind both hands, a mere shot would suffice to bring Su Yaoting to his knees. Yaoting has changed. He is no longer the person he once was. After a long silence, Su Wenchuan finally spoke with a firm voice. Senior brother, I completely understand your aspirations for your grandson. However, you must not lose your reason in the process. That grandson of yours, how much more can he change? It is clear that he is beyond redemption. Silence. Upon hearing this, Su Wenchuan could no longer bear it. With an angry rebuke, he turned and struck a palm towards Wu Qiujuan. Wu Qiujuan appeared to have anticipated Su Wenchuan's sudden attack, showing no surprise. With a light snort, his internal energy surged, and his palms were instantly enveloped in a wispy, cloud-like white mist. The two palms collided in an instant, producing a thunderous explosion that scattered the surrounding flora and trees in disarray. Su Wenchuan's brow furrowed tightly, and his expression shifted as he involuntarily stepped back. In contrast, Wu Qiujuan merely swayed his shoulders, remaining firmly rooted in place. Su Wenchuan was taken aback, disbelief filling his eyes. 3 years prior, they had last met, both at the mid-stage of the 8th level of internal energy, with Su Wenchuan slightly stronger at that time. Yet, in just 3 years, Wu Qiujuan had surged ahead, breaking through to the pinnacle of the 8th level, surpassing Su Wenchuan's cultivation. How could Su Wenchuan not feel astonished? Wu Qiujuan chuckled mockingly and said, Senior brother, what have you been busy with these past few years? Your cultivation seems to have stagnated. Oh, right, your precious grandson has been causing trouble everywhere, surely distracting you. Isn't that so? No wonder, haha. Very well, Wu Qiujuan, it seems you have come prepared today. Su Wenchuan's heart sank further. Su Yaoting was no match for Duan Lingyan, which was already troubling him, but he never expected to find himself outmatched by Wu Qiujuan as well. Was it true that the Chengfeng Ju in his hands would fall to Wu Qiujuan? If combined with Wu Qiujuan's own point Su, his breakthrough to the 9th level of internal energy would merely be a matter of time. At that point, no one would be able to thwart Wu Qiujuan's ambitions, and the territory of the Qingyun Empire would inevitably fall under the dominion of the Iron War dynasty, plunging the entire Dongxin continent into chaos and bloodshed. No one understood the enormity of his junior brother's ambitions better than Su Wenchuan. Having reached this point in their conversation, Su Wenchuan felt no need to conceal his intentions. The two school's supreme techniques, Chenfeng and Poyan-Su, were meant to complement each other, yet their master had stubbornly insisted on teaching each of them one technique, preventing him from ever attaining the 9th level of internal energy. This was utterly absurd. After enduring for 19 years of their 20-year pact, he could no longer bear it. Senior brother, you should just hand over the Chenfeng to me now. And if I refuse, do you dare to take it by force? Su Wenchuan replied with a cold snort. Wu Qiujuan frowned and replied solemnly, this is the Qingyan Empire, your territory. Why would I be foolish enough to seek my own demise? However, I know you will not readily hand it over, instead delaying it for a year. In that case, my disciple Lingyan will show no mercy. One misstep, and you will endure the pain of sending your white-haired kin to the grave. Are you threatening me? Su Wenchuan asked, struggling to contain his fury. Hiki, I would say I am offering you assistance. With such an unworthy grandson, you must feel quite disgraced, right? Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he is your only grandson. Forcing you to kill him would surely be unbearable. As your junior brother, it is only natural for me to lend a hand. But let us be clear. If your Su family's only heir perishes, your lineage will be extinguished. Enough. Return in a year. Su Wenchuan retorted. Wu Qiujuan, are you truly willing to forsake your grandson for the Chenfeng? Wu Qiujuan was evidently taken aback by Su Wenchuan's obstinacy, his frustration boiling over as he demanded an answer. Once again, I say, a year is a lengthy period. Anything could happen. Su Wenchuan insisted. Even if Lingyan doesn't advance in her cultivation from today onward. Do you truly believe your useless grandson can elevate his abilities from the 1st to the 4th level in a year? Su Wenchuan, I think you are becoming senile. Save your breath. I have no desire to hear it. Someone, escort our guest out. Su Wenchuan, you will regret this. Get lost. Su Wenchuan glared at Wu Qiujuan. His expression as cold as ice. Very well. I shall wait another year. Just enough time for you to procure a fine coffin for your precious grandson. Duan Lingyan. Let us depart. Duan Lingyan complied but did not leave immediately. Instead, she bowed to Su Wenchuan, saying, Lingyan takes her leave, before turning to exit with composure. Watching Duan Lingyan leave, Su Wenchuan felt a deep sense of frustration. Such a promising talent had fallen into Wu Qiujuan's hands, causing him great regret. Turning back to think of Su Yaoting, Su Wenchuan couldn't help but sigh. In terms of talent, Su Yaoting was not inferior to Duan Lingyan. Yet he lacked the unwavering resolve and dedication required of a martial artist. He could not endure the myriad hardships on the path of cultivation. Even the best physique would go to waste. To elevate Su Yaoting to a level comparable to Duan Lingyan in just 1 year, as Wu Qiujuan suggested, would be more practical to use that year to prepare a fine coffin for Su Yaoting instead. The more Su Wenchuan pondered, the more troubled he became. Just as he was about to call for wine to drown his sorrows, he turned and unexpectedly saw Wu Qiujuan returning with his disciple, Duan Lingyan. His brows furrowed, and his displeasure could no longer be contained. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Su Wenchuan suddenly noticed another figure beside Wu Qiujuan. His expression of anger swiftly replaced by astonishment. For the moment, he set aside his ire towards Wu Qiujuan and strode down the steps to greet the newcomer. Mr. Wu, you are quite the rare guest at my Wangfu. The figure accompanying Wu Qiujuan was none other than Wu Daozi, who had just been subdued by Wan Dong. Su Wenchuan had a notoriously bad temper, and Wu Daozi was equally infamous for his foul disposition. In the past, even when facing Emperor Bai Zhinshan, he had been brusque and unyielding, showcasing his formidable character. Su Wenchuan had dealt with Wu Daozi on several occasions, and to speak plainly, their relationship was not particularly amicable, largely due to Su Yaoting's reckless behavior. Wu Daozi had long sought to expel Su Yaoting from the Array Academy, but Su Wenchuan's interventions had thwarted his plans. Over time, Wu Daozi had developed a considerable grudge against Su Wenchuan. Your Highness, I hope you won't mind my abrupt intrusion, Wu Daozi said as he approached Su Wenchuan. His typically stern expression now bore a warm smile, exuding an unusually cordial demeanor that left Su Wenchuan both surprised and perplexed. Initially, he had assumed Wu Daozi's visit was due to another misdeed by Su Yaoting, but it appeared that was not the case. Mr. Wu, you flatter me. With a distinguished guest like you, I could hardly extend an invitation. Su Wenchuan exclaimed jovially. Someone, prepare tea at once. Wu Daozi smiled and followed Su Wenchuan into the guest hall of the Wangfu, while Wu Qiujuan and Duan Lingyan followed suit without a word. Su Wenchuan furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, "Do you have business here? If not, you may leave." Wu Qiujuan had anticipated this reaction and chuckled. "Senior brother, as your junior, I have traveled a long way. Surely, you must offer me a cup of tea, having grown up together." Su Wenchuan and Wu Qiujuan were acutely aware of each other's personalities. Upon hearing Wu Qiujuan's words, Su Wenchuan's heart skipped a beat, instinctively glancing at Wu Daozi. Sensing a more sinister undertone in Wu Qiujuan's smile, Wu Daozi seemed unfamiliar with Wu Qiujuan. Upon hearing Wu Qiujuan's words, a look of profound surprise instantly crossed his face. "Your Highness Su, is this your junior brother?" Before Su Wenchuan could respond, Wu Qiujuan laughed heartily and said, "Indeed, I am Wu Qiujuan. Since childhood, I have practiced under the same master as Su Xiong, right?" Su Wenchuan was now nearly certain that Wu Qiujuan had set his sights on Wu Daozi. Wu Daozi was a national treasure of the Qingyan Empire. The formations he created had caused countless valiant warriors of the Iron War dynasty to shed blood on the battlefield. Although Wu Daozi himself was indifferent to fame and fortune, his name resonated loudly in the Iron War dynasty, and he was exceptionally prominent. Wu Qiujuan's demeanor clearly indicated his desire to recruit Wu Daozi. With a heavy grunt, Su Wenchuan remained silent, casting a stern and warning glance at Wu Qiujuan. Wu Qiujuan chuckled, disregarding Su Wenchuan's warning, and turned to Wu Daozi, saying, "Mr. Wu, though I am a stranger to you, I have heard your illustrious name echo like thunder." "Oh." Wu Daozi, exhibiting a sense of affection for the familiar, became noticeably warmer upon learning that Wu Qiujuan was Su Wenchuan's disciple. Wu Qiujuan nodded, declaring, "It is indeed a stroke of fortune for me to meet you today, Mr. Wu. I say, brother, let us not linger here. Let us enter and converse. Do you truly wish to invite Mr. Wu for a drink of autumn wind?" "Ha ha. Yes, indeed, your Highness Su. Let us go inside." Wu Qiujuan exclaimed, "I have come today with a matter to request." Su Wenchuan found it difficult to address his relationship with Wu Qiujuan openly and could only shoot him another glare before leading them into the parlor. As soon as they sat down, Wu Qiujuan smiled at Wu Daozi and inquired, "Mr. Wu, I have heard that you have been teaching at the Formation Academy of Qing and Martial Institute. Is that correct?" Wu Daozi sipped his fragrant tea and nodded. "Indeed. Throughout my life, I have achieved little, save for some insights into formations. At my age, nearing the end, I truly wish not to take my lifelong understandings to the grave, but rather to find a suitable disciple to pass them down through the generations." "Ah, so Mr. Wu is seeking a successor," Wu Qiujuan remarked, his eyes lighting up. Wu Daozi was momentarily taken aback, displaying a look of confusion, while Su Wenchuan's eyes narrowed instantly, revealing his growing anger. Wu Qiujuan, unfazed by Su Wenchuan's ire, beckoned Duan Lingyan to come forward and cheerfully asked Wu Daozi, "Mr. Wu, what do you think of this girl's talent? Does she qualify to be your successor?" Upon hearing this, Duan Lingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Without waiting for Wu Qiujuan's instruction, she gracefully bowed to Wu Daozi and said in a clear, melodious voice, "I am Duan Lingyan, and it is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." "Wu Qiujuan, is this girl not your disciple? How can she become Mr. Wu's student?" Su Wenchuan noted, confirming his suspicion that Wu Qiujuan was indeed after Wu Daozi's favor, which heightened his vigilance. Duan Lingyan possessed exceptional talent and had already distinguished herself in martial arts. If she were to learn Wu Daozi's profound knowledge of formations, it would not be long before the Iron War dynasty gained a remarkable female general, undoubtedly becoming a significant threat to the Qingyan Empire. Wu Qiujuan smiled slightly. "What of it? Who says a disciple can only have one master? The key is that this girl has exceptional talent and learns quickly. If she becomes Mr. Wu's disciple, she will surely elevate your teachings to new heights." "Lingyan, do you have this confidence?" Duan Lingyan immediately responded, "If the esteemed elder would deign to accept me as a disciple, I will do my utmost to never bring shame upon you. However, I am unsure if I have that fortune." Duan Lingyan's sweet demeanor and articulate speech, coupled with her charming appearance, left Wu Daozi smiling broadly. As he regarded her with admiration, he nodded frequently, his eyes betraying an undeniable appreciation. Indeed, in my decades of life, I have encountered countless individuals, yet few possess your extraordinary talent. It won't be long before you achieve greatness." "Haraha, Mr. Wu is indeed a master of discernment. Your vision is truly exceptional," Wu Qiujuan declared with confidence in Duan Lingyan, having anticipated Wu Daozi's praise. Such remarkable talent as Duan Lingyan's was difficult to refuse, especially for someone like Wu Daozi, who had long sought a disciple and was eager to find one. To him, Duan Lingyan was irresistibly alluring. As Su Wenchuan observed the unmistakable admiration on Wu Daozi's face, his heart tightened with anxiety. Mr. Wu, what do you think? Is this girl satisfactory to you? Wu Qiujuan appeared confident, as if he had already secured Wu Daozi's agreement to accept Duan Lingyan as a disciple. Yet, just as Wu Qiujuan felt assured, Wu Daozi shook his head with a smile. Wu Qiujuan's heart sank, disbelief creeping in as he asked, Mr. Wu, are you truly unsatisfied even with a talent as exceptional as Lingyan's? Honestly, if you find her lacking, you may struggle to find a successor in this world. Wu Daozi shook his head, and while Su Wenchuan felt elated, he shared Wu Qiujuan's puzzlement. Wu Daozi waved his hand, laughing, Brother Wu, do not be hasty. Miss Duan's talent is indeed rare, and I have no doubts about that. However, formations differ from martial arts. Her aptitude for martial pursuits does not necessarily translate to an ability to master formations. Mr. Wu speaks rightly. One cannot be proficient in all fields. Su Wenchuan felt a slight relief in his heart. Wu Daozi's words carried substantial merit, and for a moment, Wu Qiujuan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Furrowing his brow. Yet Duan Lingyan, undeterred, promptly replied, to be honest with Mr. Wu, I have dabbled in formations myself. Oh? Wu Daozi's interest was piqued. Wu Qiujuan hastily added, indeed. I nearly forgot to mention that Lingyan has had a profound interest in formations since she was quite young and has achieved considerable understanding. She even created her own formation. Created her own formation? Wu Daozi's interest deepened. Wu Qiujuan urged, Lingyan, why are you hesitating? Quickly present your formation for Mr. Wu's guidance. Yes. Duan Lingyan promptly produced a carefully preserved formation diagram from within her garments, reverently presenting it to Wu Daozi. Mr. Wu, the formation I created has been practically tested and possesses remarkable power. It has achieved a feat of defeating 3 opponents single-handedly. At this revelation, Wu Qiujuan's brows lifted in pride. However, Su Wenchuan, who had just relaxed, felt his heart sink once more. He had not anticipated that Duan Lingyan would demonstrate such astonishing prowess in formations as well. To create a formation at such a young age was already impressive. But to have defeated 3 foes simultaneously was even more astounding. As Su Wenchuan mentally reviewed the talented youths of the Qingyan Empire, he found none who could compare to Duan Lingyan, causing his heart to grow heavier. Hearing that Duan Lingyan's formation could defeat foes 3 times her number, Wu Daozi appeared slightly taken aback. Su Wenchuan could not help but sigh. With such incredible talent, there was no reason for Wu Daozi not to accept Duan Lingyan as his disciple. As Wu Daozi unfolded the formation diagram and scrutinized it, a smile gradually crept onto his face after about the time it took to drink half a cup of tea. Upon witnessing this, Wu Qiujuan was overjoyed and promptly inquired, Mr. Wu, does this formation meet with your esteemed approval? Wu Daozi proclaimed, this formation is indeed formidable. If it were in the hands of a celebrated general, with skillful deployment, it could indeed achieve a victory of 1 against 3. For a young lady like Miss Duan to create such a potent formation, she is truly gifted. Hiki. So, Mr. Wu, you are agreeing to accept Lingyan as your disciple? Wu Qiujuan eagerly pressed. Duan Lingyan was prepared. As soon as Wu Daozi nodded, she would immediately kneel and perform the disciple's obeisance. Su Wenchuan's mind was racing, desperately trying to devise a way to prevent this from happening. Unfortunately, even with his quick wit, Su Wenchuan could not conjure a suitable solution at this moment. Just as Wu Qiujuan was about to succeed, Wu Daozi shook his head once more. Mr. Wu, why are you shaking your head again? Wu Qiujuan asked with some agitation, his voice rising several notches. Wu Daozi smiled and said, Miss Duan's talent is indeed remarkable, but it is not the pinnacle. It does not yet meet my requirements. So I cannot accept Miss Duan as a disciple. I am truly sorry. Mr. Wu, you jest, surely? If talent as prodigious as Lingyan still does not satisfy your requirements, then I dare say, no one in this world could possibly meet your standards. Although Duan Lingyan was not as direct as Wu Qiujuan, her expression revealed her dissatisfaction and the subtle arrogance within her. Su Wenchuan was displeased by Wu Qiujuan's words, yet he knew in his heart that Wu Qiujuan was speaking the truth, at least in the Azure Cloud Empire. It would be difficult to find a more outstanding and well-rounded talent than Duan Lingyan. Seeing that Wu Qiujuan and Duan Lingyan both looked unconvinced, Wu Daozi remained unperturbed. Smiling, he took out a formation diagram from his bosom and handed it to Duan Lingyan, saying, Miss Duan, take a look at this formation and tell me what you think. Duan Lingyan took the diagram with a puzzled expression. After examining it for less than 3 seconds, her face turned ashen and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Her delicate body began to tremble incessantly and the true energy within her seemed to sense danger, automatically circulating and transforming into faint yellow halos that enveloped her entirely. Lingyan. What's wrong? Seeing Duan Lingyan's unusual demeanor, Wu Qiujiwen was taken aback. Such a sight was rare on her. Master, this formation diagram is so sinister. With great effort, Duan Lingyan finally shifted her gaze from the diagram and said to Wu Qiujiwen with a look of horror. Wu Daozi nodded gently, inwardly assessing that Duan Lingyan's talent was indeed high, even surpassing Lang Yuetsue's by a notch. If he had not discovered the gem that was Su Yaoting, he might have been tempted to accept Duan Lingyan. Seeing Wu Qiujiwen's curious expression, he said, Brother Wu, why don't you take a look as well? Then, he smiled at Su Wenchuan and said, King Su, you were a renowned commander of the 3 armies, having fought in countless battles and achieved numerous meritorious deeds. You must have considerable knowledge of formations. Why don't you take a look as well? Su Wenchuan laughed heartily and said, a formation that can be appreciated by Mr. Wu must be extraordinary. Of course, I must see it. Duan Lingyan seemed to be afraid of the formation diagram and hurriedly handed it to Wu Qiujiwen. While retreating far away, Wu Qiujiwen and Su Wenchuan exchanged glances and simultaneously turned their attention to the diagram. This formation. Su Wenchuan was, after all, a renowned general. He immediately recognized the formation's extraordinary nature and profoundness and could not help but exclaim in surprise, his expression shifting rapidly. As soon as Su Wenchuan exclaimed, Wu Qiujiwen's expression changed immediately, indicating that he, too, had recognized the formation's power. Mr. Wu, is this a new formation that you created? Wu Qiujiwen asked Wu Daozi abruptly. Wu Daozi smiled and shook his head, saying, I would like to, but I dare not take the credit that belongs to the heavens as my own. Su Wenchuan frowned and asked, if not Mr. Wu, who else in my Azure Cloud Empire could create such a miraculous and exquisite formation? I dare say, if this formation were successfully drilled, it could certainly defeat 100 enemies with one. Defeat 100 enemies with one. As soon as Su Wenchuan said this, Duan Lingyan could not help but gasp. The formation she had created could only achieve a victory of 1 against 3, which was already considered remarkable. Yet this formation could achieve the effect of defeating 100 enemies with 1. How could she not be surprised? Compared to this, the formation she had created was like dirt, utterly meaningless. Why, King Su, have you not seen this formation diagram before? Wu Daozi became increasingly certain that this formation was indeed created by Su Yaoting alone, and that Su Wenchuan had not helped. This made Wu Daozi even happier, as it seemed that Su Yaoting's comprehension of formations was indeed superior to others by several, or even dozens of times. Why would Mr. Wu ask such a question? Su Wenchuan was somewhat confused by Wu Daozi's question. Wu Daozi smiled and said, it is said that King Su loves his grandson the most. It seems that the rumors are not true. Mr. Wu, your words make me even more confused. Haha. If King Su truly cared about his grandson as the outside world says, how could he not know that his grandson had created such a remarkable formation? What are you saying? You're saying that this formation was created by my Yaoting? As soon as Wu Daozi finished speaking, Su Wenchuan shouted loudly. As the king of Dingshan, it had been a long time since he had been so excited, to the point of losing his composure. If it were any other time, Wu Qiujiwen would have seized the opportunity to mock him severely. But now, Wu Qiujiwen was not in the mood. However, his expression was 10 times more colorful than Su Wenchuan's. Mr. Wu, what are you joking about? Who in the entire Eastern Profound Continent does not know that Su Wenchuan's grandson, Su Yaoting, is a nuisance to everyone, besides causing trouble and acting like a tyrant? He is utterly useless. How could he possibly create such a formation? Wu Qiujiwen, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Su Wenchuan not be angered by Wu Qiujiwen's insults towards Su Yaoting? He glared and shouted sternly. Wu Qiujiwen was originally at odds with Su Wenchuan. Now that his cultivation base surpassed Su Wenchuan's, he was even more impolite towards him, saying coldly, what I said is the truth. Wu Daozi had not initially noticed the relationship between Su Wenchuan and Wu Qiujiwen, but now, seeing the two glaring at each other, even revealing murderous intent, he realized that their relationship was not simple. Originally, he had extended his affection to Wu Qiujun because of his admiration for Su Yaoting. But now, the smile on his face was immediately withdrawn, and his face turned cold and stern. He said in a deep voice, Brother Wu, since you are King Su's junior brother, then Yaoting is your grandnephew. It is not very kind to speak of your grandnephew in such a way, is it? Wu Qiujiwen did not care about Su Wenchuan because his relationship with Su Wenchuan had completely broken down, and there was no point in trying to salvage it. But Wu Daozi was different. Wu Qiujuan still wanted to win Wu Daozi over to the Iron War dynasty and was unwilling to offend him. Seeing Wu Daozi's displeasure, he quickly said, "Mr. Wu, Su Yaoting's actions are there for all to see. These words are not mine." Wu Daozi snorted lightly and said, "I don't care about what happened in the past, but from now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of Yaoting in my presence, I will not be polite with him." Mr. Wu Yu. Su Wenchuan was both shocked and excited that Wu Daozi would defend Su Yaoting in such a way. He was so excited that he could not speak. Wu Qiujuan was even more shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never imagined that Wu Daozi would say such a thing. It should be known that Wu Qiujuan had been paying close attention to Su Yaoting, and he knew almost everything that had happened to Su Yaoting, including Wu Daozi's plan to expel Su Yaoting from the Formation Academy. Because of this, Wu Qiujuan was so shocked, even confused. Disregarding Wu Qiujuan, Wu Daozi turned to Su Wenchuan and said, "Your Highness Su, I have come today to request your approval to take Yaoting as my disciple. I wish to impart all that I have learned throughout my life to him without omission." The notion of Wu Daozi seeking a disciple was so astonishing that Wu Qiujuan could hardly believe his eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that if Wu Daozi desired a disciple, a mere whisper would suffice to attract a throng of eager candidates, enough to encircle Yunzhong City. Both Wu Qiujuan and Su Wenchuan were left dumbfounded. It felt as though a colossal fortune had suddenly descended upon them, leaving Su Wenchuan in a state of bewilderment. "Mr. Wu, my grandson." Su Wenchuan's face reflected profound self-doubt. His concern stemmed from Su Yaoting's previous actions, which were hardly commendable. Wu Daozi, a luminary renowned across the continent, elicited genuine worry in Su Wenchuan that Su Yaoting might tarnish his esteemed reputation. "Haha, Your Highness Su, please do not be overly cautious. My willingness to accept Yaoting as my disciple is predicated on his passing my evaluation. Not only did his creation of this formation astonish me, but his comprehension of formations has left me utterly impressed. I can say without exaggeration that Yaoting possesses unparalleled talent in formations." Such lofty praise from a figure of Wu Daozi's stature stirred Su Wenchuan's emotions, nearly bringing him to tears. "Unparalleled talent? Mr. Wu, you might be overstating things a bit. If Su Yaoting is indeed unparalleled, what then of my disciple Langyan? The very Su Yaoting, whom I have always regarded with disdain and viewed as a source of ridicule, is now inexplicably hailed as the finest talent in the world. How could Wu Qiujuan possibly accept this?" Duan Lengyan, unable to conceal her indignation, let her feelings show clearly on her face. Although she was an exceptionally rare talent, she was still a young girl, lacking the life experience necessary to remain unperturbed in the face of calamity. Wu Daozi calmly remarked, "If Yaoting is unparalleled, then Miss Duan should be able to claim the second position." "Second? Indeed." Upon hearing Wu Daozi's words, Wu Qiujuan was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Duan Langyan's countenance turned ashen, resembling a layer of frost. Fortunately, her composure was commendable, or she might have erupted on the spot. Gazing at Wu Qiujuan's chagrined expression, Su Wenchuan felt as though he were dreaming. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had been ridiculed by Wu Qiujuan, and now the roles had reversed, leaving Wu Qiujuan on the verge of bloodshed. Su Wenchuan had never felt such exhilaration before. "I need not speak further with you, Wu Qiujuan." Wu Daozi smiled at Su Wenchuan and inquired, "Your Highness Su, do you agree to Yaoting becoming my disciple?" "Haha. The fact that Mr. Wu is willing to take my grandson under his wing is a blessing my grandson has accrued over several lifetimes. I couldn't be happier. How could I possibly disagree? I merely worry that my grandson may prove inadequate and ultimately tarnish Mr. Wu's name, and that would be a grave sin on my part." Su Wenchuan was genuinely elated, his pride evident as he cast a sidelong glance at Wu Qiujuan. "Wu Qiujuan, did you not claim my grandson to be worthless? Now my grandson is hailed as unparalleled, while your precious disciple can only claim the second position. Does that not render your disciple lesser than a waste?" "That is not the case." Before Su Wenchuan could finish his sentence, Wu Daozi shook his head firmly, his expression resolute. "As someone who has encountered countless individuals, I am confident in my ability to discern talent. Your Highness Su, I solemnly assure you, if you entrust Yaoting to me for 3 years, I will return him to you as a general capable of defeating all adversaries." "Humph." Upon hearing Wu Daozi's declaration, Duan Langyan let out a cold snort, filled with disdain. Wu Qiujuan's expression hardened as he declared, "Very well. I shall await the outcome, but I hope Mr. Wu truly does not misjudge. Langyan, let us depart." With the prospect of Wu Daozi accepting Duan Langyan as a disciple now entirely hopeless, Wu Qiujuan wished to leave the royal residence rather than endure Su Wenchuan's triumphant gaze. Just as they were about to exit, Wan Dong and Tang Xine stepped inside. Ah, it seems we have guests. Wan Dong, upon noticing Wu Qiujun and Duanlang Yin, paused briefly before approaching them with a warm smile. As a half-master of the Dingshan Wang residence, he could not neglect the courtesies of hospitality. However, Wan Dong was taken aback when, before he could approach, he felt an unprecedentedly sharp and cold aura pressing towards him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. You are Su Youting? Duanlang Yan's captivating eyes, usually enchanting, now radiated hostility that made it difficult to meet her gaze. Wan Dong was momentarily stunned. Could this be yet another scapegoat harmed by Su Youting? Even Tang Xine seemed to share this sentiment, casting a look at Wan Dong filled with scorn and mockery. Miss, I receive my palm, Duanlang Yin stated decisively, and before Wan Dong could even nod, she suddenly called out, raising her hand to strike at him. Duanlang Yin's cultivation far surpassed Wan Dong's, and although she was holding back, her power was formidable. As her palm struck, a tempest of killing intent surged forth, enveloping Wan Dong like a storm. Bold. Su Wenchuan could not have anticipated that Duanlang Yin would be so audacious as to strike within the royal residence. His furious shout echoed like thunder, and he transformed into a great rock, soaring towards her. Senior brother, Lang Yin is quite measured in her actions. She will not harm your precious grandson. You need not be so anxious. As he spoke, Wu Qiujun remained composed, effortlessly blocking Su Wenchuan's advance with a casual motion. Wu Qiujun, you are audacious. Su Wenchuan, consumed with concern for Su Youting, was hardly mindful of anything else. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a torrent of palm strikes, transforming a single strike into 100, quickly overshadowing the entire realm with his palm shadows. Humph. Noticing Su Wenchuan's serious intent, Wu Qiujun's expression darkened slightly. He simultaneously unleashed his palms, sending forth a wave of force powerful enough to pierce the heavens, refusing to yield an inch. As Su Wenchuan and Wu Qiujun clashed, Duanlang Yin's palm was already bearing down on Wan Dong. Tang Xine, though eager to witness Wan Dong's humiliation, remembered her duties. Seeing Su Wenchuan blocked by Wu Qiujun, she furrowed her brow and extended her palm to meet Duanlang Yin's attack. Yet, just as their palms were about to collide, Duanlang Yin suddenly erupted with a tide of energy, her aura spreading like a flood. The fourth level of true qi radiated a terrifying might, leaving Tang Xine utterly unprepared. She found herself pushed back 3 steps, as if swept away by a bulldozer. How is this possible? The turn of events caught Tang Xine completely off guard, altering her complexion dramatically. Having repelled Tang Xine, Duanlang Yin showed no signs of hesitation, her jade-like arm bending slightly as her palm surged towards Wan Dong's chest. The situation was clear. All depended on Wan Dong now. In truth, the moment Duanlang Yin made her move, Wan Dong had already sensed this reality. Now witnessing Tang Xine being forced back, he exhibited no trace of panic, his demeanor chillingly calm. His clear eyes fixed on Duanlang Yin as though he could see right through her. His gaze was one that Duanlang Yin had encountered before. Yet she found it impossible to believe it could emanate from a seemingly inept and dissolute individual, causing a shiver to run down her spine. Just then, Wan Dong moved with an awkward and frivolous gait. Duanlang Yin immediately recognized that the rumors were indeed true. Su Youting's cultivation was pathetically weak. However, to Duanlang Yin's astonishment, Wan Dong's clumsy movement miraculously evaded her palm strike, somehow shifting him behind her. This caused the hairs on her body to stand on end. Had Wan Dong possessed a cultivation level comparable to hers, or even slightly lower, he could have potentially executed a swift and decisive strike. The fact that such an awkward movement could produce such a remarkable effect was something Duanlang Yin would never have believed had she not experienced it firsthand. Duanlang Yin wasn't the only one struggling to comprehend the situation. Tang Xine was equally dumbfounded, replaying Wan Dong's dodge in her mind. The more she reflected on it, the more she perceived an unfathomable ingenuity concealed within the seemingly clumsy maneuver. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Wu Daozi surged forward like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, his imposing aura soaring. If one hadn't witnessed it, it would be difficult to imagine that Wu Daozi, a man typically immersed in scholarly pursuits, possessed such profound cultivation. His imposing presence rivaled that of a general leading a charge on the battlefield. Before Duanlang Yin could recover from her astonishment, a terrifying pressure, akin to Mount Tai collapsing upon her, enveloped her entirely. Despite having reached the 4th level of true qi, Duanlang Yin trembled under such immense pressure. You little minx, Wu Daozi exclaimed, seemingly enraged. You appear to be courteous and sensible, yet your actions are ruthless. This is simply outrageous. His face was livid, making him appear exceptionally intimidating. Duan Lingyan now regretted her inability to restrain her temper, causing such a disturbance at the Dingshan King's residence. This incident would undoubtedly have a negative impact on Tianbao Pavilion's operations in the Qingyan Empire. More importantly, the positive image she had painstakingly cultivated in Wu Daozi's eyes had crumbled, leaving her filled with remorse. Grandpa, just as Wu Daozi was about to confront Duan Lingyan, Wan Dong's alarm cry startled him. Turning around, he discovered that Su Wenchuan was retreating under Wu Qiujuan's relentless attacks, his situation becoming increasingly perilous. This revelation shocked Wu Daozi. Wasn't Su Wenchuan Wu Qiujuan's senior apprentice? How could his cultivation appear inferior to Wu Qiujuan's? Su Wenchuan was undoubtedly among the top experts in the Qingyan Empire. The fact that Wu Qiujuan had driven him to such straits indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Wu Daozi's gaze towards Wu Qiujuan shifted instantly. Bang! With a resounding crash, Su Wenchuan, having nowhere left to retreat, clashed palms with Wu Qiujuan. A muffled groan escaped his lips, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This sight sent Wan Dong's heart into a frenzy, and without a second thought, he charged towards Wu Qiujuan. You old scoundrel! How dare you harm my grandfather? Wan Dong shouted, his mind clouded by fury, causing him to lose some of his rationality. Otherwise, he would never have attempted to strike Wu Qiujuan, as it was tantamount to suicide. Witnessing this, Wu Daozi's heart pounded wildly. He yelled in desperation. But it was too late to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as Wan Dong drew closer to Wu Qiujuan. Yao Ding, don't be foolish. Retreat, Su Wenchuan cried out, deeply moved by Wan Dong's willingness to risk his life to save him. He felt that all the love and care he had shown Su Yaoding had finally been reciprocated. However, upon contemplating Wu Qiujuan's strength, his heart sank, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Insolent brat, courting death. Wu Qiujuan sneered as Wan Dong charged towards him. With a swift, diagonal sweep of his palm, he met Wan Dong's advance. Although Wu Qiujuan was formidable, he dared not truly harm Wan Dong. After all, they were within the Qingyan Empire's territory. If anything were to happen to Wan Dong, Su Wenchuan's power would ensure that Wu Qiujuan, regardless of his cultivation level, would not leave alive. However, while he couldn't deliver a fatal blow, he could certainly inflict some non-lethal injuries upon Wan Dong. Wu Qiujuan's palm strike was exceptionally cunning, resembling a viper's strike. Although it possessed vulnerabilities, its astonishing speed and profound cultivation made those vulnerabilities irrelevant in Wan Dong's eyes. Wan Dong strained his vision but could not identify any exploitable weaknesses. Left with no other option, he steeled himself and met the attack head-on with his own palm strike. In the eyes of Tang Xinyi, Duan Lingyan, and others, Wan Dong's actions were akin to suicide. A mere True Qi Level 1 novice daring to confront a True Qi Level 9 expert was indeed foolish. However, his courage and audacity were undeniably admirable. Wan Dong was not foolish. While his actions stemmed from an instinctive desire to protect Su Wenchuan, they were also the result of meticulous calculations. The disparity in their cultivation levels was too vast for Wan Dong to exploit Wu Qiujuan's vulnerabilities. However, he could minimize the damage inflicted upon himself by identifying the weakest point in Wu Qiujuan's attack. Thus, while it appeared as though Wan Dong was a moth drawn to a flame, his every movement was carefully calculated and remarkably precise. Although imperceptible, the Dao Qi within Wan Dong's body had already converged upon his palms, with a faint golden glow flickering within his palms. Had Wu Qiujuan not underestimated Wan Dong, he would have noticed this anomaly. Bang! The sound of Wan Dong and Wu Qiujuan's palms colliding was not as deafening as the clash between Su Wenchuan and Wu Qiujuan, but it was far more nerve-wracking. Wan Dong barely managed to withstand the impact for a second before his body was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, soaring over 10 zhang before crashing to the ground. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, splattering over a zhang high. This tragic scene ignited a raging inferno within the hearts of Su Wenchuan and Wu Daozi. Wu Qiujuan, you're courting death, Su Wenchuan roared, channeling all of his cultivation into his attack. His palms danced wildly, conjuring thousands of illusory palm shadows that rained down upon Wu Qiujuan like a collapsing sky. Having anticipated Su Wenchuan's reaction, Wu Qiujuan was prepared. Almost simultaneously, he mobilized the true qi within his body. After several exchanges with Su Wenchuan, Wu Qiujuan had developed an overwhelming sense of confidence and no longer regarded Su Wenchuan as a threat. He fully expected to effortlessly neutralize Su Wenchuan's offensive, just as he had done before. However, to Wu Qiujuan's surprise, Wu Daozi also launched an attack at the same time as Su Wenchuan. Moreover, his attack appeared even more ruthless, as if he intended to kill Wu Qiujuan with a single blow. Wu Qiujuan had no desire to antagonize Wu Daozi. Upon witnessing Wu Daozi's actions, he was taken aback and hastily questioned, "Mr. Wu, what are you doing? You despicable cur. How dare you injure my disciple? You have a death wish," Wu Daozi retorted. Although Wu Daozi's cultivation was not as high as Su Wenchuan's, the difference was not significant. His full-force attack unleashed a power that rivaled Su Wenchuan's. The combined assault from two experts at the 8th level of True Qi, even against Wu Qiujuan, who had just broken through to the 9th level of True Qi, immediately exerted immense pressure upon him. Moreover, this pressure intensified with each passing moment, making it difficult for him to breathe. Wu Qiujuan never imagined that injuring Su Yaoding would not only enrage Su Wenchuan, but also provoke Wu Daozi. He now found himself in a predicament of his own making, filled with helplessness and even regret. "Master." As Wu Qiujuan was incessantly pressured and forced back by the joint efforts of Su Wenchuan and Wu Daozi, his predicament grew increasingly dire, prompting Duan Lingyan to feel a sense of urgency. She stood firm, intending to rush in and assist Wu Qiujuan in extricating himself from the encirclement. However, unexpectedly, as she leapt halfway, she was harshly repelled by Wu Daozi's powerful palm strike. It was evident that Wu Daozi spared no mercy, channeling at least 70% of his strength into that blow, leaving Duan Lingyan unable to withstand it. She staggered back, her face a portrait of disarray. Retreating over 10 steps before finally stabilizing herself, her expression one of profound shock. "Mr. Wu, Lingyan is merely a young and inexperienced junior. Must you resort to such severity?" Wu Qiujuan lamented, his eyes brimming with despair upon witnessing Duan Lingyan nearly incapacitated by Wu Daozi's strike. "Humph, your disciple may be a junior, but should others show leniency? And what of Yao Ting? How can you unleash such venomous force upon him?" Wu Daozi was genuinely incensed, not allowing Wu Qiujuan to finish his words before unleashing a series of thunderous roars. Hearing Wu Daozi's furious shouts, Su Wenchuan felt a surge of emotion, while Tang Xinyi stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. She could hardly fathom that Wu Daozi's rage was in defense of Su Yaoding. When had their relationship become so intimately aligned? Before Tang Xinyi could ponder further, Wu Daozi once again launched his assault, flanking Su Wenchuan as they conjured a myriad of intertwined energies, relentlessly pressing towards Wu Qiujuan in a layered onslaught. Despite Wu Qiujuan's formidable cultivation, he had yet to attain the ability to contend against two opponents simultaneously. Under the relentless siege from Wu Daozi and Su Wenchuan, his situation became increasingly perilous. If this continued, escaping the king of Shanshan's residence would become a daunting challenge. Having endured a prior ordeal, Duan Lingyan, despite her impatience, dared not recklessly charge in. Instead, she anxiously flitted about like an ant on a hot stove. "Your Highness, Lord Wu, today is indeed Lingyan's fault. I am willing to offer 10 pieces of blood steel or from Tianbao Pavilion as a token of my sincerity and compensation. I implore you both to cease hostilities swiftly. Should this escalate into mutual destruction, my transgressions would only deepen. Your Highness, what do you think?" The alliance between Wu Daozi and Su Wenchuan posed no issue in subduing Wu Qiujuan, but vanquishing him was an entirely different challenge. Furthermore, Wu Qiujuan was reluctant to sever ties completely with Wu Daozi, thus maintaining a semblance of decorum. Should he be cornered, both Wu Daozi and Su Wenchuan would not emerge unscathed either. Wu Daozi furrowed his brow and inquired of Su Wenchuan, 20 pieces. Su Wenchuan was not one to extort others, yet he made an exception for Wu Qiujuan. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to extract maximum benefit. Wu Qiujuan's fury ignited, his eyes ablaze. Duan Lingyan, however, interjected without hesitation, 20 pieces it is. But you are aware that without breaking them open, none can ascertain whether treasures lie within the bloodsteel or. The 20 pieces must be chosen by you, esteemed seniors. Should you select wisely, I shall congratulate you. However, if you choose poorly, I ask you not to lament. Today's affairs shall be considered resolved. Su Wenchuan and Wu Daozi exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows. On the eastern Xian continent, blood steel was undoubtedly one of the most precious metals. Compared to gold and silver, it was akin to worthless stones, insignificant and inconsequential. Blood steel was a miraculous metal birth from the essence of heaven and earth. A piece no larger than an infant's fist could transform an ordinary sword into an unparalleled weapon, capable of slicing through iron like mud, unbreakable and resilient. Thus, for martial practitioners, blood steel's worth transcended mere terms of value. However, blood steel typically resided hundreds or even thousands of meters underground, making extraction exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, among 10 pieces of blood steel, or at most only one could yield blood steel, rendering it exceedingly rare. Even a piece the size of an infant's fist was beyond the means of an ordinary warrior. If one did not purchase already extracted blood steel, the sole remaining method to acquire it was through gambling. The price of blood steel ore was often merely 1/10 that of blood steel, making it relatively affordable. A common martial artist could save for a year to amass enough for a single piece of blood steel ore. Should they wager their entire savings on the chance of extracting blood steel, it would signify a monumental win. A sword infused with blood steel could be worth the lifetime of an ordinary martial artist's toil. Conversely, if the ore was opened and found empty, their year of effort would be in vain, leaving them to try their luck again the following year, with at least a 1 in 10 chance of failure. Such a gamble was indeed a high-stakes venture. Su Wenchuan and Wu Daozi shared a knowing frown, as blood steel ore bore no distinguishing features from ordinary stones. Even with their elevated cultivation, they could not discern the difference, leaving them to gamble with odds no better than those of common folk. Duan Lingyin's offer of 20 pieces of blood steel ore appeared generous, yet it was laden with cunning. Those 20 pieces could very well be nothing more than a heap of utterly mundane stones, and even if some blood steel were concealed within, it would amount to but 1 or 2 pieces. The Iron Ward dynasty possessed several blood steel veins, far more abundant than those in the Qingyan Empire. 1 or 2 pieces of blood steel were hardly worth her attention. Moreover, over the years, Tianbao Pavilion had amassed unimaginable wealth from blood steel ore, while the Qingyan Empire had received a mere pittance in return. Comparing the two, it was evident that the Qingyan Empire had suffered a significant loss. Reflecting on this, Su Wenchuan felt a twinge of irritation. "Yao Ting, how are you faring?" As Su Wenchuan hesitated, he caught sight of Wan Dong and rushed forward to support him. Concern etched across his face. Su Wenchuan understood that Wu Qiujuan lacked the audacity to strike too harshly, yet witnessing Wan Dong spitting blood still clenched his heart with worry. Upon closer inspection, although a trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of Wan Dong's mouth, his demeanor was surprisingly buoyant, devoid of any signs of pain. And his eyes sparkled with joy. It was as though Wu Qiujuan's strike had brought him unexpected comfort. Little did Su Wenchuan know, that very blow had unveiled to Wan Dong another remarkable use of his Tao Qi. This Tao Qi could autonomously convert the invading true energy into Tao energy, transforming what would have been a debilitating blow into a nourishing supplement for his Tao energy, accelerating its growth at an astonishing rate, far surpassing the speed of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. After sustaining Wu Qiujuan's strike, Wan Dong's Tao energy surged dramatically, leaving him both astonished and elated. However, this method of enhancement bore its own risks. Wu Qiujuan had merely unleashed a fraction of his power, yet it had already caused Wan Dong to spit blood. Had just moments ago, narrowly evading a strike from Duan Lingyan had already astonished him. And now enduring a blow from Wu Qiujuan without so much as a scratch was nothing short of miraculous. He could not afford to be careless. A thorough examination was imperative. Wu Daozi, presently concerned about Wan Dong's well-being, wore a grave expression that spoke volumes of his apprehension. Wan Dong smiled, intending to reassure him of his safety, but Wu Daozi was unyielding, swiftly approaching and seizing his pulse with determination. Wu Daozi's essence circulated within Wan Dong for 3 full cycles before he confirmed that Wan Dong was indeed unharmed. Only then did he withdraw, turning to Wu Qiujuan with resentment, exclaiming that it was fortunate that Yao Ting was unharmed. Otherwise, neither of them would leave this place alive today. Wu Daozi's temperament was already irascible, and the fact that Wan Dong, his precious disciple candidate, had nearly been harmed right before his eyes incited his fury. His imposing presence unmistakable. Wu Qiujuan felt a wave of despair. Not only had he failed to win Wan Dong over, but he had also offended him, which could spell endless trouble in the future. Observing Wu Daozi's evident fondness for Wan Dong, Tang Xinyi's heart brimmed with suspicion, prompting her to step forward. However, before she could speak, Wu Daozi's demeanor shifted dramatically, the warmth and affection he had shown Wan Dong vanishing without a trace, replaced by an icy reception that chilled Tang Xinyi to the core. Tang Xinyi felt a pang of frustration. When had even Su Yaoting, a reckless wastrel, become more cherished than her? The rapid change in circumstances was bewildering. She longed to express her discontent, yet dared not speak before Wu Daozi. "What brings you here?" Wu Daozi inquired coldly. "Oh, Mr. Wu is unaware. Miss Tang is my personal bodyguard for Yao Ting, residing at my estate," Su Wenchuan replied cheerfully. "You arranged for her to become a vice instructor at the Array Academy for Yao Ting's protection?" Wu Daozi asked, taken aback. Su Wenchuan nodded, affirming that Yao Ting was too weak in martial prowess and needed someone to look after him. "Indeed, that is only reasonable." Wu Daozi nodded vigorously, his gaze toward Tang Xinyi shifting entirely. No longer was it filled with disdain. "Child, Why did you not mention you were Yao Ding's bodyguard earlier? My previous treatment of you is less than favorable. Please do not take it to heart. The abrupt shift in his attitude left Tang Xinyi astounded. Her emotions a tempest of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from Wu Daozi's newfound regard for her, rekindling her hopes of persuading him to support the princess. The sorrow, however, lay in the fact that this transformation was rooted in Wan Dong's influence. This realization struck Tang Xinyi with both surprise and bitterness. If Wan Dong held such sway over Wu Daozi, it could mean that with merely a word, he might transform Wu Daozi from a supporter of the princess into her adversary. Tang Xinyi understood Wu Daozi well enough. He had no interest in the power struggles of the realm. Whether it be by Dai's ascension or Qiu Wanli's usurpation, it was all inconsequential to him. In other words, Wan Dong's beliefs could very well become Wu Daozi's own. Unconsciously, Tang Xinyi turned to glance at Wan Dong, realizing for the first time just how significant he was to her. Yao Ding. That girl just stated she is willing to exchange 20 pieces of bloodsteel or for your forgiveness. What say you? Su Wenchuan, in high spirits after Wan Dong had saved face for him, casually placed the decision in Wan Dong's hands. Wan Dong was well aware of the rarity of bloodsteel in Tiandu Kingdom. In the past, he had seen Su Wenchuan exert tremendous effort just to procure a piece of bloodsteel, the craft of fine sword for Shang Guan Yunzhu, spending dozens of or pieces in the process. Until now, Wan Dong had believed that Duan Lingyan had acted against him out of grievance for Su Yaoding, and thus held no animosity toward her. Now, hearing her propose 20 pieces of bloodsteel or in exchange for his forgiveness filled him with unease. Just as Wan Dong was about to refuse, Su Wenchuan interjected, Yao Ding, there's no need to be polite. The Iron War dynasty is wealthy beyond measure. And Tiandao Pavilion is even more affluent. It would be a shame to pass up such an opportunity. Upon hearing that Duan Lingyan and Wu Qiujuan were from the Iron War dynasty, Wan Dong was taken aback, recalling that Duan Lingyan had asked if he was Su Yaoding when they first met. This implied that Su Yaoding did not know Duan Lingyan. Realizing this, Wan Dong's mind was consumed by the phrase Iron War dynasty. It was the arch-nemesis of Tiandu Kingdom, where countless valiant warriors had perished at the hands of their cavalry. The mere mention of the Iron War dynasty incited rage among the citizens of Tiandu, and Wan Dong was no exception. His expression hardened as he remarked, 20 pieces of bloodsteel, or is hardly a fitting price. Duan Lingyan's frustration boiled over, wishing she could drown Wan Dong in her scorn. Is my grandson Su Yaoding truly worth only 20 pieces of bloodsteel ore? Su Wenchuan chimed in, momentarily forgetting the value of the ore he had just offered. Very well, then you propose a price. Duan Lingyan replied, feeling vexed by this version of Su Yaoding, who was far more difficult than the rumors had suggested. 100 pieces. Wan Dong blurted out a number that sent chills down Duan Lingyan's spine. Preposterous. You think you're worth 100 pieces of bloodsteel ore? Before Duan Lingyan could retort, Wu Qiujuan erupted in outrage. 100 pieces of bloodsteel ore could sustain an ordinary family in the Qingyan Empire for decades. Was Wan Dong not simply demanding an exorbitant price? Calm down. I only desire the ore, not the bloodsteel itself. Do you think the blow you struck me was so trivial? You insolent wretch. Wu Qiujuan fumed, but Wan Dong's furious shout silenced him, his eyes wide with indignation, forcing Wu Qiujuan's unspoken words back down, leaving his face flushed with embarrassment. Wu Qiujuan's insult was not only directed at Wan Dong but also included Su Wenchuan, which Wan Dong could not tolerate. You reckless fool, do you seek your own demise? Wan Dong scoffed, retorting, is the Ding Mountain King's residence a place for you to run amok? I believe the one courting danger is you. Do you realize that even your grandfather would not dare speak to me in such a manner? Wu Qiujuan coldly retorted. Although Wu Qiujuan's cultivation surpassed Su Wenchuan's, it was barely a notch above, and he was deluded to think he could intimidate him. How shameless. With your meager skills, you dare compare yourself to my grandfather? You must be joking. The words fell like an icy wind from the Arctic, chilling to the bone. What is the matter? Are you feeling indignant? Whether or not you are, there is no need for me to say anything. You could always consult your grandfather. Wan Dong turned his head to glance at Su Wenchuan, only to see his brows furrowed into a shape resembling the character for River, his face and eyes brimming with unutterable frustration. The feeling of being oppressed by a petty individual is truly unbearable. What would I ask my grandfather for? If you're feeling discontented, why not wager with me? What sort of wager? Wan Dong possessed a peculiar talent. Regardless of your profound cultivation or esteemed status, he always found a way to lead you by the nose. Every word and action of Wan Dong exuded an indescribable provocation, gnawing at Wu Qiujuan's patience, his rationality gradually yielding to anger. Upon hearing Wu Qiujuan's inquiry, A cryptic smile appeared at the corner of Wan Dong's mouth, causing Duan Lingyin's heart to plummet, as an overwhelming sense of unease surged within her. Wan Dong appeared unfazed, as if he were facing merely a servant from a royal household rather than the formidable Wu Qiujuan. His demeanor and poise were truly striking. Wu Daozi and Su Wenchuan were left in astonishment, particularly Su Wenchuan, who could scarcely recognize his own grandson. Old rascal, tell me, how many moves can I withstand from my grandfather? Wu Qiujuan pursed his lips, a look of disdain upon his face, coldly remarking, although your grandfather's cultivation is quite lacking, he could easily bring you to your demise in a single move. Wan Dong chuckled, I never expected you, old rascal, to still have your wits about you at your age. You were right. I cannot withstand even one move from my grandfather, but I can take 3 of yours. Nonsense. If you cannot withstand even a single move from your grandfather, how could you claim to withstand 3 from me? Have you taken leave of your senses? Wan Dong's words ignited Wu Qiujuan's fury, making his hair stand on end. Whether my senses have departed or not, you shall learn through our wager. So, do you have the courage to accept it? Wan Dong's declaration instantly heightened the tension for Wu Daozi and Su Wenchuan. They were well aware of Wu Qiujuan's formidable prowess. Not to mention 3 moves. Even a fraction of a move would be beyond Wan Dong's capacity to endure. Su Wenchuan felt compelled to advise Wan Dong against his reckless decision. However, before he could utter a word, Wan Dong interjected, Grandfather, there is no need to worry. If I cannot withstand even 3 moves from this old rascal, then I am unworthy to be your grandson. Furthermore, I cannot abide the people from the Iron War dynasty flaunting their might on the territory of my Qingyun Empire. Today, I shall teach him a profound lesson. But there are no buts. My mind is made up. Grandfather, just cheer for me from the sidelines. Gazing at his grandson, who stood tall and resolute, brimming with confidence, Su Wenchuan felt as if he were witnessing his younger self reflected in him, a wave of profound pride washing over him. So, old rascal, do you accept the wager or not? Wan Dong pointed at Wu Qiujuan, his brows arching with an imposing aura that seemed to threaten to overwhelm Wu Qiujuan. Young man, what shall happen if you cannot withstand my 3 moves? Wu Qiujuan's face twisted in a sinister grimace. If I cannot withstand, then my life shall be yours. What else could it be? Wan Dong replied without a moment's hesitation. Su Wenchuan opened his mouth, intending to dissuade him, but he had no opportunity to speak. Very well. I must say, my dear senior brother, your precious grandson might have lived another year, but it seems today marks the end of his days. Wu Qiujuan sneered at Su Wenchuan. Before Su Wenchuan could respond, Wan Dong shouted, But old rascal, what if I withstand your 3 moves? What then? You're dreaming even as you stand on the brink of death. If you can withstand my 3 moves, the conditions are yours to dictate. Wan Dong grinned mischievously. I never expected you, old rascal, to be so forthright. Here is the deal. Since I find you quite talented and worthy of cultivation, if you lose, you shall become my disciple. Wretched brat, what did you just say? Wu Qiujuan was utterly incensed, akin to receiving a barrage of slaps in public. His expression twisted in sheer rage. Su Wenchuan could not help but burst into laughter, inwardly marveling at his grandson's audacity. To propose that a master of the 9th level of Qi could become a disciple was quite a bold ambition. Tangsini struggled to suppress her laughter as well, particularly at the sight of Wu Qiujuan's white hair and beard juxtaposed with Wan Dong's carefree demeanor. Such a peculiar master-disciple pair was perhaps unparalleled across the continent. Old rascal, why are you shouting? You stand to gain immensely from this wager. If I lose my life, but if you lose, you gain an admirable master. Opportunities like this are rare. You should be secretly pleased. Wan Dong jested. However, Su Wenchuan could no longer find amusement in the situation. His grandson was wagering his life, and as a grandfather, he could hardly remain lighthearted. Su Wenchuan, your precious grandson is choosing his own demise. Do not blame me. Wu Qiujuan realized that engaging in a battle of wits with Wan Dong would only bring humiliation upon himself. Thus he turned to Su Wenchuan and shouted. Su Wenchuan opened his mouth, brow furrowed tightly, yet no words escaped. Now, old rascal, do you dare to wager? Give me a straightforward answer. Young man, choosing the path to heaven, you have refused. Opting for hell is your own decision. Very well, I shall show mercy today and send you off. Let us wager on 3 moves. You may proceed. Wan Dong raised his thumb in approval towards Wu Qiujuan, praising, at least you still possess a shred of heroic spirit. Today, I shall showcase a new sword technique I have learned, allowing you to witness it, while also demonstrating that acknowledging me as your master will not be a disadvantage. With that, Wan Dong turned to Tangsini. Hey, stop frowning. The one wagering their life is me, not you. Lend me your sword for a moment. Tang Xinyi looked at Wan Dong, who appeared entirely unperturbed and composed, her head spinning as she pondered his mentality. Did he truly not comprehend the formidable prowess of the elder before him? This was the first time Tang Xinyi had witnessed someone approach death with such nonchalance. Indeed, she was reluctant to apply the term nonchalant to Su Yaoding, yet at this moment, she found no other words more suitable to encapsulate his demeanor. A new sword technique he learned today? Even though Wu Qiujuan suspected that Wan Dong might be deliberately provoking him with such claims, he could not suppress the fury boiling within him, his fists clenched, nails digging into his flesh. Yaoding Su Wenchuan felt a genuine concern rising within him. To his knowledge, Su Yaoding had never practiced any sword techniques, and now he intended to confront Wu Qiujuan with one. This struck Su Wenchuan as sheer folly. Before Su Wenchuan could finish his thoughts, Wan Dong had already taken the sword from Tang Xinyi's hands. With the blade poised across his chest and its tip directed towards Wu Qiujuan's throat, his movements were composed and dignified, yet carried an air of gravity. This seemingly ordinary starting stance unexpectedly caught the attention of even the seasoned Su Wenchuan. However, at that moment, Tang Xinyi felt her heart racing. Wan Dong's posture struck a chord of familiarity within her. Just as Tang Xinyi was lost in thought, Wan Dong turned to her with a smile. "Tang girl, I must say, your sword practice this morning was rather disappointing. Given your level of skill, I find it hard to trust you with my safety. Now, allow me to demonstrate a few moves for your benefit. I hope you can improve from this." "Huh? What did you just say?" Tang Xinyi was so furious that she nearly choked on her breath, thinking to herself that despite her status as a pinnacle practitioner of the true Qi realm, what could Su Yaoding possibly do? His mere first level was barely adequate, and yet he dared to reprimand her? Ignoring Tang Xinyi's almost contorted handsome face, Wan Dong chuckled and called out to Wu Qiujuan, "Hey, old thief, are you ready? I'm about to strike. If you're not afraid of death, come at me." Naturally, Wu Qiujuan held Wan Dong in contempt, hands on his hips, wearing a fierce expression, ready to crush Wan Dong like an ant the moment he charged. At this juncture, Su Wenchuan and Wu Daozi could no longer intervene. Both stepped closer, their true Qi surging within them, prepared to act at the first sign of Wan Dong in peril, hoping to preserve his life. Unbeknownst to Wan Dong, Su Wenchuan and Wu Daozi were exceedingly tense, their eyes fixed intently on Wu Qiujuan, as if everything else in the universe had vanished from their sight. Simultaneously, Wan Dong's demeanor grew increasingly solemn, his aura escalating as if he had transformed into a different person. This fellow seems to possess some skill," Tang Xinyi remarked, her brows furrowing in astonishment. Su Wenchuan and Wu Daozi shared similar expressions of surprise, marveling at the formidable aura emanating from Wan Dong. With a commanding shout, like thunder striking the ground, Wan Dong unleashed a powerful attack. In that instant, the long sword in his hand appeared to come alive, its blade twisting and dancing through the air, producing a series of ominous resonances, resembling a silver flash that rapidly approached Wu Qiujuan. Such swiftness in the sword's momentum. Wan Dong's strike left every onlooker in shock, particularly Su Wenchuan, who exclaimed in excitement. This sword not only moved with incredible speed, but also embodied the essence of swordsmanship. The indomitable spirit radiating from the blade indicated a profound understanding of the sword path, something only achievable through deep comprehension. "Your Highness, it seems the rumors about Yaoding are far from the truth. What are you two, grandfather and grandson, really up to?" Wu Daozi inquired, astonished. As he turned to Su Wenchuan, Su Wenchuan could only shake his head in confusion, pondering whether his grandson had been intentionally concealing his abilities all along. Both Su Wenchuan and Wu Daozi were taken aback, while Tang Xinyi stood in disbelief. The sword Wan Dong executed was all too familiar to her. It was the piercing cloud silver radiance she had practiced countless times. Yet, despite her mastery of the technique, she could never perform it with such fluidity and unbroken momentum as Wan Dong had. Moreover, the overwhelming sword intent seemed capable of piercing through the very clouds above, far surpassing her own capabilities. Recalling Wan Dong's earlier words, Tang Xinyi felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be that he had learned this technique by secretly observing her practice in the morning? But that shouldn't be possible. How could he master a technique he had only seen earlier that day? This was simply unfathomable. Before Tang Xinyi could ponder further, Wan Dong's blade was already closing in on Wu Qiujuan's chest. "Good lad, it seems I underestimated you." Wan Dong's thrust startled Wu Qiujuan, who yelped and quickly retaliated, unleashing a torrent of powerful palm energy that threatened to engulf Wan Dong entirely. Though Wan Dong's swordsmanship was swift and fierce, his own cultivation was simply too weak. As Wu Qiujuan's palm energy surged forth, it shattered Wandong's sword light into fragments. Just as Su Wenchuan began to worry, Wandong's sword momentum shifted. With a flick of his wrist, the blade began to vibrate ominously, producing an array of resonant sounds that echoed through the air, creating an illusion of shimmering waves, each glinting with lethal intent. Your Highness, when did you teach Yaoting such an exquisite sword technique? Wu Daozi, possessing profound knowledge of both formations and swordsmanship, could hardly contain his admiration upon witnessing Wandong's technique, which appeared nearly flawless, intricately interwoven and precise. Su Wenchuan had never taught Su Yaoting any sword techniques. Even if he wished to, Su Yaoting had no interest in learning. However, the swordplay Wandong displayed was reminiscent of what he had seen Tang Xinyi perform during her training, albeit with notable differences. His gaze turned to Tang Xinyi, only to find her frozen in place, as if paralyzed. As Wandong's sword momentum transformed, Tang Xinyi could almost conclusively determine that he was executing the very technique she practiced regularly. Yet, in Wandong's hands, this same technique was magnified tenfold, perhaps even several times more potent. How could this be? Questions swirled in her mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Duan Lingyan stood nearby, her expression pale, her face betraying uncontainable shock. She never imagined Wandong's swordplay could be so intricate. If she were to face Wandong now, unprepared, she would undoubtedly find herself at a disadvantage, potentially even in dire straits. As Duan Lingyan wrestled with her astonishment and anger, she silently vowed to punish those responsible for gathering intelligence on Su Yaoting upon her return. The Su Yaoting she was familiar with bore no resemblance to the one before her now. If this version of Su Yaoting could be deemed useless, then the world would be filled with nothing but the inept. Boy, no matter how refined your swordplay, without sufficient true qi to support it, it amounts to naught. Prepare to fall. Despite the near perfection of Wandong's sword techniques, Wu Qiujuan recognized that he could only rely on his own overwhelming superiority in true qi, 8 levels above Wandong, to counter his attacks. Humph. Wu Qiujuan, is this all you are capable of? You are bringing shame to my sect. Wandong and Wu Qiujuan were engaged in a wager, and due to the rules, Su Wenchuan could not intervene, merely adding stakes for Wu Qiujuan. Aware of his own shortcomings, Wu Qiujuan refrained from arguing with Su Wenchuan and focused solely on defeating Wandong, anticipating that this would cause Su Wenchuan great distress. With this resolve, Wu Qiujuan launched a fierce assault, his palm sweeping with a force capable of stirring an ocean. Confronted with such a relentless onslaught, Wandong felt as if he were a lone boat adrift in a tempest, rising and falling amidst perilous waves. Su Wenchuan's brow furrowed with concern, his body trembling with anxiety. If Wandong faltered even slightly, his life would be forfeit at the hands of Wu Qiujuan. How could he not worry? Tang Xinyi watched in growing terror, not only because of the breathtaking intricacy of Wandong's swordplay, which oscillated between familiarity and strangeness, but also due to the calmness and composure he exhibited in the face of Wu Qiujuan's formidable attack. If their roles were reversed, she mused, she would have likely crumbled under the pressure of Wu Qiujuan's assault. Instead, Wandong remained unshaken, as if all of this were part of his calculated strategy. When Wu Qiujuan altered his attack, Wandong's swordplay adapted seamlessly, still familiar yet containing subtle, ingenious modifications that rendered Tang Xinyi's once familiar technique almost alien in comparison. The sword's edge flickered like a long serpent tasting the air, its fierce aura slicing through the atmosphere, weaving intricate and enchanting vortices in midair. These vortices, seemingly independent, were in fact interconnected, forming a labyrinthine array. Once ensnared within, one would feel dizzy and disoriented, unable to find their bearings. There appeared to be traces of a formation hidden within this swordplay. Wu Daozi fixated on Wandong's sword intent for an extended period, and suddenly his expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in astonishment. Su Wenchuan, taken aback, inquired how a sword technique could possibly bear traces of a formation. I do not know. I truly do not know. Yet Yaoting has indeed accomplished this, replied Wu Daozi fervently. Look, the sword energies emitted by Yaoting resemble individual soldiers under his command, each following distinct paths of actions. And together they create a formation seamlessly integrated within the sword techniques. It is simply incredible, truly incredible. As he spoke, Wu Daozi's face flushed with excitement, his hands rubbing together in a fervor, at a loss for how to express his exhilaration. Prompted by Wu Daozi's insights, Su Wenchuan scrutinized closely and, indeed, it appeared as Wu Daozi had described, leaving him astounded. Such a swordplay, even to someone as well-versed as he, was unprecedented. Your Grace, observe the palm techniques of Wu Qiujuan. Once ensnared within the array woven by Yao Ding's sword energies, one would feel as though trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate oneself. Until complete annihilation ensues. Though at a disadvantage overall, he continuously creates localized advantages, seeking overall victory through a series of minor triumphs. Is this not the ultimate essence pursued by formations? I was right. Yao Ding, he is undoubtedly a rare genius. Ha ha ha, heaven does not forsake me. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated Wu Daozi became, unable to contain his laughter. With Wu Daozi's guidance, Su Wenchuan's eyes began to gleam with understanding. Before him, amidst the storm-like offensive of Wu Qiujuan, stood Su Yaoding, vibrant and resolute, his demeanor somewhat dazed. Wan Dong, completely oblivious to the conversation between Wu Daozi and Su Wenchuan, dared not let even a fragment of his focus waver. The pressure from Wu Qiujuan was far beyond his imagination, more unbearable than a mountain collapsing before him. Wan Dong had few resources to rely upon, an almost flawless sword technique and a trace of nascent Dao energy within. With his extraordinary insight, Wan Dong had indeed integrated formations into his swordplay, minimizing the impact of Wu Qiujuan's palm techniques while simultaneously refining the latter's power to augment his own Dao energy. Yet, even so, completely countering Wu Qiujuan's palm techniques was utterly impossible. At this juncture, Wan Dong had no choice but to, as before, identify the most vulnerable aspect of Wu Qiujuan's moves and endure it. A muffled grunt escaped his lips as Wan Dong, losing control, staggered backward 7 or 8 steps, his complexion paling slightly. Xiaodong, how are you? Su Wenchuan called out anxiously. Wan Dong cast a sidelong glance at Wu Qiujuan and broke into a grin. Tang Xinyi was momentarily taken aback, finding Wan Dong to be truly extraordinary. How could he still smile at such a moment? Wu Daozi and Su Wenchuan exchanged glances. Astonishment etched on their faces. Wan Dong could indeed smile. Young man, even if you sprout wings today, you shall not escape my grasp. A sinister grin spread across Wu Qiujuan's face as he witnessed Wan Dong on the verge of becoming his captive. Old thief, you rejoice too soon, Wan Dong suddenly shouted, twisting his body sharply to the left, revealing the figure of Duan Linyan before Wu Qiujuan. Linyan, how did you come to be here? Upon seeing Duan Linyan, Wu Qiujuan's heart raced, and he shouted in shock. Duan Linyan was equally startled, especially as she felt the overwhelming force emanating from Wu Qiujuan, which could easily shred a person to pieces. She felt frozen, unable to move. Wu Qiujuan, however, could not harm Duan Linyan. Gritting his teeth, he exerted his clawing force, leaving behind 5 varying-sized pits in the ground beside him. He, indeed a master at the 9th level of true energy, effortlessly controlling his power. Truly impressive. Wan Dong's languid voice echoed from the side. You intentionally used Lingyan as your shield. Wu Qiujuan suddenly came to himself, his face contorted with rage. Old thief, do not mistake my intentions. It was merely a coincidence. Huh, is there such a coincidence in this world? Wan Dong's words only fueled Wu Qiujuan's fury. Reflecting on the previous events, he realized that Wan Dong had deftly evaded his attacks while skillfully leading him right to Duan Lingyan's, using her as a shield at a critical moment, forcing Wu Qiujuan to retract his assault, thus rendering his second strike ineffective. Such a meticulously crafted scheme left Wu Daozi and Su Wenchuan astonished. Wu Daozi glanced at Su Wenchuan. Unable to contain himself, he asked in a hushed tone, how did your Su family produce such a prodigy as Yao Ding? It is truly remarkable. Su Wenchuan fell silent, his heart tumultuous with emotion. You sly brat. You and Appos, VE evaded my second strike, but you shall surely perish with this third. Wu Qiujuan and Appos' fury was palpable, disregarding Wan Dong and Appos' lowly cultivation at the 1st level of true energy. He bellowed, channeling all his true energy, summoning a tempest that obscured the surroundings. Very well. I shall perish with you. Just as everyone speculated how Wan Dong would counter Wu Qiujuan's formidable third strike, he boldly lunged forward with his sword, devoid of any embellishment, his demeanor solemn and resolute. It was evident to all that Wan Dong truly intended to confront Wu Qiujuan in a final confrontation. Yao Ding, no? Both Wu Daozi and Su Wenchuan cried out in alarm. Yet, Wan Dong appeared impervious to their pleas, his sword unwavering, his figure resolute. The audacity of his spirit surged, catching everyone's attention. Wu Qiujuan paused momentarily before gritting his teeth. You wish to play tricks? I will not be deceived again. He unleashed a powerful strike, manifesting a palpable shadow of true energy that collided head-on with Wan Dong's sword. Wu Qiujuan's palm strike was formidable, even causing tremors in the hearts of onlookers like Tang Xini and Duan Lingyan. Yet, Wan Dong seemed oblivious, pressing forward with his sword, his stance unyielding. Eyes turning crimson with an intensity that soared to its zenith. Mr. Wu, what do we do? What do we do? Su Wenchuan's anxiety grew palpable, his tone shifting. Wu Daozi internally lamented their earlier hesitation that had cost them the best opportunity to save Wan Dong. Rushing in now would be futile, and his expression darkened. You will perish under this palm, and I shall reduce you to ashes. Wu Qiujuan had not anticipated being so engrossed in a contest with a mere novice. Yet a profound sense of threat emanated from Wan Dong, clouding his judgment. I swear, before I die, I will leave a transparent hole in your heart. Wan Dong's declaration sent a shiver down Wu Qiujuan's spine, a look of incredulity crossing his face. As he raised his gaze to meet Wan Dong's sword tip, a chill crept from his core, as if the blade had already pierced his very being. Could it be that I must perish alongside this boy? A deep reluctance welled within Wu Qiujuan. Having reached the 9th level of true energy at such a young age, he had the potential to ascend to the transcendent 10th level, commanding vast wealth and influence. Yet, in death, all would be lost. To compare himself to Wan Dong, a mere child with no accomplishments, was an unthinkable exchange for someone like Wu Qiujuan, who had spent a lifetime in business. As his thoughts swirled, Wu Qiujuan's focus wavered, causing his palm strike to weaken. Conversely, Wan Dong's aura intensified, his resolve unwavering, his sword transforming into a dragon soaring through the sky, poised to shatter all in its path. No, Wu Qiujuan suddenly cried out, retracting his power and leaping away. His third strike, fueled by all his true energy, was brutal. Yet Wan Dong dismantled it with apparent ease. Master! Duan Lingyan's exclamation rang like thunder in Wu Qiujuan's ears, jolting him back to reality. Upon looking at Wan Dong again, he saw that the resolute spirit of indifference to life and death had dissipated, replaced by a sardonic smile. You! Wu Qiujuan trembled, his complexion shifting between hues of blue and red. Wan Dong chuckled softly. Wu Qiujuan, it appears you are indeed a master at the 9th level of true energy. Yet so timid. Do you truly believe that this worn sword in my hand, combined with my first level of true energy, could penetrate your protective aura? Before I even approach you, it would likely be shattered by your palm strike. Indeed, Master, you have fallen for this trick. Duan Lingyan shook her head, her expression a complex mix of regret, admiration, and surprise. You wretched boy, what do you intend? 3 strikes had passed, and the wager was lost for Wu Qiujuan. This unforeseen outcome astonished both Wu Daozi and Su Wenchuan, eliciting both shock and joy. Seeing Wu Qiujuan's fury, the two advanced like a formidable duo, standing protectively before Wan Dong. Previously restrained by the wager, they now felt no hesitation, with Wu Daozi and Su Wenchuan, 2 top-tier masters, shielding him. Wu Qiujuan could not act against Wan Dong. His face was a deep shade of crimson from humiliation and anger. Wu Qiujuan, you faltered in spirit with your 3rd strike. There is no reason for you to feel wronged. You have savored the fruits of wealth and power throughout your life. It is surprising that you remain so narrow-minded. In contrast, Yao Ding, unencumbered and resolute, influenced your judgment, leading you to forfeit your final strike. Su Wenchuan's voice appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, it brimmed with unutterable joy and astonishment. Recalling the breathtaking scene from earlier, Su Wenchuan could hardly contain his admiration for Wan Dong, exclaiming 3 hearty praises. In response to Su Wenchuan's words, Wu Qiujuan remained silent, though internally he harbored disdain. The reason Su Wenchuan could chastise him was simply that he had not faced Wan Dong in battle. The ferocious determination emanating from Wan Dong was undeniably genuine, leaving Wu Qiujuan still shaken. Were the roles reversed, Su Wenchuan would likely not fare much better. Ultimately, it was Wan Dong's uncanny prowess that was truly formidable. Wu Qiujuan could not help but glance at Wan Dong, his expression now devoid of the earlier arrogance and contempt, replaced instead with solemnity. He mused that it was fortunate Wan Dong's cultivation was not on par with Duan Lingyan. Had it been, his troubles today would have multiplied. What are you looking at? You lost. Hurry and pay your respects to your master. Wan Dong disregarded Wu Qiujuan's icy glare and sneered. What did you say? For Wu Qiujuan, no insult could be greater. Before Wan Dong's words had fully settled, his furious roar pierced the air. What? You refuse to acknowledge it? Su Wenchuan chuckled and leisurely remarked. Wu Qiujuan, as a businessman, surely you recognize the importance of credibility? You. Wu Qiujuan was so enraged that he could scarcely articulate a response. Unable to fathom his defeat, the events of earlier still felt dreamlike. Wan Dong chuckled softly, saying, Wu Qiujuan, Do not feel wronged. To have the opportunity to be my disciple is a stroke of luck. Perhaps I can guide you to realms far beyond your imagination. Nonsense. As soon as Wan Dong finished speaking, Wu Qiujuan erupted with fury. Wan Dong remained unfazed, casually retorting, "Very well, a forced agreement is never sweet. I shall not pressure you. Let us pretend our conversation never occurred. Is that so?" Wu Qiujuan instantly became animated, hastily inquiring. "Of course. However, regarding the 100 blood-steel ores, no need to elaborate. In addition to the 100 blood-steel ores, I will also gift you 10,000 taels of gold." Remarkably, Wu Qiujuan proved to be a man of principle. Recognizing that 10,000 taels of gold constituted a substantial fortune. "Deal. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit Tianbao Pavilion to select the 100 blood-steel ores. I hope you are prepared." Wan Dong nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I, Wu Qiujuan, am a man of my word." Wu Qiujuan's declaration prompted Su Wenchuan to snicker, causing Wu Qiujuan's face to flush with embarrassment. "Lingyan, let us depart." Wu Qiujuan, feeling humiliated, swiftly exited the Wangfu with Duan Lingyan. "Yao Ting, you ought not to be so lenient. You should have insisted Wu Qiujuan honor the bet and brought him to disgrace," Su Wenchuan lamented. Wan Dong chuckled ruefully. "A forced situation seldom yields sweetness. If I were to insist on Wu Qiujuan becoming my disciple, he would eventually betray his master." Wu Daozi nodded repeatedly, addressing Su Wangye. "You are being swayed by emotion. I believe Yao Ting's approach was most prudent. Being constantly at odds with a formidable opponent at the 9th level of Qi is hardly a pleasant affair." Wu Daozi's words struck true. Su Wenchuan, still simmering with frustration at Wu Qiujuan, had overlooked this aspect. Upon Wu Daozi's gentle reminder, he turned to Wan Dong with evident admiration. "Ha. Su Wangye. After today's events, I am determined to take Yao Ting as my disciple." Wu Daozi declared with exuberance. "What? Old Wu, you wish to accept him as a disciple?" Tang Xini exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Wu Daozi nodded gravely, turning to Wan Dong. "Yao Ting, are you willing to become my disciple?" "Absolutely, master. Please allow me to pay my respects." Wan Dong, ever astute, recognized the immense advantages of apprenticing under Wu Daozi, both in skill and future prospects. Only a fool would decline. Wan Dong's bow filled Wu Daozi with elation, casting aside all solemnity as he eagerly assisted Wan Dong to his feet. The more he observed Wan Dong, the more he was drawn to him, his smile widening. Seeing Wu Daozi's delighted expression and Wan Dong's compliant demeanor, Tang Xini was momentarily speechless. "Bring forth a feast of the finest wines. Today, I shall drink to my heart's content with Mr. Wu." Su Wenchuan commanded with glee. "Indeed. We must indulge." Wu Daozi, typically moderate in his drinking, was swept up in the joy of the day. "Tang girl, I hear you have quite the capacity for drink. Tonight, you must ensure Mr. Wu enjoys himself thoroughly," Su Wenchuan remarked with a smile directed at Tang Xini. I have the honor of accompanying you?" Tang Xini felt both flattered and overwhelmed. To drink with the illustrious Wu Daozi was a rare privilege few from the younger generation could claim. Su Wenchuan remained silent, his gaze shifting toward Wu Daozi. The astute Wu Daozi, recognizing Su Wenchuan's intent, regarded him with mild surprise. Their eyes met, conveying unspoken understanding. Su Wenchuan firmly nodded, his expression turning more serious. The message was clear. He was firmly aligned to support Princess Bai Dai, awaiting Wu Daozi's own stance. Wu Daozi felt somewhat resigned. His original intention had been to remain uninvolved and focus solely on his studies. Yet, if he wished to take Wan Dong as a disciple, he must align himself accordingly. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Daozi turned to Tang Xini, smiling as he said, "Tang girl, today at Qingyan Martial Academy, my attitude was somewhat inappropriate. I hope you will not take it to heart." Wu Daozi's words unequivocally conveyed his stance, filling Tang Xini with delight as she replied, "The younger generation dares not." In truth, it had been she who acted recklessly today. Wu Daozi chuckled, "Your assessment is not incorrect. In the future, you should learn from Yao Ting. Be patient and meticulous, for only then can you master every situation." "Learn from him?" Tang Xini instinctively furrowed her brow, yet recalling Wan Dong's earlier display, she found her irritation dissipating. Tang Xini was self-aware. Had she faced Wu Qiujuan today, she would have faltered after even half a move. "All right, enough talk. Let us drink." Wan Dong's surprises for Su Wenchuan have been ceaseless today. It has been some time since Su Wenchuan felt such elation, and he would not rest until he had his fill. Ning Shan, who usually remained secluded in the royal residence's rear courtyard, was unaware of the day's events. It was only when Su Wenchuan informed her of Wu Daozi's intention to take Su Yaoting as his disciple that she arrived, brimming with excitement, to personally express her gratitude to Wu Daozi. Wu Daozi was a renowned figure throughout the Qingyan Empire, with many nobles eager to place their descendants under his tutelage yet unable to gain entry. How could Ningxuan not be overjoyed and astonished upon learning that Wu Daozi had sought out Su Yaoting? When she met Wu Daozi, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she wept tears of joy. Shaner, it seems we have not shown enough concern for Yaoting. Do you understand? He has quietly developed an incredibly formidable formation, even Mr. Wu has praised it. Su Wenchuan downed 3 large cups of wine in one breath, wiped his mouth, and laughed heartily at Ningxuan. What an impressive formation. Ningxuan, lacking knowledge of military strategies, felt merely delighted. However, Tang Xini was different. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, Wu Daozi, your eyes gleam. Do you not have a Fengxiang guard under your command? Tang Xini responded, a total of 10,000. Only 10,000? Wu Daozi was taken aback. Although he usually paid little attention to such matters, he instinctively thought the Fengxiang Guard's numbers were rather inadequate. It is known that the 3 armies stationed around the capital each comprise at least 200,000 troops. Additionally, Wu Jinhun's forces exceeded 300,000. And even the personal guard of the national master, Qiu Wanli, amounted to 50,000. As the personal guard of Princess Bai Dai, the Fengxiang Guard should reasonably be no less than Qiu Wanli and Appo's private army, with a mere 10,000. They paled in comparison to the nearly 1 million troops surrounding Yincheng City, rendering them virtually insignificant and unable to exert any influence over such a critical area of the Qingyan Empire. Tang Xini clenched her teeth in frustration, stating, Qiu Wanli has been embezzling our Fengxiang Guard's funds, allowing us to receive less than 10% of the total each year. The fact that we can maintain a force of 10,000 is solely due to our princess's personal financial contributions. It is indeed a challenge. Wu Daozi nodded solemnly, indeed. Nothing consumes resources quite like an army. Yet, Qiu Wanli is becoming increasingly brazen. Su Wenchuan agreed. Qiu Wanli has been forming alliances for his own gain, as it stands. 2/3 of the court is under his influence. If this continues, the realm will surely fall into his hands. Wu Daozi raised an eyebrow and addressed Tang Xini. Given the insufficient numbers of the Fengxiang Guard, we must prevail through quality. I believe that if the formation created by Yaoting were to be entrusted to your Fengxiang Guard, it could significantly enhance their combat capacity tenfold in a short period. In that case, your 10,000 troops could withstand an army of 100,000. Is the formation he created truly that formidable? Tang Xini found it hard to believe that a single formation could enable one soldier to match the strength of 10. Do not doubt it, Wu Daozi replied. If the Fengxiang Guard practices diligently and each soldier masters the formation, their combat ability will multiply. The key lies in whether Yaoting is willing to allow your Fengxiang Guard to utilize it. Wu Daozi cast a glance at Wan Dong. His intentions? Tang Xini breathed out, her heart sinking. Wan Dong chuckled, gazing at Tang Xini with interest. General Tang, it appears the tides have turned, and you now find yourself in need of my assistance. You. Tang Xini's expression darkened further, not out of anger but out of embarrassment. She had previously insisted that she would never require Wan Dong's help. Yet now she found herself in a position of dependency, leaving her feeling somewhat ashamed. Will you help or not? Though she wished to soften her tone with Wan Dong, as the combat strength of the Fengxiang Guard was far more important than her pride, her words faltered at the last moment. Humph. If he dares to refuse to aid Sister Tang, I shall dismantle him piece by piece. Before Wan Dong could respond, a lively figure dashed in like a whirlwind. Sun Xiaoya had arrived. Sister Tang. Upon seeing Sun Xiaoya, Tang Xini was elated and quickly rose to greet her. Sister Tang, I've heard everything. This rascal has not bullied you, has he? Tang Xini shot Wan Dong a glance and laughed. You underestimate me, with his character. Could he possibly bully me? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them, realizing she might have offended Wan Dong irreparably, and that the formation was likely out of reach now. You two girls, just be grateful that Yaoting isn't being bullied, Sun Daobai interjected as he stepped forward, his demeanor gentle and spirited, looking even more spirited than before. Su Wenchuan's keen eyes quickly discerned the change in Sun Daobai and laughed. Well, it seems you, old fellow, could easily live another 30 or 50 years. Sun Daobai, filled with gratitude, looked toward Wan Dong and stroked his white beard. This is all thanks to Yaoting. Following his advice, I released the fire toxin within me, distributing it among less vital acupoints, which alleviated the pressure significantly. I must admit, it is rather embarrassing. I, who am known as the saint of medicine, find myself learning from a young man. Grandfather son, do not speak that way. A healer is not immune to their own ailments. Had this illness afflicted another, you would have resolved it in no time. Su Wenchuan chuckled. Haha, Su Yaoting. Have you coated your tongue in honey? When did you become so eloquent? Oh, I see now. You believe yourself to have earned merit and are seeking rewards from my grandfather? Sun Daobai shot Sun Xiaoyao a glare and retorted, You young lady, have not a shred of eloquence compared to Yaoting. Yaoting has saved your grandfather's life. We ought to express our gratitude, not seek rewards. It appeared that Sun Daobai had come specifically to convey his thanks to Wandong. Yaoting, they say great kindness goes unspoken. Yet I still wish to express my heartfelt gratitude. Say, old son, what relationship do we share? You are Yaoting's grandfather. It is only natural for him to seek ways to save you. What gratitude are you talking about? Are you trying to make me envious? Su Wenchuan laughed heartily, casting furtive glances at Wandong, increasingly pleased with him. Ningxuan beamed with pride, her heart swelling with joy. The renowned Wu Daozi sought to take her son as a disciple, and now the illustrious saint of medicine, Sun Daobai, was expressing gratitude towards her son. What mother would not feel elated and proud? Ningxuan longed to gather those noble women who had often criticized her and make them witness her son's accomplishments, proving them wrong. Sun Daobai smiled at Su Wenchuan, then turned serious as he addressed Wandong. Yaoting, if there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever I possess that can be offered is yours. Seeing Sun Daobai's intent to generously provide, although Su Wenchuan felt it unnecessary, he recognized that refusing would be impolite. Moreover, Sun Daobai possessed several invaluable treasures, and Su Wenchuan began to ponder which of these treasures would be most beneficial to Wandong at this moment. While Su Wenchuan was deep in thought, Wu Daozi suddenly stood up, his brow furrowed and expression urgent, seemingly struggling to find the right words, his demeanor tinged with embarrassment. Mr. Wu, do you have something to say? Su Wenchuan inquired curiously. Initially focused solely on Wandong, Sun Daobai had not noticed Wu Daozi's presence until he stood up, causing him to express his surprise. Is this not the esteemed Chief Instructor Wu from the Formation Academy? Wu Daozi nodded, visibly excited. I have long heard of Mr. Sun's illustrious reputation, yet I have never had the fortune of meeting you until today. Sun Daobai quickly clasped his fists. Mr. Wu, you are too kind. Mr. Wu stands as a solitary titan, equal to 10,000 elite warriors. He is undoubtedly the guardian deity of our Qingyan Empire. I, Sun, have long admired Mr. Wu's illustrious reputation, and to meet him is indeed an honor for me. Ha, you two should cease your mockery. Since we feel as if we've known each other for ages, let us gather frequently in the days to come. There will be ample opportunities. Old son, you could hardly have imagined that Mr. Wu's visit today is to accept Yaoting as his disciple. As he spoke, Su Wenchuan could not help but burst into joyous laughter again. Sun Daobai was indeed taken aback, glancing incredulously at Wandong and then at Wu Daozi. He had never known that Su Yaoting possessed such remarkable talent in formations that Mr. Wu would take notice of him. Sun Daobai was repeatedly astonished, while Sun Xiaoyao was even more dumbstruck, her mouth agape in disbelief as she turned to Tang Xini and asked, Sister Tang, did I hear incorrectly? Or has the world gone mad? Tang Xini sighed wearily. She too felt as if she were lost in a dream and murmured, I suspect it is the latter. Heavens! Is there no sense of justice left? Senior Wu, surely you do not intend to ruin your own reputation by taking on such a fellow as your disciple? Wandong, feeling displeased, furrowed his brow and retorted, Sun Xiaoya, you should not be so disrespectful by calling him this fellow. Do not forget, I am older than you. You ought to call me brother. Pa, you think you can be my brother, Sun Xiaoya? Don't be ridiculous. Wandong chuckled and replied, Very well. I now offer you this opportunity. If you do not seize it, even if you come crying later, I shall ignore you. Dream on, and if you seek a fight, I can accommodate you right now. Sun Xiaoya, who had always looked down upon Su Yaoting, was naturally unwilling to acknowledge Wandong as her brother, her attitude fierce. Enough, Xiaoya. Regardless of anything else, Yaoting saved my life. He deserves to be called brother by you. Sun Daobai interjected, shaking his head. Humph. That was merely a coincidence. It does not count. Sun Xiaoya dismissed even her grandfather's admonition, revealing a deep-seated disdain for Su Yaoting. It was no surprise, given that Su Yaoting's actions were utterly intolerable to a girl like Sun Xiaoya, who possessed a strong sense of justice. Her aversion to him was not formed in a day. Despite Sun Xiaoya's fiery temperament, Wandong found her endearing. Who wouldn't he appreciate such a genuine and upright girl? Wandong sincerely wished to adopt Sun Xiaoya as a younger sister, much like Yimei. However, she was not receptive, and he felt no need to press the matter further. Simply smiling, and remaining silent. Mr. Sun, are you truly willing to give Yao Ting anything to express your gratitude? Wu Daozi pondered for a moment, then finally summoned his courage to ask Sun Daobai. Of course, when I, Sun Daobai, make a promise, it is binding. Yao Ting, speak your desires freely. Before Wan Dong could interject, Wu Daozi suddenly turned to him with utmost seriousness and said, Yao Ting, I have a request. I hope you will acquiesce. The gravity of Wu Daozi's expression, filled with earnest appeal, astonished not only Wan Dong, but also Su Wenchuan and Sun Daobai, who exchanged glances. Wan Dong quickly responded, Master, what are you saying? If you command, I shall obey. How could you ask your disciple for anything? Wu Daozi shook his head, his expression tinged with bitterness. It pains me to admit that is your master. I have yet to impart even a fraction of my knowledge to you, yet I must now request your assistance. I am truly enough, master. Between us, let us not speak of such formalities. Whatever you desire, please say it. If it has driven you to such humility, it must be of utmost importance to you. Wan Dong insisted, not wanting to delay any further. Wu Daozi nodded solemnly. I wish to ask you to help me procure a 9 extremes revitalizing pill from the medical sage. The 9 extremes revitalizing pill. Upon hearing this, Su Wenchuan gasped. This pill is renowned as the finest elixir in the world, said to possess the power of resurrection. Only the medical sage, Sun Daobai, is capable of refining it. And each concoction takes an entire year to produce, yielding but a single pill, making it exceedingly rare. Even Sun Daobai treats it as precious as life itself. Having turned away countless requests from nobles and powerful figures, no wonder Wu Daozi sought to utilize Wan Dong as an intermediary for anything less significant. He could have spoken directly, and Sun Daobai would not have refused him out of respect for his status. Though Wan Dong had not heard of the 9 extremes revitalizing pill before, he could surmise its immense value from the expressions of Su Wenchuan and Sun Daobai. Grandfather Sun, since my master has spoken, if you have one on hand, please gift it to him. Sun Daobai was not a petty man. Wan Dong assumed that even if the pill was incredibly valuable, Sun Daobai would indeed part with it. However, to Wan Dong's astonishment, as soon as he voiced his request, Sun Daobai's brows knit tightly, revealing his evident distress. Grandfather Sun, it is merely a single pill. You can always refine another, Wan Dong said, puzzled. Unwilling to believe that Sun Daobai could be so miserly, Sun Shaya huffed. What do you know? The last 9 extremes revitalizing pill my grandfather refined was given to His Majesty the Emperor. Now there isn't even one left to spare. Did the Emperor receive the 9 extremes revitalizing pill? Is he well now? Wan Dong blurted out instinctively. With the rise of Qiu Wanli, Princess Bai Dai's situation has become increasingly precarious. If the Emperor could recover now, it would deal a significant blow to Qiu Wanli. Sun Daobai sighed and shook his head. Though the 9 extremes revitalizing pill is precious, it is not a divine remedy. It can only sustain the Emperor's life, preventing him from passing away. But it cannot heal him. Wan Dong felt a slight shock. The pill that was said to possess life-restoring properties could not cure Bai Jinshan and Appo's ailment. He wondered what kind of affliction Bai Jinshan suffered to be so formidable. Not even one left? Wu Daozi staggered slightly at this revelation, his face paling, his voice trembling. The look on Wu Daozi and Appo's face indicated that the person he sought to save was of great importance to him, which made Sun Daobai feel a pang of guilt. Grandfather Sun, can't you refine another 9 extremes revitalizing pill? As soon as Wan Dong spoke, Wu Daozi's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, Mr. Sun, if you agree to refine the pill, I will prepare all the necessary herbs and materials. Simply tell me what is required. Sun Daobai shook his head, sighing, I fear I must disappoint Mr. Wu again. For many years, I have been suppressing the fire poison within me, leaving me with less than 30% of my true energy. If it weren't for Yao Ting's guidance a few days ago, dispersing the fire poison throughout my limbs, I might have perished by now. With only this 30% of my true energy, I could never refine the 9 extremes revitalizing pill. How could this happen? With the last hope extinguished, Wu Daozi's pallor deepened, his sorrow palpable. Affected by Wu Daozi's grief, those present fell into a heavy silence, their hearts weighed down as if by lead. After a long pause, Wan Dong suddenly raised his head and asked Wu Daozi, Master, how much longer can the person you wish to save endure? Wu Daozi was momentarily taken aback, then frowned in contemplation. At her cultivation level, she can hold on for at most another 2 years. 2 years? Wan Dong pondered for a moment before suddenly lifting his gaze towards Sun Daobai. Grandfather Sun, if we were to completely purge the fire poison from your body, is it possible for your cultivation to return to its former glory? at least to the extent of successfully refining a 9 extremes rejuvenation pill? Completely purge the fire poison from my body? Sun Daobai's eyes widened in disbelief. The fire poison had entrenched itself within him for decades, and he had nearly abandoned all hope of ever eliminating it entirely. Without any hesitation, Wan Dong nodded emphatically and declared, "Dispersing the fire poison throughout your limbs is merely a temporary measure. To be honest, grandfather's son, I possess a method that can rid you of all the fire poison within you, but I will require 3 months to prepare." Yao Ting, you mustn't be jesting with your grandfather. Sun Daobai abruptly stood up, stepping towards Wan Dong, trembling hands grasping his shoulders. His voice quivered with excitement as he inquired. Su Wenchuan's eyes also widened in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had just heard. "Yao Ting, such matters are not to be taken lightly," Su Wenchuan said with a grave expression. "To give someone hope only to shatter it later is a cruel blow, one that is as painful as taking a life." Wan Dong smiled. "Grandfather, your grandson has grown up. I am no longer the reckless youth who brought you shame. This concerns your very life, and I would not dare to jest about it." Seeing the seriousness in Wan Dong's demeanor, Su Wenchuan's expression brightened, and he stammered, "So, you truly have a way to completely eliminate the fire poison from your grandfather's body in 3 months?" Wan Dong nodded solemnly and gazed at Sun Daobai. "Grandfather's son, please trust me." Sun Daobai found himself at a loss for words, not from disbelief in Wan Dong, but from the overwhelming surprise of sudden hope. The fire poison that had tormented him for decades now seemed to have a remedy. It was difficult for anyone to remain calm in such a moment. "Boy, if you dare to deceive my grandfather, I will kill you." Sun Xiaoya rushed forward like the wind, blocking Wan Dong's mouth and glaring at him seriously. Wan Dong chuckled with interest. "What if I am not deceiving you? Then, I shall acknowledge you as my brother. Very well. I shall accept you as my sister." They both laughed heartily. "Yao Ting, you have yet to reveal how you intend to remove the fire poison from your grandfather and Appo's body." Sun Xiaoya's acceptance of Wan Dong as her brother delighted Su Wenchuan, feeling it would strengthen their bond. However, he was already aware of the formidable nature of the fire poison within Sun Daobai. Having exhausted decades of effort without success, how could Wan Dong possibly find a solution? Su Wenchuan's concerns persisted, fearing Sun Daobai might be crushed by disappointment. Wan Dong shook his head. "I cannot explain it now, but in 3 months, it will be self-evident." With a surge of confidence radiating from Wan Dong, both Su Wenchuan and Sun Daobai felt a renewed sense of hope. "Grandfather, once the fire poison is completely expelled, my grandfather and I will do our utmost to help you restore your cultivation. We will surely refine the 9 extremes rejuvenation pill within 2 years. I shall prepare the necessary materials at once." Wu Daozi's excitement mirrored that of Sun Daobai, his face alight with eagerness. Sun Daobai smiled slightly. "Mr. Wu, there is no need for concern. I have already gathered all the materials required to refine the 9 extremes rejuvenation pill. I once thought it would be impossible to refine it again in my lifetime, but unexpectedly, the tides have turned, all thanks to you, Yao Ting. Come. With so many joyous events today, how can we not drink a few more cups?" Sun Daobai exclaimed, laughing heartily. "What are we waiting for? Bring out the wine." As soon as he finished speaking, servants from the Wang residence hurriedly approached, setting out bowls and chopsticks and pouring wine. Soon, the delightful aroma of the wine wafted through the air. "Yao Ting, come. Today I must toast you." Wu Daozi filled his cup to the brim, standing to face Wan Dong. Wan Dong was taken aback and hurriedly rose, saying, "Master, you cannot be serious. This toast should be for me to honor you, wishing you longevity, happiness, and ever-increasing vitality." His heartfelt words brought laughter to Wu Daozi and Appo's face, and Sun Daobai chuckled. "Old Su. It seems that Yao Ting has transformed into an entirely different person compared to the past." Su Wenchuan laughed heartily. "Indeed, the current Yao Ting truly embodies the essence of my Su family lineage." The satisfaction and pride in the old lord's voice were unmistakable. Sun Daobai nodded. "In the past, whenever you mentioned Yao Ting, you would frown, but now you laugh with such joy." He then turned to Wan Dong, saying, "Yao Ting, your grandfather has worried about you for far too long. It is time for you to bring him pride." Before Wan Dong could respond, Su Wenchuan interjected loudly, "Daobai, do you know that you arrived just in time to miss a grand spectacle today?" "Oh?" Sun Daobai paused, his face reflecting keen interest. Su Wenchuan was a seasoned figure, and whatever he referred to as a grand spectacle was certainly noteworthy. With a glimmer of excitement, Su Wenchuan took another drink and wiped his mouth. "You would not believe it, but Wu Choujuan was just here." "Him? What is he doing here instead of staying in the Iron War dynasty?" Sun Daobai frowned at the mention of Wu Choujuan, clearly unimpressed by the man. Su Wenchuan scoffed. He came to show off to me. Show off? Huh. Wu Qiujuan must have lost his mind. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Su Wenchuan sighed, his expression turning serious. You cannot imagine. Wu Qiujuan has already reached the 9th level of true qi. What? Sun Daobai exclaimed, his face shifting with shock. Su Wenchuan furrowed his brow. His cultivation now surpasses mine. When we first met, I suffered a subtle disadvantage. Wu Qiujuan has advanced so quickly. Truly, the heavens have turned blind. Is the world truly descending into chaos? Grandfather. Wu Qiujuan's cultivation must have just recently broken through to the 9th level of true qi. In truth, he is only slightly ahead of you. So it is not as remarkable as it seems, Wan Dong interjected. Huh. Yao Ting, you speak boldly. A master at the 9th level of true qi seems trivial in your eyes. Sun Daobai chuckled at Wan Dong, secretly puzzled. In the past, he would frown upon Yao Ting, but now he found himself increasingly fond of him. It was not an exaggeration for Wan Dong to express such confidence. Having witnessed the prowess of Li Bai, Wu Qiujuan's capabilities seemed insignificant in comparison. Reflecting on the memory of the Xian Tian de Mingshan's recollections of individuals in the Taoist greater world, the pinnacle of martial arts sought in the mundane world. The 9th level of true qi was merely a drop in the ocean, akin to an ant's path. Even Li Bai's mere gesture could obliterate several masters at the 10th level of true qi. Haha, brother Sun, you will not believe it. But today Wu Qiujuan nearly acknowledged Yu Ting as his master. Su Wenchuan burst into laughter at the thought, and even Wu Daozi wore a smile. Upon hearing the news, Sun Daobai's face was instantly filled with profound confusion as he exclaimed, What is happening? How could Wu Qiujuan, who has reached the 9th level of true energy, take Yao Ting as his master? Beside him, Sun Shaya widened her almond-shaped eyes, gazing intently at Su Wenchuan, eager to share the remarkable achievements of his precious grandson. Su Wenchuan enthusiastically recounted the details of the 3 moves in the wager between Wan Dong and Wu Qiujuan, particularly when he described how Wan Dong, with an unwavering momentum, forced Wu Qiujuan to concede the 3rd move and admit defeat. Su Wenchuan became so excited that he slammed the table and downed 3 large cups of fine wine in succession. Sun Daobai listened in astonishment, the expressions of shock and admiration on his face growing steadily more pronounced. His gaze towards Wan Dong shone brighter with each passing moment, as if Wan Dong were an extraordinary treasure of the world. Is this even possible? Sun Shaya found herself repeating this question countless times, casting inquiring glances at Tang Xini for confirmation. Perhaps it was because Tang Xini still held in her mind the formation that could enhance the combat effectiveness of the Fengxiang Guard tenfold, or perhaps she, too, was captivated by Wan Dong's earlier splendid performance. In any case, she nodded vigorously a number of times, convincing Sun Xiaoya that everything Su Wenchuan had said was indeed true. Although for various reasons, Yao Ting did not insist on having Wu Qiujuan take him as a master, the 100 pieces of bloodsteel ore, along with 10,000 taels of gold, represented a considerable fortune. Su Wenchuan had finished recounting the entire incident, having drained an entire jar of fine wine. 100 pieces of bloodsteel ore plus 10,000 taels of gold. Was that merely a decent sum? This was an astronomical amount. Su Yao Ting, you have struck it rich. It seemed that Sun Shaya was quite the little money enthusiast, her almond eyes darting with envy. Tang Xini was also quite moved. Not to mention the 100 pieces of bloodsteel, or the mere 10,000 taels of gold would suffice to expand the Fengxiang Guard by 2,000 men. The Fengxiang Guard was indeed in dire need of funds. Yao Ting had truly performed admirably. However, Wu Qiujuan was not a person of broad-minded character. Having suffered such a great humiliation today, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Additionally, having reached the 9th level of true energy, he posed a significant threat to our Qingyun Empire. Wenchuan, your cultivation has lingered at the pinnacle of the 8th level of true energy for quite some time. Do you have any signs of breaking through? After the excitement subsided, Sun Daobai's brow furrowed, and he turned to Su Wenchuan with a solemn expression. Su Wenchuan shook his head, his expression troubled. From the 8th level to the 9th level of true energy, relying solely on the accumulation of true energy without immense fortune makes breaking through exceedingly difficult. Thus, while Sun Daobai and Wu Daozi may not possess the same level of cultivation as Su Wenchuan, they understood these principles as well. Sun Daobai's earlier question was merely a moment of hope. Noticing a slight heaviness in the atmosphere at the table, Wan Dong suddenly spoke up. Grandfather, during my duel with Wu Qiujuan, I sensed that the true energy within him bears a striking resemblance to yours. Why is that? Su Wenchuan was taken aback and asked. You exchanged only 3 moves with Wu Qiujuan, and you could discern a similarity between his true energy and mine? Seeing Su Wenchuan's astonished expression, Wan Dong secretly smiled. With the Taoist energy within him coalescing in his eyes, there was nothing in this mundane world he could not perceive. He not only felt the similarity between Wu Qiujuan's true energy and Su Wenchuan's, but also discerned the flow of true energy within Wu Qiujuan's body. In other words, the ultimate secret of the breaking cloud strategy had already been comprehended by Wan Dong. However, due to its extraordinary nature, he found it inconvenient to speak directly. Opting instead for subtle hints, Wan Dong nodded, feigning ignorance as he asked, "Is there anything wrong with that?" Sun Daobai and Wu Daozi exchanged glances before turning to Su Wenchuan. Wenchuan, it seems that Yao Ting not only possesses outstanding talent but also astonishing insight. He might truly be a rare martial arts prodigy. Humph. He can be considered a martial arts prodigy? Sun Shaya scoffed, unable to suppress her disdain. My dear Shaya, one cannot deny that this fellow possesses an unusual talent. Sun Xiaoya's words had barely left her lips when, unexpectedly, Tang Xini interjected, her demeanor unusually serious. Tang sister, what are you saying? This boy is still at the first level of true energy. How can he be considered a martial arts prodigy? Sun Xiaoya was utterly astonished that Tang Xini would defend Su Yaoting. Tang Xini shook her head, looking at Su Yaoting as she said, "This morning, I demonstrated a sword technique, and he learned it in an instant, even refining it such that its power increased severfold. Can this not be considered extraordinary talent?" "What? The sword technique Yao Ting used against Wu Qiujuan was learned from you this morning?" Wu Daozi exclaimed in disbelief. The sword technique Wan Dong exhibited in front of Wu Qiujuan was nearly flawless and utterly exquisite, undoubtedly ranking among the finest in the world. Wu Daozi had always assumed that this technique was imparted to Wan Dong by Su Wenchuan, but upon hearing Tang Xini's words, he realized it originated from her, and that Wan Dong had learned it surreptitiously that very morning. Having encountered countless individuals in his lifetime, Wu Daozi had seen his share of geniuses, but a prodigy like Wan Dong was truly a rare sight. As the astonishment on everyone's faces grew more pronounced, Wan Dong hastily said, "It's not as exaggerated as you all think. The sword technique's power was merely SOSO, and in the end, it was still broken by Wu Qiujuan." Wu Daozi could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, Wu Qiujuan had broken Wan Dong's sword technique, but he had relied solely on brute force, leveraging his significant advantage in cultivation. Had Wan Dong also reached the 9th level of true energy? No. Even if he merely attained the 8th level, he would certainly be capable of defeating Wu Qiujuan within 3 moves. Is this truly the case? Sun Xiaoya was left in bewilderment. Yao Ting, during the 3 moves you exchanged with Wu Qiujuan, did you manage to remember them? After a brief silence, Su Wenchuan suddenly stood up. His expression animated as he fixed his gaze on Wan Dong and asked loudly. Wan Dong nodded, "Of course. Quickly demonstrate it for me. Hurry." Su Wenchuan's face was filled with urgency and eagerness. He abandoned his wine and pulled Wan Dong out of the hall, with everyone following closely behind. The wind riding technique and the breaking cloud strategy share a lineage, complementing each other. Wu Qiujuan covets the wind riding technique in my possession, intending to combine it with the breaking cloud strategy to elevate himself to the 10th level of true energy. Although Wu Qiujuan only executed 3 moves, those moves encapsulated the essence of the breaking cloud strategy. If I could comprehend them and validate them against the wind riding technique, perhaps I could break through my bottleneck and reach the 9th level of true energy. Su Wenchuan exclaimed excitedly upon reaching the courtyard. If that is the case, then it would be splendid. However, I fear Yao Ting may have merely memorized the moves without grasping their essence. Even if he replicates them perfectly, it may hold no significance, Sun Daobai expressed with concern. Su Wenchuan shook his head, saying, "Since this is an opportunity, we must at least give it a try. Yao Ting, do not dwell on anything else. Begin." The conversation between Sun Daobai and Su Wenchuan reached Wan Dong's ears, and with a slight smile, he declared, "Grandfather, are you ready? I shall commence now. First move, draw from the Dantian, through the Run, Dai, and Yin Xiao meridians, passing through the Tian Shu, Liang Min, Zhong Fu, and Yun Min acupoints, palms slightly curved, release." With a loud shout from Wan Dong, his figure soared and twisted like a dragon in flight, his palms clasped together, suddenly separating, releasing a formidable force that instantly radiated outward, accompanied by a booming sound reminiscent of thunder. Yao Ting, you have even perceived the true energy flow of Wu Qiujuan? Sun Daobai's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze filled with disbelief. The route of true energy circulation is the essence of an individual and Appos, martial arts. In other words, Wandong's imitated techniques not only resemble the form, but also embody the spirit of the original tenfold. This is essentially a replica of the breaking cloud strategy. How could Sun Daobai not be astonished? Su Wenchuan was equally taken aback, yet he had no time to speak. He hurriedly followed Wandong's instructions to adjust the true energy within him. After a brief moment, an overwhelmingly powerful palm force burst forth from Su Wenchuan's palms, its momentum far surpassing that of Wandong, stirring up several gusts of wind and roaring like thunder. "Wenchuan, how is it?" Before Su Wenchuan could conclude his technique, Sun Daobai urgently inquired. Su Wenchuan gazed at Wandong with a look of incredulity, murmuring, "I am certain this is precisely the essence of the breaking cloud strategy." "Yao Ting, how did you achieve this?" This question plunged the onlookers into silence, all eyes turning to Wandong. Remarkably, in merely 3 moves, he had gleaned the core of a forbidden technique. This was indeed more terrifying than a prodigy. Faced with the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wandong was at a loss for how to explain. This was not his merit, but rather the marvel of Dao Qi. As a higher form of energy than true energy, Dao Qi allowed him to grasp the intricacies of true energy's operation. If the opponent utilized true energy, it would be impossible to evade his Dao Qi's scrutiny. Otherwise, how could Wandong consistently capture the flaws or weak points in Wu Qiujuan's techniques at the first opportunity, enabling him to avoid danger? There was no need to ask. This was undoubtedly talent, remarkable talent. Ha ha ha. No need for Wandong to clarify. Wu Daozi laughed heartily. Su Wenchuan and Sun Daobai exchanged relieved glances. Such an extraordinary ability, if not attributed to talent, was beyond their comprehension. Unwilling for the crowd to linger on this matter, Wandong quickly interjected, "Grandfather, the second move is coming." At this moment, Su Wenchuan no longer harbored doubts about Wandong. He was greatly invigorated and declared, "Excellent. With these 3 moves, I will gain insight. Even if I cannot fully master the breaking cloud strategy, it will surely aid me in breaking through my bottleneck and ascending to the 9th level of true energy with ease. Yao Ting, I owe you a great debt. If Wu Qiujuan learns of this, he would surely spit blood in anger. I would not bear the surname Su. Ha 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 ha." Wandong was also curious to see Wu Qiujuan's expression upon discovering that the secret of the breaking cloud strategy he had desperately concealed was unraveled by Su Wenchuan. Surely, it would not be a sight more pleasing than when he lost a bet to him. The second move, draw energy from the Dantian, through the governor, Chong, and Yangwei meridians, passing through Shangxiu, Yindu, Yumin, Jinshuang, and Tianqi 5 points, palms suppressing upwards and downwards, release. As Wandong executed this second move, not only Wu Daozi but even Tang Xini recognized that this move mirrored one performed by Wu Qiujuan, differing only in strength due to their varying levels of cultivations. Even the aura of the technique was identical. To replicate a person's martial arts to such an extent was undoubtedly mastery. Few could believe it without witnessing it firsthand. Sister Tang, Wandong's 2 moves are exquisite and unmatched in momentum. They must be exceptional martial arts. Could they truly originate from Wu Qiujuan? Sun Xiaoa asked Tang Xinyi, her face a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. There is no doubt, these 2 moves are almost identical to Wu Qiujuan and Appo's. Tang Xinyi and Appo's face was filled with shock, even slightly intimidated by Wandong. This is simply outrageous. How could the heavens bestow such astonishing talent upon this scoundrel? Upon hearing Tang Xinyi's words, Sun Xiaoya's expression shifted to one of deep frustration, shaking her head and sighing. Tang Xinyi felt as if she had swallowed a pound of gall. She had always looked down upon Su Yaoting, but at this rate, it would not be long before the person she scorned would leave her far behind. From Wandong's second move, Su Wenchuan seemed to comprehend something, his expression suddenly becoming solemn. Wu Daozi and Sun Daobai, both top-tier experts, naturally understood what such a demeanor indicated for Su Wenchuan. Sun Daobai hurriedly signaled to Sun Xiaoya and Tang Xinyi to remain silent, lest they disturb Su Wenchuan's epiphany. Su Wenchuan's cultivation had reached its current level, and his comprehension was undeniable. Seeing this, Wandong felt a surge of joy and executed the third move, draw energy from the Dantian, through the Rin, Governor, Chong, and the 4 meridians, passing through Daji, Tai, Guaman, Qingman, Qimen, Xiongxiang, and Shidu 7 points, palms sealing externally while expanding internally, executed in one breath. As Wandong spoke, his movements flowed smoothly, and Su Wenchuan's form seemed to respond in kind, mirroring his every action. A series of rumbling thunder echoed within him, an enigmatic energy gradually enveloping Su Wenchuan entirely. "Mr. Wu, what do you think?" Sun Daobai gleefully looked toward Wu Daozi. Wu Daozi stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded slightly. It should be successful. After demonstrating 3 moves, Wan Dong ceased his display, gazing at Su Wenchuan's solemn countenance, feeling quite pleased. Wu Qiujuan had caused quite a stir. Not only delivering 100 blood-steel raw stones and 10,000 taels of gold, but also presenting Su Wenchuan as a grand gift. Wan Dong found himself hoping that Wu Qiujuan would come around more often. After a moment, Su Wenchuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Sun Daobai and Wu Daozi, saying, "Brother Sun, Mr. Wu, I fear I cannot accompany you any longer." Sun Daobai and Wu Daozi exchanged knowing smiles, understanding that Su Wenchuan had attained an epiphany and was on the verge of a breakthrough, thus refraining from saying more. Sun Daobai laughed heartily. "What does it matter? You go ahead. We will have plenty of opportunities to drink together in the future." Su Wenchuan nodded with a smile, casting a deep glance at Wan Dong before soaring away to seek a quiet place for his breakthrough. Once Su Wenchuan departed, Sun Daobai and Wu Daozi followed suit. Sun Xiaoya initially wished to stay at the Wangfu, but concerned that she might throw a tantrum and disturb Su Wenchuan, Sun Daobai resolutely refused. After respectfully seeing Su, Wan Dong could hardly misunderstand Tang Xinyi's intentions. With a smile, he remarked, "General Tang, Su Yaoting, was indeed not a commendable individual in the past. However, whether you believe it or not, I am no longer the person I once was. The world changes. And so do people, does it not? You seem genuinely different from before." Wan Dong's words inexplicably caused Tang Xinyi's heart to race. "So, General Tang, please do not be so fierce with me in the future. A visit to the gates of hell is quite sufficient. I do not wish to return there again." With a brightening expression, Wan Dong burst into laughter. This laughter eased Tang Xinyi's mood, akin to summer flowers blooming suddenly in brilliance. Observing Wan Dong and Appo's pitiful demeanor, Tang Xinyi boldly tucked the formation map into her bosom, feigning sternness, and huffed, "Do you think a mere formation map can subdue me? Dream on. If you dare to misbehave again, I will send you back to the gates of hell. If that is the case, would my formation map not be akin to a meat bun hitting?" Before Wan Dong could finish his sentence, Tang Xinyi arched an eyebrow. Her gaze suddenly filled with an intense threat. Wan Dong instinctively swallowed his words, chuckling awkwardly, then his expression turned serious. "Since a formation map is insufficient, I shall go all out and impart the sword techniques I employed against Wu Qiujuan today to you. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xinyi involuntarily shivered with excitement, her face quickly adorned with surprise. Are you serious?" "Of course. Seeing you being bullied by that Luo Shao fellow today truly unsettled me. My people, no, my kin from the Dingshan Wangfu, should not endure such indignities." "Thank you," Tang Xinyi exclaimed, unable to contain her gratitude as she gazed at the elated Wan Dong. "Well, it seems our General Tang can express gratitude too," he teased. "Su Yaoting, do not get too cocky. If you cannot teach me tonight, you might as well forget about sleeping." That night, Wan Dong truly found no rest. However, it was not because Tang Xinyi was inept. On the contrary, her comprehension was remarkable, coupled with her familiarity with the sword techniques, which Wan Dong had merely refined. She grasped them with ease, requiring little time. To Wan Dong's bemusement, Tang Xinyi proved to be quite greedy. Having learned the sword techniques, she demonstrated all her martial skills footwork, fist techniques, before him, insisting he refine them further. The two engaged in discussions and modifications, and time gradually slipped away. Although Tang Xinyi did not experience any substantial growth in her cultivation that night, her understanding and comprehension of martial arts significantly deepened, enabling her to refine her techniques and amplify their potency. If she were to face Luo Shao again, the outcome would undoubtedly be different. Of course, Wan Dong also reaped rewards. The smiles from Tang Xinyi grew increasingly abundant, and her demeanor had transformed drastically compared to before. As dawn broke and the sky lightened, General Tang finally stifled a yawn, feeling weary. "All right, let us call it a day. I shall return to rest." Upon hearing this, Wan Dong could not help but smile wryly. Who was truly helping whom that night? It seemed Tang Xinyi, having gained the upper hand, was more assertive than he. Wan Dong could not fathom Tang Xinyi's thoughts. Their time together had genuinely astonished her. Wan Dong's extraordinary talent and profound understanding of martial arts left her in awe. The night spent with him was almost equivalent to a decade of arduous training in her sect. This instilled in Tang Xinyi a sense of reverence for Wan Dong, leaving her unsure of how to interact with him. Despite her overwhelming gratitude, she found it difficult to express. Watching Tang Xinyi drift away, Wan Dong shook his head, opting not to return to his room for rest, but instead sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was dawn. and the vital energies of the universe were most vibrant at this hour. Wandong did not want to miss this excellent opportunity for cultivation. Additionally, there remained a portion of the true energy absorbed from Wu Qiujuan that had yet to be refined. And Wandong was curious to see how much his internal Tao energy would increase upon refining it. To his astonishment and delight, after completely refining Wu Qiujuan's true energy, he discovered that his internal Tao energy had nearly doubled. The golden Tao energy, which previously could only envelop his arms, now bathed his entire upper body in a faint golden hue. As he concentrated, the Tao energy, which had once been as thin as a pinky, had now swelled to the thickness of a middle finger. Instinctively, Wandong threw a punch, and with a resounding crack, a pine tree as thick as a bowl was severed in half beside him. Wandong felt a surge of exhilaration. This level of power was comparable to his strength when he had leaped from a cliff, an undeniable manifestation of true energy at the second level. However, it was merely from engaging with Wu Qiujuan and absorbing a fraction of his true energy that Wandong's cultivation had experienced such a significant leap. This prompted him to contemplate the possibilities of completely draining Wu Qiujuan's energy. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wandong shook his head with a wry smile. Wu Qiujuan was no fool. He would not allow himself to be easily drained. Nevertheless, the ability of Tao energy to grow rapidly through the absorption of others' true energy filled Wandong with elation. This undoubtedly presented a shortcut to cultivation, indicating that his reunion with Mu Lian would come sooner than expected. As daylight broke, Wandong concluded his practice with satisfaction, freshened up, and made his way to the front courtyard. Ningshan had prepared breakfast and awaited his arrival. After exchanging pleasantries, Wandong settled down to eat and inquired, "Has grandfather not emerged yet?" Ningshan nodded. "Your grandfather is on the verge of breaking through a bottleneck. It may take him a few days to emerge." "Yaoding, you have truly made a name for yourself. Both Elder Sun and Elder Wu cannot stop praising you, and your grandfather is immensely satisfied with you. I do not know if you believe it, but I feel as though I am in a dream." Ningshan gazed at Wandong with warmth in her eyes, a sentiment far beyond the exquisite breakfast laid before them. "Mother, you have worried endlessly for me because I was thoughtless. Now that I have matured, I shall no longer disappoint you or grandfather or father." Upon hearing this, Ningshan and Appo's smile brightened even further as she nodded vigorously. "Mother believes in you, believes in Yaoting. By the way, where is Tangsini? I have not seen her." Ningshan responded, "Sini went to the palace early this morning to see the princess. She told me to inform you that she will be spending the entire day in the palace and will not be attending Qingyun Martial Academy. So you should take care of yourself." Wandong smiled. It seemed Tang Sini had gone to share the good news with Princess Bai Dai. "Yaoting, do you truly have feelings for Sini? If you do, I can make arrangements for you to marry her. You are no longer a child." Mother, time is of the essence. I have eaten my fill. I am heading to the Martial Academy." Before Ningshan could finish her words, Wandong had already dashed away, leaving her in a mix of amusement and exasperation. How could Wandong not run? His heart belonged solely to Mu Lian, leaving no room for others. Ningshan's meddling was bound to lead to trouble eventually. "Yu Yang, can you not be any more foolish? You have been practicing these 3 moves for almost an hour, yet you remain a complete mess. Are you doing this on purpose to vex me? Please, Sister Long, stop. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Help?" As Wandong approached the prearranged meeting place with Wu Yang, he soon heard the furious scolding of Lung Yu Chui and the pitiful pleas of Wu Yang. The two were quite enthusiastic, arriving earlier than he did. A faint smile crossed Wandong and Appo's lips as he quickened his pace, raising his eyes to witness Wu Yang, bruised and battered, bowing and nodding in a desperate bid for mercy from Lung Yu Chui. She, in turn, resembled a queen, intermittently tapping Wu Yang's head with her hand, growing increasingly adept at it, almost treating his head like a wooden fish. "Boss, you finally arrived. Please save me," Wu Yang exclaimed, spotting Wandong and rushing towards him as if he had found a savior. Wandong gently touched the bruises on Wu Yang's face, frowning as he inquired, "Did Lang Chui hit you?" "Su Yaoting, don't falsely accuse me. Bullying the weak is not in my character," Long Yu Chui retorted. Wandong scratched his nose, chuckling to himself. After all, it was Ling Yu Chui who had once taken advantage of her superior skill to mercilessly bully Su Yaoting. Why did she not mention her disdain for bullying the weak back then? "Boss, you are unjustly accusing Lang Jie. All these injuries on my face were inflicted by that foul woman," Wu Yang lamented. "What? She hit you again? Did we not agree that she would refrain from hitting you for 3 days?" Wandong's brows furrowed, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Wu Yang let out a bitter laugh. Perhaps she has grown accustomed to hitting me. Why would she care about such things? Unthinkable. Wan Dong snorted coldly, feeling increasingly incensed at Wu Yu. In my opinion, this fool is heartbreakingly foolish. If I were his sister, I would not hesitate to beat him. Just look at his clumsy demeanor. It makes my hands itch. Ask him. This morning he tried 3 moves, and after all that, he failed to master even one. It infuriates me. Ling Yuchui approached, fuming. What 3 moves? Wan Dong asked, puzzled. Wu Yang replied with a quivering voice. Lang Jie said that with these 3 moves, I could counter the chaotic sword technique, allowing me to withstand 3 strikes from that foul woman. Yet, to my dismay, I clearly understood the 3 moves. But when it came time to execute them, they felt remarkably awkward. I could not perform them well at all. Oh. Wan Dong's expression turned curious as he looked at Ling Yuchui, asking, You have found a way to counter the chaotic sword technique? Ling Yuchui coughed lightly. I certainly do not possess such abilities. These 3 moves were taught to me only after I pleaded with my sister for a long time. You have a sister? Wan Dong exclaimed in surprise. Is it strange that I have a sister? No one simply springs from the cracks of a rock. Ling Yuchui glared at Wan Dong, pouting. Not at all, but why have I never heard you mention her before? Wan Dong searched through Su Yaoting's memories but found no mention of Ling Yuchui's sister, which left him astonished. Ling Yuchui huffed, a hint of pride gracing her features. My sister is a remarkable woman, destined to enter the Dao sect. Dao sect? Although Ling Yuchui abruptly halted her sentence, Wan Dong caught the words clearly, causing a jolt of astonishment within him. Could it be that Ling Yuchui's family had some connection to the Dao sect? Coupled with Su Wenchuan's stern warning to Su Yaoting to avoid provoking Ling Yuchui, this possibility loomed larger. Why am I telling you all of this? Just remember, my sister is an extraordinary woman, and that is enough, despite her casual demeanor. It was evident that Ling Yuchui held a strong sense of caution regarding this matter. Wan Dong contemplated and ultimately decided against pressing further. If the Lung family indeed had connections to the Dao sect, he believed he would eventually uncover the truth. Pressing on could only lead to unnecessary trouble. Long Jie, if your sister is as formidable as you say, could it be that even Wang Yangda is no match for her? Wu Yang, lacking Wan Dong's composure, succumbed to curiosity. Wang Yangda? Ling Yuchui's brows furrowed slightly, and after a prolonged pause, she ambiguously stated, Wang Yangda can barely be considered a match for my sister. But that is only the case for now. Once my sister reaches that level, Wang Yangda will not even be able to catch up. You're boasting. Wu Yang scoffed, rolling his eyes. Ling Yuchui, her face flushed with anger, retorted, Don't doubt me. One day when you meet my sister, you will naturally believe me. Wan Dong waved his hand, addressing Ling Yuchui. All right, enough about that. Since you have learned 3 moves from your sister, demonstrate them for me. Eager to show off in front of Wan Dong, Ling Yuchui declared, Then you better open your eyes wide. With that, she leaped into the air like a graceful butterfly, her delicate hands moving in a mesmerizing dance, transforming in complexity, rivaling the chaotic sword technique, coupled with her imposing aura. The display was indeed a remarkable showcase of palm techniques. If these 3 moves were genuinely imparted by Ling Yuchui's sister, then her claims were not exaggerated. Her sister possessed genuine skill. However, as Wan Dong observed the 3 moves, he could not help but let out a bitter smile. While the moves were indeed exquisite, they exuded a feminine finesse. In other words, they were distinctly suited for women, making it all the more awkward for Wu Yang to learn. Su Yaoting, how do you find my 3 moves? Are they not impressive? After demonstrating her techniques, Ling Yuchui proudly tilted her head towards Wan Dong, her voice ringing with delight. Wan Dong furrowed his brow, gently shaking his head. With these 3 moves, you cannot break Wu Yu's chaotic sword technique. What? Impossible. The moment Wan Dong's words fell, Ling Yuchui exploded in agitation, her brows knitting together, her expression filled with fervor. It was no wonder, having suffered 2 humiliations at Wu Yu's hands. Ling Yuchui harbored a deep-seated resentment, which drove her to pester her sister for these 3 moves. She had hoped to use them to decisively counter the chaotic sword technique, reclaim her rank on the Qingyun list, and release her pin-up frustration. To her surprise, Wan Dong had poured cold water over her ambitions, which would have infuriated anyone with her temperament. Do you not believe me? Wan Dong chuckled lightly, fully anticipating Ling Yuchui's reaction. Of course I do not. The 3 moves my sister taught me are clearly superior to Wu Yu's chaotic sword technique. How could they possibly fail? She declared, Just wait. As soon as Wu Yu arrives, I will challenge her and let the facts speak for themselves. You need not wait for Wu Yu. I can be your opponent right now. Defeat my chaotic sword technique first before seeking out Wu Yu. You know how to use the chaotic sword technique? Lang Yuchui's face displayed astonishment. Wan Dong chuckled, breaking off a branch from a nearby tree, discarding its leaves, and waving it in the air to gauge its feel. I merely observed Wu Yu's technique yesterday and memorized a few moves. I can use this to help you practice. Are you joking? You barely memorized a few moves. That hardly qualifies you to test the finesse of my 3 moves. Lang Yuchui shot Wan Dong several incredulous glances. Enough chatter. Strike. Wan Dong grasped the branch firmly, suddenly pointing it towards Lang Yuchui's throat. His smile vanished, his expression turning grave and serious, emanating an unspoken authority that caused Lang Yuchui's heart to tremble involuntarily. Are you serious? Lang Yuchui stammered, feeling a sense of unease wash over her. With a snort, Wan Dong thrust the branch forward, a buzzing sound erupting instantly. The branch in his hand seemed to magically multiply into dozens of phantoms, unleashing an overwhelming, chaotic energy that surged forth like an unstoppable tide, bearing down upon Lang Yuchui with immense pressure. Cold Moon Chui had indeed crossed paths with Su Yaoting before. She was well aware of his capabilities and initially dismissed Wan Dong's words. However, the moment Wan Dong unleashed his attack, Cold Moon Chui's eyes widened in astonishment as if they might leap from their sockets. Such a fierce and compelling sword technique could not possibly emanate from the shabby Su Yaoting. There was no time for Cold Moon Chui to ponder further. The violent sword aura surged fiercely, closing in on her in the blink of an eye. If she did not act promptly, she feared she would lose her chance to strike altogether. Suppressing her fear, Cold Moon Chui hastily waved her jade palm, summoning bursts of palm energy to fend off the branch that was more lethal than a sword. As their energies clashed in the air, Cold Moon Chui was taken aback yet again, astonished at how, in just a few days, Su Yaoting's cultivation had seemingly doubled. Her mind momentarily clouded. She found herself enveloped by Wan Dong's chaotic sword aura. Before her eyes, the scene was a blur of uncertainty, akin to venomous snakes flicking their tongues, with branches dancing like demons. In her ears, the sound of branches slicing through the air created a buzzing wind that disturbed her thoughts. Suddenly, Cold Moon Chui felt a strange illusion, as if she were not facing Wan Dong, but rather the true embodiment of Wu Yu. Having encountered the chaotic sword technique twice before, she recognized it well and realized that Wan Dong had not merely memorized a few moves. He was evidently more proficient than Wu Yu. It was truly bizarre. Did this fellow already possess knowledge of the chaotic sword technique? Caught in Wan Dong's overwhelming sword aura, Cold Moon Chui attempted to maneuver left and right, only to be relentlessly thwarted. The bewilderment in her heart deepened. While she was struggling, Wu Yang was utterly dumbfounded. Having never witnessed such prowess, he was astonished to see Wan Dong's moves were identical to the chaotic sword technique Wu Jinhun had demonstrated before him, leaving his eyes as round as ping-pong balls. If this continued, they would surely fall victim to this young man's hands. The more Cold Moon Chui entangled herself with Wan Dong, the more arduous she felt the battle became, her predicament rivaling that of her confrontation with Wu Yu. Gritting her teeth, Cold Moon Chui suddenly let out a delicate shout and unleashed her 3 moves. Wan Dong had claimed that these 3 moves could not break the chaotic sword technique, and Cold Moon Chui was initially unwilling to accept that. Yet, upon executing the first move, her defiance swiftly transformed into admiration. She was astonished at his discerning eye. The 3 moves, imparted to her by her sister, were intricate and formidable, but unfortunately, they could not counter the chaotic sword technique. Rather, they were countered by it. Upon initiating her first move, Cold Moon Chui found her palm techniques utterly ineffective against Wan Dong's sword energy. She attempted to challenge the chaotic sword technique with her bare hands, relying on a direct approach that sought to exploit the opponent's weaknesses and vulnerabilities. However, her 3 moves, while somewhat similar to the chaotic sword technique in their emphasis on variation, lacked the directness needed, rendering her at a disadvantage. When Cold Moon Chui's sister taught her these moves, she must not have fully understood the chaotic sword technique. Otherwise, such a mistake would never have occurred. After executing half of her first move, Cold Moon Chui was struck on the back of her hand by Wan Dong's branch. Although it did not hurt much, it sent a chill of cold sweat down her spine. Had Wan Dong wielded a sword, she might have been left crippled. I'm done. I'm done. Cold Moon Chui exclaimed, losing interest in attempting the remaining 2 moves as she waved her hands in surrender. Wan Dong's branch traced an elegant arc in the air before gracefully settling behind him. Just observing his sheathing technique, one could assert that Wan Dong possessed over a decade of swordsmanship mastery, a claim no one would contest. Ah, Su Yaoting, it appears you have been hiding your talents all along. I have been thoroughly deceived, Cold Moon Chui thought, pursing her lips as she scrutinized Wan Dong, as if seeking to reassess him. Wu Yang approached, his expression one of astonishment, saying, "Boss, you can't be serious. With such high martial skills, why let us suffer at the hands of others?" The others he referred to were undoubtedly Cold Moon Shui. Under normal circumstances, Wu Yang's comments would have earned him a reprimand, but Cold Moon Shui remained unresponsive, sharing Wu Yang's confusion and seeking answers. Wan Dong chuckled lightly and replied, "You, young man, as a man, do you lack even the most basic decorum?" Since yesterday, Cold Moon Shui's impression of Su Yaoting had begun to shift. And hearing this remark now made her nod in agreement, her admiration for him soaring like a rocket. "So, when did you learn our chaotic sword technique?" Wu Yang inquired. "Did I not mention? I merely picked up a few moves while observing your sister and Cold Moon Shui spar," Su Yaoting responded casually. "A few moves? Su Yaoting, do you think we are fools? Your execution of the chaotic sword technique is more refined and fierce than Wu Yu's. Is that merely the result of casually watching?" Before Wan Dong could finish, Cold Moon Shui erupted in an excited exclamation. It was not that Cold Moon Shui lacked grace, but rather that Wan Dong's revelations shocked her to the core. Wan Dong could not explain himself to Cold Moon Shui, so he mischievously took advantage of Su Yaoting's identity. Grinning impudently, "This young master is a genius, so I cannot be judged by common standards. Enough with your frivolity. Do you understand that secretly learning someone else's martial arts is a grave taboo? If Wu Yang's father discovers this, it will not end well." As Cold Moon Shui's words fell, Wu Yang's expression turned unusually solemn. Worry etched across his face as he said, "Boss, though I do not know how you acquired our chaotic sword technique, Cold Sister is right. This is indeed a serious matter. The chaotic sword technique is a closely guarded secret of our Wu family, and even I, its heir, cannot learn it casually, let alone an outsider." Wan Dong chuckled softly, replying, "Do you think your father would kill me?" Wu Yang shook his head earnestly, responding, "I can't say for certain." Wu Yang, at such a time, why still show him any leniency? Cold Moon Shui interjected, "Su Yaoting, do not think your grandfather is invincible. There are those who would dare to act against you. I tell you, if Wu Jinhan sought your life, even your grandfather might not be able to protect you." Cold Moon Shui's words resonated with Wan Dong. In Su Yaoting's memories, Wu Jinhan was indeed a formidable figure. When pleased, he was amiable, but if his bottom line were crossed, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. No one could escape his wrath, including Su Wenchuan. Years ago, the Empire's Emperor Bai Jinshan recognized this trait and entrusted him with command over the most powerful of the 3 armies defending the capital. However, boss, do not worry unduly. If it comes to that, I will certainly plead on your behalf. If my father insists on killing you, let him take me down with you. Ah, I never expected you to be so loyal despite your usual absent-mindedness. It's quite rare, Cold Moon Shui praised, taken aback by Wu Yang's unexpected sentiment. Wu Yang scoffed, saying, "What is so special about that? Boss is like a brother to me. Standing together through life and death is only natural." Well said. With a growing sense of satisfaction, Vanden embraced Wu Yang. "Are you truly willing to forsake even your own father for my sake?" Wu Yang's countenance darkened, and he chuckled ruefully. "Nay, it won't come to that. At most, my father will give me a sound thrashing, perhaps even break my legs. Once he vents his anger, all will be well." Hearing this, Lang Yuchui couldn't help but jest. "It seems you harbor a glimmer of hope. But heed my warning, young one, this matter is unlike any other. It concerns the ancestral tenets of your Wu family. Even if your father's heart aches, he will be compelled by tradition to beat you to within an inch of your life." "Surely, surely not." Lang Yuchui's words visibly unnerved Wu Yang, his face paling. Vanden nodded gravely. "I believe Lang Yuchui speaks the truth. Your father and Apos' hands may be tied." Wu Yang hadn't and Apos. He considered this aspect. Upon being reminded, he felt the weight of it, emitting a cry of alarm. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his brow. Seeing Wu Yang so distressed, Vanden felt a pang of sympathy. Just as he was about to offer words of comfort, Wu Yang's brow furrowed, his expression shifting from fear to resolve. Vanden was taken aback as Wu Yang declared, "If that is to be my fate, then so be it. Death is but a release, freeing me from further contemplation." Such valor from young Wu Yang. Vanden and Lang Yuchui exchanged surprised glances. Lang Yuchui and Apos' earlier disdain receded, replaced by a newfound respect. "Could it be that I misjudged him?" she mused. "Su Yaoting astounded me, and now even his little sidekick, Wu Yang, proves to be extraordinary. With such loyalty and courage, he is destined for greatness." As Lang Yuchui marveled, Vanden could no longer contain his elation, bursting into laughter. Lang Yuchui, bewildered by Vanden's mirth, knitted her brows. "What is wrong with you? You've implicated your brother to the point of risking his life, and yet you find cause to laugh?" Vanden curtailed his laughter, placing a hand on Wu Yang's shoulder. Su Yaoting operates by an unwavering principle, never to burden his brothers. This time shall be no different. But you already have. Do you possess a means to appease Wu Jinhan, preventing him from pursuing the matter of you learning the chaotic swordplay? Long Yuchui inquired, her face etched with surprise. Assuredly. I guarantee that General Wu will not only refrain from pursuing Wu Yang and me, but will instead express gratitude. Long Yuchui shook her head, gazing at Vanden. Su Yaoting, it's barely morning. Are you already indulging in fanciful dreams? Do you truly believe Wu Jinhan is so easily swayed? Swayed? I have no intention of swaying General Wu. Vanden's gaze turned earnest as he faced Wu Yang. Wu Yang, today I shall impart to you the true chaotic swordplay. The true chaotic swordplay? Vanden's pronouncement elicited simultaneous cries of astonishment from Lang Yuchui and Wu Yang, their faces reflecting disbelief and confusion. Vanden paid them no heed, his gaze fixed on Wu Yang. Wu Yang, do you know why the chaotic swordplay of your Wu family so often leads to cultivation deviation? Even Wu Jinhan was perplexed by this phenomenon, resorting to cautious measures. How could Wu Yang possibly know? He shook his head blankly. Vanden chuckled heartily. Because the chaotic swordplay of your Wu family is, in truth, the random swordplay. Random swordplay? Wu Yang was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Long Yuchui's brows furrowed even more tightly, on the verge of scolding Vanden for his absurd claims. If the Wu family's chaotic swordplay were truly so flawed, how could it have achieved its current renown? Since time immemorial, heaven and earth have been governed by the interplay of yin and yang, the coexistence of good and evil. Without yin, there can be no yang. Without good, where would evil reside? Thus, all things in creation, if they are to endure, must be characterized by the harmony of yin and yang, the mutual existence of good and evil. Your chaotic swordplay is no exception. Vanden's words were so profound and irrefutable that Lang Yuchui swallowed the rebuke that had been on the tip of her tongue. Ignoring their astonishment, Vanden continued. Your Wu family's chaotic swordplay is the same. Chaos represents yin, evil, while strife represents yang, good. Originally, the chaotic swordplay embodied the coexistence of yin and yang, the mutual existence of good and evil, aligning with the supreme Tao of heaven. However, your Wu family has altered it, emphasizing chaos while neglecting strife, disrupting the harmony of yin and yang, preventing the coexistence of good and evil. Over time, how could one avoid cultivation deviation? Then is there still hope for salvation? Initially skeptical, Wu Yang now found himself asking the question involuntarily. Vanden's words were simply too persuasive to dismiss. Even Lung Yuchui remained silent, refraining from offering further opinions. Vanden laughed heartily. Of course. Otherwise, where would I find the true chaotic swordplay to teach you? By mastering my true chaotic swordplay, you will not only easily defeat your sister, but also avoid the dangers of cultivation deviation in the future. If your father were to witness this, he would be overjoyed and would never seek trouble with you or me. Then what are we waiting for, boss? Teach me quickly. Wu Yang, reinvigorated, eagerly snapped off a twig, using it as a makeshift sword, his eyes fixed on Vanden. Vanden smiled, turning to Lung Yuchui. Hey, Lung Yuchui, would you like to learn as well? If you wish to reclaim your ranking on the Azure Cloud list, mastering my chaotic swordplay would be a piece of cake. Lung Yuchui was tempted, but unwilling to let Vanden become too smug. She snorted softly. Who knows if you're just a charlatan, all talk and no substance. I'll observe for now. Vanden smiled, saying no more. He turned back to Wu Yang. Do you know what strife is? Wu Yang shook his head blankly. Vanden's sword-like brows rose sharply. With a thrust of the twig in his hand, a thunderous roar emanated from it, reverberating endlessly. A fierce aura, distinct from chaos, filled with defiance and indomitable spirit, erupted like a volcano, as if even the heavens could not contain it. Strife is an unyielding soul. It is everlasting courage. It is the unwavering spirit of a man. Strife against heaven, against earth, against gods, against Buddhas. As long as breath remains, the will to fight shall not be extinguished. Until heaven is shattered, earth is rent, gods are vanquished, Buddhas are defeated, and all creation lies beneath our feet. Accompanying Vanden's resonant voice, Lung Yuchui and Wu Yang seemed to witness a towering man, amidst a world of cataclysm and divine wrath, standing tall with a spine forged of steel, unyielding, wielding his sword with unwavering determination. The sword's momentum soared. The aura of strife pierced the heavens, showcasing a man's unyielding spirit, courage, and boundless valor. Stirring even a maiden like Lang Yuchui to a fever pitch, her fists clenched tightly, her true energy surging uncontrollably. Yearning to join the towering man in a battle that would eclipse heaven and earth. Is this strife? Is this truly the Su Yaoting I know? Her almond eyes followed Vanden's every move, and unbeknownst to her, a flush of color crept onto Lung Yuchui's cheeks. Wu Yang, observe carefully. Vanden roared suddenly, his twig transforming from a thrust into a sweeping motion. Compared to the chaotic swordplay Wu Yang knew, it lacked some of the intricate variations, but the added aura of strife made it all the more formidable and imposing. Yes. Wu Yang appeared to be immersed in the profound ambience cultivated by Wan Dong when he was abruptly jolted by Wan Dong's shout, causing him to shudder and respond hastily. The thought that he should not allow Wan Dong to revel in his triumph was instantly cast aside by Lang Yuchui. Such astonishing swordsmanship, if not mastered, would surely leave her with a lifetime of regret. This chaotic swordplay, which Wan Dong had meticulously contemplated for an entire day prior, corrected the Wu family's excessive focus on chaos while not entirely discarding it. Superfluous variations in certain sword moves were entirely eliminated, while those that could bewilder the enemy and, at critical moments, transform into lethal techniques were retained, showcasing Wan Dong's considerable ingenuity. Without the terrifying comprehension afforded by his cultivation of the Xiantian insight technique and the keen perception of true energy granted by his Dao Qi, Wan Dong would not have achieved such refinement. The swordplay, now stripped of many dazzling yet unnecessary variations, embraced simplicity, appearing unremarkable. Yet it maximized the essence of combat that had been previously overlooked. The chaotic essence captivated the senses, while the combat aspect exerted a formidable force, creating a symphony of chaos and combat that resonated powerfully in the air. Wan Dong proclaimed this to be the true chaotic swordplay, and both Lang Yuchui and Wu Yang were thoroughly convinced. A sudden crack broke the silence, startling Wu Yang from his reverie. Looking up, he was astounded to see that the twig in his hand had pierced through a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, and even more astonishingly, the twig showed no signs of damage. This sound also caught Lang Yuchui's attention, and upon witnessing the scene, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. How could it be? In such a brief moment, this boy's swordsmanship had improved so dramatically. Wan Dong nodded, a smile gracing his lips, affirming his earlier judgment that Wu Yang was indeed quite talented. Of course, Wu Yang's rapid progress was also linked to his familiarity with the original chaotic swordplay. Furthermore, the modified chaotic swordplay had amplified the combat element, making it more suitable for male practitioners. Regrettably, Wu Yang's current level of true energy was too shallow, limited to the first realm. Otherwise, the power of this swordplay would be even greater. In contrast, Lung Yuchui had already reached the third realm of true energy. And although her understanding of the swordplay wasn't as profound as Wu Yang's, her execution still possessed significantly greater force. Currently, Wu Yang could easily withstand 3 moves from Wu Yu, yet defeating her elegantly would still require effort. However, with 2 days remaining for Wu Yang to acclimate to this swordplay, he would undoubtedly astonish Wu Yu. Additionally, Wan Dong contemplated whether to teach Wu Yang the method of essence transfer used by practitioners of the Dao sect. If so, Wu Yang's true energy would surely grow substantially in a short time, allowing him to surpass Wu Yu comprehensively. After some reflection, Wan Dong decided to suppress this thought. While the essence transfer method was indeed exquisite, it necessitated a complete and compatible mental framework. Otherwise, blindly attempting to harness vast amounts of celestial essence without the corresponding mental guidance could lead to catastrophic consequences, at least until Wan Dong devised a suitable mental framework. He could not impart the essence transfer method to Wu Yang. "Boss, can I now withstand 3 moves from that annoying girl?" Wu Yang asked eagerly. "Look at your current prowess. Once you master this swordplay, not only will you withstand 3 moves from Wu Yu, but defeating her will also be a mere trifle." Lung Yuchui replied, her understanding deepening as she acknowledged Wan Dong's assertion that this swordplay was truly the epitome of chaotic combat, possessing boundless potency. "Boss, is what she said true? Defeating Wu Yu has never crossed my mind since I became aware," Wu Yang remarked, turning towards Wan Dong with a look of surprise. Wan Dong nodded, affirming Lang Yuchui's statement. "It is regrettable that your true energy cultivation is too weak. Even if you were on par with your sister, you could already defeat her now." "Wow," Wu Yang exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. "Boss, where did you acquire this swordplay? It resembles our family's chaotic technique, yet wields incomparably greater power. It's simply marvelous." "Indeed, Su Yaoting, speak the truth. Did you encounter some extraordinary master?" Lung Yuchui, who had long harbored suspicions, inquired curiously. Wan Dong smiled slightly, giving Lung Yuchui a thumbs up. "You are indeed astute. You've guessed that I encountered a master. This only piqued Lang Yuchui's curiosity further, and she hurriedly pressed, "Quickly tell me, where is this master? What is their name?" Such an exceptional swordplay must have been created by an extraordinary figure. "You must introduce me." Wang Dong laughed heartily. "No need for formality. That master is both far away and right before your eyes. It and Oppos. Es me. You? What kind of master are you?" Lung Yuchui shot Wang Dong a skeptical glance, disbelief evident in her expression. Wang Dong merely chuckled. "Believe it or not, that's up to you. Time is running short. Let us head to class." With that, he paid no heed to Long Yuchui's incredulous look and gracefully made his way toward the Formation Academy. This fellow, how increasingly unfathomable he becomes. Lung Yuchui muttered to herself as she watched Wang Dong's retreating figure. Wu Yang, grinning, chimed in, "Have you just realized? My boss is no ordinary person." Throughout the day, Wang Dong remained in high spirits, especially at the thought of inviting Yi Mei to dinner that evening, which filled him with delight. After the last class of the afternoon concluded, Wang Dong, accompanied by Wu Yang and Lung Yuchui, headed straight for the Martial Academy. "Wu Yang, you go find Xiao Hu, while Lung Yuchui and I will look for Yi Mei. We will meet at the entrance of the Martial Academy," Wang Dong instructed. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Wu Yang eagerly dashed off to find Hu, while Wang Dong and Lung Yuchui were about to step away to locate Yi Mei when they heard a scornful voice nearby. "Has that girl Yi Mei received word and run away?" Wang Dong genuinely considered Yi Mei as a sister, and upon hearing this, his entire demeanor tensed. Turning toward the source of the voice, he saw a group of men dressed as servants, surrounding a flamboyantly dressed young master with an arrogant expression, approaching them. Wang Dong's keen eyes quickly recognized that the servants were the same lackeys who had been with Xiao Wei yesterday. His brows furrowed into a tight line, and a glimmer of coldness swept across his face. It appeared that the thieves were undeterred. "It's Jin Mu, ranked 99th on the Qingyun list, from the Iron Battle Dynasty," Long Yuchui remarked, her brows knitting together as her gaze fell upon the extravagant young master. The Iron Battle Dynasty was indeed a superpower comparable to the Qingyun Empire, with numerous students entering the Qingyun Martial Academy each year and occupying at least 20 slots on the Qingyun list. Known for their combative and arrogant nature, even within the Qingyun Martial Academy, individuals from the Iron Battle Dynasty rarely exhibited restraint and were notoriously difficult to deal with. Even local students from the Qingyun Empire, lacking solid backing, tended to be wary of them, let alone students from smaller nations like Tiandu country. Wang Dong contemplated the situation and soon grasped the gist of it. Given the significant defeat Xiao Wei had suffered at his hands, Xiao Sheng, his father, would undoubtedly be livid, yet too wary to provoke the Mountain King. Thus, he sought assistance from the Iron Battle Dynasty to find trouble for Yi Mei. How ridiculous! A prominent official from the Qingyun Empire must rely on a debauched young master from the Iron Battle Dynasty to assert himself. Xiao Sheng was truly not lacking in cunning. "Mother of God, are you blind? Seeking death?" Wang Dong scoffed inwardly, just as Jin Mu began to unleash his fury. With a resounding slap, an innocent student, oblivious to the unfolding events, was sent hurtling through the air. The blow was delivered with such force that several teeth were dislodged, expelled from the student's mouth amidst a spray of blood, and it took a considerable time for him to regain his footing. Not content with this initial assault, the sycophants accompanying Jin Mu seized the opportunity to compound the student's misery, swarming upon him before he could even rise. Their kicks and blows soon reduced him to a state of pained moaning. "Ha ha ha! Daring to obstruct my path is tantamount to courting death. Show him no mercy, lads. Beat him to within an inch of his life," Jin Mu exclaimed. Emboldened by Jin Mu's words, the lackeys became even more ruthless, directing their attacks with a newfound viciousness, aiming for the most vulnerable areas. Since when have the curs of the Iron War Dynasty dared to bark so insolently on the soil of my Azure Cloud Empire? Wang Dong's countenance turned as cold as glacial ice, and his words sent a shiver down the spines of those who heard them. Who dares to utter such audacious words? They must have a death wish, Jin Mu bellowed, his voice laced with fury. Upon recognizing Wang Dong, Jin Mu's brow furrowed, and the ferocity etched upon his face softened slightly. A forced smile crept onto his lips as he said, if it isn't young Master Su." Wang Dong merely grunted in response, ignoring Jin Mu. He gestured towards the lackeys under Xiao Wei's command and commanded, "Come hither. Why, young Master Su, we offer our humble greetings." Heh. The lackeys trembled like leaves in a storm, their faces ashen with fear. The memory of Wang Dong's brutal disfigurement of Xiao Wei was still fresh in their minds, and the sight of Wang Dong's menacing demeanor filled them with dread. As the lackeys approached with trepidation, Wan Dong cast a sidelong glance at them and casually inquired, "May I borrow your swords for a moment?" "Swords? Oh, yes, yes. Of course. Here you are." One of the lackeys hastily presented his sword with both hands, his face a mask of obsequiousness and fear. Wan Dong accepted the sword and lightly tested its edge with his finger, eliciting a resonant hum. He then turned his gaze towards the injured student and asked, "Did this man wrong you in some way?" The lackeys instinctively glanced towards Jin Mu. Jin Mu's face was now contorted with rage, and veins pulsed on his forehead. Since Wan Dong's arrival, he had been largely ignored, treated as if he were nothing more than heir. Jin Mu had rarely, if ever, been subjected to such blatant disregard. Even dignitaries of Xiuxing's stature would greet him with a smile and never dare to show him the slightest disrespect. "Young Master Su is asking you a question. Answer truthfully and stop looking at me." Jin Mu snapped, glaring at the lackeys. Emboldened by Jin Mu's words, one of the lackeys spoke up, reporting to young Master Su. "This ignorant wretch inadvertently bumped into young Master Jin, and we were merely administering a small lesson." Wan Dong nodded, idly toying with the sword. His expression remained impassive, seemingly devoid of anger, but this only served to intensify the lackeys' fear. They trembled as if struck by lightning. "Tell me, which holds more prestige, the title of young Master Jin from the Iron War dynasty, or the status of being the sole grandson of the king of Dingshan?" The lackeys were now awash in cold sweat. Regardless of which title was more esteemed, they could not afford to offend either individual. Even their master, Xiuxing, would find himself in a similar predicament. Wan Dong's question was not merely a query, but a death warrant from the YNWing, the king of hell. Answering was death, and remaining silent was equally fatal. They were doomed either way. The lackeys exchanged furtive glances, each hesitant to answer. The sword in Wan Dong's hand emanated a chilling aura, and Jin Mu's eyes were filled with a sinister glint. Both were masters of mercilessness. "Dare you defy my question?" Wan Dong's face suddenly hardened, and the sword's edge came to rest against the neck of one of the lackeys. The lackey, already trembling with fear, could not withstand this additional torment. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, and a stream of liquid trickled down his legs. He had been so terrified that he had wet himself. "I, in the eyes of us humble servants, both young masters are equally esteemed and beyond compare." Wan Dong retracted the sword and offered a sardonic smile. "I didn't expect you to be so adept at playing both sides, avoiding offense to either party. Young Master Su, have you not caused enough commotion?" Jin Mu said with displeasure. "Under the clear light of day. From whence comes this canine barking?" Wan Dong's words, seemingly muttered to himself, were delivered with perfect clarity. Long Yuetsue, amused by Wan Dong's feigned obliviousness, could not suppress a light chuckle. Jin Mu, however, was enraged, his eyes bulging from their sockets. "Su Yaoting, do not mistake my politeness for weakness. Do you think you can act with impunity simply because you have your grandfather, the king of Dingshan, to rely on? Let me remind you. The king of Dingshan is the king of Dingshan of your Azure Cloud Empire, not of our Iron War dynasty." Wan Dong sneered and turned to face the lackeys. "So, this is what you believe as well? Otherwise, why would you seek the assistance of someone from the Iron War dynasty to support your master?" "Humph. Indeed. My grandfather is not the king of Dingshan of the Iron War dynasty, but he is still capable of slaughtering a few dogs from the Iron War dynasty." With that, Wan Dong's expression turned fierce, and he pointed the sword at Jin Mu, declaring, "Jin Mu, today you are destined to fall at my hands. Su Yaoting, Su Yaoting, your words are overly confident. Do you truly believe that I, Jin Mu, would consider you a threat? My elder brother's intention was merely to discipline Yimei, to ensure that she would willingly become Xiao Wei's woman and refrain from provoking you, thus saving Su Wensuan some face. However, since you are so uncooperative, I might as well take matters into my own hands and reclaim, with interest, the humiliation you inflicted upon Xiao Wei yesterday. Jin Mu's elder brother is Jin Sin, ranked 8th on the Azure Cloud list, and possesses exceptional cultivation." Long Yuetsue cautioned, fearing that Wan Dong was unaware of the true situation. Jin Mu's arrogance stemmed from a solid foundation. His personal cultivation was considerable, but more importantly, the power of the Jin family in the Iron War dynasty was no less formidable than that of the Su family in the Azure Cloud Empire. Wan Dong was indeed ignorant of the Jin family's background, but even if he had known, he would not have regarded Jin Mu as a threat. He, who was destined to confront the great world of Taoism, would hardly concern himself with these so-called influential families in the mundane world. Moreover, in Wan Dong's eyes, all individuals from the Iron War dynasty deserved to be trampled upon, and trampled upon mercilessly. Lung Yuetsue, aren't you and this fellow sworn enemies? When did you become bedfellows? Huh. Lung Yuetsue had challenged Jin Mu several times in an attempt to improve her ranking on the Azure Cloud list, but each time she had been defeated. This had already instilled a sense of animosity towards Jin Mu, and his lewd remarks only served to ignite the flames of anger within her. Jin, if you dare to utter another word of nonsense, I'll knock out every tooth in your mouth. Huh, how strange. If you dare to engage in such activities, am I not allowed to speak of them? Enemies turned lovers, your transformation is truly remarkable. I'll kill you. Long Yuetsue, a virtuous young woman, could not tolerate being publicly humiliated by Jin Mu in this manner. With a cry of rage, she unleashed a palm strike towards Jin Mu. Jin Mu had engaged in combat with Lung Yuetsue several times, becoming thoroughly acquainted with her martial arts and techniques. Despite Lung Yuetsue's menacing aura, Jin Mu remained utterly unperturbed, raising his hand to confront her directly. As they clashed, Wandong and Appo's gaze shifted to the group of thugs nearby. Noticing a student who had been innocently beaten, still unconscious, Wandong's expression grew increasingly grim, and he had no patience for idle chatter. Coldly commanding them to extend their right hands. Su, young Master Su, what do you intend to do? The thugs, suddenly aware of the gravity of the situation, stuttered in fear. I want you to extend your right hands. Wandong reiterated, his murderous intent no longer concealed. Su, young Master Su, spare our lives or spare our hands. You choose. The thugs despaired at his ruthless words. They understood their own precarious position. Neither Xiao Sheng nor the Iron Ward dynasty would intercede on their behalf, and it was evident that Wandong held no regard for the latter. There was no need for further deliberation. Within moments, the thugs tremulously extended their right hands. Without hesitation, Wandong swept his sword, severing 4 or 5 bloodied arms that fell to the ground, fountains of crimson erupting and leaving glaring stains upon the earth. The thugs wailed in agony, clutching their stumps and rolling on the ground in pain, their pitiful state sending shivers down the spines of numerous martial academy students who watched in horror. With a cold snort, Wandong pointed his sword at the thugs, commanding, "Listen carefully, return and inform your masters that this matter is far from over. I shall personally seek an explanation from them." The thugs, rendered speechless by pain, could only nod in submission. Wandong turned his attention back to Long Yuetsue and Jin Mu, frowning again. Perhaps it was the multitude of prior defeats at Jin Mu's hands that instilled a subconscious fear in Long Yuetsue, for she always appeared timid and hesitant during their duels, failing to unleash her full potential and finding herself increasingly on the defensive. Long Yuetsue, as a woman, you ought to exhibit a bit more grace. Such brutishness is unbecoming. Jin Mu, seeming to relish the encounter, easily deflected Long Yuetsue's elegant strikes while teasing her with jabs, thoroughly enjoying the exchange. Su Yaoting is but a facade, a pretty shell that lacks substance. How unlike us true men. What say you? Care for a little sparring? Haraha. Already at a disadvantage, Long Yuetsue's anger grew at Jin Mu's taunts, her composure further unraveling. Jin Mu, with a flowery tongue but no mercy in his hands, seized upon her moment of vulnerability, his demeanor shifting to that of a ferocious tiger leaping from its cage. His fists danced like lightning, unleashing a barrage of strikes that crashed toward Long Yuetsue like an impenetrable wall. How could Long Yuetsue withstand such onslaught? With a sharp cry, she stumbled backward uncontrollably, as if caught in a whirlwind. Long Yuetsue, just lie down for me, will you? Having gained the upper hand, Jin Mu showed no mercy, pressing his advantage with relentless attacks, determined to force her into utter despair. With Long Yuetsue on the brink of collapse, a sudden gust of wind surged in from the side. This wind was both fierce and swift, catching Jin Mu off guard, prompting him to instinctively release Long Yuetsue and retreat several steps. Finally free from Jin Mu's relentless pursuit, Long Yuetsue wore an expression of lingering dread. She turned to Wandong, ready to express her gratitude, only to find him wearing an expression of stern disapproval. Before she could speak, he barked, "What are you doing? Are you in a daze?" Long Yuetsue, having endured great humiliation at Jin Mu's hands, sought solace from Wandong. But his harsh reprimand only deepened her sense of injustice, tears welling in her eyes. "Do you still have the audacity to cry? You are bringing shame upon the Qingyan Empire." Wandong's words were as cold as steel, striking Long Yuetsue's heart like a hammer. The tears she had valiantly held back now flowed freely, cascading down her cheeks like a torrent. Wandong's severity even drew concern from Jin Mu, who glanced at the thugs that had lost their arms, his expression shifting as he scrutinized Wandong. "Siu Ting, I never realized you could be so ruthless." "Ruthless? Humph. The worst is yet to come." Wandong's cold laughter echoed, his demeanor as frigid as ice. Jin Mu's heart raced, his voice low and threatening. You've mistaken your target if you think you can intimidate me. If you possess the skill, come face me directly and show me your worth before barking orders at others. Wang Dong merely cast him a sidelong glance, indifferently stating, rest assured. You will have your chance. With that, he extended his sword toward Lang Yuchui, solemnly declaring, if you wish to weep, do so after we have dealt with this dog of the Iron War dynasty. Lang Yuchui, feeling aggrieved, initially hesitated to respond to Wang Dong. Yet, upon receiving the sword he offered, her spirit surged with renewed vigor, the weight of her grievances dissipating in an instant. She no longer felt resentment toward Wang Dong. Only a sense of rightful indignation. Prior to this morning, she had indeed been at the mercy of Jin Mu. But after Wang Dong imparted the true chaotic swordsmanship to her, her prowess had undergone a complete transformation. Armed with exceptional skills, she could no longer allow herself to be dominated. As she grasped the sword from Wang Dong, Lang Yuchui's demeanor shifted dramatically. A fierce and fiery resolve igniting within her, akin to molten lava surging towards the sky, transforming her into a formidable presence. Heh, beautiful Lang. Why are you picking up the sword again? These weapons have no eyes. If you were to get hurt, I would be utterly devastated. Jin Mu's mocking grin, which might have incensed her before, now elicited only scorn and derision from Lang Yuchui, who regarded him as little more than a clown seeking attention. Jin Mu, let us see how long you can prance about. With a fierce cry, Lang Yuchui propelled herself forward, the long sword in her hand transforming into a brilliant flash of cold light aimed directly at Jin Mu's heart. Her strike, imbued with tremendous force and speed, took Jin Mu by surprise. Yet, what astonished him even more was the overwhelming power emanating from Lang Yuchui, a force potent enough to shake the very heavens. What sword technique is this? Jin Mu gasped in disbelief, feeling a surge of trepidation, and hastily retreated. So this is fear? It appears you are not as formidable as you pretended. With one strike that forced Jin Mu back, Lang Yuchui felt a surge of triumph at the visible shock on his face. Her movements became increasingly agile, and the sword in her hand seemed to come alive, striking like a swift serpent, emanating bursts of electric light that left Jin Mu scrambling to defend himself. Gone was the ease and satisfaction that had once graced Jin Mu's expression. The expression on his face was as grave as the bottom of a blackened pot. Every ounce of his spirit ignited, leaping around with no room for complacency. In just a few exchanges, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. What an eerie swordsmanship! Jin Mu was forced to retreat over 10 steps, his mouth uttering gasps of astonishment, fear flooding his eyes. Jin Mu, I shall secure your rank on the Azure Cloud list. As the chaotic swordplay unfolded, Lang Yuetsue's confidence surged, the earlier dread she felt towards Jin Mu dissipating like smoke. The sword light flashed fiercely, her momentum soaring. Although Lang Yuetsue was a woman, her fighting spirit was as fierce as any man. With each strike faster than the last, and each move more powerful, she pressed him relentlessly, while Jin Mu could only retreat step by step. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not withstand the rapid, urgent, and intricate swordplay of Lang Yuetsue. Ignoring the rivulets of sweat cascading down his forehead, Lang Yuetsue's sword unexpectedly twisted, appearing suddenly before Jin Mu's chest. The sharpness of her sword was imbued with an overwhelming force, penetrating Jin Mu's defenses in an instant. Jin Mu's frantic cries echoed, his feet stumbling in disarray. His eyes filled with terror, fixated on the blade in Lang Yuetsue's hand, oblivious even to the cold sweat that dripped into his eyes. With a soft sound, Jin Mu's shirt was torn open, yet it did not injure his flesh, as Lang Yuetsue's swordplay came to a halt, finally overcoming Jin Mu. Lang Yuetsue felt a surge of triumph, the tip of her sword resting on his chest. Her fair face illuminated with a radiant smile as she instinctively turned to glance at Wang Dong. She expected that defeating Jin Mu would bring Wang Dong the same joy. Yet once again she miscalculated. Wang Dong's expression remained as stern as before, lacking any semblance of softening, his brow furrowing even more tightly. Why have you stopped? I have won. The excitement from Lang Yuetsue's victory vanished in an instant, her voice trembling with uncertainty. But I see he still stands, not fallen. Do you think this is a sparring match where you merely touch and retreat? Then, what do you want? Lang Yuetsue looked at Wang Dong in confusion, increasingly unable to fathom his temperament. Wang Dong had no intention of killing Jin Mu, yet he was equally unwilling to let him off so easily. Firstly, Jin Mu was a member of the Iron War dynasty, the sworn enemy of the Tiandu kingdom. Secondly, with Jin Mu's tenacity, if he was not decisively defeated today, Yimei would undoubtedly fall into his hands sooner or later. With these 2 points in mind, Wang Dong had resolved that, even if Jin Mu did not perish today, he would certainly shed a layer of skin. Xiaosu, what do you mean? Do you intend to eradicate him completely? If you truly have the guts, then come and show me your capabilities. Jinmu, furious after being bested by Lang Yuetsue, was enraged further by Wan Dong's aggressive demeanor, which seemed to threaten his very life. Humph. You, a defeated foe, have no right to shout. Lang Yuetsue's sword tip lightly pressed forward, piercing Jinmu's flesh. Though the wound was minor, it was undeniably painful. You. Jinmu glared furiously at Lang Yuetsue, his eyes almost bursting with rage. Yet, recalling Lang Yuetsue's stunning and formidable swordplay, he could only suppress his anger. Fine. I shall oblige your wishes. Wan Dong chuckled coldly, stepping forward. Seeing Wan Dong truly preparing to engage Jinmu, Lang Yuetsue felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly said, Su Yaoting, do not act impulsively. This boy's cultivation is no small matter. You are not. Lang Yuetsue nearly blurted out you are no match for him, but restrained herself, fearing it would provoke Su Yaoting and yield the opposite effect. The true chaotic swordplay, while powerful and exquisite, required genuine energy to wield. Otherwise, it was akin to a decorative pillow, beautiful but ineffectual. Jinmu's true energy cultivation surpassed Lang Yuetsue's, having reached the mid-stage of the third level. In Lang Yuetsue's view, Wan Dong's confrontation with him was tantamount to self-humiliation. Xiaosu, if you truly possess such courage, then I, Jinmu, shall accompany you to the end. Hearing Wan Dong's words, Jinmu's heart soared with joy, believing Wan Dong was responding to his provocation, and he was determined to teach Wan Dong a lesson. Lang Yuetsue, release him. Wan Dong disregarded Lang Yuetsue's worried gaze, waving his hand. But, release him. Before Lang Yuetsue could finish, Wan Dong's voice suddenly escalated, filled with an undeniable tone. With no other choice, Lang Yuetsue let go of Jinmu, glaring at him threateningly. Jinmu, however, paid her no heed, his eyes gleaming with a blood-red intensity, resembling a wolf locking onto its prey. It seemed he had resolved to reclaim the humiliation he had suffered at Lang Yuetsue's hands from Wan Dong. Such a gaze only intensified Lang Yuetsue's anxiety, and she crossed her sword, offering it to Wan Dong, intending to warn him to be cautious. To her surprise, Wan Dong raised his hand, pushing the sword back, declaring, I do not need a weapon to deal with such a small fry. Humph. Upon hearing Wan Dong's words, Jinmu's fury ignited, though he said little. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from him was chilling. Lang Yuetsue was equally astonished, her eyes wide in disbelief that Wan Dong intended to confront Jinmu barehanded. Was he courting death? She wished she could delve into Wan Dong's mind to discern his thoughts. How could he be so astute at times, yet so foolish at others? Su Yaoting, today I shall make you taste the price of arrogance. Jinmu stood 10 paces from Wan Dong, his true energy surging, his aura reaching its zenith. Is it that all members of the Iron War dynasty are so verbose? If you wish to fight, then let us. Damn it. Jinmu could no longer contain himself, roaring as he launched a colossal fist, filled with true energy, like a heavy hammer aimed straight at Wan Dong's face. Perhaps it was due to Wan Dong's provocation, but Jinmu's punch was extraordinary, boasting greater strength, speed, and momentum than before, surpassing his prior capabilities by at least 30%. The punch sliced through the air, generating a sound akin to thunder, causing Lang Yuetsue, watching from the sidelines, to feel as if her heart might leap from her throat. She internally compared and feared that even she could not withstand such a blow. Xiaosu, you shall die. Jinmu's voice echoed with unrestrained fury, reverberating through the air. Su Yaoting, what are you doing? Dodge. As Jinmu's thunderous punch barreled towards Wan Dong, he stood immobile, causing Lang Yuetsue to panic and shout. Dodge? Haha. He must be trembling in fear right now. Jinmu, brimming with confidence, could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing Lang Yuetsue's shout. Jinmu, you laughed too soon. Just as Jinmu's punch was less than a step away from Wan Dong, a chilling smile suddenly appeared on Wan Dong's face. This smile caused Jinmu's heart to race unexpectedly. Just as he sensed danger, Wan Dong's figure swayed and vanished from his sight. What? Jinmu cried out in alarm, his expression becoming increasingly frantic. Though young, he had encountered numerous battles, yet he had never witnessed such an uncanny spectacle. Before Jinmu could comprehend the situation, Wan Dong's form suddenly emerged like a specter, just a foot to his left. A right leg, like a whip, struck him fiercely. This is impossible. Jinmu could only scream silently in his heart, without even the slightest opportunity to resist or react. As Wan Dong and Appo's right leg landed forcefully on his abdomen, it felt as though he had been struck by a steel rod. An explosive force surged into his body in an instant, and the intense pain arrived without any warning, descending upon him abruptly. Pain. It was a heart-wrenching agony that pierced to the bone. Even if Jinmu were made of iron, he could not help but emit a series of inhuman screams. His body, under the influence of inertia, flew backward like a soccer ball kicked into the air. The entire event unfolded rapidly. A mere moment that felt like a flash of lightning. Not only Jinmu, but even Lung Yuchui was momentarily stunned, feeling as though she had merely blinked. And then the fierce Jinmu, like a tiger descending a mountain, was swept away by Wandong's kick. It made Lung Yuchui question whether the two had practiced this beforehand. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that Jinmu, perfectly fine, crashed right into Wandong's leg? The entire process was clean and efficient, devoid of any hesitation, truly spectacular. Wandong did not afford Lung Yuchui the chance to comprehend it all. At the moment Jinmu was sent flying, Wandong's figure also moved like the wind, taking 3 swift steps in midair, his right hand darting out like lightning, precisely gripping Jinmu's pulse point. By the time they both landed, Jinmu was being held in Wandong's grasp like a puddle of mud. This is it over? Lung Yuchui was left dumbfounded, her expression blank. The Jinmu she had expended tremendous effort to defeat was now in Wandong's hands, having not even managed a single move, reduced to this state. To Lung Yuchui, everything seemed extraordinarily bizarre, rendering her unable to believe it. I will fight you. Jinmu possessed a certain rugged masculinity. Despite the pain coursing through him and being gripped by Wandong, he refused to submit, letting out a wild roar as he raised his other hand to strike back at Wandong. Deluded fool, Wandong scoffed, tightening his grip on Jinmu's pulse point. A terrifying suction force immediately drew Jinmu's internal energy into Wandong's body like a raging flood. Ever since Wandong discovered that the energy of martial artists could aid in rapidly enhancing his own internal force, he had pondered whether he could actively absorb the energy. Wandong felt a surge of anxiety. And coupled with the lingering hostility he had directed at Jinmu earlier, he turned abruptly, startling the delicate girl, who took several fearful steps back. Lung Yuchui shot Wandong a disapproving glance, remarking, "With that fierce demeanor of yours, what if you frighten her even more?" After saying this, she pushed Wandong aside and approached the girl. "Little sister, we are friends of Yimei. Yes, this fierce fellow is just her adopted older brother." Wandong offered a wry smile, thinking, older brother is fine, but why add and Appos, adopted and Appos? Thanks to Lung Yuchui and Appos' soothing words. The fear in the girl and Appos' eyes gradually faded as she explained that Yimei had gone to rescue her sister. Wandong raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What? Yimei has a sister?" Lung Yuchui nodded, saying, "Indeed, Yimei's sister is named Yiling ever since Yimei was admitted to the Qingyan Martial Academy. Yiling has been by her side in Yunzhong City, running a small noodle shop to take care of her and to earn money for her tuition. Yiling has truly had it hard. She is both sister and mother to Yimei." "Ah, you just mentioned that Yimei went to save her sister. Could it be that something has happened to Yiling?" Suddenly, Lung Yuchui's expression shifted to one of tension and concern as she looked at the delicate girl. The girl shook her head and replied, "I don't know. They left in such a hurry that they didn't have time to explain." Upon hearing this, Wandong immediately felt a sense of urgency and turned to Lung Yuchui, asking, "You know where Yiling's noodle shop is, right?" Lung Yuchui quickly nodded. Wandong affirmed, "Then let us go there at once." After taking a few steps, however, he suddenly stopped and turned to the delicate girl, asking, "Could you tell me your name? You have been a great help. I must repay you." "Oh, there's no need. I am also a friend of Yimei. It's just a pity that I have never practiced martial arts. Otherwise, I would have gone with her to save her sister," the girl said before turning to leave. Watching her graceful departure, Wandong found himself momentarily lost in thought. Lung Yuchui snorted, "Su Yaoting, you wouldn't have taken a liking to her, would you?" "What?" Wandong was momentarily taken aback. Lung Yuchui shot him an exasperated glance, increasingly convinced, and pouted, "It must be true. You have always been such a flirt. It's truly despicable." Her words left Wandong somewhat stunned, not because of the reprimand, but because he could discern a hint of jealousy in her tone. Could it be? Wandong's mind raced as he thought, "I haven't even settled things with Tang Xini, and now there's Lung Yuchui? Boss, I can't shake the feeling." Wu Yang, perceptive as always, noticed the odd atmosphere and looked somewhat perplexed. Indeed, trouble had befallen Yiling. Before Wandong and his companions could reach the noodle shop, they saw from afar a group of men in green attire surrounding the shop, aggressively driving away passers-by. The sounds of fighting and curses could be faintly heard from within, indicating a fierce struggle was underway. What is going on? It seems to be members of the Qinglong gang, Wu Yang exclaimed in surprise. The Qinglong gang? Wang Dong's brow furrowed immediately. The Qinglong gang was the largest organization in Yunzhong City, wielding significant power, and ordinary citizens could hardly provoke them. During the reign of Zhong Tianwei as the leader, the gang maintained some level of discipline and rarely harmed the common folk. However, 7 years ago, after Zhong Tianwei mysteriously disappeared and Han Shiqi took over, the gang's behavior shifted dramatically. The disciples of the Qinglong gang became increasingly tyrannical, wreaking havoc in the neighborhood, and had developed a reputation for their misdeeds that struck fear into the hearts of the city's residents. It was baffling how Han Shiqi had managed to secure such influence, as the authorities turned a blind eye to their actions, allowing their malevolence to escalate unchecked. Yiling had evidently crossed paths with the Qinglong gang, placing her in a perilous situation. That scoundrel Han Shiqi has long coveted Yiling's beauty. I warned her to lay low, but I never anticipated such a situation would arise today. Lung Yuchui, who was quite familiar with Yimei, quickly pieced together the implications. So that's how it is, Wang Dong thought. Yimei was gentle and kind, and her sister was likely similar. Such sisters should not have been embroiled in conflict with the Qinglong gang. Just as Wang Dong felt puzzled, Lang Yuchui's words suddenly illuminated the situation for him. Boss, what should we do? Wu Yang inquired. Wang Dong responded with a cold smile, his voice low and steady. Let us confront Han Shiqi and see if he truly believes himself invincible. As they approached the noodle shop, a thug from the Qinglong gang brandishing a knife blocked their way, snarling, Where do you think you're going? Can't you see the Qinglong gang is busy here? Get lost. As he spoke, the blade danced ominously before Wang Dong and his companions, his demeanor exuding an arrogance that suggested he believed himself to be a king. While they were but mere ants, such audacity was rare indeed. Before Wang Dong could respond, a piercing scream echoed through the air, followed by the sight of a young man, approximately 25 or 20 si. The raw masculinity that emanated from him stirred a subtle frenzy within Lang Yuetsue's heart. Wang Dong's punch was delivered with such ferocity, and the Blue Dragon gang disciple suffered so grievously that the dozens of gang members guarding the storefront were utterly stunned. Even those assaulting Yuzhong paused, their attention drawn to Wang Dong. Accustomed to their unchecked dominance, the Blue Dragon gang members were taken aback by Wang Dong's ruthless intervention. As they stood in bewildered silence, Wang Dong's right leg swept out, sending a Blue Dragon gang disciple soaring through the air. After a brief suspension, the man crashed to the ground with a sickening series of cracks, his bones likely shattered beyond count, rendering him instantly unconscious. Bastard, you're courting death. Wang Dong's sweeping kick jolted the Blue Dragon gang disciples back to reality. Cursing vehemently, they brandished their blades and surged toward Wang Dong. Wu Yang, stepping forward, bellowed. Are you blind? This is Su Yaoding, the esteemed grandson of Prince Dingshan. Do you dare to trifle with him? Wu Yang's words had the desired effect. The Blue Dragon gang disciples, their faces contorted with rage, froze in their tracks as if under a spell. Some remained poised to strike, their stances almost comical. The name and reputation of Prince Dingshan were renowned throughout Cloud City, the Qinyan Empire, and the entire eastern Xian continent. To harm the prince's only grandson was akin to plucking the beard of Yama, the king of hell, an act that would make one's own demise seem almost inadequate. Two Blue Dragon gang disciples, who had advanced to within arm's reach of Wang Dong, were poised to strike. Wang Dong unleashed a flurry of punches, striking each of them squarely in the face. Another spectacle of blood and shattered teeth ensued as the two gang members collapsed, utterly bewildered. Observing Wang Dong's satisfying dispatch of his foes, Lang Yuetzue felt a surge of excitement. The grandson of Prince Dingshan? What would he be doing in a place like this? He must be an imposter. After a moment's hesitation, a Blue Dragon gang disciple, seemingly the most astute of the group, stepped forward and declared. Wang Dong cast a frigid gaze upon the speaker, one of those who had been assaulting Yuzhong, and his brow furrowed. As Wu Yang prepared to retort, Wang Dong waved him silent, pointed at the man, and said in a low voice, If you claim I am an imposter, then come and kill me. Of course, I will kill you. Dare to oppose the Blue Dragon gang, and death is your only reward. The Blue Dragon gang disciple brandished his blade and advanced toward Wang Dong. Wang Dong stood his ground, hands on his hips, his gaze fixed upon the approaching figure. Die. Reaching Wang Dong, the Blue Dragon gang disciple raised his blade, preparing to cleave him in two. Yet Wang Dong remained motionless, his eyes growing ever colder. The Blue Dragon gang disciple, unnerved by Wang Dong's piercing gaze, began to doubt his own judgment. What if he was mistaken? If he struck, he would not only face a gruesome death, but his entire family would likely suffer the same fate. Hesitation seized him, and his blade faltered, stopping just above Wan Dong's head. With the blade suspended, the Blue Dragon Gang disciple realized that Wan Dong had not flinched, not even blinked. This unwavering composure spoke of a person accustomed to the grandest of stages. Not only the Blue Dragon Gang disciple, but even Wu Yong and Long Yuezue were taken aback. Wan Dong's audacity was astonishing. "Why have you stopped?" Wan Dong inquired with a chilling smile. I. The Blue Dragon Gang disciple's mind reeled, as if struck by a heavy blow. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. "Insolent fool, lower your weapon." A voice filled with anger echoed through the air, and a slightly overweight man in his 30s. His face pale, hurried out of the noodle shop. His eyes darted about, betraying his cunning. "Haha. My subordinates are ignorant and fail to recognize the esteemed young Master Su. They have offended you, young master. Please, I implore you to forgive their ignorance." The middle-aged man, exuding affability, greeted Su Yaoding from afar with a beaming smile. Wan Dong let out a soft snort, refusing to even glance at the middle-aged man, fully embodying the arrogance befitting a prince's heir. As for the middle-aged man's honeyed words, he paid them no heed. Lifting his gaze, he noticed a disciple of the Qinglong gang, who stood dazed and sweating, and without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch. The disciple, tasked with striking Wan Dong, was no novice. He was a minor leader among the vigilant members of the gang. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly intimidated by Wan Dong's status and did not anticipate such a brutal response from him. The punch was satisfying to Wan Dong, akin to hitting an immovable wooden post, encountering no resistance whatsoever. A piercing scream echoed as the disciple, along with his weapon, was sent flying several yards away. It was clear to any observer that Wan Dong had struck with intent to kill. "Young Master Suyu." The middle-aged man was taken aback, unable to comprehend that Wan Dong would so brazenly disregard him and resort to violence, his expression shifting dramatically. However, Wan Dong seemed unfazed. Leisurely pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands, his demeanor relaxed and indifferent, as if he were merely in his own backyard. The act of killing, met with such nonchalance, tightened the middle-aged man's heart with dread. No longer could he dismiss Wan Dong as an inconsequential wastrel. His countenance had grown significantly more serious. "Who are you? Do you recognize this young master?" Wan Dong tossed aside the used handkerchief and coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on the middle-aged man. "Oh, I am Wu Jin, the vice commander of the left guard of the Qinglong gang. I have had the honor of witnessing young Master Su's prowess." The middle-aged man replied with a tone of utmost respect, devoid of any pretense. The Qinglong gang was ruthless towards ordinary folk, yet they showed deference to the powerful and influential. Had they not been so cowardly towards the strong, they would not have attained their current might. "Vice commander of the left guard? That sounds even more formidable than a high-ranking official," Wan Dong scoffed. Wu Jin felt a wave of unease wash over him, desperately smiling. No, in your eyes, I am but an ant." Wan Dong snorted lightly, almost to himself, and murmured, "You are the vice commander of the left guard. What then is your leader, Han, the emperor?" At this, Wu Jin appeared as if struck by lightning, shuddering violently, his expression drastically altering. Upon looking at Wan Dong again, his eyes were filled with terror. He pondered in fear when the Qinglong gang had offended this young Master Su so gravely that he would push them towards ruin. Observing the trembling Wu Jin, Lang Yuchui found herself in complete admiration of Wan Dong, previously unnoticing. She now realized this man was exceptionally shrewd and his methods astoundingly ruthless. With just a few words, he had implicated the Qinglong gang in a treasonous crime, a misstep that could lead to their utter destruction. "You, a mere gang, how can you possibly rival the court or the 3 iron-blooded armies guarding the capital? Young Master Su, such justice is not permissible. Our leader Han is utterly loyal to the Empire and would never harbor treasonous intentions. I can guarantee this with my head." Wu Jin could no longer maintain his composure, his face ashen and beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. "Your head?" Wan Dong stepped closer, lightly tapping Wu Jin's head, an expression of lofty disdain gracing his face. "What value does your head hold?" "Yes, no, I." Seeing Wu Jin utterly flustered, Wan Dong lost interest in further conversation. He glanced towards the noodle shop and casually asked, "What is happening inside? It seems quite lively." "And nothing." "Fool. Do you think this young master is deaf or a fool?" "Not at all. It's just inconvenient for this young master to enter. Is that it?" "Yes. No, it's not. It's one moment you say yes, the next no. What is it you wish to convey? If you do not want me to enter, simply say so without all this hesitation." Wu Jin was consumed with regret. Had he known Dong would prove so difficult, he would never have taken on this task. Now, he found himself trapped, unable to advance or retreat, as if placed upon a roasting spit. Wu Jin, allow young Master Su to enter. Just then, a voice, imbued with a touch of authority amidst its weariness, resonated from within the shop. Dong frowned slightly. The voice belonged to someone of remarkable presence. Clearly not an ordinary character. Upon hearing this, Wu Jin instantly regained his composure, no longer flustered. He respectfully gestured, "Young Master Su, please." Upon entering the noodle shop, Dong and Appo's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene. Yumei had sustained injuries. Although not severe, the fresh blood at the corner of her mouth was particularly jarring. Beside her stood a woman in her 30s, exuding charm and maturity, with a beauty akin to a blooming rose, undoubtedly Yimei's sister, Yiling. Yiling appeared somewhat frail, having not practiced martial arts, and was tightly embracing Yimei, her face awash with fear and despair. On the ground lay 3 young men, all around 25 to 26 years old, similarly bloodied and bearing the marks of grievous wounds. Upon seeing Dong, Yumei's face lit up with surprise and joy, her large almond-shaped eyes shining brightly. Dong nodded at her before turning his gaze to an elderly man seated upright in a grand chair. His hair grizzled and his expression severe. The energy radiating from the elder was unmistakable. He was a peak practitioner of the 7th level of Qi, a formidable figure in Yunzhang City. "Heh, young Master Su, what a fiery temper you have." The elder merely glanced at Dong before turning his head to the tea table, lifting a steaming cup of fragrant tea to savor, displaying an air of indifference as if he had not regarded Dong at all. "Are you paralyzed?" Dong and Appo's tone was frigid, offering no concession, his words striking hard against the elder's face. The elder, nearly choking on his tea at Dong's words, furrowed his brow and asked solemnly, "Young Master Su, what brings about such remarks? If you are not paralyzed, upon seeing me, why do you not rise to pay your respects?" The elder chuckled softly in response. "Since ancient times, respect has been given to the aged, yet I have not heard of respecting the young. I am several generations older than you, young Master Su, by rights. It is you who should be paying your respects to me." Dong furrowed his brow, surprised by the audacity of the elderly man before him. Until now, whenever he revealed his identity as Su Yaoting, he had always commanded respect. However, this elder seemed entirely different, showing no regard for Su Yaoting whatsoever. "Haha, young Master Su, this is our Qinglong Gang's left guard commander, Elder Ma Yi," Wu Jin said, regaining his composure with a smile, thanks to Ma Yi's presence. A cold smile crept across Dong's face. The Qinglong Gang had truly grown formidable. Were it not for their influence, would Wu Jin or Ma Yi dare to speak to him in such a manner? Turning his gaze, he noticed Wu Jin grinning incessantly. Though outwardly respectful, there was a distinct hint of disdain in his eyes. Clearly, as the sole grandson of the Dingshan king, he was not taken seriously. "What are you laughing at? Are you selling smiles?" Dong's anger simmered beneath the surface, and after encountering resistance from Ma Yi, his fury intensified. It was a wonder he hadn't lost his temper sooner. Annoyed by Wu Jin's irritating smile, he slapped him across the face. Wu Jin, possessing considerable skill and at the 5th level of true Qi, was not an easy target for Dong. However, emboldened by the Qinglong Gang's power, he had grown arrogant and had not anticipated Su Yaoting's swift reaction. Now, Dong had become increasingly adept at wielding his energy. Although his cultivation was only at the 2nd level of true Qi, in a real confrontation, even a 4th level warrior would find him a formidable opponent. With precision, Dong's slap landed squarely on Wu Jin's face, the sound echoing sharply, infused with tremendous force. Taken by surprise, Wu Jin spun around before staggering backward, dazed. Ma Yi, equally unprepared for Dong's boldness, felt a surge of anger. "Young Master Su, their essay saying that you must respect the master when hitting the dog. What you've done is quite excessive." Seeing Ma Yi's outrage, Dong felt a sense of relief. The old man had not yet mastered the art of composure. After all, he had merely slapped Wu Jin, and here he was, losing his temper. In contrast to Dong's nonchalant demeanor, Ma Yi found himself increasingly agitated. After taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress his anger and said solemnly, "Young Master Su, are you attempting to use the Dingshan King's authority to bully our Qinglong Gang? If this were to spread, you might not care, but what about the Re having suffered an unspoken grievance?" The taste of bitterness was one that Ma Yi had not experienced for years. His aged visage fluctuated between shades of blue and purple, a constant display of turmoil. His subordinates, oblivious to the rules, acted without the command of their superiors, and thus, a severe reprimand was warranted. Gritting his teeth, Ma Yi spoke. Wandong could not suppress a light chuckle. There was a certain charm in Ma Yi's determination to salvage his dignity, even in the face of inevitable loss. Young Master Su, there is a matter that confounds me, and I beseech your guidance. Ma Yi's expression grew solemn as he posed his question. Wandong replied nonchalantly. Speak freely. I relish the opportunity to enlighten others. Ma Yi scoffed. I fail to comprehend when our Qinglong gang has ever offended you, young Master Su, to warrant such ungracious treatment. In the brief span of moments, several of my disciples have fallen to your hands. I must say, your methods are indeed akin to a tempest. How fortuitous. Ma Yi's words had barely left his lips when Wandong abruptly rose from his chair, his gaze piercing and radiant as he fixed it upon Ma Yi. What you wish to inquire of me is precisely what I seek to understand. Ma Yi was taken aback, confusion etched on his face. What do you mean, young Master Su? Indeed, I am as perplexed. I, Su Yaoding, have always tread cautiously. At what point did I incur the ire of the Qinglong gang? I implore you, Ma Yi, to clarify this matter. This is indeed strange, young Master Su. You have never wronged our Qinglong gang. Why then, do you inquire? Very well. If I have never offended your gang, then why do you persist in harassing me? Brazenly attempting to abduct my sister? This is utterly preposterous. Your sister? Ma Yi was increasingly bewildered, his white brows knitting together in confusion. Wandong stepped closer to the still stunned Yi Ling, pointing at her. Ma Yi, what pretense is this? This is my sister. Su. Young Master Su? Wandong's declaration left Yi Ling in a daze. Until that day, she had never laid eyes on Su Yaoding and could not fathom how the illustrious grandson of the Ding Mountain King could possibly be her brother. As Yi Ling prepared to speak, Yi Mei gently tightened her grip on her hand, subtly shaking her head to signal her to remain silent, trusting in Wandong's intervention. Seeing the look in Yi Mei's eyes, Yi Ling steadied her racing heart. Young Master Su, you must be mistaken. As far as I know, this girl named Yi is a citizen of Tiandu and has been in Yuncheng City for less than a year. How could she possibly be your sister? Wu Jin, refusing to believe that Yi Ling could be Su Yaoding and Appo's sister, interjected in desperation. Preposterous. Is that slap from earlier insufficient? Are you implying that I, Su Yaoding, am so foolish as to mistake my own sister? But, shut your mouth. Wandong's ire surged, his voice booming. Despite Wu Jin's fury, he found himself powerless. The Qinglong gang may wield considerable influence, but challenging the Ding Mountain King was beyond their capacity. Young Master Su, you claim she is your sister. Yet your surname is Su, while this girl bears the name Yi. How do you reconcile this? Wu Jin dared not speak further, leaving Ma Yi to grit his teeth and pose the inquiry. Reconcile what? Does this young master owe you an explanation? Young master, your behavior is rather tyrannical. Is it not? Ma Yi nearly choked on his indignation, questioning Wandong with a voice laden with anger. Wandong chuckled coldly, retorting, You dare destroy another's reputation and forcibly pursue a virtuous maiden, yet I am the tyrant? Let me make it clear, old man, today you have wronged my sister. Should you fail to provide a rational explanation, the Qinglong gang will face dire consequences. I shall return to my grandfather to seek troops and annihilate your gang. Young Master Su, whether or not Yi Ling is your sister is something we both understand. Let it be known, she is a woman coveted by our leader Han, and I must take her back. Nonetheless, it is true that today, the Qinglong gang has displeased you. I propose a resolution. Let us dismiss this matter for now. And in the future, I assure you, our gang will present a generous gift that will surely satisfy you. Humph. If threats fail, you resort to bribery? The Qinglong gang is indeed resourceful. Ma Yi's countenance darkened further. Under normal circumstances, he would have acted decisively, but facing the Ding Mountain King, Su Wenchuan, he had to tread carefully. Should he provoke Su Yaoding, even the Qinglong gang's backing might falter. I implore you, young Master Su, to grant our Qinglong gang some leniency today and let this matter rest. Ma Yi believed he had made a substantial concession and regarded Wandong earnestly. Old man, how about you exercise restraint and spare my sister? Although Wandong wore a smile, his eyes grew progressively colder. I fear I cannot comply. The task assigned by Leader Han is one I must fulfill, even at the cost of my life. If that is the case, then there is no alternative. The end of the Qinglong gang is surely not far off. Who is this wild youth, disrupting my enjoyment? Before Wandong could finish his sentence, a seemingly inebriated man stumbled through the door, his face twisted with malice. Dong frowned and glanced at Mai, who appeared unfazed, not even casting a glance at the drunken man, an act that struck Dong as odd, heightening his wariness. Upon closer inspection, Dong discerned that although the man appeared unsteady, he stood firm, completely sober and exuding the aura of a peak practitioner of true qi. As his gaze swept over Dong, a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, leaving no doubt that he was here for Dong. Likely affiliated with the Qinglong gang. Wow, such beautiful ladies, and they are sisters. If I were to take them home, what delightful nights would ensue. The drunkard leered at Dong before shifting his attention to Yi Mei and Yi Ling, approaching them with a lecherous grin. Uttering vile words that left the Yi sisters aghast, their eyes brimming with tears. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Wu Jin shouted. Mai waved his hand. A sardonic smile on his face. Calm down, deputy leader. He is merely a drunken fool. Why stoop to his level? Dong sneered, inquiring, old man. Is this drunken man one of your Qilong gang? Young Master Su, what do you mean by that? While our Qilong gang may not be worthy of your esteem, we do not accept just anyone. I do not recognize this drunkard. He is certainly not one of us, and you must not speak carelessly. Had Mai not anticipated such a response, Dong would not have been angered. I have long heard that the Qilong gang harbors a group of outsiders who handle matters unsuitable for the gang to confront directly. Over the years, these individuals have seemingly eliminated numerous formidable adversaries for you. Such clever tactics, removing threats while distancing yourselves, leaving the deceased to lament their fate. Truly admirable. Young Master Su, what are you insinuating? I fail to comprehend. Kid, I was just about to have some fun with these two beauties, and you are babbling on the side. Do you wish to die? The drunken man, feigning indifference to Dong, approached the sisters, his face twisted with vile intent, though he dared not truly threaten them, given that they were women favored by Han Shichi. At this moment, upon overhearing the conversation between Dong and Mai, she swiftly turned around and confronted Dong, seeking a quarrel. You scoundrel! Is this a place for your drunken antics? Before Dong could respond, Lang Yuchui beside him took the initiative. She had heard Dong and Appo's words and firmly believed in their veracity. After all, given and Appo's temperament, how could she treat a babbling drunkard with such courtesy? He was no innocent soul. Since he had come for them, it was clear he was prepared. And Lang Yuchui was aware that this drunken fool was likely no slouch in combat. However, fresh from her victory over Jin Mu, her confidence surged, compelling her to step forward. Am I experiencing a stroke of good fortune today? How is it that so many beauties have suddenly appeared? The drunken man dared not lay a finger on the Yi sisters, yet he showed no restraint towards Lang Yuchui. His eyes gleamed with mischief as his filthy hands lunged toward her ample bosom. Shameless. Seeing this, how could Lang Yuchui not feel anger? With a sharp rebuke, her sword flashed, and in the blink of an eye, she unleashed a flurry of over 10 strikes, each one fierce and unyielding. Since defeating Jin Mu with the sword techniques taught by Dong, Lang Yuchui, who was accustomed to relying on her palms, had resolutely decided to wield the sword. Unable to find a suitable weapon, she had settled for the ordinary long sword Dong had seized from a servant of the Xiu family. Though it lacked grandeur, it was better than nothing. The drunken man had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Lang Yuchui possessed such formidable swordsmanship. Caught off guard, he barely managed to retreat several steps, the drunken haze dissipating from his face. You sober up rather quickly, Lang Yuchui mocked, her sword now even more menacing. You insolent girl, unaware of your impending demise, I shall end you first. The drunken man ceased pretending to be inebriated, his demeanor sharpening as he engaged Lang Yuchui in combat, his hands clawing like a hawk, viciously clashing with her. While Lang Yuchui's swordplay was fierce, the drunken man's true energy cultivation vastly surpassed hers, rendering many of her techniques ineffective as he countered with overwhelming force, leaving her in a precarious situation. Young Master Su, your friend is rather impulsive. Why must she stoop to the level of a drunken man? Now she has likely kicked a hornet's nest. Mai observed, shaking her head with a sigh, her expression feigning genuine concern for Lang Yuchui. Little beauty, in this splendid moment. Why engage in violence? Would it not be better to join me for a delightful rendezvous in the clouds? The drunken man gradually gained the upper hand, his tongue becoming increasingly salacious. Young Master Su, I fear that girl may not hold out much longer. Would you like me to assist? Mai smiled slyly at Dong, her expression one of malicious delight. Dong's gaze remained fixed on the drunken man, his brow furrowed, appearing deeply troubled by the unfolding situation. Hearing her, He turned to my and said in a low voice, "Do you expect this young master to plead for your help?" "Haraha. Young Master Su, how could you say that? I am not so petty. Just a word from you will suffice. There is no need for pleading," my retorted, her demeanor self-satisfied. Wan Dong's eyes narrowed, and he coldly warned, "Do you understand the consequences if something were to happen to me here? What would the Qinglong gang face?" Mai let out a cold laugh, her tone ghostly as she replied, "What does this have to do with the Qinglong gang? The Dingshan King did not appoint us to ensure your safety. If anything were to happen to you, the Dingshan King might not even think to blame us." She continued, "However, if we must speak of consequences, it would likely be thus. Should you perish at the hands of this drunken man, I would personally capture him and deliver him to the Dingshan King's estate. Perhaps the king would even express his gratitude to me." The Qinglong gang truly had a knack for manipulation. Wan Dong grit his teeth, his face contorted with anger. Observing Mai Yi's smug demeanor, he pondered how many had met their untimely demise at the hands of the Qinglong gang under such circumstances over the years. "Humph. Young Master Su, while our Qinglong gang may not rival the Empire, we are not to be trifled with. In truth, if you could show some leniency today, no one would be harmed." Seeing Wan Dong silent in contemplation, Mai Yi added with a cold smile, "I fear your female companion may suffer if this drags on much longer. Her cultivation is inferior to that of this drunken man." "Ha ha." Suddenly, Wan Dong burst into laughter. Though Mai found his laughter puzzling and felt a pang of unease, she refused to show weakness and joined in, thinking to herself that she had navigated countless challenges and storms to achieve her current status. Could she truly not handle a mere debauched noble? Abruptly, Wan Dong ceased laughing and turned to Mai, asking, "Vice Captain Mai, I will ask you once more. This man is truly not one of your Qinglong gang?" "Of course not," Mai replied almost without hesitation. "Then if I were to kill him, the Qinglong gang would not object, would they?" Wan Dong's cold smile re-emerged as he pressed, "What?" Mai was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Wan Dong with disbelief. The drunken man was at the peak of the 4th level of true energy, yet Mai could sense no fluctuation of true energy from Wan Dong. The disparity between them was like heaven and earth. For Wan Dong to claim he would kill the drunken man, was this not a jest? "What? Are you reluctant, Vice Captain Mai?" Seeing her gaze linger on him, he asked coldly. "I must admit, I am somewhat reluctant. Young Master Su, you are talented and promising, destined for a bright future. Would it not be a tragedy to lose your life over a moment of impulse? Your words are sweeter than honey. Yet spare me the pleasantries. If the Qinglong gang has no objections, I shall act now." Seeing Wan Dong's grave expression, Mai struggled to suppress her laughter. With barely any skill, he boasted about confronting a peak 4th-level martial artist. Did he not realize how foolish that was? Since the conflict was unavoidable, Mai steeled her resolve, declaring loudly, "This drunken man has no ties to the Qinglong gang. His fate is of no concern to us. If young Master Su wishes to showcase his prowess, I shall merely observe and await your performance." Wan Dong scoffed, "You need not concern yourself with the performance. Instead, prepare to collect the drunken man and Appo's remains." With a laugh, Wan Dong spread his arms wide, his form soaring like a crane in flight, gracefully rushing towards the fray between the drunken man and Lang Yuchui. A cold smile crept across Mai Yi's face as she mused. It seems this debauched noble possesses some skill, but his arrogance will surely lead to his demise. Before Mai could finish her thoughts, her expression shifted dramatically, her eyes wide with shock as though she had seen a ghost. Wan Dong's movements were not only elegant but also precise. It was as if he had discerned a flaw in the drunken man's technique. His right hand shot out like lightning, targeting the drunken man's left side, the most vulnerable point at that moment. Had Wan Dong not intervened, even Mai would have failed to notice such a significant flaw in the drunken man's technique. Was this a testament to Wan Dong's extraordinary vision, or merely a stroke of luck? Doubt crept into Mai Yi's mind. As she hesitated, the drunken man was left stunned, his spirit nearly dissipating in fear. He never anticipated that Wan Dong would immediately seize upon his weakness. As if he were intimately familiar with the martial art techniques he had cultivated, the inebriated man initially planned to subdue Lang Yuchui first, before focusing his energy on Wan Dong. However, he was compelled to alter his strategy, releasing Lang Yuchui and swiftly retreating, while hastily channeling half of his true energy into his right palm, striking towards Wan Dong in hopes of forcing him to relent and escape the predicament. Lang Yuchui, overwhelmed by the drunken man's pressure, had no time to spare for the events occurring beside her and was oblivious to Wan Dong's entry into the fray. It was only when the drunken man suddenly ceased his assault that she felt the pressure dissipate, allowing her to finally notice Wan Dong. as Long Yuetsue prepared to warn him about the drunken man and Appo's formidable nature. She was taken aback to see the man's previously lewd and carefree demeanor replaced by a grave expression, his eyes revealing traces of dread, as though he faced a formidable adversary. A moment of astonishment washed over Long Yuetsue, and upon closer inspection, she realized that Wan Dong was targeting the drunken man's most significant vulnerability, nearly delivering a fatal blow in that instant, which explained the man's tense demeanor. Long Yuetsue couldn't help but marvel at Wan Dong. Though his true energy might not be as profound as hers, his martial prowess, insight, and those piercing eyes that seemed to see through everything were qualities she could never hope to attain. It was no wonder he could incapacitate Jin Mu in a single move. At this moment, Lang Yuetsue found herself completely in awe of Wan Dong. Despite the drunken man possessing a peak level of true energy, Wan Dong was still 2 realms beneath him. In a direct confrontation, even relying on his innate abilities, Wan Dong would not stand a chance. However, having observed the drunken man's movements for a moment, he had pinpointed the flaws in his techniques. As the drunken man, desperate to escape his predicament, recklessly channeled his remaining true energy against Wan Dong, it seemed to Wan Dong like an elderly immortal tempting fate. He had lived long enough. The innate energy within him surged to full throttle, and golden light radiated from Wan Dong's palm. The drunken man caught sight of this and felt an instinctual thrum of anxiety, an unprecedented sense of foreboding blossoming within him like wild grass. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was too late. A resounding thud echoed as their palms collided in midair. Before the drunken man could even harness his true energy to assault Wan Dong, an overwhelming force surged forth as if a tidal wave had crashed down upon him, instantly siphoning away half the true energy he had gathered in his palm. Having faced countless opponents, the drunken man was no stranger to combat. Yet he had never encountered such a bizarre scenario. His expression was a mixture of horror and confusion. With some practical experience, he quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Instinctively, he attempted to retract his palm from Wan Dong's grasp. However, as he did so, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, for he realized his hand felt as though it were ensnared, unable to withdraw. "Let go of me," the drunken man cried out, genuine fear creeping into his voice. Yet, the fear intensified as an eerie and terrifying force surged into his body, causing his internal true energy to respond as though it had been subdued, spiraling chaotically into Wan Dong's form. No amount of mental exertion could halt the process. What are you doing?" the drunken man stammered. Panic etched across his face as he gazed at Wan Dong. Wan Dong chuckled darkly, his voice dripping with disdain. "Do you truly fear death, a creature like you?" The drunken man, a hardened soldier of the Qinglong gang, typically regarded death as an inevitable fate, perhaps not fearing it. Yet, the prospect of being drained by Wan Dong's mysterious abilities instilled a primal terror, one that was ingrained deep within the human soul. "What is happening?" The same bewilderment and astonishment reflected in the eyes of Mai, who understood the drunken man's prowess and knew he should not be so easily overwhelmed. Even when presented with his vulnerabilities, the drunken man should have been able to leverage his superior true energy to turn the tide. At worst, he would suffer minor injuries. Yet, after merely one exchange with Wan Dong, he seemed utterly defeated, as if he were a fish caught in Wan Dong's grasp, leaving Mai perplexed. As doubt swirled in Mai's mind, the drunken man cast him a desperate look, causing Mai's heart to race. The soldiers of the Qinglong gang were rigorously trained and perpetually prepared to meet death. They had long since come to terms with mortality and would never display such a plea for help before death. Was there something more terrifying than death itself? Yet, there was no time for Mai to ponder this. Should the drunken man utter a plea for help, it would risk exposing everything. Although many suspected the Qinglong gang of harboring death soldiers, the gang operated with meticulous precision, leaving no evidence behind. If proof emerged today, it would spell considerable trouble for the Qinglong gang. "Damn it! You dare offend young Master Su? I will take your life." Without hesitation, Mai lunged towards the drunken man, his arms outstretched. In truth, the number of death warriors in the Qinglong gang is not substantial. Each death warrior represents a golden key for the gang, crucial for overcoming adversities and resolving troubles. They are undeniably the most precious assets of Qinglong gang. The loss of one is a grave matter, and if Mai feels no sorrow, it would indeed be ghostly. Young Master Su is jesting again. Such scum. It would be best if they perished in droves. Why should I feel any pity for them? Though Mai's heart bleeds, he must force a laugh, a sensation he hasn't experienced in years. Wan Dong's expression turned stern as he coldly remarked, "Enough jesting. Let us discuss serious matters." The troublemaker has departed for his destined place. Should you not provide me with an explanation? Young Master Su, are you resolutely determined to protect this woman? Mai inquired solemnly. Is that even a question? If someone were to abduct your sister, would you remain indifferent? But there is no but. This matter is under my jurisdiction. Inform Han Shichi that if he has the courage, he should go to the Ding Mountain King's residence and propose to my grandfather. Let us see if my grandfather does not break his legs. Young Master Su, such actions would tarnish the reputation of the Qinglong gang. Nonsense. If the Qinglong gang cared for its reputation, would we have acquired such a notorious name today? Old man, cease your nonsensical talk. Explain how today's events transpired, and I shall take responsibility for it all. Mai felt like he could spit blood from Wandong's words, his heart filled with frustration. What should have been a simple matter had spiraled into such complications. Not only had a death warrior been sacrificed in vain, but they had also provoked the Ding Mountain King, which he deemed quite unwarranted. Well, I am merely a messenger and cannot make decisions. Allow me to return and consult our leader. I assure you, young Master Su will receive a satisfactory explanation. Good. Return and inform Han Shichi. I await his response. Furthermore, I advise him that should this continue, the Qinglong gang may face annihilation. Mai forced a smile and replied, the rise of the Qinglong gang has not been achieved through mere words. However, I appreciate your concern, young Master Su. No, you seem to imply that Su Yaoding, only knows how to boast? Absolutely not. I mean no such thing. Please do not take offense, young Master Su. I shall take my leave. With that, Mai waved his hand, leading Wu Jin and his subordinates away from the establishment. These Qinglong gang scoundrels should not have been allowed to leave so easily, especially that Mai, who is particularly despicable. It is said that once, while walking on the street, he struck a 10-year-old child who merely gazed at him a few times. And as if that were not enough, he led others to murder the child's entire family. Such a person deserves to be cut down mercilessly. Cold Moon Shui exclaimed indignantly. Mai is indeed a scoundrel. Does Wandong not see that? However, Mai's cultivation is far too advanced for him to confront now. Moreover, with tens of thousands of disciples in the Qinglong gang, they form a considerable force. Given the delicate situation in the Qingyan Empire, such power cannot be underestimated. If one were to destroy the entire situation out of momentary rage, it would be exceedingly unwise. Yet, since the Qinglong gang has entered Wandong and Appo's sight, it is only a matter of time before he seeks to eradicate them. It is simply not the right moment yet. Yaodinggu. Once Mai and his group departed, Yi Mei and Appo's heart, once suspended in anxiety, finally settled. All her grievances erupted at that moment. She cried out and rushed into Wandong and Appo's embrace. Wandong was taken aback by Yi Mei's sudden action. When he regained his composure, he found her warm, supple form imbued with a faint, maidenly fragrance. Nestled in his arms, Mei and Appo's, Yiling, startled by Yi Mei and Appo's gesture, widened her eyes, filled with intense vigilance. Cold Moon Shui's face bore a hint of displeasure as she turned her head away. She could not fathom why witnessing Wandong and Yi Mei's intimacy stirred such discontent within her. Momentarily stunned, Wandong quickly reacted, gently patting Yi Mei's back. Little girl, I arrived late. Forgive me for your suffering. Upon hearing this, Yiling's wariness vanished, especially as Wandong's gaze unmistakably conveyed that he regarded Yi Mei merely as a sister. The subtleties of human emotions are indeed profound, if one is sincere. Their gaze will reflect that sincerity. At that moment, Wandong's eyes instilled reassurance in Yiling. Even Cold Moon Shui turned her head back, her previously furrowed brows now relaxing. As Yi Mei and Appo's emotions gradually calmed, she became aware that her actions were somewhat inappropriate. Lowering her head as she stepped out of Wandong's embrace. Sister, come, let me introduce you. This is the Yaodinggu I mentioned. If it weren't for him, I might have. She paused. I never imagined that Yaodinggu would save me yesterday and then save you today. Sister, do you think Yaodinggu is our destined benefactor? Yiling gazed at Wandong with gratitude. Had he not arrived in time, she could only dread the fate that awaited her with Han Shichi, a thought too terrifying to contemplate. Indeed, young Master Su, you have saved us all. Please allow me to pay my respects. Yiling gracefully bowed to Wandong without hesitation. Yiling, not only strikingly beautiful but also possessing an extraordinary grace, made her bow an enchanting sight. Please rise, Yiling, Wandong exclaimed, wishing to assist her but hesitating due to the propriety between genders. He repeatedly gestured to Cold Moon Shui, urging her to help. This gesture, though instinctive, shone brightly in Cold Moon Shui and Appo's eyes. Such a small act revealed Wandong and Appo's elegance. If he were not well versed in etiquette, how could he be so thoughtful? A person's martial prowess might be swiftly acquired through shortcuts. Yet one's cultivation of character relies solely on the passage of time, never achieved overnight. Rarely does one possess such commanding presence alongside grace. Cold Moon Shui felt an inexplicable joy, as if she had discovered a treasure. Delighted, Cold Moon Shui hurriedly stepped forward to assist Yi Ling, her smile unable to conceal her joy. Although you have saved us, should you dare to harbor ill intentions towards my sister Yi Mei, we shall not spare you, Wu Yang announced as he helped Yu Zhong into the establishment. Initially, it seemed Yu Zhong would express gratitude towards Wandong, but unexpectedly, he issued a warning that was quite rude. I say you, Wu Yang retorted, indignant and prepared to defend Wandong, but Wandong raised a hand, his face devoid of anger as he slowly declared, I, Su Yaoting, swear by heaven that if I harbor any ill intentions towards Sister Yi Mei, may I incur the wrath of both gods and men. All right, Yu Zhong, I trust young Master Su. If he were a villain, his eyes would not be so clear. Yi Ling reproached Yu Zhong. Cold Moon Shui paid little attention to the conversation, instinctively gazing into Wandong's eyes. At that moment, her heart fluttered. Indeed, Wandong's eyes were remarkably clear, dark yet brilliant, dazzling enough to leave one spellbound, making it easy to lose oneself within their depths. My, how did I never notice before that this fellow possesses such captivating eyes? Cold Moon Shui mused, her breath subtly quickening. Tinjian, Qiuxing, Lu Ji. Let us express our gratitude to young Master Su for his immense kindness. Though Yu Zhong is relatively young, his character is marked by straightforwardness and generosity. Once he recognized Wandong's integrity, he ceased all unnecessary discourse, simply gesturing for the other three youths to bow in unison to Wandong. These four represent the finest of Tindu Nation, talented, courageous, and imbued with a strong sense of justice. They undeniably embody the future hope of Tindu Nation, and Wandong's affection for them only deepened with each passing moment. Brothers, please rise. If you hold me in esteem, refrain from calling me young Master Su. Simply refer to me as Su Yaoting. It is far more agreeable. The four, all students of the Qingyan Martial Academy, were well acquainted with Su Yaoting's formidable reputation. It was precisely this familiarity that initially prompted Yu Zhong's impolite demeanor, even bordering on hostility. However, the Su Yaoting before them bore little resemblance to the feared figure of legend. Instead, he radiated a sincere smile, exuding an inexplicable charm that instinctively drew them closer. Indeed, Brother Yaoting is right. The title of young master feels rather awkward, said Lang Yuetsue, with a cheerful grin. Very well. From now on, let us regard each other as brothers. Yu Zhong, not one to be overly modest, responded with refreshing candor. Wandong chuckled lightly and remarked, the four of you are all older than I. You ought to be addressed as brothers. Su Yaoting acknowledged the four brothers with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, splendid. Should you ever find yourselves in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Although Tiandu Nation may be small, its sons are ever ready to fight for their brothers. Yu Zhong and Appo's proclamation stirred a wave of passion within Wandong, who too was a son of Tiandu Nation. Suddenly, overwhelmed by emotion, Yu Zhong chuckled several times, his body jolting as he spat forth a stream of blood, his form growing weak. Fortunately, Wu Yang reacted swiftly, catching him just in time. Observing Yu Zhong's pallid visage, Wu Yang furrowed his brow and remarked, it seems he is gravely injured. Wandong's expression darkened instantly. The ruthless combat style of the Qinglong gang suggested that Yu Zhong's injuries must be severe indeed. Not only he, but Qiuxing, Lu Ji, and Tanjian also displayed signs of fatigue, their injuries likely not trivial either. Yaoting, would you kindly assist this brother by escorting them to the back hall? I shall fetch some medicine for their wounds. Although their injuries are serious, they are not life-threatening. With proper care, they should recover in due time. Yi Ling stated as she took Yu Zhong's pulse, examining him for a moment before turning to Su Yaoting. Wandong was slightly taken aback and inquired, how does Sister Yi Ling understand medicine? Upon hearing this, Yu Mei burst into a fit of giggles, pride evident in her voice as she declared, of course. My sister not only excels in making noodles but is also quite clever. Yu Zhong shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face as he replied, eldest sister's pursuit of medicine is entirely for our sake. For us? Wandong questioned, puzzled. Yu Zhong, bearing the brunt of his injuries, struggled to speak, prompting Tanjian to take over the conversation. Yao Ting, you may not realize this, but for us students from Tiandu country, studying at the Qingyun Martial Institute is no easy feat. Our small nation faces disdain at every turn. The most despicable are the people from the Iron Battle dynasty, who constantly find ways to bully us. Those with higher cultivation frequently challenge us. If we refuse to fight, we are labeled as cowards, and our entire nation is shamed. Yet, if we do accept their challenges, they exploit their superior strength to mercilessly strike and humiliate us. Those weaker than us band together to overpower us. In short, we often find ourselves injured throughout the year. Is what you say true? Upon hearing Tianjian's words, Wan Dong felt a surge of fury. How could he bear the thought of his comrades being so ruthlessly bullied? Before Tianjian could respond, Yimei nodded emphatically, her voice filled with indignation as she said, Yao Ting, you have no idea. Brother Yuzhong had a chance to challenge the Qing Yun ranking, but the day before, Jin's son brutally injured him. If it weren't for Brother Yuzhong's indomitable spirit, he might have lost all his cultivation. Jinsen, Wan Dong exclaimed sharply, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Tianjian, filled with righteous anger, continued, to expedite our healing and lessen our suffering, eldest sister dedicated herself to studying medicine. Despite the arduous work at the noodle shop, she still. Alas, it is our inadequacy. Tianjian's face was filled with regret, his eyes brimming with tears of sorrow and guilt. This is not a matter of your inadequacy. It is the Iron Battle dynasty's tyranny. Even the outsider, Wu Yang, could not restrain himself, exclaiming in anger. How outrageous. Does Jinsen think he is in his own territory? He enjoys bullying others. I will personally confront him sooner or later. And the rest of the Iron Battle dynasty's people should not be spared. Wan Dong was genuinely enraged, an aura of cold fury emanating from him, chilling those around. Tianjian is not entirely correct. My pursuit of medicine is not solely for your sake. It is also my personal interest and ambition, Yiling gently reassured Tianjian. Patting his shoulder. Ambition? Wan Dong was momentarily taken aback. Hearing such a word from a woman felt somewhat peculiar. Noticing Wan Dong's surprised expression, Yiling smiled and said, Do you think only men have ambitions? Women can have them too. Our Tiandu country is facing a grave threat. A confrontation with the Iron Battle dynasty is inevitable. Our nation is small, and every soldier's life is precious. I aspire to master medicine, to become an exceptional doctor, so that when war breaks out, I can rush to the battlefield to save lives, just as you do, protecting our homeland. Yiling's words deeply moved Wan Dong. And even Long Yu Chui could not help but express admiration, secretly giving Yiling a thumbs up in her heart. A woman with such aspirations contrasted sharply with Yiling's delicate appearance. Initially worried about the plight of Tiandu country, Wan Dong found his concerns dissipating upon witnessing Yiling and Yu Zhong's resolve. The nation may be small, but its people possessed an indomitable spirit. The Iron Battle dynasty's dream of conquering Tiandu country was nothing but a fantasy. Sister Yiling's ambition is indeed commendable. However, the path of medicine is vast and profound. Relying solely on oneself may not suffice. One must seek guidance from a master. Wan Dong thought of Sun Daobai. If he could introduce Yiling to Sun Daobai, surely he would not refuse. You have hit the nail on the head. My sister has already identified a master and will soon seek apprenticeship. Oh, may I ask who this esteemed master is? Wan Dong inquired. Yiling smiled and replied. I have heard that Zhuge Hong, the chief instructor at the Qingyun Martial Institute Xinglin branch, will hold an open selection for disciples in 3 days. My sister will be attending. The Xinglin branch specializes in the study of medicine, and Wan Dong had heard of Zhuge Hong. Renowned as a prominent physician in the Qingyun Empire. Although not as famous as Sun Daobai, his medical skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Wan Dong initially intended to suggest that Yiling need not go through such trouble and could directly apprentice under Sun Daobai with his help. However, considering Yiling's ambitious nature, he held back, thinking it best to let her try. If it didn't work out, they could address it then. All right, enough talk. I must go gather medicine. Eldest sister, wait a moment. Yu Zhong called out to Yiling, producing a gold ingot weighing approximately 10 taels and offering it to her. Yiling's expression hardened as she retorted, Yu Zhong, what are you doing? Do you look down on your elder sister? Yu Zhong managed a wry smile and said, Eldest sister, we are family, well acquainted. You earned very little managing the noodle shop, and with all the tables and dishes broken, you will need to replace them, which cost a lot. Yu Zhong spoke the truth, and Yiling found it hard to argue. She countered, what about you? If you give me this gold, do you still have any left for yourself? Yu Zhong chuckled, don't worry, I won't starve. Observing this exchange, Wan Dong was puzzled. Brother, you traveled all the way to the Qingyun Martial Institute, so you must come from a well-off family. Why, then, are you in such a situation now? Yu Zhong replied, Yao Ting, you are correct. Our families are among the wealthiest in Tiandu country and initially lacked for nothing. However, during this national crisis, my father has donated nearly 90% of our family's assets to resist the invasion of the Iron Battle dynasty, leaving little to provide for me. The same applies to Lu Ji, Tianjian, and Qiuxing's families. 90% of your family's wealth donated? Although Wan Dong had never met Yu Zhong's father, he felt a profound respect for them. Wealth does not come easily. It is accumulated through hard work and perseverance. To donate such a significant portion of their wealth speaks to a true hero's spirit, one who cares for the nation and its people. It was astonishing to realize that the citizens of Tiandu country possess such determination and valor to resist the Iron Battle dynasty. In stark contrast, many in the Qingyun Empire remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, indifferent to the looming threat. Little did they know that the ambitions of the Iron Battle dynasty would not be confined to just Tiandu country. Wu Yang sighed, his face etched with gravity and concern. Wan Dong smiled at him, praising, Wu Yang, your insight and judgment far surpass those indifferent ministers in the court. If the Qingyun Empire continues to indulge the Iron Battle dynasty, the flames of war will inevitably reach our homeland. Indeed, if the Qingyun Empire would send troops to assist us, an alliance between our nations could surely thwart the ambitions of the Iron Battle dynasty. Yu Zhong exclaimed with fervor. How could Wan Dong not understand what Yu Zhong meant? However, the current Qingyun Empire was in a delicate phase, with various factions fiercely vying for supremacy. How could internal unrest be resolved while external threats loomed? As long as the succession of the throne remained uncertain, no one would pay heed to the ambitions of the Iron War dynasty. The Iron War dynasty's choice of this moment must have been made after careful consideration. Wan Dong could only hope that Shang Wanfeiyan and Wan Haoxiang would lend their support for a little longer, granting him sufficient time. Wu Yang, do you have any money on you? Wan Dong patted his pocket, only to find it empty, unable to suppress a wry laugh. After all, did young masters still need to carry money when going out? Wu Yang quickly produced a gold ingot, weighing about 10 taels. Although Wu Jihun was a renowned general, he was known for his integrity, having turned away countless gifts from visitors. A father who is upright cannot have a son who is extravagant. Wan Dong then turned his gaze to Long Yuetzue, who without hesitation took out a gold note worth 100 taels, equivalent to half a year's income for a prosperous household in Yuchong City. Indeed, the Long family was affluent. Wan Dong did not hesitate to accept it and handed it to Yi Ling, saying, Sister Yi Ling, take this money to buy medicine for Yu Zhong and the others. This, you have already saved us, and we are immensely grateful. How can we accept your money? Yi Ling hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. Wan Dong, however, insisted on placing the gold note and ingot in her hands, saying, Sister Yi Ling, since we are all family now, there is no need to stand on ceremony. I did not bring any money with me. Otherwise, I would not have to rely on this little amount. The Tiandu Kingdom and our Qingyun Empire are neighbors, dependent on one another. Now that Tiandu faces difficulties as the grandson of the Dingshan King, I cannot stand idly by. I will also send a token of my goodwill later. I would like to ask you all to send it to Tiandu to purchase more weapons and crossbows to ensure its safety. Wan Dong's words were profoundly sincere, moving Yi Ling and the others deeply. Yao Ting, your goodwill is more precious to the people of Tiandu than gold, Yi Ling said, representing the citizens of Tiandu. Her words made Yi Mei's expression turn grave. While Yu Zhong, Tianjian, Qiuxing, and Lu Ji looked at Wan Dong with eyes full of warmth and gratitude. Hearing Yi Ling's heartfelt words, Wan Dong felt a surge of emotion, knowing that his homeland was suffering but being unable to charge into battle and fight the enemy. How few could understand the turmoil in his heart. Mayor, I had originally planned to treat you to a meal today, but it seems that will not happen now. However, it's all right. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Yao Ting is right. Once Yu Zhong and the others recover, I will have my shop ready. If you do not mind, everyone is welcome to come and eat noodles with me. Yi Ling smiled. Mind? I would be eager for that. I would definitely come every day. Wan Dong laughed, and the others joined in, lifting the previously somber atmosphere. Wu Yang, I have a request of you. After the laughter subsided, Wan Dong suddenly turned serious and looked at Wu Yang. Su Yaoting rarely displayed such a demeanor towards Wu Yang, causing Wu Yang to feel a jolt and his expression to grow solemn. Boss, just say the word. There is no need for formality. Wan Dong nodded, saying, the matter of the Qinlong gang is not yet resolved, and I worry that Han Shiqi may act recklessly. As the saying goes, a local official is better than a distant one. My grandfather may not be able to keep Han Shiqi in check. I would like you to return and ask your father to dispatch a troop to patrol the area regularly, to keep an eye on Sister Yi Ling and the others. It does not need to be a large force. A few dozen men would suffice, mainly for deterrence. Wu Yang hesitated before responding. Wandong frowned and asked, "Is it difficult?" Wu Yang indeed felt conflicted. Wu Jihun was known for his strict adherence to integrity and lawfulness. The task of patrolling Yucheng City did not fall under his jurisdiction, and given his temperament, he would likely refuse outright. Seeing Wandong's furrowed brow, Wu Yang's heart suddenly shook. He recalled the benefits he had received from Wandong. What was this small matter in comparison, even if it would enrage Wu Jihun? He was determined to see this through. Resolute, Wu Yang replied, "What is there to be troubled about in such a trivial matter? I will ensure it gets done. However, is a few dozen men not a bit too few? I suggest you directly have my father send a large force to eliminate the Qinglong gang entirely. That would be truly satisfying." Wandong chuckled, assuring him, "Rest assured, that day will come soon, to avoid hindering Yu Zhong and the others' recovery." Wandong did not linger in the noodle shop and instead walked out with Wu Yang and Lang Yuetsue. After this ordeal, Lang Yuetsue's impression of Wandong improved significantly. She found herself wanting to stay by his side, following him wherever he went. "Is it not getting dark? Aren't you going home?" Wandong turned to ask Lang Yuetsue. "It is not dark at all. It is still quite early. Are you in a hurry to send me away because you have some nefarious deed to attend to?" If that is the case, Wandong did not disclose his destination or the identity of those from whom he was collecting debts. Lang Yuchui refrained from further inquiries. For her, it sufficed to remain by Wandong's side, while the specifics of their journey were inconsequential. Wu Yang, too, had long since developed the habit of following Su Yaoting's lead, especially in recent days. "By the way, Yaoting, what martial arts did you employ against Jin Mu and that drunken man?" It seemed rather peculiar, Lang Yuchui inquired, unwittingly growing closer to Wandong, even altering her mode of address. Her question reminded Wandong to scrutinize his own condition. Although Mai had dispatched the drunken man with ease, Wandong had absorbed at least 80% of the man's true energy, leading to substantial gains. The quantity of Dao energy within him suggested that if converted to true energy, he would likely reach the pinnacle of the third level. In less than a day, he had ascended from the second-level peak to the third-level peak, an astonishing rate of advancement he had never encountered before. What thrilled Wandong even more was the possibility that, due to his cultivation of the Xiantian Wushenju, the formidable bottleneck that plagued many martial artists seemed to utterly elude him, transitioning from the first to the second level and then from the second to the third. He had never faced a bottleneck. All his breakthroughs occurred with such naturalness and silence that one could hardly notice them. The miraculous nature of this cultivation method was indeed awe-inspiring. Casting a glance at the expectant Lang Yuchui, Wandong chuckled heartily, saying, "You can abandon that notion. The martial arts I practice are not suited for women like you." Lang Yuchui shot him a glare, retorting, "Humph. Even if you begged me to practice, I might not be inclined, given her family's intricate ties to the Taoist world." How could Wandong possibly divulge the secrets of the Xiantian Wushenju to her? It was not out of fear that she would betray him, but rather that anyone could inadvertently let something slip. After some light-hearted banter, the matter was laid to rest. Being a perceptive individual, Lang Yuchui understood Wandong's reluctance to share and did not press further. Suddenly, Wandong halted, announcing, "We have arrived." Lang Yuchui and Wu Yang looked up in astonishment. Before them stood an imposing edifice, ablaze with lights, second only to the royal palace in Yunzhong City. It was a place known to all within the city. "Tianbao Pavilion? Boss, does it owe you money?" Wu Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed with shock. "Wu Yang, do not speak foolishly. Who does not know that Tianbao Pavilion is wealthier than nations? It is others who owe them money. How could they possibly owe anyone?" Lang Yuchui interjected before Wandong could reply. Wandong chuckled softly and corrected her. "Lang Yuchui, you have guessed incorrectly this time. It is indeed Tianbao Pavilion that owes me money." "What? How can that be?" Lang Yuchui's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Wandong merely smiled and took a step toward Tianbao Pavilion, only to be obstructed by two outstretched arms. Upon looking up, he was met with the sight of two imposing guards, their arrogant demeanor unmistakable. The insignia of Tianbao Pavilion adorned their uniforms, yet their haughty expression suggested they fancied themselves the masters of the establishment. "Young man, do you even realize where you are? Striding in here without a care?" one of them boasted, brimming with arrogance. "Isn't this a place of business?" Wandong retorted coldly, his expression darkening. "Of course, if we didn't conduct business, how would we earn your Cheongyan Empire's coin?" "From your tone, it seems you are not from the Cheongyan Empire," the guard sneered. "At least you possess some discernment." Everyone in Tianbao Pavilion hails from the Iron War dynasty. We possess countless treasures. But would we dare trade with such unruly folk from the Qiangyun Empire? How dare you speak to us like that? Wu Yong seethed, frustration mounting. It was outrageous for these brash guards from the Iron War dynasty to treat them with such disdain, as if the Qiangyun Empire were beneath them. You insolent brats. I knew you were trouble. Do you want to cause a ruckus at Tianbao Pavilion? Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror at your own worth. I'll tell you this. Even the ministers of the Qiangyun Empire must behave themselves at Tianbao Pavilion. You three insignificant brats are even less worthy. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, I suggest you leave immediately. Falker, seeking death. Though Wu Yang's cultivation was modest, he could still handle the guards. Without waiting for their retort, he charged forward, delivering swift strikes that sent the guards sprawling, leaving not a single tooth intact. Wu Yang, who typically kept to himself, revealed remarkable prowess in his actions. However, the commotion drew attention, and in the blink of an eye, a dozen burly men burst forth from Tianbao Pavilion. Their expressions fierce and intent on violence. Who dares to cause a ruckus before Tianbao Pavilion? A languid, somewhat shrill voice broke through the chaos. And a middle-aged man with a pale face and a plump figure waddled forth, his small eyes squinting with disdain. Master Pai. This rotund man, though not particularly handsome, was highly esteemed within the Qiangyun Empire. He served as the chief steward of the Tianbao Pavilion branch in Yunzhong City, a figure courted by countless nobles and wealthy merchants. What is the meaning of this? I have esteemed guests. Should they be disturbed, none shall bear the consequences. Master Pai's gaze swept over Wan Dong and his companions, barely lingering as if they were inconsequential. Master Pai, these three lowly citizens of the Qiangyun Empire are here to stir trouble and must be taught a lesson. The two guards, nursing their injuries, wailed plaintively. Master Pai shot them a glare, scolding, "Look at your disgraceful behavior. You have brought shame upon the Iron War dynasty." After reprimanding them, he turned his attention back to Wan Dong, Wu Yang, and Lung Yu Chui, sternly declaring, "Do you three know where this is? You dare to cause a disturbance here? Leave behind 500 taels of gold as compensation and scram." Seemingly in a rush due to his esteemed guests, Master Pai waved his hand dismissively, ready to retreat. Are two guards worth 500 taels? Just as Master Pai attempted to step away, Wan Dong's icy voice halted him. "Heh, young man, do you realize you have struck one of our Iron War dynasty's guards? Charging you 500 taels is already a mercy. If it weren't for my esteemed guest, I would demand a leg from each of you." Master Pai placed his hands on his hips, his rotund belly protruding as he spoke, his eyes nearly closing with malice. "What? Are your Iron War dynasty folks any more precious than others?" Wan Dong scoffed, his anger boiling within. "You are quite right. We of the Iron War dynasty are indeed more precious. Now, fork over the money, or you shall have to sacrifice an arm or a leg to spare us the trouble." Wan Dong took a deep breath, his expression as cold as ice. "I have no money, my limbs are whole. If you wish to take them, then come and claim them. You insolent brat, I see you are courting disaster." With a sinister grin, Master Pai waved his hand, and a dozen Tibetan mastiffs surged forward, encircling Wan Dong, Wu Yang, and Lang Yu Chui. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, he caught sight of a group of people approaching briskly. A smirk crossed his face as he recalled the dogs. "What are you up to, Master Pai?" asked one of the leaders of the approaching group. His face plastered with a sycophantic smile as he approached, bowing and flattering in a servile manner. "Boss, it's the City Management Bureau," Wu Yang whispered to Wan Dong. Without needing Wu Yang's reminder, Wan Dong recognized them as well. The City Management Bureau, in contemporary terms, could be likened to urban enforcement. They were not a military force and had no responsibility to defend the capital. Their sole duty was to maintain order within Yunzhong City, wielding a degree of authority. Judging by the leader's attire, he held a considerable rank within the bureau, likely a supervisor. The hierarchy within the City Management Bureau was relatively simple: one chief supervisor, with around a dozen supervisors, each commanding a team to patrol different sectors. Though not tasked with the defense of the capital, they were in constant contact with the populace, making their position quite significant. Seeing this supervisor greet Master Pai with such servility ignited Wan Dong and Appo's anger. It was evident that the citizens of Yunzhong City would not have a pleasant existence under such a supervisor. Looking around, it was striking that on the street where the Tianbao Pavilion was located, not a single shop bore the sign of a citizen from the Qiangyun Empire. Instead, all were under the banners of the Iron War dynasty. A newcomer might easily mistake this place for the Iron War dynasty itself. What a peculiar coincidence. "Ah, Supervisor Wan. It has been a few days. I trust all is well?" Master Pai raised an eyebrow slightly, maintaining a condescending demeanor. It seemed he intended to provoke Wandong, his belly quivering slightly. Higi. Thanks to Master Pai, all is well, replied Supervisor Wang, a cold smile creeping onto Master Pai's face. Yet my own days have become increasingly troubled. Supervisor Wang's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had witnessed a grave injustice against his own family. The smile vanished, replaced by fury as he bellowed. Which audacious fool dares to trouble Master Pai? Pleased, Master Pai pointed to Wandong and his companions. It is these three rascals who, without hesitation, assaulted my people from the Iron War dynasty. Your timing is impeccable, Supervisor Wang. I entrust these three to you, and I hope you do not disappoint me. Just these three blind fools? Supervisor Wang's gaze flitted over Wandong, Wu Yang, and Lang Yuchui before moving on. Had he scrutinized them closely, he would have refrained from the regrettable actions that followed. Indeed, I hope Supervisor Wang will take charge of this matter, Master Pai urged. What shall it be? To maim or to kill them? Supervisor Wang asked, his bravado evident as he slapped his chest, relinquishing the lives of Wandong and his companions into Master Pai's hands. Such disregard for human life was utterly appalling. Supervisor Wang, we have come to your nation to conduct business, not to kill. I believe death is unnecessary. You may decide the rest, Master Pai said, his gaze subtly drifting towards Wandong, the glint of triumph in his eyes fueling Wandong's indignation. This Supervisor Wang, receiving a salary from the Qingyan Empire, had become a lackey for the Iron War dynasty. Such betrayal was intolerable. Understood. Then let us proceed as per the old custom. 1 leg, 1 arm, and an additional 500 taels of gold. Upon hearing Supervisor Wang's words, a cold smile spread across Wandong's face. Goodness, this Wang was even more ruthless than Master Pai. The old custom clearly indicated that many had lost limbs at Wang's command. This is your Qingyan Empire's law. As a citizen of the Iron War dynasty, I cannot interfere. Let Supervisor Wang decide, Master Pai said, yet his satisfaction was unmistakable. With Master Pai pleased, Supervisor Wang found joy in the arrangement, decisively commanding, bring them to me. His gaze shifted to Lang Yuchui, pausing momentarily. Master Pai was eager to witness the unfolding drama, visibly displeased with the interruption. Supervisor Wang, with a fawning demeanor, approached. Master Pai, this young lady is quite charming. Would it not be a pity to dispose of her like that? Oh. Master Pai had been focused on Wandong and now turned his attention to Lang Yuchui, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. Hiki. Master Pai. How about I leave this girl to you and take the other two with me? Supervisor Wang skillfully read the room, understanding Master Pai's intentions. Is that appropriate? Master Pai feigned uncertainty. Supervisor Wang's face lit up, declaring, what could be inappropriate? This girl caused a ruckus in Tianbao Pavilion. It is only right that you, Master Pai, handle her. Not only did Supervisor Wang act as a scapegoat for Master Pai, but he also took on a role as a procurer. His flattery was relentless and sincere, making it hard not to admire his audacity. With such an ally, how could Master Pai not be brazen in the Qingyan Empire? Bring that girl here, Supervisor Wang commanded. And 2 enforcers from the City Management Bureau approached Lang Yuchui. Not one to surrender, Lang Yuchui defiantly drew her sword, ready to fight. Her temper had been simmering, and she was finally prepared to unleash her wrath. Huh, what do you intend to do with that sword, girl? Do you wish to defy the court? Consider this carefully. Should you proceed, not only will you perish, but your family will suffer the consequences. Supervisor Wang spoke with authoritative bravado, attempting to intimidate her. Wang Tianbiao, how grand your authority is. Open your eyes and recognize who I am. Wu Yang could no longer contain himself, stepping forward from the shadows with a thunderous shout. Though the City Management Bureau and the Capital Guard were distinct entities, they were stationed near Yunjiang City and often crossed paths, leading to overlapping responsibilities. Furthermore, local militia could hardly rival a formal military. Wu Jinhun's rank surpassed that of the chief supervisor of the City Management Bureau, making Wang Tianbiao appear insignificant in comparison. Wang Tianbiao's jurisdiction bordered Wu Jinhun's military base, and with such a formidable figure nearby, he had no choice but to ingratiate himself. Wu Yang had seen him at Wu Jinhun's residence on multiple occasions. Wang Tianbiao's heart sank at Wu Yang's roar, and as he turned to discern Wu Yang's identity, his face turned pale. Why, young Master Wu? It can't be you. He stammered, his voice trembling, revealing a blend of absurdity and humor. Oh? It seems you do not wish to see me, Wu Yang replied with a cold smile, his expression shifting. This young man, influenced by his surroundings, had cultivated an air of authority despite his youth. And no, not at all. Young Master Wu is a person of great stature. I would be delighted to see you every day to bask in your glory. Wang Tianbiao's forced smile was more wretched than a frown. The onlooking Pai was anticipating a spectacle, but was taken aback by the sudden shift in events. His expression betrayed his astonishment. Overseer Wang, who is this? Wang Tianbiao dared not speak aloud, but inwardly, he was heaping curses upon Pai's ancestors. Damn it, he thought. It would be better to tear off Wu Jinhan's son's head than his limbs. Esteemed Pai, this matter today is surely a misunderstanding. This gentleman is none other than Wu Yang, son of General Wu Jinhan. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if Wang Tianbiao's face were peeled off and wrung out, it would yield at least 2 pounds of bile. What? Pai gasped, a sudden shock reverberating through him. Their Iron War dynasty was indeed powerful and had the capital to be arrogant, but not to the point of disregarding a general of the Azure Cloud Empire who held 300,000 iron cavalry in his hand on Azure Cloud's own territory. With one wrong move, Wu Jinhan could simply execute him. What could the Iron War dynasty do? Would they really turn against the Azure Cloud Empire and engage in battle for his sake? Perhaps in the future, but not now. The Iron War dynasty was not ready. At least not before conquering the heavenly capital kingdom. Now, instead of watching a good show, he had kicked a hornet's nest. Pai's brow furrowed. Heh. So it's young Master Wu. My apologies, my eyes failed to recognize you. Please forgive my earlier offenses. How about this? Let's pretend nothing happened. Furthermore, any treasure in my shop that catches young Master Wu's I will be offered at a 20% discount. Pai was decisive, offering generous terms without hesitation. Many treasures in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion were worth hundreds of thousands of taels of gold. A 20% discount was practically a gift of thousands, even tens of thousands, of taels of gold to Wu Yang. However, Pai and Appo's offer of a 20% discount was not made lightly. Even with the discount, treasures worth hundreds of thousands of taels of gold remained exceedingly expensive. Wu Jinhan was renowned for his integrity, and Pai simply did not believe that Wu Yang could afford them. In the end, Wu Yang would pick out treasures worth 1,000 taels of gold, which would not be a significant loss for the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's wealth. Pai managed this vast branch of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, annually transporting countless riches from the Azure Cloud Empire to the Iron War dynasty, so he naturally had his methods. Dismembering commoners, offering apologies and gold to young generals. Such are the customs of your Iron War dynasty. Truly an eye-opening spectacle, Wan Dong scoffed disdainfully from the side. Matters concerning the reputation of the Iron War dynasty could not be taken lightly. Pai raised an eyebrow and said, Young Master Wu, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is indeed at fault today, but that does not mean that the Iron War dynasty can be slandered at will. Please advise your friend to consider his words carefully. Wu Yang chuckled coldly and retorted, My boss is absolutely right. It's the truth, so how can I advise him otherwise? Boss. Pai was taken aback. Wang Jinbiao's heart pounded wildly. Could Wu Yang's boss be an ordinary person? As expected, Wu Yang pointed to Wan Dong and declared, This gentleman is none other than Su Yaoding, the only grandson of the Prince of Dingshan. Which Prince of Dingshan? Wang Jinbiao stammered, his mind reeling, and blurted out involuntarily. You imbecile. Wu Yang, who had been suppressing his anger, lashed out without hesitation. He raised his hand and slapped Wang Jinbiao across the face. The force of the blow sent Wang Jinbiao staggering backward 5 or 6 steps, his eyes filled with stars. How many princes of Dingshan does my Azure Cloud Empire have? Wu Yang's expression was fierce, his imposing aura fully unleashed. This. Wang Jinbiao was so frightened that he was on the verge of wetting himself, unable to utter a word. This is disrespect towards the Prince of Dingshan, an offense punishable by death. Young Master Wu, spare me. Young Master Wu, spare me. Wu Yang's harsh words terrified Wang Jinbiao, and he fell to his knees before Wu Yang with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. Wu Yang kicked him away, sending him sprawling, and roared, What's the use of apologizing to me? Young Master Su is over there. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinbiao scrambled to Wan Dong's feet and began kowtowing frantically, his head striking the ground with loud thuds. Pai was at a loss for what to do. Wu Yang was already giving him a headache. And now there was the Prince of Dingshan's grandson. Despite his extensive experience, Pai was starting to panic. Speak. How much money have you received from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? How many heinous deeds have you done for them? While Pai was racking his brains for a solution, Wan Dong had already begun to berate Wang Tianbiao. If corrupt officials like him were not severely punished, the Azure Cloud Empire would likely perish from within, even without the Iron War dynasty mobilizing its armies. Wan Dong knew that there were likely many corrupt officials like Wang Jinbiao who had accepted bribes from the Iron War dynasty and betrayed their own country. Killing one of them would only vent his anger temporarily and would not have a significant impact on the overall situation. However, Wandong was the type to take action when he encountered injustice. Wandong and Appo's accusatory tone was laced with killing intent, targeting not only Wang Jinbu but also implicating the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion without reservation, much to Pai and Appo's chagrin. The saying goes, even a mighty dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Moreover, Wu Jinhun and Su Wenchuan were powerful local dragons. If they were truly offended, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion would no longer be able to operate in the Azure Cloud Empire. This was a significant source of wealth for the Iron War dynasty, a transgression that 10 Piece could not atone for. Young Master Su, please don't misunderstand. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has always been a legitimate business, never engaging in activities that violate the laws of the Azure Cloud Empire, let alone bribing officials. Seeing that Wang Jinbiao was paralyzed with fear, Pai had no choice but to step forward and answer for him. Yes, young Master Su, heaven can bear witness. I, Wang Tianbiao, have never received a single tael of gold from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, absolutely not. Wang Jinbiao had finally realized that young Master Su was trying to put him to death, and he hastily defended himself. If you haven't received money from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, yet you help them oppress the people of my Azure Cloud Empire, then you must be a traitor of the Iron War dynasty. Before he could shake off the accusation of bribery, an even greater charge had fallen upon him. Wang Jinbiao was on the verge of tears. Bribery was a crime, but not necessarily punishable by death. However, if he were labeled a traitor, even 10 heads would not be enough for Wang Jinbiao. Pai had not expected Wandong to be so quick-witted, linking one thing to another as if he had already dug a pit and was waiting for them to jump into it. Before Pai and Wang Jinbiao could respond, Wandong shouted, Wu Yang, how should traitors be dealt with in our Azure Cloud Empire? Wu Yang's face was cold and ruthless. He made a beheading gesture and replied in a chilling voice, kill. Then what are we waiting for? Let me end him with my sword. Wang Jinbiao had intended to offer Lung Yuezue to Pai, and Lung Yuezue was nearly driven mad with anger. Her heart was ablaze with fury, and without another word, she thrust her sword towards Wang Jinbiao's heart. Hold. Just as Wang Jinbiao's life was about to end, a soft reprimand rang out. A graceful figure, carrying a faint fragrance, descended from the sky and stood firmly in front of Wang Jinbiao. With a gentle tap of her palm, she deflected Lung Yuezue's sword. Duan Lingyan, Wandong muttered inwardly, his eyes narrowing. Who are you? Cold Moon Chui gazed in astonishment at the unexpectedly beautiful girl who stood before her, although they appeared to be of similar age. The latter's cultivation level was evidently far superior. This made the competitive Cold Moon Chui feel quite displeased. 3rd Mississippi. I apologize for inadvertently disturbing you. My subordinate deserves death. Upon seeing the girl, Pai Yi immediately approached, his face awash with respect, indicating that Duan Lingyan's status was indeed extraordinary. Duan Lingyan merely waved her hand dismissively at Pai Yi and, with a cheerful smile, directed her gaze toward Cold Moon Chui. This young lady, as a woman, should not resort to killing so easily. It reflects poorly. Cold Moon Chui, already displeased with Duan Lingyan, felt even more incensed upon hearing her condescending tone. What business is it of yours? Am I someone you can reprimand at will? Get away from me. Impudent. How dare you disrespect the 3rd Miss? Pai Yi's demeanor shifted suddenly, adopting a severe tone as he glared at Cold Moon Chui, seemingly ready to devour her whole, disregarding Wandong and Wu Yang. Humph. Pai, you have quite the gall. Observing this, Wandong also shouted angrily, stepping in front of Cold Moon Chui like an iron tower. His eyes filled with defiance and disdain as he glared at Pai Yi. Cold Moon Chui, who had always been cherished by her family, had never faced such loud reprimands as Pai Yi and Appo's. Feeling wronged, she was unexpectedly warned by Wandong and Appo's protective stance, the sense of grievance within her dissipating instantly. Looking at Wandong's broad back, her heart felt an unprecedented sense of security. Master Su, how you treat me is entirely at your discretion. But should anyone disrespect the 3rd Miss, I shall not rest until I exact retribution. Pai Yi fixed his gaze on Wandong, enunciating every word as if he no longer cared about Wandong's status. Coincidentally, I, Su Yaoding, share your peculiar temperament. You may act against me as you wish, but should anyone dare to lay a hand on my friends, I will make them regret their very existence. Wandong replied sharply, stepping forward with a fierce determination, his gaze like a blade that bored down on Pai Yi, overpowering him with sheer force. Master Su, does this young lady not count as your friend? Am I not one as well? Duan Lingyan smiled alluringly at Wandong. her smile so enticing that it could easily ensnare the hearts of 9.5 out of 10 men. Even Cold Moon Shui felt a chill run down her spine, inwardly cursing her as a seductress. However, such an enchanting smile seemed to hold no value in Wan Dong's eyes. With a cold snicker, he retorted, Duan Lingyan, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe you qualify as my friend? Stop embellishing your own worth. Su Yaoding, you. Even Duan Lingyan, with her impeccable composure, could not help but feel furious upon hearing Wan Dong and Appo's words, her beautiful face hardening with frost. Cold Moon Shui, however, felt immense joy, nearly clapping her hands in delight. Wu Yong internally applauded Wan Dong, recognizing the courage it took to speak such words to a breathtaking beauty. Seeing Duan Lingyan's nostrils flare in anger, Wan Dong felt a surge of satisfaction, especially when considering the years of humiliation endured by the Yi sisters and Yu Zhong. Very well. Since Master Su does not recognize me as a friend, then I must accept my lack of fortune. However, this is my Tianbao pavilion. I hope Master Su will refrain from causing a disturbance here to avoid any unpleasantness. Duan Lingyan's expression hardened. Her voice as chilling as if it had emerged from an ice cave. Speaking of disturbances, should it not be you Tianbao pavilion who is at fault? The creditors have arrived, and rather than greet them, you send 2 watchdogs to obstruct them. What does this imply? Could it be that the renowned Tianbao pavilion is nothing more than a rogue? Duan Lingyan's brows knitted tightly as she glared sternly at Pai Yi. I have given orders as per the 3rd Miss's instructions. They were to be led to the esteemed guest hall upon their arrival. But perhaps there was a lapse in communication, Pai Yi quickly explained. Wan Dong could not suppress a cold laugh, remarking quietly, one of my arms and legs nearly met their end, and you expect me to accept that it was merely an oversight? An arm and a leg? Duan Lingyan appeared slightly taken aback, as she was unaware of the prior events. Pai Yi cleared his throat, hastily explaining, my subordinate believed they were here to cause trouble. So we intended to teach them a lesson. To merely teach a lesson, you sought to sever an arm and a leg? Pai Yi, do you view the citizens of our Qingyan Empire as so worthless and easy to bully? Wan Dong glared coldly at Pai Yi. At this, anger flared on Duan Lingyan's countenance, not directed at Wan Dong, but rather at Pai Yi. The current strategic layout of the Iron War dynasty was crystal clear, stabilized the Qingyan Empire while consuming the Tiandu Kingdom. At this juncture, the Iron War dynasty had no desire for conflict with the Qingyan Empire. Although the Qingyan Empire faced internal strife, it remained a formidable entity that could not simply be devoured at will. As a senior figure in Tianbao Pavilion, Pai Yi could not possibly be unaware of this. Given that he was aware yet continued his reckless behavior, how could Duan Lingyan not be incensed? Noticing Duan Lingyan's frosty demeanor and piercing gaze directed at him, Pai Yi's heart raced. Master Su, please do not misunderstand. In the end, it is these 2 fools who have caused the trouble. While Pai Yi might muster the audacity to disregard Wan Dong and Appo's inquiries, he could not afford to displease Duan Lingyan. He quickly pushed the 2 watchdogs forward. For such blame was not something he was willing to bear. Master Su, 3rd Miss, it was these 2 arrogant fools who brought about this misunderstanding. The 2 watchdogs, realizing Pai Yi's intent to cast them as scapegoats, were not foolish enough to comply. Though their status was lowly, they valued their lives. And one of them protested loudly, Pai Yi, you cannot do this. Previously, when citizens from the Qingyan Empire caused disturbances at Tianbao Pavilion, they were handled in this manner. We were merely following your orders. Fools. How dare you pin this blame on me, Pai Xiang? Seeking death. Pai Yi's fury ignited upon hearing the watchdog's audacity to expose his shortcomings in front of Duan Lingyan. If such words took root in her mind, his future would be irreparably damaged. Pai Yi, being ruthless and decisive by nature, was even more so in a fit of rage. He raised his palm, unleashing 2 powerful strikes that struck the unsuspecting watchdogs, causing their chests to cave in, blood gushing forth as they fell, clearly unable to survive. 3rd Miss, these 2 rascals are spouting nonsense. Please do not believe them. Pai Yi hurriedly turned to Duan Lingyan to clarify. Duan Lingyan shot him a fierce glare. Although she was displeased, given the current situation, Pai Yi's handling of the matter was somewhat acceptable. She snorted coldly and addressed Wan Dong. Master Su, are you satisfied now? Satisfied? Letting these 2 dogs die without consequence, knowing not how much havoc they have wrought upon the citizens of our Qingyan Empire, is sheer folly. If they fell into my hands, I would ensure they lost every limb and then be fed to the dogs. Wan Dong's teeth ground together. As for Wang Tianbiao, who was prostrate on the ground, he resembled an overcooked noodle, limp and utterly incapable of standing, his face a mask of unspeakable terror. Director Wang, why are you kneeling? Please rise at once. Duan Lingyan exclaimed, her brow furrowed as she turned her gaze upon Wang Tianbiao. Having invested considerable resources in Wang Tianbiao over the years, Tianbao Pavilion had cultivated a remarkably obedient lackey. Duan Lingyan was loath to relinquish him so readily. Furthermore, she found herself invariably outmaneuvered in her confrontations with Wan Dong. She harbored a desire to demonstrate to Wan Dong, by safeguarding Wang Tianbiao, that his exalted status did not grant him carte blanche. The influence of the Iron Battle dynasty within the Azure Cloud Empire far exceeded his presumptions, a subtle display of power. This, Wang Tianbiao, unfamiliar with Duan Lingyan, appeared somewhat bewildered. Pai Xiong interjected, "This is our Tianbao Pavilion's young mistress, the third maiden. If she bids you rise, then rise." Oh. Upon hearing Pai Xiong's words, Wang Tianbiao immediately grasped the extraordinary imminence of Duan Lingyan's position. He hastily responded, scrambling to his feet with a tremor. However, before Wang Tianbiao could fully straighten, Wan Dong thundered, "Dare you?" These two words, upon reaching Wang Tianbiao's ears, carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. With a thud, he collapsed back onto his knees, his face etched with fear. "You." Duan Lingyan's almond eyes glared at Wan Dong, brimming with resentment. It was evident that Wan Dong was challenging her, and doing so with blatant disregard, tearing away any pretense of civility. "What you? This is my Azure Cloud Empire's territory, and it is not for the people of your Iron Battle dynasty to issue commands." "Then what of you, young Master Su? Are you free to issue commands at will? To my understanding, you hold no official position and are, like the commoners who traverse these streets, merely an ordinary citizen. Director Wang, on the other hand, is a government official holding the esteemed rank of 3rd grade, a significant figure in the imperial court. Pray tell, what qualification does a commoner possess to command a court official? Does the mere fact that you are the grandson of the Duke of Dingshan grant you such presumption? Should word of this spread, it might tarnish the Duke of Dingshan's reputation, would it not?" Duan Lingyan, with her acumen, presented a line of reasoning that left Wan Dong somewhat disinclined to argue. However, Wan Dong had no intention of engaging in debate. With a cold laugh, he stated, "You are correct. This young master is not qualified to issue commands here. Wang Tianbiao, you are a court official, and I, a mere commoner, cannot afford to offend you. Heed the words of this third maiden and rise." Wang Tianbiao glanced up at Wan Dong, only to be met with an icy gaze that seemed to pierce like knives. His body shuddered as if struck by lightning. How could he dare to rise? He knelt even more obediently than before. Upon witnessing this scene, Duan Lingyan knitted her brows and said, "Director Wang, you are a court official. You must consider your dignity. This is a public spectacle. It is unseemly. Rise at once." Wang Tianbiao had just begun to consider the possibility when he heard Wan Dong's cold laughter, which echoed eerily. "Ah, yes, Director Wang, your health is of paramount importance. It would be a shame if your knees were to suffer. You should rise." "And no need. I prefer to kneel. Kneeling is comfortable. Wang Tianbiao stammered, wiping the cold sweat from his face while offering a fawning smile to Wan Dong. His demeanor appeared somewhat pitiable. Upon hearing Wang Tianbiao's words, Duan Lingyan's lungs nearly exploded with rage. Wang Tianbiao was a man of considerable stature, yet he was so utterly useless. A veritable mud that could not be plastered onto a wall. Had she known he possessed such a character, why would she have spent so much money to bribe him? A simple threat would have likely rendered him more compliant. Was she destined to lose this confrontation once more? Duan Lingyan felt a profound sense of unwillingness. "Director Wang, rise. Trust me, as long as Tianbao Pavilion exists, no one in the Azure Cloud Empire will dare to harm you," Duan Lingyan stated in a deep voice, barely suppressing her anger. Her words were laden with meaning. Had she not been so determined to best Wan Dong, she would never have uttered such words to a wretch like Wang Tianbiao. Pai Xiong, now comprehending the situation, realized that Duan Lingyan was not concerned with Wang Tianbiao's well-being, but rather with overpowering Wan Dong. He opened his mouth and said to Wang Tianbiao, "Director Wang, rest assured. Some individuals may wield considerable influence, but they cannot single-handedly control the heavens. You need not fear. Those whom our Iron Battle dynasty seeks to protect shall not be harmed." Director Wang's heart stirred. To his knowledge, Yunjiang City harbored numerous individuals who had accepted favors from the Iron Battle dynasty, many of whom held prominent positions as first-grade officials in the imperial court. Compared to them, he, Wang Tianbiao, was but a small shrimp. If the people of the Iron Battle dynasty were truly willing to protect him with all their might, the Duke of Dingshan might not be able to do anything to him. Just as Wang Tianbiao's thoughts were becoming animated, Wan Dong let out a cold laugh, casting a sidelong glance at him, and said, "Wang Tianbiao, you are doing well. The Iron Battle dynasty values you so highly. It would seem that you have been of great assistance to the Iron Battle Dynasty. Tell us, how much important intelligence of my Azure Cloud Empire have you divulged to the Iron Battle Dynasty? And no, I haven't. Wang Tianbiao exclaimed, his soul nearly departing from his body as he trembled while attempting to defend himself. Whether you have or have not, we shall only know after an investigation. Wu Yang, the search and interrogation of spies should be your father and Appo's responsibility, should it not? Wan Dong turned to Wu Yang, asking in a low voice. Wu Yang immediately nodded, exclaiming loudly, indeed. Then what are you waiting for? Send word to your father at once and have this traitor, who eats from one pot while defecating in another, apprehended and thoroughly interrogated. Young Master Su, young Master Wu, please, I beg you. You too. Be magnanimous and forgive this humble one. Wang Tianbiao pleaded, kowtowing repeatedly. He knew all too well that once he fell into Wu Jinhuan's hands, he would be descending into the abyss of hell, and a session of brutal torture would be unavoidable. Moreover, Wang Tianbiao was far from innocent. Why would there be a need for a thorough interrogation? A mere investigation would unearth a mountain of crimes worthy of decapitation. How could Wang Tianbiao not be afraid? Wan Dong glanced at the dumbfounded Pai Xiong and Duan Lingyan, laughing coldly, and said, you need not worry. Your relationship with the Iron Battle Dynasty is so strong that the Iron Battle Dynasty will surely summon millions of iron cavalry at any cost to storm Yunjiang City and rescue you. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianbiao nearly burst into tears. He was not the emperor of the Iron Battle Dynasty. Unless the entire court of the Iron Battle Dynasty had lost their minds, he need not even consider such a possibility. As for Pai Xiong's promise of protection, it was nothing more than a load of bull in the face of Wu Jinhuan's 300,000 troops. Only a fool would believe it. Duan Lingyan, though enraged, could not utter a single word. Wan Dong's move was truly ruthless, placing Wang Tianbiao in a dead end. They could not protect him even if they wanted to. Everyone knew that Wu Jinhun was renowned for his impartiality. Attempting to use backchannels with him was akin to dreaming. Young Master Su, this humble one has an 80-year-old mother and children awaiting food at home. Please, be generous and forgive this humble one as if I were a mere fart. And let me go? Wang Tianbiao kowtowed and begged Wan Dong, no longer considering the protection of the Iron Battle Dynasty. He dared not even glance at Duan Lingyan and Pai Xiong. Third maiden, this. Pai Xiong had initially been determined to help Duan Lingyan suppress Su Yaoting at all costs. However, he had never anticipated that the other party's methods would be so ruthless. All that remained was a sense of utter helplessness. Duan Lingyan's fair face was more unsightly than ever before. Anyone could see that her heart was consumed by raging flames. In this confrontation, she was destined to concede defeat once more. Chong Duan Lingyan let out a cold snort. And Wan Dong addressed Wang Tianbiao with a chilling tone, instructing him to confess to their supervisor and resign from his position, suggesting he return home to care for his ailing mother and attend to his child. What? Exclaimed Su Xiaoya. The supervisor's role is a rare and lucrative opportunity, and many seek to curry favor with him. It is difficult for Wang Tianbiao to part with it. You wretched fool, even at this juncture, you remain unrepentant. It seems you are beyond redemption. With Wan Dong's fury palpable, Wang Tianbiao trembled, quickly replying, Su Xiaoya, please calm your anger. I will do as you say. He understood the value of his life far outweighed his official title. Wang Tianbiao then bowed thrice to express gratitude to Wan Dong for sparing his life, before slumping away to seek the city's supervisor. Unexpectedly, the outcome was such that Pai Xiong inwardly lamented, realizing that Su's young master was indeed more formidable than their third young lady. Boss, is this treatment of Wang Tianbiao not too lenient? This scoundrel has committed numerous wrongdoings, Wu Yang remarked, casting a reluctant glance at Wang Tianbiao's retreating figure. Wan Dong chuckled derisively and remained silent, turning to Duan Lingyan and saying, I say, apprentice, our master has been standing here for quite a while. Why do you not invite me in? Duan Lingyan's expression darkened, and upon hearing Wan Dong's address, her anger surged. What did you just call me? She barked. Wu Yang and Lang Yuchui exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Wan Dong's antics. In the face of Duan Lingyan's fury, Wan Dong appeared unfazed, chuckling. Is that not correct? Your master is my disciple, hence you must be my grand disciple. By the way, where is my old and foolish disciple? Shouldn't he come out to greet me? Xiao Ting, what is the meaning of this? Back at the Ding Shanwang mansion, you explicitly agreed to refrain from discussing the master-disciple relationship. How can you go back on your word? Wan Dong chuckled lightly. You seem to have omitted a detail. I recall it was you who offered a reward of 10,000 taels of gold for my silence on the matter, yet I have not seen the gold. How can you accuse me of going back on my word? You. What do you mean? If you do not hurry and present the 10,000 taels of gold to me, I will shout, realizing the futility of venting her frustrations against Dong. Duan Longyin took a few deep breaths to steady herself before coldly stating, the 10,000 taels of gold and the blood steel are already prepared. Please. Come in. Why not say so earlier? Dong laughed, waving his hand as he strode confidently into the Tianbao pavilion alongside Lang Yuchui and Wu Yang. At this point, Lang Yuchui and Wu Yang finally believed that Dong was indeed the creditor of Tianbao pavilion. However, they remained puzzled. How could it be that Dong was the wealthy creditor of such a prominent establishment? The sum of 10,000 taels of gold and 100 pieces of blood steel was an immense fortune in their eyes. Not a trivial amount even for their families. How had Dong managed to accumulate such a staggering debt from Tianbao pavilion? Lang Yuchui was so curious she nearly wanted to bind Dong and interrogate him. Tianbao pavilion would certainly not make a spectacle of such a humiliating matter. With a dark expression, Duan Langyin led Dong and the others to an exclusive VIP room. This is a gold note for 10,000 taels. Redeemable at any gold shop in the entire Qingyan Empire, she said, handing over the note as soon as they sat down. Lang Yuchui and Wu Yang leaned in for a closer look, their minds reeling at the figure on the note. Boss, you've hit the jackpot. A full 10,000 taels. Wu Yang exclaimed, his face brimming with envy, nearly drooling. Dong slapped the top of his head, scolding, look at your lack of ambition. Is this how you behave upon receiving 10,000 taels? What will you do when it reaches 100,000 or even 1,000,000? You'll surely have a heart attack. Wu Yang pouted, whining, boss, you know my father's situation. He barely scrapes by on his meager salary. Though I am the son of a great general, I am not much different from the beggars on the street. Regardless, you must share some of this 10,000 taels with me for my expenses. And me. There's a share for everyone. Lang Yuchui chimed in, her face radiant with excitement. Dong scoffed, tucking the gold notes safely away, and retorted, dream on. This money is already earmarked for my purposes. There is no share for you. You stingy miser. Lang Yuchui huffed, her face a picture of frustration. Wu Yang, however, dared not voice his discontent as openly as Lang Yuchui. While Tianbao Pavilion indeed boasted abundant wealth, most of its annual profits were allocated to the Iron War dynasty as military funding, making the 10,000 taels a painful loss for Duan Langyin. Especially upon seeing Dong's smug demeanor, her teeth ground in irritation. Did young Master Su personally select the 100 pieces of blood steel or shall we take charge? Of course, I personally selected them. What if you picked out worthless stones for me? Who would I turn to for my grievances? Boss. Isn't it the same regardless of who picks? Unless you cut them open, no one can tell if they are stones or blood steel. Even if they wish to pick out only the bad stones, they likely wouldn't succeed. After hearing this, Dong chuckled. Wu Yang, are you defending them? Wu Yang offered a bitter smile. How could that be, boss? I simply wish to spare you the trouble. If it's all the same, why endure the hassle? Just have them prepare and pack it all up, then deliver it directly to your house. That would save you trouble. Fool. How could my picks and theirs be identical? They are woefully unfortunate. How could they compare to my luck? If I personally select, I might end up with 80 pieces of blood steel from the 100. You see how unlucky everyone at Tianbao Pavilion looks. They could never have such fortune. I hadn't considered that. You indeed have thought this through. As Dong and Wu Yang bantered enthusiastically, Duan Langyin felt her temper flaring. 80 pieces of blood steel from 100? Do you think you are the nephew of the heavens? Upon hearing Dong's words, she imagined spitting in his face, wishing to drown him in her disdain. Duan Langyin understood that Dong was clearly attempting to provoke her. If she allowed her anger to surface, she would be falling into his trap. Yet, upon seeing his smug expression, her ire boiled over, unable to contain herself. With a heavy huff, Duan Langyin declared, Su Xiaoyat. Let me make it clear. If we select, we guarantee at least 10 pieces of blood steel from 100. If not, we will compensate. However, if you choose and end up with none, that is of no concern to us. Dong laughed heartily, assuring her, rest assured, even in misfortune, I cannot possibly be more unfortunate than you at Tianbao Pavilion. Duan Langyin took a deep breath, asserting, if that is the case, then Su Xiaoya, please proceed. Tianbao Pavilion resembled a vast supermarket, with thousands of pieces of blood steel arranged on countless shelves, available for inspection and selection. Each piece, regardless of size, was priced at 1,000 taels of gold, non-negotiable. Of course, there was no correlation between size and likelihood of yielding blood steel. It was entirely random. It is precisely for this reason that people perceive the selection of bloodsteel or as a gamble. Despite Wandong's ostentatious bravado, he harbors no real confidence within. Gazing around, the bloodsteel ores on the shelves appear almost identical, dark, and unremarkable. It is hard to fathom how, over the years, the Iron War dynasty amassed countless riches from these stones. Master Su, please make your selection. Observing Wandong's somewhat perplexed expression, Duan Lang Yin let out a cold laugh. Her demeanor irked Wandong. Could it truly be that selection relied solely on luck? What are you hesitating for? Do you possess X-ray vision to see through the ores? X-ray vision? Duan Lang Yin's taunt suddenly sparked a realization in Wandong. While he lacked true X-ray vision, he could indeed focus his Tao energy into his eyes, allowing him to perceive things normally hidden from view. Regardless of the outcome, it was worth a try. Without further thought, he concentrated his Tao energy into his eyes. And suddenly, a crimson light erupted from a nearby bloodsteel ore, shooting straight to the ceiling. This is... Wandong's heart raced. The red light was certainly no ordinary glow. It emanated pure and frighteningly pristine energy of heaven and earth. People only knew that refining bloodsteel with weapons could significantly enhance their quality, but never understood the underlying reason. It now appeared that the pure energy contained within the bloodsteel, during the refining process, entered the weapon, further purging its impurities, thus resulting in a qualitative leap in quality. In other words, this bloodsteel ore, emanating red light, likely harbored true bloodsteel. Though Wandong could not yet be entirely certain, such a matter was of great significance. A mistake here would render the 100 pieces of bloodsteel or worthless. Although Wandong was not greedy, he could not tolerate benefiting the Iron War dynasty. As he pondered a method of verification, Duan Lang Yin, noticing Wandong's fixation on the ores without making a selection, couldn't help but mockingly remark, "What is there to see? Let me inform you. Ores containing bloodsteel will emit a crimson light that reaches the heavens." What? Her words jolted Wandong, his expression suddenly animated. Seeing this, Duan Lang Yin was taken aback, her earlier mockery morphing into a cascade of disdain across her face. You don't seriously believe you possess the insight to see the divine glow of bloodsteel, do you? Wandong shook his head, disregarding her scorn, and urgently pressed. Just tell me, is what you said true? You're insane. Witnessing Wandong's excitement, Duan Lang Yin almost began to believe he truly saw the unique divine light of bloodsteel. However, the thought struck her as absurd. She assumed he was merely playing tricks. With a dismissive huff, she turned her head, uncertain of the veracity of Duan Lang Yin's words. Wandong felt a surge of anxiety. Just then, Long Yuchui interjected, her expression grave. I have heard from my family that ores containing bloodsteel indeed emit a peculiar red light, but this glow can only be perceived by those of great wisdom, insight, or supernatural abilities. Yuchui, is what you say true? Wandong's expression brightened, his gaze fixed intently on her. Of course it is true. Do you think I would deceive you? Lang Yuchui pouted in annoyance at Wandong's skepticism, but quickly added, My grandmother knows someone of such caliber who can effortlessly identify ores containing bloodsteel. With Lang Yuchui's family having a Taoist background, Wandong was nearly certain of its truth. Hearing her speak in such a manner, he immediately considered that this esteemed individual must belong to the Taoist sect. All this talk of great wisdom, insight, and supernatural powers seemed utterly nonsensical. The ability to easily identify ores containing bloodsteel was merely a manifestation of the Tao energy's intricacies. Given Wandong's current cultivation level, he likely wouldn't even qualify as a novice in the Taoist realm, yet he could still discern the unique red light of bloodsteel. This alone sufficed as proof. Lang Yuchui's words solidified Wandong and Appo's resolve, and he was soon overwhelmed with elation. A glance around revealed a world transformed. Streams of red light, varying in thickness and brightness, erupted around him, bathing the entire room in a kaleidoscope of colors, a wondrous spectacle. Hey, have you finished looking? I don't have all day to waste with you. Seeing Wandong's rapt gaze, Duan Lang Yin struggled to suppress the urge to slap him. Her voice rising in irritation, Wandong hesitated because he found himself in a dilemma, based on a 10-to-1 ratio. There were approximately 5,000 bloodsteel ores in the room, meaning at least 500 of them contained bloodsteel. He surveyed the area and indeed, over 500 beams of red light met his eyes. If utilized properly, these 500 pieces of bloodsteel could yield over 500 divine weapons. In gold, that would amount to a staggering 5 million taels. Such wealth could easily equip an army of 100,000. Yet now, he could only select 100. A mere fifth of the total. How could he possibly be satisfied with that? If you're in such a hurry, Feel free to leave. I will take my time selecting. Wandong glanced at Duanlangyan, smirking. Humph. That one do. You're cunning and deceitful, always taking advantage of others. I must keep an eye on you. Had he foreseen this, he would have wagered for 500 pieces of bloodsteel from the start. Observing Duanlangyan's frosty demeanor, Wandong seethed internally. He contemplated challenging Duanlangyan to another wager, but she was no easy opponent. Having suffered several defeats at her hands, he guessed she would now be on high alert, evident from her vigilant expression. Just then, a sudden loud roar echoed nearby. Wandong turned to see a young man, approximately in his 20s, clutching a piece of bloodsteel and fleeing toward them like a startled bird, pursued closely by 5 or 6 guards from Tianbao Pavilion. Get out of my way, or I'll kill, the young man shouted as he neared them. Someone was attempting to seize the Iron War Dynasty's treasure. Wandong could hardly contain his excitement. He stepped aside, allowing the young man to pass. Grateful. The young man nodded in appreciation, but just no one believes in ghosts. How could one trust Duanlingyan? Witnessing Wandong's behavior, Duanlingyan's expression turned frosty, her claws becoming even more menacing. She disregarded the young man entirely, fixated on the opportunity to severely injure Wandong. Just as her claws were about to descend upon him, Wandong's figure shifted again, his right hand seemingly struggling without intent, perfectly meeting Duanlingyan's fierce strike. A smirk of cold amusement deepened on Duanlingyan's face as she thought to herself, "You, Su Yaoting, dare to challenge me head-on? Today, I shall render your hand useless. And we shall see how you dare to act so brazenly in the future." She had even prepared her retort. Was it only permissible for you, Su Yaoting, to slip up while I, Duanlingyan, could not make a mistake? The thought of Wandong's pitiful state upon losing his hand filled her with delight. However, when her claws firmly grasped what she believed to be Wandong's right hand, she was startled to find that she was gripping an unyielding mass of steel. No matter how she channeled her true energy, it was as if it had vanished into the void, utterly ineffective. How could this be? Duanlingyan's heart nearly leaped from her throat, her lovely face now etched with shock. Wasn't Su Yaoting merely at the first level of true energy? How could his hands possess such strength, akin to iron, that even she, a practitioner at the 4th level, could not contend with? This was simply too fantastical. Just as her mind reeled, the hand she held suddenly turned scalding hot, akin to a red-hot iron. Caught off guard, she felt a piercing pain surge through her entire being, prompting an involuntary scream as she released Wandong's hand and instinctively staggered back 3 steps. I say, Duanlingyan, what kind of establishment is your Tianbao Pavilion? The ground is so slippery, if I were to fall and injure myself, your pavilion would be unable to compensate for the loss. While Duanlingyan remained dazed, Wandong, with a face full of indignation, launched into a tirade against her. Although Duanlingyan was furious to the point of explosion, she found herself at a loss for words. Whether his fall was genuine or feigned was for him to decide. And how could she prove otherwise? Moreover, at that moment, she was still reeling from the shocking events that had just transpired, unable to gather her thoughts. And thus she could do nothing but endure Wandong's outburst, which turned the truth upside down. Meanwhile, amidst their commotion, the young man had already slipped past them and was on the verge of escaping Tianbao Pavilion. Tianbao Pavilion stood as one of the most bustling thoroughfares in Yuchong City, teeming with pedestrians. Once he blended into the crowd, he would likely be safe. However, just as Wandong began to feel relieved, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Who dares to cause a ruckus in Tianbao Pavilion? What audacity! Upon hearing this, Wandong's heart sank. It seemed the young man could not escape after all. Indeed. Before the shout had faded, a figure resembling a soaring rock descended from the sky, striking out with a palm. With a resounding thud, the fleeing young man was sent tumbling back as if caught in an explosive gust of wind. Upon landing, he coughed up 3 jets of blood, his complexion even paler than snow, clearly having suffered significant injury from that blow. A group of Tianbao Pavilion guards, hot on his heels, quickly surrounded him, leaving the young man no chance of escape, even if he grew wings. Wandong frowned. It appeared the young man had run into bad luck by encountering Wu Qiujuan, a novice at the 2nd level of true energy attempting to evade a formidable opponent at the 9th level was nothing short of folly. With a dark expression, Wu Qiujuan approached, his icy gaze causing Wandong to feel a surge of concern for the young man's fate. Chop this thief into pieces and feed him to the dogs, Wu Qiujuan coldly commanded. Indeed, he raised his hand, uttering those chilling words, revealing how lowly he regarded human life, igniting Wandong's fury. Hold on, Wandong interjected, unwilling to turn a blind eye to the situation. Wu Qiujuan cast a glance at him, snorting dismissively, "Little beast, this is none of your business, so keep your mouth shut." "Ha! I say, my disciple." Wu Qiujuan referred to Wan Dong as little beast, and Wan Dong would not let that slide. Having recently lost a bet to Wan Dong, Wu Qiujuan felt a pent up Wan Dong's brow furrowed deeply. At this moment, the emperor of the Qingyan Empire was gravely ill, perhaps even barely conscious. Yet he dared to inquire about anything. However, observing Wu Qiujuan's resolute demeanor, it was plausible that the Tianbao Pavilion truly possessed such privileges. Upon further reflection, this was not particularly surprising. Bloodsteel had always been a specialty of the Iron War dynasty, and thus far, no bloodsteel mines had been discovered within the Qingyan Empire. Yet, the demand for bloodsteel in the Qingyan Empire was no less than that of the Iron War dynasty. To ensure that the warriors of the Qingyan Empire could also obtain bloodsteel and not suffer under the oppression of the Iron War dynasty's warriors, they had no choice but to seek assistance from the Tianbao Pavilion. When in need, it was inevitable to be subject to the whims of others. Signing such an unequal and absurd treaty was likely a desperate measure. However, this left the life of the young man in peril. "What are you waiting for? Kill the scoundrel." Wu Qiujuan sneered as he noticed Wan Dong's silence. He waved his hand and commanded. The ferocious guardians of the Tianbao Pavilion, akin to wolves and tigers, did not hesitate and immediately charged at the young man with fist raised. Having already suffered a severe blow from Wu Qiujuan, the young man was gravely injured and could hardly withstand such brutality. It would not take long before he would perish here. "Stop, all of you, cease at once." Wan Dong and Appo's thunderous shout reverberated, causing the eardrums of those present to resonate painfully. Particularly, the guardians encircling the young man were the first to be startled, their faces turning pale with fear. "Su Yaoding, you better calm down. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to break your bones." Wu Qiujuan caressed the edge of his palm, clearly eager for a fight. "Wu Qiujuan, even if this Tianbao Pavilion belongs to your Iron War dynasty, look around you. Those patronizing this place are all subjects of the Qingyan Empire. In other words, it is the citizens of the Qingyan Empire who sustain you. They're your benefactors. Treating your benefactors in such a manner seems rather inappropriate, don't you think?" Many onlookers had long felt aggrieved, and upon hearing Wan Dong's words, their indignation surged, their faces reflecting their fury. A few daring souls even began to openly criticize the Tianbao Pavilion for its excessive tyranny. Observing the mildly chaotic crowd, Wu Qiujuan dismissed them with a cold laugh. "The Tianbao Pavilion has never engaged in coercive dealings. Everything is done willingly on your part. To expect me to regard you as benefactors is sheer folly. Wu Qiujuan, if the Qingyan Empire were to produce bloodsteel, would you still utter such arrogant words? Ha ha. The Qingyan Empire, in its desolate state, aspires to produce bloodsteel? Dream on." The crowd, already incensed, became even more agitated upon hearing Wu Qiujuan's remarks, their shouts of anger rising in a tumultuous crescendo. Wu Qiujuan snorted coldly, clapped his hands, and in an instant, dozens of skilled guardians emerged, their fierce gazes sweeping over the crowd. "Listen up. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the Tianbao Pavilion will be killed on the spot, not a single one spared." Turning to Duan Lingyan, he commanded loudly, "Duan Lingyan, double the price of the bloodsteel or from 1,000 taels of gold to 2,000 taels. 1,000 taels of gold was already an exorbitant price for most of the Qingyan Empire's populace. Wu Qiujuan, without a flicker of an eyelid, had now doubled it, utterly crushing countless warriors' hopes. As his words echoed, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Only Duan Lingyan's voice, tinged with a hint of pride and coldness, broke the stillness. "Master." Gazing at Wan Dong's grave expression, Wu Qiujuan laughed mockingly. "Are you satisfied now? Thanks to you, I can earn twice as much wealth from your Qingyan Empire. Heh. And you wanted to save this young man? I shall ensure he meets his end. What can you do about it?" "Despicable!" Ling Yue Chui shouted angrily, her teeth nearly grinding together. She had never encountered anyone as vile and infuriating as Wu Qiujuan. "Wu Qiujuan, you old wretch, indeed possess a certain craftiness," Wan Dong seethed, his eyes glinting like icy daggers. Wu Qiujuan finally vented his frustration, laughing boisterously. "You are simply too naive. Are you?" Wan Dong chuckled lightly and said, "Do not be too hasty. I have yet to finish my words. If I ultimately lose, you must also release this individual, or else I shall not engage in this wager." With Wu Qiujuan and Appo's heart already swayed, Wan Dong and Appo's resolve solidified, and his words became unapologetically assertive. Wu Qiujuan cast a glance at the young man. Though reluctant, he understood that this youth could not compare to Su Yaoding's significance. Should he allow personal feelings to jeopardize the golden opportunity to eliminate Su Yaoding, his regret would be insufferable. Without further contemplation, Wu Qiujuan signaled to the guards, releasing the young man, and coldly declared, "As you say, let it be done." Now free, the youth could depart at any moment. Wan Dong nodded in satisfaction and was about to instruct the young man to leave when the latter interjected, "There is no need. If young Master Su is willing to risk his life for me, how could I cower in fear? Should young Master Su lose, I shall take my own life here to accompany him." The unexpected valor displayed by the youth at such a critical moment left Wan Dong profoundly impressed. He had not previously regarded the young man's life with much concern, but hearing such words demonstrated that he had not misjudged his character. "Pray tell, what is your name?" "My brother? Let us be friends. I am Zongqi. If I can survive this day, I shall heed any command from young Master Su, regardless of the peril." Despite his youth, Zongqi spoke with unwavering conviction, embodying the spirit of a true hero of the martial world. Wan Dong smiled and nodded, initially seeking only to save Zongqi, but now realizing the wisdom of his decision, for he had unwittingly gained a worthy ally, which he valued far more than 500 pieces of blood steel. "You may choose your fate as you wish. It does not concern me. Su Yaoding, what shall we wager?" Wu Qiujuan inquired, his impatience evident. Wan Dong furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he replied, "Indeed. My brother Zong has taken your blood steel, or yet have you not also seized the wealth of the martial artists of the Qingyan Empire? If we speak of theft, I dare say that even 10 of my brothers combined would not approach the extent of your Tianbao pavilion." "Humph, you insolent brat, even as death looms. You dare to spout such nonsense?" Wu Qiujuan retorted. "You know well the truth of your words. I ask you, among these 10 pieces of blood steel ore, how many truly contain blood steel? It means that the martial artists of my Qingyan Empire, through a year of toil, possess but a mere 1/10 chance of acquiring blood steel from you, while the remaining 90% of their labor ends up lining your Tianbao pavilion's coffers. If this is not theft, what is?" Wu Qiujuan sneered, "It is a matter of choice. No one forces you to buy. You willingly queue to send your gold to my Tianbao pavilion. How can you claim we are stealing?" Wan Dong smiled lightly and replied, "Well said. Since blood steel is firmly in the hands of Tianbao pavilion, you are indeed entitled to make such claims. However, I must inquire, among these 10 ores, is there truly one that contains blood steel? Of course, if you doubt me, feel free to examine our sales records and see if the ratio of blood steel extracted to blood steel ores sold is not 1:9. Despite Wu Qiujuan's arrogance, he knew that Tianbao Pavilion was a veritable treasure trove for him in the Iron Battle Dynasty, and he did not wish to jeopardize it. Matters of principle must be clarified in person to prevent Wan Dong from ruining Tianbao Pavilion's business, leaving him with nowhere to lament. "Humph. You Iron Battle Dynasty people are so cunning. I find it hard to believe you are being honest. As for the accounts, you have made them yourselves. I cannot be bothered to waste time investigating." Wan Dong scoffed disdainfully. Wu Qiujuan and Apos, his expression darkened as he asked, "What do you mean, brat? Do you intend to tarnish the reputation of Tianbao Pavilion?" Wan Dong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Spare me the flattery. Tianbao Pavilion has long been despised in my Qingyan Empire. What reputation remains? Today, let us wager on whether these blood steel ores truly contain 1 piece of blood steel among 10, as you claim." "Nonsense. Are you suggesting that I wager my entire stock of thousands of blood steel ores?" Wu Qiujuan scoffed. Wan Dong chuckled. "No need for such complexity. I shall randomly select 10 pieces. If none contain blood steel, I win. If even one does, the victory is yours." Wu Qiujuan's interest was piqued. The simplicity of the wager appealed to him, and he felt confident in his odds. He had dealt with blood steel ores for many years and was quite sure of his ground. But what if you were simply unlucky? Wouldn't we be at a loss? Duan Lingyan pouted. Wan Dong glanced at her and replied, "Even if I were to be unfortunate, could I possibly be as unfortunate as you? Have you forgotten how you lost to me previously?" Ignoring Duan Lingyan and Apos' indignant expression, Wan Dong raised his voice. "Since you are concerned, let us raise the stakes. I will personally select 100 blood steel ores, guaranteeing that none contain blood steel. If even one does, I shall willingly offer my head." "Yao Ting, have you lost your mind?" Cold Moon Shui exclaimed in shock. 100 blood steel ores would traditionally contain at least 10 pieces of blood steel. The odds were overwhelmingly against him. This wager bordered on self-destruction. Wu Qiujuan and Duan Lingyan exchanged astonished glances, their minds racing. Was this young man truly seeking his own demise? Wan Dong smiled at Cold Moon Shui and declared, "This is precisely the wager I desire, to demonstrate just how nefarious Tianbao Pavilion's heart truly is. The only outcome of purchasing blood steel from Tianbao Pavilion is ruin. leaving the Iron Battle dynasty to profit. You foolish boy, you are courting death. Wu Qiujuan warned coldly. Wandong scoffed. Whether I find death or not, we shall soon see. Just tell me, do you accept the wager? Refusing would make you a coward. Zongqi shouted. Wandong turned in surprise, saying, Brother Zong, do you realize that the odds of this wager are nearly zero? Should I lose, you will face death alongside me. Are you not afraid? What is there to fear? I believe in young Master Su. Zongqi's words invigorated Wandong, who laughed heartily. Excellent. With a brother like you, my confidence grows. By the way, since we are now friends, there is no need for formalities. You may simply call me by my name. That cannot be. Young Master Su and I are strangers. I cannot show such familiarity without expressing my respect. Zongqi replied earnestly. Wandong, appreciating Zongqi's sincerity, proposed. Then let us do this. From now on, you may call me boss. Would that suffice? Zongqi, feeling honored, readily agreed. That sounds good. Boss. He called out to Wandong with enthusiasm. Wu Yang laughed heartily. Boss, this brother is quite remarkable. I like him. You must show your prowess and not lose to that old fool. Despite the seemingly carefree demeanor of Wu Yang, who appeared unconcerned about Wandong's wager. The truth was that if Wandong were to lose, he would not hesitate to shatter his own skull in despair. Wandong nodded and turned to Wu Qiujuan, asking, Will you still gamble? Wu Qiujuan raised an eyebrow and replied, Since you are intent on courting death, how could I not oblige? Your chances of victory are considerable. But do not let it inflate your ego. Should I emerge victorious, all the blood-steel raw stones here will belong to me. Such audacity. Wu Qiujuan scowled and bellowed. There were no fewer than 5,000 blood-steel raw stones present, even if valued at a conservative price of 1,000 taels of gold each. That amounted to a staggering 5 million taels. Even someone as wealthy as Wu Qiujuan would feel faint at such a sum. Wandong chuckled dismissively. I, Su Yaoting, have wagered my very life. Surely I can afford to raise the stakes a bit? And given my esteemed position, do these mere stones not hold value? Wu Qiujuan snorted but did not respond, his gaze drifting towards Duan Lingyan. This action stirred Wandong's curiosity. After all, a master should not await a disciple's decision. Was their relationship more complex than mere mentorship? What exactly was Duan Lingyan's true identity? Let us gamble, declared Duan Lingyan, her voice resolute, dismissing any doubts about the wager. Despite being a woman, she possessed an impressive audacity and nodded without hesitation. Observing her icy determination, Wandong couldn't help but smile wryly. It was clear that she harbored deep resentment towards him. Very well. Wu Yang, Zongqi, Yu Chui, bring the stones. With a nod from Duan Lingyan. Wandong wasted no time and gestured for Wu Yang, Zongqi, and Yu Chui to approach. Su Yaoting, you better win. Otherwise, even if I turn into a ghost, I will not spare you. Yu Chui whispered beside Wandong. What? Wu Yang exclaimed in surprise, glancing incredulously at Yu Chui, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Yu Chui huffed. What else can I do? Everyone knows I am with you. If you all perish, how could I live with myself? I might as well join you. As she spoke, her eyes rolled in exasperation, a mixture of annoyance and helplessness, but the underlying softness in her gaze did not escape Wandong's notice. His heart sank. He hoped she would not become further ensnared in this perilous situation. Wu Yang gave Yu Chui a thumbs up, remarking, I never expected you to be so loyal. Well done. From now on, you shall be my sister. Who cares? Yu Chui muttered, rolling her eyes at Wu Yang while her gaze flickered towards Wandong. Taking a deep breath, Wandong pointed at the shelves laden with blood-steel raw stones and declared, This one, this one, this one, and those few over there. Bring them all to me. He pointed out several dozen stones in one breath. Some were close, while others were quite far, but Wandong insisted on having them all. Appearing rather reckless, Yu Chui stared in disbelief and asked, Is this really how you choose stones? You don't even examine them properly? Wandong paused, confused, and asked, Examine what? Look. Yu Chui started, almost biting her tongue. Indeed, how could one discern the presence of bloodsteel merely by looking? Even seasoned experts could not ascertain anything from uncut bloodsteel raw stones. Well, there is no need to be so hasty. Yu Chui continued, exasperated. We are gambling with our lives here. Could you please take it a bit more seriously? I am serious. My life is at stake too, you know? So please, hurry. We need to move these 100 blood-steel raw stones. Wandong responded, still showing no signs of realization, pointing haphazardly. Yu Chui felt dizzy. Did she really have to endure this farce alongside him? Meanwhile, Wu Qiujuan and Duan Lingyan observed with hidden delight. They had initially thought Wandong was playing some trick. but now it seemed he was merely reckless. At this rate, unless he encountered a ghost, he would surely uncover some bloodsteel among the 100 stones. Humph. This fool believes he can gamble with us, unaware that we lack the courage to kill him. That must be why he is so brazen, Duan Lingyan remarked, nodding slightly in agreement. This fool has miscalculated. Once the wager concludes, I will personally end his life. No one will save him. Wu Qiujuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth at the thought of Wan Dong's demise, a smile creeping onto Duan Lingyan's face as she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Su Xiao, how about these few stones? Duan Lingyan pointed at 5 or 6 blood-steel raw stones nearby, her expression teasing and mocking. Unexpectedly, Wan Dong replied without looking back, Sure. Wu Yong, go fetch them. What? Boss, you didn't even look. Wu Yong exclaimed, sensing the absurdity of the situation. What is there to see? With that girl's ill fortune. How could she possibly choose bloodsteel? I would prefer if she did the picking. That would save me some effort. Wan Dong shot Wu Yong a glare and personally brought over the 5 or 6 stones Duan Lingyan had indicated. After counting, he handed one back to her, saying, I have enough here. This one is a bonus for you. Should you lose everything, you might use it to cover your travel expenses back to the Iron War dynasty. Lost everything. How could anyone speak so crudely to a lady? Duan Lingyan's good mood evaporated instantly. Su Yaoding, I will not rest until I have ground your bones to dust, she hissed, her expression resembling someone savoring the thought of revenge. Wan Dong burst into laughter, shaking his head. You won't get the chance. I have selected 100 blood-steel raw stones. Let your people come and cut them. Boss, are you not going to choose any more? Wu Yang's worry was palpable as he looked at Wan Dong, feeling that perhaps a delay could allow them to breathe a little longer. Death was not a desirable outcome. Why the urgency? No need. If we delay any longer, I fear someone might actually die from anxiety. Right, Miss Duan? Humph. Someone. Summon all the stonecutters here immediately. After giving her orders, Duan Lingyan turned to glare at Wan Dong, her expression icy. Su Yaoding, remember this. If even a single piece of bloodsteel is revealed, you must immediately take your own life. Very well. The rules are set by me. No need for your reminders. Allow me to advise you instead. Better pack all the bloodsteel raw stones here and send them back to the Ding Mountain Princess residence, lest you find yourself in a flurry after losing. Humph. Duan Lingyan scoffed, turning her head away, unwilling to speak further to Wan Dong. Engaging him was futile. It would only lead to frustration. The Tianbao Pavilion is quite expansive, and the number of stone appraisers is significant. Within moments, a group of 20 to 30 appraisers stood before me, each wielding a heavy, gleaming short knife that shimmered with a crimson hue. The blades, dark red like blood, emanated a chilling sharpness, unmistakably crafted for the purpose of gem extraction. It is worth noting that these short knives are custom-made for the task, with at least 50% of their composition being blood steel, which is why they exhibit such a deep red color. These specially crafted tools are extraordinarily sharp, slicing through rock with the ease of cutting tofu. Remarkably, when these knives encounter raw stones containing blood steel, they become heavy and sluggish, generating an opposing force at the blade's edge that halts further penetration, thereby ensuring that the blood steel within remains undamaged. Conversely, when faced with stones devoid of blood steel, the blade strikes down with thunderous force, cleaving the stone in two without any obstruction. Miss San, Old Wu, and Uncle Pai. All the appraisers from Tianbao Pavilion are gathered here. What are your instructions? One of the appraisers, a lean man in his 40s with a naturally harsh demeanor, stepped forward. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be the leader of the group. Duan Lingyan pointed to the 100 pieces of raw bloodsteel selected by Wan Dong and inquired, Master Tian, how many pieces of bloodsteel can you extract from these? After a brief pause, the man replied, I believe we can extract at least 10 pieces. 10 pieces? Yet I have heard some say that not a single piece of bloodsteel can be extracted from these 100 stones. What? That is utter nonsense. Such remarks are a disgrace to the reputation of Tianbao Pavilion. Miss San, please tell me who made such an outrageous claim. I, Old Tian, will not hesitate to knock their teeth out. It was unexpected that Old Tian possessed such a fiery temper. As soon as Duan Lingyan finished speaking, he leaped up, roaring in anger. Who are you calling a dog's offspring? Wan Dong, having lost his mother at a young age, held the term mother in the highest regard. Angered by Old Tian's insult, his expression darkened, and his voice turned icy enough to freeze the air around him. Old Tian turned to scrutinize Wan Dong from head to toe, then scoffed, brandishing his gem knife in accusation. It's you little brat, who is spreading nonsense and tarnishing the reputation of Tianbao Pavilion. I can see it clearly. You, a mere child, hardly weaned, Dare to talk back here, utterly ignorant of your own insignificance. Master Tian, exercise some restraint. We, from the Iron War dynasty, cannot be as uncouth as those from the Qingyan Empire, Duan Lingyan remarked with a smile. Miss San, you may not be aware, but the people of the Qingyan Empire are all lowly wretches. You are being too courteous. They are not accustomed to it. Just like this little beast, daring to utter such bold claims. If you do not firmly put him in his place, who knows what further nonsense he might spew in the future. Of course, someone of your noble status cannot take matters into your own hands. Leave it to me, and I shall ensure this little beast is thoroughly subdued. Old Tian, your words are so foul, it is clear you deserve a beating. Old Tian's crude remarks provoked Wan Dong, who merely chuckled disdainfully before turning to Wu Qiujuan. Wu Qiujuan, is your belt loose? Why is this fellow on full display? You little brat, you're seeking death. Old Tian swung his gem knife, poised to strike. Unfazed, Wan Dong fixed a piercing gaze on Old Tian and solemnly declared, if not a single piece of bloodsteel is extracted from these 100 stones, I will personally knock out all your teeth and sever your tongue. With that, Wan Dong left Old Tian in stunned silence, turning to Duan Lingyan and proclaiming, well then, the jester's performance has gone.